stuff.
Yeah.
This is real. That's a real place in France. So they're not lying about going into their judicial building and finding all these iconography. But what I'm more interested in is, so that stuff that really was in France. That's Mithras. That's really there in France, in Paris.
Who's Mithras?
Mithras is the mediator god. His name actually means like contract. He's a mediator god. That's why contract, constitution. To have a constitutional republic is basically being ruled by Mithras. Now, I was going to wait to get into the Statue of Liberty thing, but we can go back to the. But since we're on this topic of Mithras, remember you were asking me, like, people are saying that the Statue of Liberty is Mithras.
Yeah.
So it's kind of no, but kind of yes. So I looked into this. So the Statue of Liberty was built in 1886. Mm-hmm. If you could pull up the Statue of Liberty, let's look at that first.
Giorgiani is the one who told you about this on a podcast, right?
Yeah, actually he did. There we go. You could go back to that one. Statue of Liberty is based off the goddess Libertas. That's the goddess on the left. That's
Libertas.
a Roman goddess Libertas.
From what year?
From what year is Libertas?
Yeah.
She was around during the Roman Republic and the Roman Empire.
Okay.
So from 500 BC till 500 AD, something like that.
Okay.
Like she's around forever.
Right.
She's a Libertas. So, but that's Statue of Liberty on the right.
Yeah.
But then there's the question of why does she have 7 rays, right? And it's actually more complicated than that. And I think there's more than just Libertas being displayed here.
Was there another statue with 7 rays?
The designer was named Frederick Augusta Bartholdi.
That's the guy who designed.
He was a Freemason. This was built in 1886. He's a Freemason, so he's going to be into symbolism. Now, there's a god, the god of Mithraism, the last pagan religion of Rome, before the Western Romans fell, before Christianity took over, so even before that, before the 4th century, during the reign of Diocletian, and then even after that, when the reign of Julian the Apostate, they referred to the head god, the main god, as 7 rays god. 7 rays is the god Sol Invictus Mithras. So sometimes Mithras is depicted by himself with his brother, with like a twin brother, Sol Invictus. Sometimes they're separate, but more often than not, it's Sol Invictus Mithras as one god with 7 rays on his head. You can pull that up. So that's painting by the same guy. He painted this before he erected the statue.
Okay.
So this is his own. This is the same guy, Frederick Augusta Bartholdi. Notice how he's emphasizing the 7 rays of the sun.
Right.
So there's a solar aspect here. No doubt about that. Keep going. That's not it. Oh, it was the one where he was a little idol. Look up Sol Invictus 7 rays. So as you can see, there's a perfect example. The one in the middle, right there. That's Sol Invictus with 7 rays. And like I said, Sol Invictus and Mithras were merged together at the end. At the end of the Roman Empire. You often find inscriptions where it says Sol Invictus Mithras. So there's Mithras with the 7 rays. And then the one that we've go back to the emails where you find the 7 initiation layers. This is the last thing I want to, and then we'll get back to what we're discussing.
What are the images in the email?
Yeah, this is important.
Okay.
So just like in Freemasonry is drawing heavily from the Mithraic mysteries, heavily. The initiation cult, the cult of brotherhood, fraternity, Mithras, the Phrygian cap. The Phrygian cap on the top left,
and Mithras means contract.
Contract. So the Phrygian cap on the top left, you'll see this with the goddess Minerva, who's the goddess of liberty, and her paintings are all over the page. Lady Liberty, Phrygian cap. And then so notice beneath the Phrygian cap on the top left, there's the 7 rays crown, and what is that? A torch.
A torch and a whip. Maybe that's Amon's whip.
Yeah. So notice how the crown has 7 rays.
Yeah.
And it's a torch. That's Libertas. And so it's called heliodramus, the sun runner. That's what they call it. And it's a symbol of liberty and the sun. So is the Statue of Liberty Mithraic? Yes, I do believe so. Is it also the goddess Libertas? Yes. I think you have both. I don't think it's black and white. Last thing I want to show you on this is look up the Phrygian cap Liberty. Click on the Phrygian. Yeah, click on that where it says P. Yeah. Now go to images.
Nope. Oh, sorry. Why did I do that?
Yeah. Remember we saw that Phrygian cap, right?
Yeah.
That's the symbol of liberty. Keep going down. Just skim through all these paintings of liberty. There it is right there. That's the French Revolution.
Okay.
And they're wearing Phrygian caps.
Yeah.
So that's a Mithraic hat. So okay, what I'm leading up to what I'm getting at here is you have these secret societies of Freemasons in England, in America, in France, and in Germany, and they're drawing from these old Roman Republic Mithraic, sort of drawing from a soup of different ideas.
Mm-hmm.
And
this guy looks high as hell.
That's French right there. So the French Revolution is definitely inspired by this. And as we saw, when in the 20th century, even all the way in the 20th century, when the Germans are invading France and they break in, all their old symbolism is all Mithraic and Phrygian caps, and that. So there's this pushback between American Freemasonic. George Washington was a Freemason, right? George Washington there's this myth made up about him that he kneeled down and prayed to Jesus. That never happened. That's made up. It's not on any of the primary sources. The first time it's talked about is in like 20th century, so it didn't happen. You have it. This is the craziest shit. You have an English secret society with Freemasons that are heavily connected to the founding fathers, and they're called the Anacreontic Society. And this is going to be big because we're talking about the Star Spangled Banner here. Look up the Anacreontic Society. And I gave you that one picture of them, but it's going to be on their Wikipedia anyway. ANA, Anacreontic Society. Yeah. All right, go to the Wikipedia page. So this is a gentleman's club that started in London, and it's based on the Greek poet Anacreon, who lived on the island of Chios in the 6th century BCE. And their whole purpose was freedom, liberty, justice, drinking. And they dedicated their god that they worship with Dionysus. So they had a song. Now a bunch of their members were, well, for example, some of their members were loyal to the Crown of England. A big example, Samuel Johnson was a famous Tory. He met with them. He was part of their group. But there was also Freemasons that were in there, like James Boswell. James Boswell wasn't just any Freemason. He was the Grand Master of the Grand Lodge of all of Freemasonry. And this was during the year 1776. So he's affiliated with George Washington.
Yes.
During the year 1770, he's the Grand Lodge Master of all of Freemasonry. Wow. And he's a part of this club. So the Anacreontic Society, they exist. They from the 1770s all the way into the 1800s. I think right around 1810 they disbanded. And their whole purpose is to go back to the Greek way of life, the democratic republic way of life. Forget about the church. Forget about the Catholic Church. Forget about the Church of England. Forget about the Lutherans and all this crap, all this nonsense. We want the ways that the Greeks gave us. And that they even argued that, and this is another thing that Thomas Jefferson says in his letters, that common law, as we know it, has nothing to do with Christianity. It has to do with the ideals that were laid down by Greco-Roman republics. Everything that we love and about the West comes from them. Our architecture, our music, our theater, our comedy, our poetry. We have to go back before the church to get to that stuff. The roots of our culture comes from that. Now we have to play the Anacreontic song, the one I was telling you about. This is going to blow your mind. Okay, Go down. There it is. Okay, click on the Anacreontic song right there.
The link.
Yeah, and you're gonna play it. But I want to play the one that I gave you because it sounds way better than this.
Okay, I sent you.
Actually, let's just play it. Just play the one here. This is how it goes. Published in 1778, written in 1773. What was going on back then? What does this song remind you of?
Oh, say, can you see?
What if I told you those are not the lyrics? Those are not the lyrics. All right. Now play the video. Play the video that I gave you. I don't think you gave it to him though, because I saw it in that list. It wasn't there.
It wasn't there.
Yeah.
How do we find it?
So I will send you the link right now, and then you can send it to him. Does that work?
Perfect.
All right. All right. Before you play it, let me just say something real quick.
Yep.
This is the original lyrics of the Star Spangled Banner that we all know today and love.
Yes. Okay.
This was written in 1773, and it was published in 1778, and it was one of the biggest songs that the revolutionary Americans were listening to. Let's play it.
To an Acreon in heaven, where he sat with glory, a few sons of harmony sent a petition that the air inspirer and patron would be. When this answer arrived from the jolly old Grecian, voice, fiddle, and flute no longer renewed, I'll lend you my name and inspire you to vote. And besides, I'll instruct you like me to entwine the myrtle of Venus with Bacchus' fine.
No, Jesus.
Besides, I'll
Bacchus is there.
you like me to entwine the myrtle of Venus with Bacchus' fine.
All right, pause. Explain who Bacchus was.
Dionysus.
Dionysus.
That's the other Bacchus and Dionysus are the same god. It's not like I'm saying they equate him to. That's two names for Dionysus.
Who is Dionysus?
Dionysus is the god of wine, life, party, viticulture, swelling of fruits, freedom. In Rome, he's called Liber Pater. That's where we get the word liberal from. He's the god of liberalism. He's the god of freedom. He's the liberal god. That's why at the Olympics, that was Dionysus, not Jesus, in blue. You saw that?
The guy in blue was supposed to be
That
Dionysus.
was Dionysus.
Right. Jesus was the fat lady.
Jesus, there's the guy gas.
Type in just look at a picture of the opening ceremony so you can see who's who. It's supposed to be a reincarnation or a reproduction of the Last Supper, right?
I don't think so. I think it's a painting about Dionysus.
No. I'm talking about the recent Olympic opening ceremony.
Yeah, I don't think it's supposed to be that. People thought it was.
Type in Dionysus after it. Right there. Okay. Yeah, right there. There you go.
Yeah,
right there.
Yes. Now I get why people think that there's some.
The blue guy is supposed to be Dionysus.
Yeah. So if you look at
Look at now the woman in the middle, right, with the crown. How many?
Here, this is it.
Look, she's got 7 rays on the crown, bro.
Yeah, I know. I was gonna bring that up, but you caught it first. Nice. Good job. You caught it
Is
first.
she supposed to be Jesus?
So you see where I'm going now.
Is she supposed to be Jesus?
No.
there? She's not.
Look it. I'm gonna prove it right now to all the idiots out there.
I thought the guy who made this literally said this was supposed to be the Last Supper. No.
You got too many right wingers in your ear, bro. Look at this. Look at this. Here's the painting right here. Can I send this to him?
Yes.
I'm just joking though. I do too. We all do. I listen to both sides of the political stuff. Here we go. Here's the painting. It's Dionysus on the ground. And this came out. This was before the Last Supper. The Last Supper was inspired by this.
Okay, Steve, I'm emailing this to you. Okay.
So let me look up the dates real quick while he's doing that, so we can get the dates right. Dutch painting. Leonardo da Vinci's Last Supper was in 1945, 1950. Okay, no, it's actually true that the Last Supper did come out before this. So this Feast of the Gods might have been inspired by Leonardo da Vinci's Last Supper, but it's not Jesus. That's Apollo. And by the way, Apollo.
Oh,
Look at
fuck.
see the sun rays?
Yeah.
Look, there's Dionysus on the ground.
Right. This is supposed to be like Olympians,
That's
right?
the Olympians.
The
It's for the
Olympians.
Olympics.
Okay, so that lady is not supposed to be Jesus, she's supposed to be Apollo.
All these Christian right-wingers are losing their minds over nothing. This was a perfect Olympic ceremony. Those are the Olympian gods. There's Dionysus on the ground. There's Apollo in the middle. Now, guess what?
So what is the name of this painting?
It's called The Feast of the Gods.
The Feast of the Gods.
Someone told me this is earlier than the Last Supper, but it's not true. This is after the Last Supper.
Yeah, let's read about the Feast of the Gods. What's the Feast of the Gods all about?
It's a Renaissance painting, baby.
Okay, here we go. The Feast of the Gods.
Oh, that's another one. That's a different one.
An oil painting by Bellini. Oh, yeah,
That's a different one.
That is a different one.
It's by Jan van Bilger.
Okay.
Just probably type in Jan van.
There we go. Top one.
There it is.
Okay, there we go.
16
Okay. Painting by Dutch painter Jan van Bilger, created around
17th century.
1635 to 1640 in
France.
Musée Magnin in
But this is
Dijon, France.
this is perfect lines up with the French liberal ideology, right? 17th century,
Go up,
a little earlier.
go up. Down. History. I want to read history. The painting represents popular mythological subjects, and the Feast of the Gods has been the property of the French Republic since. Okay.
Go up a little bit. It explains it. Go up.
Oh, look at this.
Go
What's
up.
this?
Go up. It
The
explains
painting
it. Right
came
there. Right there. It explains it. Number of the picture. There.
In one of the number of pictures in Western art to depict the Feast of the Gods, in this case, at the marriage of Thetis and Peleus, with Bacchus in the foreground. It says Bacchus
That's
dancing.
Bacchus, just like from the song.
Go down, where it says Olympics. Something like that. The painting came to public attention following the controversy of the Summer Olympics. Got it. That's what it's supposed to be.
Yeah, it's the same painting. Now, okay,
What does this have to do with Da Vinci, though?
Da Vinci painted the Last Supper.
Right, so people are conflating this.
People are saying that that's the Last Supper. It's not. It's actually this one. So it was kind of like an overreaction without really checking into it. Now I do want to show. I want to say something about Apollo in the middle. Notice how Apollo has Apollo. See how Apollo?
Yeah, punchy on Apollo.
Can you zoom in? Yeah, can you zoom in on Apollo? There's Bacchus down there, and go up.
Apollo's at the table.
Apollo's got the sun rays.
Yes.
Now he doesn't have 7 rays, right? Doesn't have
Who's this
7.
person whispering in Apollo's ear? Has he got a hookah?
He's got a liar.
A liar?
Yeah.
Oh no, Apollo's holding a harp,
Oh, it's a harp.
and the other guy has got some. He's like maybe smashing something into a cup or something.
Yeah.
Type in. Okay. So I want to connect Apollo to Mithras and do some comparative mythology here. Because remember we saw Mithras with the 7 rays, right? Type in Apollo Mithras. That's an old, right there. Naked Apollo Mithras, that's the one. That one, this statue right here, actually has inscribed in it. Now there's more than 7 rays, I get it.
12
But it's a
rays.
solar halo on a god who's called. It's inscribed on there. I think it's on the back of it. Mithras Apollo. Yeah, so they're equating them the same god. So there is a connection there with that painting with Mithras. It is a kind of a jump. I'm doing like the meme where the guy's connecting the dots right now. You know the guy from That's Sunday.
Yeah.
That's Always Sunny.
That's always sunny in
You know
Philadelphia.
that meme where he's connecting the dots?
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
kind of doing
One of
that
my
right now. But just to show you that Mithras and Apollo are both solar deities with solar rays. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so that painting, just like with the Statue of Liberty, holding the torch with the 7 rays, it represents liberty. Dionysus and Apollo are these 2 gods, but as Nietzsche points out, they're sort of like a contrast of each other. But they both are like, and I think we want to finish that song up because Apollo comes in that song
Let's
too.
go back to the song.
Apollo comes in that song too.
No. You closed it. God damn it. Boom.
Yeah.
Go like halfway through.
A little before that though. Right there. Yes.
The sanction of God.
Jove is Jupiter.
Jove.
That's the name for Jupiter.
may our club flourish,
May our club flourish.
Only the sons of Ananias and wine.
All right. Venus is Lucifer. Venus is called Lucifer in Latin. Okay. So you have, and Bacchus is also called the phosphorus light bringer. That is a Luciferian ode right there. So it's actually arguably that there are this Illuminati New World Order of liberalism, the American Revolution, the French Revolution.
So that fat lady is the devil.
It's Luciferian. That's the point about the last episode. Who are the bad guys? Is it Luciferians or is it the church? Right. Depends on how you see it. Right. So they do have a point. Christians do have a point when they say that Illuminati, New World Order, Freemasonry is Luciferian. You're right, it is Luciferian because it's enlightened ones. Illuminati, it's Lucifer. The Enlightenment is Luciferian. Okay, so the American Revolution. This brings you to the Star Spangled Banner. How do we get from that to the Star Spangled Banner?
Right. How did we get to that?
In 1815, so 40 plus 50 years later, Francis Key Scott is in, I forgot what city he's in, but he's watching the Americans getting destroyed by the English, by the British Royal Navy. There it is. Francis Key Scott witnessed the bombardment of Fort McHenry by the British Royal Navy during the Battle of Baltimore. So somewhere along this adventure that he's in, they're all listening to this song and drinking. They're all listening to the Anacreontic song.
Right.
That's how you know there's a bunch of Freemasons around. How do they even know this song exists? How do they even know this song? And they're playing this song and they're listening to it and they're all drinking. They're all trying to keep their spirits up.
Right.
And Francis Q. Scott writes new lyrics to this song about this day, about the bombs, bombarding. He changes the lyrics, but he keeps the song because he wants to keep that spirit, that Bacchic spirit, while changing the song and Americanizing it. So now you have the Star Spangled Banner, which is our national anthem. Bacchic, Dionysian, Luciferian roots, nothing to do with Christianity. It's the opposite. Wow. Isn't that crazy?
That is fucking
Our
crazy.
Star Spangled Banner that all these Christian nationalists love. They take their head up, they put their hand on their heart, and they sing it. They don't even realize they're singing an ode to Dionysus and Lucifer.
That's funny. It's an ode to the fucking devil.
It is. And then he even says, with my fiddle and flute in the song, it's one of the lyrics. That's Pan, the devil, with the horns and the shaggy legs playing the flute. That's the imagery of Pan shows up in that song. Yes, I definitely pull that up. Pan, fiddle, flute. That's the flute that he uses. Keep going. I think it was right there. Oh, where's Pan?
Google's blocking it.
Google sucks. Put God Pan. God Pan.
God Pan.
Yeah. There he is. There's Pan. There he is. So that's part of the lyrics of the song. The jolly old Grecian with his fiddle and flute. That's Pan, baby. That's the devil. So they're singing this song that we all love for our beloved country that's all about freedom and liberty and reason. That's the old Greek ways. That's the old Dionysian ways. And then the Anacreontic Society was a secret society that focused on like liberalism, freedom of expression, Dionysus and Aphrodite, sexuality, all that stuff.
So is that Pan on the left right there?
There's Pan on the left.
The cloven feet?
Yeah.
And the fucking horns?
He's teaching the kid how to play that's the devil. That's a Roman statue right there during the Roman Republic.
That's so fucking crazy, dude.
It gets dark. In fact, Anacreon,
Well, it's only dark because the church made it dark.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly. Because church morality sort of changed the way people see the world.
Mm-hmm.
But that's what these people are trying to go back to. They're trying to go back to freedom, trying to go back to liberty. The word liberty comes from liber. Liber pater is Dionysus. That's his name in Latin. Just to show people what I mean by that, type in Liber Pater. Watch where it comes up. Liber Pater. There it is. Liber. Look at this.
Ancient Roman religion and mythology, Liber, the free one, also known as Liber Pater, the free father, was a god of viticulture and wine, male fertility and freedom. He was the patron deity of Rome's plebeian, and was part of their Eventide Triad, his festival of Liberalia. Became associated with free speech and the rights attached to the coming age. His cult and functions were increasingly associated with Romanized forms of Greek Dionysus Bacchus, whose mythology came to share.
That's our God that we worship in America. That's the God of the New World Order, which is French Revolution, American Revolution, the end of the Bavarian Illuminati. People kind of downplay their. We always talk about the French Revolution, the American Revolution, and then like Bavarian Illuminati kind of failed. No, they didn't. The Holy Roman Empire was disbanded in 1806. So whatever they were doing over there, whatever treatises they were writing, books they were writing, literature they were putting out, was changing people's minds to the fact that the Holy Roman Empire falls in 1806. England's control over the New World falls in 1776. The French Revolution. What was the end of the French Revolution? I don't know that, but it's right around the same time. You have these big revolutions happening. Look that up. French Revolution, 1848.
Right.
So within a 50-year span, you have these major revolutions happening, and as a result, the old Holy Roman Order, Church, Vatican control done. And now we have a common law, which is called Napoleonic law. Napoleon puts his name on it. And I want to show you the end, the stamp when we meet finally over, when the liberals win and the Roman, the Holy Roman Church loses. I gave you an image. I saw it. This one is actually in the email. Okay. And this just tells you everything you need to know about what happened with Napoleon. Yeah, Napoleon, who's allied with the United States, he's allied with the Freemasons, right? I think it's the last one on the bottom. Yes. Can you make that as big as possible for us?
Right there, Steve. He's new to Mac. He doesn't understand.
Yeah. Nero and Caligula. This is a coat of arms of Napoleon. So you have, by the way, I've heard people say that the two-headed Janus is Napoleon and Tom Jefferson.
Really?
That's what I've heard people say.
What is that fucking demon coming out of the top?
It actually looks like them. You know how Napoleon looks like? Look at the one on the right facing Europe. That's Napoleon. The one on the left facing the New World, Thomas Jefferson. So that's the New World Order, right? Now the Pope is down on the bottom on his hands and knees, basically holding up. And so there's images there. Those images are the battles they won. Those two cross and bones are as the fall of the Holy Roman Empire and the fall of England's control over the seas. So, the fall of the French kingdom. That's not it. They don't care about England here. So you have the fall of the Holy Roman Empire and the fall of the French kingdom in return for Napoleon.
Steve, blow it up. And why is the Pope on his hands and knees with this thing on his back?
They defeated the Pope. They defeated the church. The end of the church. Now, why Caligula and Nero? Why them?
Right.
Those are the two beasts from Revelation. Nero is 666.
Caligula. Wait.
Yes. They're who? The two beasts from Revelation are Caligula and Nero.
Really?
It's a middle finger to the Christians saying, we won, you lost. The beast won. Now, I can prove this to you.
What is the demon head coming out of the top of Jefferson's and Napoleon's head?
I don't know what that is.
Punching on that in the very, very top?
I don't have no idea what that is, to be honest. I have no idea. I don't even want to know. Because I don't want to. It looks like something I'm like getting in trouble if I talk about.
And Caligula is 666?
No, Nero is the second beast in Revelation. If we go to Revelation, should we do it? You want to go to Revelation?
Let's go to
Revelation. Go to Revelation 666. Type that in. Revelation verse 666. All right, click on NIV. I like the NIV. All right, you can just go down. Oh yeah. So the dragon stood on the shore, and I saw a beast coming out of the sea, It had 10 horns and 7 heads, 7 hills of Rome, with 10 crowns on its horns, and each of the blasphemous name. And I saw the beast resembled a leopard, but had feet like those of a bear. The dragon gave this beast power and great authority. One of the heads of the beast seemed to have fatal wound. The fatal wound had been healed. The whole world was filled with wonder and followed the beast. People worshipped the dragon because he had given it authority. This is where it gets. Okay, here's how I know it's Caligula, the first beast.
Okay.
We're not in the second beast yet.
Okay.
It says on verse 5, the beast was given the mouth to utter proud words and blasphemies and to exercise its authority for 42 months. That's very specific. Guess what Caligula ruled for? 42 months. And guess what he did while he was emperor? He persecuted the shit out of the Jews. Went over there and made them basically worship his image, forced them against their will. He was a horrible emperor to Jews. Mm-hmm. Now, the second beast, go down. The beast out of the earth. Then I saw a second beast coming out of the earth. It had 10 horns like a lamb, but it spoke like a dragon. Now go down to the last part of this verse. This calls out for wisdom. Let the person who has insight calculate the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man. The number is 666. Now, type in Nero Gematria. Gematria.
How do we know 666?
Image. Go to image. Yeah. Preterists, theologians typically support the origin of the 666. Now, just go to images. Forget about preterists. I'm going to prove it to you right now. Click on the first link.
Punch in.
Every letter in Hebrew has a numerical value.
Right. We talked about this last time. Yeah.
If you add up Nero Kaiser in Hebrew and add it up, it's 666. It's him. Now, guess what? Now, you might say, maybe it's a coincidence. In the Latin Bibles, the name Nero Kaiser is spelled differently. But when you equate that, it becomes 616. In the Latin Bibles, it actually says 616. So it's impossible for anyone else to fit that. It would be 1 out of a gazillion chance. And then for it to fit the narrative, 7 heads and all that, it's Caligula and Nero. So go back to that coat of arms now. So now we know what the hell they're trying to depict here. The Pope is dead on the ground. I don't know if he's dead or not. He's on his hands and knees.
Yes.
That's an unholy sight right there.
Right.
You got the 2 beasts from Revelation, the 2 worst people. Caligula was the worst to the Jews. Nero sacked the Jerusalem temple. These are the 2 worst emperors in history. They're the 2 beasts from Revelation. And then you have them bragging about everyone they defeated in the middle. All the wins. Look. See on the top where it says Jaffa, it's very blurry, but what you're seeing on the top middle says Jaffa, and it's Napoleon and his army blasting away a bunch of people at Jaffa because he had won a battle there. Napoleon is bragging that this world, and the last thing I got to show you guys this, you got to see this. Look up the painting of Napoleon being anointed. This is the end of the church in control of the world. It's the new start of what the world we live in today, which is the world of constitutional republics. This is the world that you and I inhabit today. It's thanks to Napoleon and George Washington and the Freemasons. This is what. All right, These are all amazing paintings. By the way, go to the first one, Coronation of Napoleon. Let's take a look at that and zoom in on this baby. And this is so iconic.
Zoom in a little more.
This is such a turning point in history. What you're seeing here. Wow. Can you zoom in? There we go. That's what I want to see. Now look at that. Now look what's happening here.
Where's Napoleon?
He's holding the crown.
Okay. Who's he putting the crown on?
Himself.
Okay.
He's crowning himself. He's the new emperor. And he even calls himself the emperor. But he ends the Holy Roman Empire. Done. There's no more Holy Roman Empire. Now England already lost the New World, and that's already a constitutional republic. He sets up the same system that George Washington sets up in Europe. It becomes common law. Even today, as we speak, the Napoleonic Codex is still the law of the land. He's the last great Caesar, Augustus, Alexander. He's the last of them. He's the last. We're in his world right now. Nobody has come along and undone what he's did. We are still George Washington and Napoleon are the two. That's why they're the two heads. We live in their world right now. the world that they
I thought
designed.
it was Napoleon Thomas Jefferson in that thing.
Thomas Jefferson.
Right.
But George Washington being the first president, I just said that.
Yes, right.
Yeah, you're right. Thomas Jefferson is probably the most important out of all.
So he crushed the church. And who are these people with the Pope hats on?
That's all the bishops and cardinals. Now, think about this. In the painting, it makes them all look like they're enjoying themselves, but they're not.
They don't look like they're enjoying themselves.
They just realize their world is over. It's the apocalypse. They do not want Napoleon. Let's check out a different one.
These guys look sad.
Yeah, that's probably what the painter was trying to do. Look at the Pope's face. He's like, fuck. He's like, I just lost. He's lucky that Napoleon let them all live.
This is the fork in the road where we're being ruled by religion versus being ruled by law.
Yes. Go up. The one right there on the right there with that one. That's him being anointed. You know what anointed means, right? In Greek? Christ.
I do know what it means to be Christed.
He's Christing. He's being Christed. Napoleon is the Christ.
You know that a little bit more? Can you punch in a little bit more with your pad?
No, I'm at the.
You're at the limit.
I can.
Oh, that's a good one. That's perfect. That's Napoleon being Christed by the Pope.
So what is in that little jar?
It's holy oil. Might be. You never know. It's got a little cross on it, like poison cross. That's Napoleon he's the last Christ that ever lived. Now, and there's one more conspiracy there about Napoleon. Type in Napoleon Apollo. Napoleon is Apollo. Type that in.
Napoleon is Apollo.
Yeah, they thought he was Apollo. It's all coming back full circle. Go to images. I wonder if I can find this. There's a conspiracy theory. There's a conspiracy theory about Napoleon being Apollo.
It's a 3-in-1 smoker.
Oh, is that the painting right there of Napoleon? That's it. There's a painting of Napoleon as Apollo. There it is. I don't know why it says Granger on it. Thanks, Granger.com for being.
They're making you buy the image. They put a watermark.
Yeah, so that's a famous painting from what year is that? 1853. And there's Napoleon as Apollo with the crown, with the wreath on his head. They deified him. Wow. And there was even some people who said that his name, Apollo, Napoleon. So they're saying they put an N in front of Apollo, you get Napoleon. That was it's not real, but people conspiracy. There's conspiracies around during this time period. People saying he was named Apollo, all just with an N in front of it. Napollo, the other.
No shit.
Yeah,
that's fucking wild.
So what we're seeing is between the American Revolution, and as we pointed out, you got Thomas Paine, who thinks that Jesus is an allegory of the sun. He's a mythicist. He doesn't even believe the Bible's true at all. He's just all made up.
Paine doesn't.
Paine completely disses Christianity.
Yes.
He's the philosopher behind the whole American Revolution.
And how was that perceived by the rest of the population? Like, what do people think about that? I mean,
Thomas Paine was hated by the Christians. Hated. I mean, burned his books in England.
I mean, what did people like the other founding fathers think of him for that?
They all wrote about him as the greatest philosopher of their time period.
Is it true that when he
Why do you
died,
think we still know about him?
No one went to his funeral, like no one liked him anymore?
Because it was mostly Christians that populated the world. That's why these founding fathers had to play the Christian game a little bit. They couldn't just totally diss Christianity. Like Jefferson made his Jefferson Bible. Jesus was great. Was a great philosopher. George Washington basically just kept his mouth shut on the whole topic. Never praised Christianity. Didn't diss it either. Completely stayed neutral on it. Doesn't say shit about it.
Right.
It says he's an Anglican, but he's an Anglican in the same way I'm a Catholic. I was born Catholic. I got confirmed. My name's probably in some database somewhere, but I'm not really a Catholic.
Right.
I'm not going to church.
Right.
That's how he was. There's no evidence of him being like proud to be an Anglican. He just was born into Anglican. Right. By the way, the Anglican Church is the Church of England. So why the hell would he be an Anglican? It's just nonsense. Okay, but so the point I'm getting at here is you have the roots of the roots of the West, I would say, is actually not Christianity and Judaism. It's actually Greco-Roman, Bacchic, Dionysian, Republican, Democratic worldview. And those are the things that these people, from the French Revolution to the revolution in Germany to get rid of the Holy Roman Empire, to the revolution in America all of them sort of seeking to go back to that way of life, also updated a little bit too. And the idea that this is a Christian nation, that we need to have Christian nationalism, like Nick Fuentes is pushing, is not historically accurate. It's actually the opposite. If anything, it's the opposite. I'm not saying it's definitely the opposite, but if anything, it's not the Christian way. If anything, it's the opposite.
Right.
And I mean, the history proves it. Napoleon was against the church. He dissed the church. He made the Pope anoint him against his will. He conquered all of Italy's lands. He conquered Sardinia. He conquered Sicily. He conquered North Africa. He conquered Israel. The Americans, basically, like we mentioned Thomas Paine, Thomas Jefferson. I got this last quote that I want to show you about the, what's his name? Last quote. This is like, he just bluntly says, this is from James Madison. We haven't talked about him yet, where he says that religion and government will both exist in greater purity the less they are mixed together. The purpose of separation of church and state is to keep forever from the shores the ceaseless strife that has soaked the soil of Europe in blood for centuries. Like, he's basically saying, Europe for the last 10 centuries, we need to end that. And that's not the way we want to go forward. Which is, if you think about it, that's basically what's led to today. Civil rights movements, people wanting to be free. That's sort of the new God that we're under, which is Dionysus, if you think about it.
Yeah.
The freedom God.
Well, we've invented, it's like in our world now, everything is so good in America. Life is so easy here. We've invented new religions. And people treat the Democratic Party and the Republican Party as their religion.
Yeah.
Or woke religions. We found new hills to die on. It's not religious anymore because we made a new religion, essentially.
Yeah.
New shit to fight over.
Yeah, and even on the top of the DC building, there's Minerva. That's a Roman goddess of law and order and justice. There she is right there. Statue of Freedom. But that's Minerva. That's the old Roman goddess Minerva from the ancient Romans with the helmet and the sword. That's how she was always depicted. And so we're under the world order that we're under right now is a world. Well, I guess American and European world order is a liberty world. And even both sides of our political spectrum love liberty. Conservatives love liberty; they love freedom of speech. So do liberals. So the new duality, there is no more you have creeping in now this new sort of Christian nationalist sort of creeping back in and trying to take over the right wing a little bit. You see that? You know what I'm talking about? But a lot of conservatives, a lot of libertarians aren't buying that.
I feel like the whole is even if you look at Trump, he's not a really religious guy. He's never been religious.
No.
But he has to kind of blow that dog whistle a little bit because he's in that camp. He wants the religious people. The religious people are for the most part supporting Trump, right? So he's got to throw him a bone every now and again.
He's playing the game like the founding fathers did,
right?
Because he's like, these people are Christian, so I got to kind of play their game a little bit.
Yes, exactly. And the Thomas Paine thing is super interesting. Reading his book about the Age of Reason. Like I told you, the quote out of that book that I love the most, where he was saying, "It's only by the exercise of reason that man can come to discover God." And he's like, take away that reason, and he would be incapable of understanding anything. And it makes sense the way he elucidates it, where he's saying someone cannot, you don't come from nothing. Everything comes from something. Any reasonable person can understand that one thing comes from something else. But where did the first thing come from? Right? Where did the first man come from? Reasonably, we can't fill in that blank. So we fill in the gap with God.
Right. God of the gaps.
Because we have to be able to understand the way the universe works some way. Right?
That's exactly what Thomas Paine was saying in the Age of Reason.
Yes.
He's laying out, he's like, we've always believed that the gods were in control of the rain, or they're in control of the tsunamis and the floods.
Right.
And then we figured out what was really happening. There's a science behind it. There's a cause and effect. And then we said, okay, well, God's behind the other things, like the sun, or why does the earth move, or why are the stars moving? God's got to be that.
Right.
And it's moving into the gaps where you end up getting like wherever any mysteries we have, anything we can't figure out, that's God.
Right.
Which I don't have a problem with that.
Right.
And people have a right to believe in mysteries being divine.
Totally.
You know?
Totally. And then, the other great thing that he elucidates really well is that when you look at the Old Testament, he compares it to like anybody explaining, like in a court of law, for example. If I go into a courtroom and I give testimony based on an anonymous source, saying I got this evidence from somebody who's anonymous, that would never hold up in a court of law. Not even in real life. If I told you something I heard something from somebody who's anonymous, like you could believe it if you chose to, but you have no reason to believe what I'm saying.
Right. And that's what
add a whole nother layer onto it. Now I'm telling you, not only is the source anonymous, but the fucking sun stood still, or this person spoke face to face with God. Right. Now you're just taking it to a point where it's completely ridiculous.
Yeah.
And that's what he says the Bible is comprised of. It's comprised of these stories who were composed, but we don't know who the authors were. And the explanations they're getting them are from anonymous sources.
Right.
And they're ridiculous claims.
Yep. He points out that Matthew, Mark, and Luke, and John, we don't even know if those are the real names. He's one of the people who put that together.
Yeah.
And he also points out that a lot of the stuff that we find in the Bible seems to also be drawing from other pagan myths.
Yes.
He points that out as well. And as you said, the sources for the claims, a big example is Paul. Paul's epistle, Corinthians is a big one. In Corinthians, Paul says that Jesus returned to 500 people. And first he appeared to Cephas, then he appeared to James, then he appeared to 500 people. And Paul never was there. Paul doesn't even name who the 500 people were.
Right.
So it's not even a primary source. It's not even a secondary source. It's kind of a third-hand source. 500 people will say this too. Christian apologists will say, we have 500 eyewitnesses that saw Jesus. Who are they? What are their names? What's their testimony? No, you have one text that says they heard from a rumor. They heard a rumor that 500 people saw him. That's not 500 individual testimonies. That's one third-hand source.
That was written down for the first time how many years after it allegedly happened?
Probably a decade after.
10 years.
Paul wrote it within a decade. Paul wrote pretty early.
Okay.
So Paul's letters, I think it's like
40-something?
40-something. Yeah, Paul wrote it about 10 years later. Yeah. Paul, maybe 20. I don't know. Paul, you have to give that credit. Yeah, Paul wrote his letter pretty early. But you're telling me that 500 people saw a risen Jesus and they didn't write anything down. And only Paul wrote it down. Mm-hmm. Nobody says anything. Nobody says, I saw a miracle today. My name is this place. I live in this city. Boom, write that out there. Right. Nobody else. It doesn't get to anyone. Only Paul is the only one that knows this. Mm-hmm. Sorry.
And I think you pointed out on the first podcast that we did together that in the Old Testament, the books of Noah were written allegedly like 800 to 900 years after he died. The first writings of
even later than that. Because Noah, supposedly, let's say Noah lived, and we do the math, you would end up, so this is how we do the math. You can look in Luke's genealogy, you can look in Matthew's genealogy, and you can do the math between all the sons and fathers, and go all the way back to Noah.
Yes.
You would end up plus or minus 50 years, because some of them are like, we don't really know exactly when they died. We're just going to give them 10 to 20 years gap, right? You can give or take some. You end up around 2500 BCE for Noah. I think that's what it is. Yeah, 2000 BCE for Noah. Give or take some. But like, you can even go, just to give it, when did Noah live? You can pick that up. It's great. But like,
Noah when?
Truth, yes. So I was going to say, I'm in the middle. Like, give or take some. We don't know exactly when, but at the latest, it's going to be 3,000. At the shortest, and that's if we're doing all the math about who the fathers of Josiah, Hezekiah, all the people in Jesus' genealogy going back to Noah.
Right.
You end up somewhere between there. Okay. Mm-hmm. So
3,000.
So the story of Noah. So let's go with the latest, or let's go with the earliest. Let's go with 1998 BC. Let's say Noah died 1998 BCE. Mm-hmm. Okay, so that means the story of Noah doesn't show up in literature until 300 BC.
The first
Time
writing,
Noah is the first time
300.
Noah shows up in anyone's sources is 300 BC. That's over 1,000 years plus.
1,600 years.
1,600 years have gone by, and nobody mentions Noah ever.
That's pretty suspect.
Now you do have other flood stories before Noah.
Yeah.
You have Ushnapishtim, you have Deucalion, you have Epic of Gilgamesh.
Yeah.
But those don't mention Noah. Those are other guys doing flood stuff. Noah
Flood stuff.
Yeah, Noah shows up. Noah shows up in the primary sources around 300
Right.
BC. Like he points out, 1,600 years have gone by. That's why you said 900. I said it's more than that. 1,600, and that's if you give them the latest date. It might even be more than that. If I said 2,500, we're looking at 2,000 years before Noah shows up in history. It's made up. It's made up mythology. Let's just be real here.
Yeah.
You know, I know it gives a lot of people comfort to think that we have it all figured out. Religion's always been correct, but it's just not true. I'm not even an atheist. I'm just saying that this one isn't true, but I don't know what the truth is. I'm leaving it open. I think that's the best way. I think it's the best way to approach it.
And he also said that he thinks the book of Job is the one book that doesn't belong in the biblical canon.
Who said that?
Thomas Paine.
Oh,
he said the book of Job.
I can see why he said that.
He said it stands totally disconnected from the other books.
It does, because it doesn't mention Abraham or Noah or Jacob or 12 tribes. It doesn't even mention Israel.
And it mentions like astronomical names.
Yeah, and it has
there's no
zodiac
evidence,
figures in it.
and there's no evidence that the Jews knew anything about this stuff.
Well, they do eventually, but I think I know what he means. I think I know what he means. Yeah.
He said they had no knowledge of astronomy at the time it was written.
Yes. So he's saying when Job was supposedly written, they wouldn't have had that information yet. It would have been centuries later. So yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. Yeah, Job is a weird book. It does stand in its own category.
Yeah, that's wild shit.
It doesn't even happen in Israel. It happens in the land of Uz. No one even knows U-Z. No one even knows where that is. He never mentions the 12 tribes. Doesn't mention Jerusalem. Doesn't mention Jacob or Noah or Moses or the laws or the Torah. It's just randomly by itself. Look at location mentioned in the Old Testament prominently in the book of there is a man in the land of Uz. It is mentioned. It is most often theorized that the land of Uz. So they don't really know for sure.
Right.
They're just kind of guessing. But yeah, so the founding. I just want to. I think if there's anything I'm really trying to like drive home is that these revolutions that happened between the end of the 18th century through the middle of the 19th century, with American Revolution, French Revolution, and so forth, are driven not by Judeo-Christian ethics, but the opposite of that. The actual rejection of those things. And that's what our Constitution is kind of built on. It's kind of built on the ethics that are opposing Judeo-Christianity and looking and sort of drawing from the old Roman Republic of the pagan culture.
Right.
The Dionysian Apollonian culture.
Yeah. And out of all the planets that are able to inhabit life in our solar system, our planet is the one that Jesus came to.
I know, right? No, but seriously though, it is a little speck of blue-green in the middle of nowhere. And there's just like things that can contemplate things here or like move at their own will. It's so trippy. It's more trippy or more mind-blowing than anything in the Bible. The whole idea of life emerging from non-life and then evolution occurring, that's way crazier than some guy died and came back to life. Way crazier.
Yeah.
And it's like, I always wonder what's going to... So this is some of the stuff I've been thinking about lately. It's like, this Earth is not going to be eternal. Like, the sun's going to get to a point where it's going to, like, expand.
Oh, yeah. It'll have a solar burp, and we'll be gone.
Exactly. And if we don't get off before that, if humans don't figure out a way to get off the planet at some point and, like, become, like, I don't know, have, like, a floating... life, I don't know. What would you even call it? Like a dome floating around in space with its own way of like having plants and atmosphere and oxygen.
Terraform.
It's a terraform generation ship.
Yeah, like a terraform ship. That's what I'm thinking of.
Yeah.
If we don't figure out
like
that,
an interstellar.
if we don't figure out that, it's over.
Yeah, or
It's a waste of time. The whole entire project of the Earth was a waste of time.
or we could just go underwater, under the oceans.
You think we would survive that way?
Yeah, we could survive under the oceans.
And then what? You just
Look how old there's sharks that are fucking ancient.
That's you're smart. You're thinking about it. There are species that did survive the apocalypse. If you want to call it that.
Yes,
And
absolutely.
maybe if we copied what they did, we'd survive
Alligators,
too.
crocodiles, they're dinosaurs.
I wonder if there's like elites that have built underwater places where they can like go if something ever happens.
For sure.
Because you have Denver, Colorado, with the underground tunnels down there.
Yeah.
And that's where like the president's going to go if anything like that.
Yeah, there's the one in Virginia too.
But I wonder if there's any underwater ones in the ocean somewhere.
There has to be, bro.
There has to be.
Yeah. I think that's
Probably some UN leaders that had that shit.
if there's future humans here on Earth, they're probably hiding under the oceans.
Think so? That's what Robert Secker thinks. Robert Secker thinks that there's underground white people.
Tall whites.
Tall Nordics that are underground somewhere.
Yeah. Well, that's what a lot of the abduction. There's like thousands of these alien abduction accounts that have been written about and studied over the years, and a lot of them they talk about these like Nordic-looking humans being on these crafts, like talking to them and shit.
I wonder why. Nordic. Maybe it's just like I don't know.
It says they have these accounts recall them having long white hair and then being tall and like light.
It kind of reminds me of the Graham Hancock, the
Yeah.
people, the South Americans that.
Yes.
Yeah. So maybe they saw an alien.
Very possible. I mean, look, if they're time traveling back to us, we're probably just a blip on the timeline. They can go way fucking back, right?
Right.
They can go back really far. That's what Giorgiani said. Giorgiani said that he thinks that some of the, I think this is what he said. I might be fucking this up a little bit. But I think he said that some of the shit we see in our past, like the Great Pyramids, could be future humans going back and doing that shit. To basically like leave a trace that like give us a hint that like something's not right. Like something.
You think so?
I think that's
I feel like you could do better than that though. Than like build some sort of megalithic structure. I feel like you could do better than that. But why not leave like a technology behind that nobody can figure out?
Because it's probably a puzzle that we have to put together with our reason.
You think it'd be too much to leave like some sort of like space chip or something like you can like press a button and it turns on like a
Yeah, but it wouldn't survive nature.
yeah rust
The only shit that survives thousands of years is giant stone structures.
But that means that they're not that advanced. They're not that advanced that they can leave something behind that can stay through the elements. And they had to have some limits on that.
Yeah, but like
what I'm saying is you're still saying you're possible.
Mhm.
But if that's all their options are is to build a megalithic structure and hope that we find it, that kind of says something about them. In a little bit.
Yeah, well, there's these megalithic structures that there's no reasonable explanation as to how they were created.
Yes.
Look at Thomas Paine's eight. You can describe people are filling the gaps with fucking aliens, right? They're trying to
Like go back to Tepe,
they're
we're
trying
trying to
to
figure it out really.
ET the gaps with reason for how this was fucking created. There's like over 2
It's either
million
aliens or
blocks.
God. Can't be anything else.
Right, aliens or God, or an advanced or advanced humans.
Or advanced humans.
And there's an idea that the human timeline is not linear. That like we advanced. Either there's this long timeline of thousands of years, and somehow
The Ice Age?
around 1800 or when was the
Last Ice Age? 10,000
yeah
BC.
the last place
12,000 BC.
12,800 BC. Around there was some sort of cataclysm that basically wiped out humanity, and we had to reset us back to the Stone Age. So we evolved so much and created all this crazy technology. That's how we built the pyramids. We had a crazy different understanding of the world and physics and math, everything. We got wiped out, and now we had to restart. Now we don't understand how this was made because or Giorgiani thinks in the future they took their time machine, went way back into the past, and built this shit to confuse us.
It's all mind blowing because if you think about it, to sort of go with that for a second, the timeline of history sort of does start around 10,000 BC.
Yeah,
That's when you started seeing like structures that are built with designers that can like withstand time,
Yeah.
and not just arrows for hunting, but like Göbekli Tepe. Not just Göbekli Tepe, Jericho. The city of Jericho was built around 10,000 BC. The palace at Knossos, Crete. There's a bottom layer at Knossos, Crete, where there was some sort of building structure there around 10,000 BC also. And then you have around 7,000 BC or 6,000 BC, there's a giant palace there on top of it. So somewhere between 10,000 BC and 6,000 BC, which is the end of the Stone Age up until the Copper Age, you do start to see civilization start getting faster and faster and better and better and better. All of a sudden, they know how to use copper metal. It's pretty damn fast. But before that, before 10,000 BC, they're just, I'm just using the scholarship what the consensus is. They're just hunter-gatherers for like hundreds of thousands of years. And then all of a sudden, they explode in technology with just the last speck of time. Something happened. And Terence McKenna is probably the most, out of all the wild theories that are
Stone Date theory.
Yeah, that's the one that I think makes the most sense.
I think so too.
Because it's like, what if humanoids or humans or whatever, Homo sapiens, started eating mushrooms because they couldn't find anything else to eat. And they started tripping balls and thinking about space and thinking about math, thinking about random shit. And then they started thinking about writing down symbols. And all of a sudden you have writing, hieroglyphs. That's what makes sense to me.
Dude, I had this dude in here after the first time he came on here. I had a guy come in a couple weeks after who he goes to all the ancient Indian temples all around India. This guy lives in India, born and raised in India. And we started talking about all the Hindu religions and all like the history of all this stuff. And he was blowing my fucking mind. He was explaining that there's a monkey. Do you remember the name of the monkey?
I saw this part.
Where he's talking about this monkey, they eat these fucking mushrooms. And these monkeys are like the most evolved primates in all of India.
We need to do a case study on this. We need to bring this to the forefront because Terence McKenna might be right. I had a biologist. I think she has a PhD now. She didn't yet when I talked to her, but she's really smart. Guts Gibby, actually. She has a YouTube channel. I threw this at her. What do you think about this theory? She's not sold by it, but she was like, it's not impossible that Terence McKenna could be right. She's like, we just don't know. We just can't really tell. There's no way of testing it.
Right.
But like, it is true, and this is what she was saying to me. It is true that right around this time, 10,000 BCE, human intellect just explodes. And then all of a sudden, within the next 10,000, from 10,000 BC to the Common Era, you're seeing a straight uptick in human intellect, like never been before. It's like a line like this that just goes up,
right?
Like just straight uptick in human intellect for the next thousands of years. But like those 10,000 years is a speck. It's nothing compared to the hundreds of millions of years that Earth has been here, and humanoids have been around.
It's nothing. Steve, pull up that temple that Praveen was showing us. The temple in India that's carved out of the side of a fucking mountain. And it's all one stone. It's insane, dude. There's this megalithic temple, this giant temple carved out of, I think it's not granite, but it's volcanic, some sort of volcanic rock. And it's this beautiful, this is it right here. Yeah, Kalish. Go to images.
It'll tell you what it's made of.
Oh yeah,
it's the largest of the rock-cut temples at the Ellora Caves in
India. That's all carved in.
It's carved out of one rock. They literally they excavated it. So like they cut out all the negative space. It's not built like something we built.
So
today.
they would have to find one giant rock to do this.
Yeah, exactly.
How do they know it's all one giant rock?
It's a mountain made out of stone.
Yeah, but what if the stone had like different? What if it had like a crack in it somewhere?
Dude, how do you plan this?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I don't understand. This is mind-blowing. What if there was a crack in it somewhere? How did they know that the whole thing was solid?
Right, exactly.
Then they would have wasted all their time. Imagine if they're digging down there and they're doing a good job. That whole top part they do. Then all of a sudden they get to that bottom part and it's cracked.
Or there's like a cavity.
Yeah, there's a huge hole there. You're right. They had to have known that this thing was one.
Find some of the images from the lower angle where it shows all the bridges and shit that are there. Yeah, that one on the right. No, that's beautiful. No, close that. Okay. Go down. Right there. Yeah, that one's good.
What, this one?
Yeah, that one should be good.
Yeah, that's nice.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Look at it. So look how small the people are. Look at that.
Oh my God, that's huge.
3 stories at least.
And then it's very similar in style to Egyptian.
Yeah.
It's very. You can. There's a lot of people who have pointed out that Egyptians and Indians have been in contact for longer than we think.
Yeah.
They weren't separated for that long.
In the Bhagavad Gita, I made this connection when I was preparing for this podcast. I was reading the whole story about how is it Krishna?
Krishna.
Puts a fucking drug in his eyes,
Arjun,
to make him see
his final form. His universal
I
form.
fucking saw that.
I
was
that.
like, oh
it's the
my god.
It's the soma. That's what it is. It's the equivalent of the Greek kukion. It's a psychedelic drink. And yeah.
But it says they literally put it in his eyes so that he can see.
So he can see. Isn't that awesome?
Dude, that's incredible.
They were saying that the Indo-European word gehu, which means to like pour or libate, is where we get the word God from. The English word for God comes from an Indo-European word that's also cognate with kaikion and soma and haoma. So drugs, the ancient word for drugs, the ancient drugs, I should say, are all cognate with each other, where it goes back to Indo-European word gehu. That word gehu is cognate with the word God in English. So it's like, I can actually show you this. If you look up Indo-European vocabulary,
look at all those fucking elephants, dude.
It's amazing, dude. It's amazing. And by the way, the Indians are Indo-Europeans, their language.
And I think the Islamists came in and tried to destroy all this stuff.
They did. Indo-European vocabulary. Yeah, right there. All right. Now, can you do a word search for? Do a word search. No. That I know it's in that one. That's why. That's why I said
the wiki.
Yeah. Okay. So if you do a word search, type in the word libate, Libate. All right. See, look at this. Okay, this is gonna be crazy.
To pour or invoke.
Now look on the right. It's cognate with homa, the oblation of a Vedic ritual. That's the drug. Soma. That's what it's called. Or it's called homa.
What?
So the word God, if you go up just a little bit, so you can see the top where it says go up
English, God.
Yeah. So you see Indo-European gehu, English God, Latin, I don't know where fundu comes from, but these people know. And then Sanskrit, homa. So this drug,
what is homa?
That's the soma drink.
Oh.
That's the drink that makes you see the gods. So our word for God has a cognate with the drugs that Krishna is using.
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy?
It is crazy, dude.
So that the word God's connected to drugs.
Yes, I think it is. Dude, after literally falling down this rabbit hole with you and Aman like a couple months ago, it makes what makes the most sense to me. The easiest way for me to understand this is that these ancient people were taking
you see the God. So our word for God has a cognate with the drug. English God, Latin, I don't know where fundu comes from, but these people know. And then Sanskrit, homa. So this drug,
what is homa?
That's the soma drink.
Oh.
That's the drink that makes you see the gods. So our word for God has a cognate with the drugs that Krishna is using.
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy?
It is crazy, dude.
So that the word God's connected to drugs.
Yes, I think it is. Dude, after literally falling down this rabbit hole with you and Aman like a couple months ago, it makes what makes the most sense to me. The easiest way for me to understand this is that these ancient people were taking drugs and it showed them the fucking fabric of the universe.
Yeah.
And they thought that was God.
Well, as I've mentioned many times before, I've had a lot of experience with DMT. And those experiences with DMT has me convinced that our religion comes from psychedelic experience.
Yeah.
So I don't know what happened, how they got away from that stuff. A lot of primary sources reflect it. You have sources of the Hebrew Levites smoking cannabis in the holy of holies, or hotboxing it, like lighting it on an altar, letting the whole thing get filled with smoke, and it's the aroma of God. You have the kaikion in Greece, drinking the wine mixed with the ergot.
Yeah.
You have the soma. You have the haoma in Persia. You have all these different types of psychedelics, and they're all connected to these major priesthoods. And you have the Eucharist in Christianity. And then all of a sudden, drugs are gone. So it's like
What was the theriac? That was like a bunch of snake venom.
the theriac was
Viper
was
venoms?
a Romans era drug mixed with venoms. Yeah, that's what Galen.
There was a ton of shit. Can you find the ingredients list?
I don't know if we know it all, but you can look it up. Yeah.
Type in the ingredients list for the theriac. I think it was like 12 different North African viper venoms.
Oh, they do know it. I didn't know they knew it. I thought it was a mystery.
Here we go. According to commentary on Exodus, Kitisa, Spanish scholar Moses Ben Nachman lists the ingredients of the theriac: leaven, honey, flesh of wild beasts and reptiles, dried scorpion, and viper. That was flesh of viper.
Dried scorpion. What the hell? And I know that dried scorpion is a psychedelic.
Oh, here
I found that out.
you got a bunch of roots.
Really?
I thought
Roots.
Amon said they had a bunch of
Roots. Wait a minute. Hold on. Stop right there. That's where you get DMT from extracting from roots.
Is it a specific root?
It's almost every root has some sort of DMT in it. Every single kind of root. So Mimosa hostilis root bark.
Cinnamon.
So Mimosa hostilis root bark and Acacia confusia root bark have the highest levels of DMT.
Right.
But it's said that every kind of root bark has some little bit of DMT in it. So those can all have DMT in it, just a little bit amounts of it.
Right. Didn't Amon also say there was like bodily fluids mixed in there?
Yeah. Fruits and seeds. Oh, by the way, you have to add what's called Syrian rue seeds to your acacia root bark to convert it from DMT to ayahuasca, because it's an MAO inhibitor.
Right.
So those seeds might be MAO inhibitors.
How did they figure that shit
I don't
out,
know.
dude?
But if I had to guess, that's what's going on. You have the seeds, you have the MAO inhibitors, you have the DMT roots, and you have all these other types of stuff mixing up with this, making this super magic potion to meet the gods with.
God, that's a ton of ingredients.
I know, it's nuts, dude.
That's
It's
more-
nuts.
I wonder
than
if anyone's tried to recreate it like in modern times.
I want to.
Like I want to see. I
I
want
want to do it when I come down here.
Yeah. I want like some sort of like pharmacologist chemist.
Yeah, I would need some help
to
to that.
try to do this shit and try to make it. I don't know if it'd be ethical. If you really took
It's
almonds,
easy to make DMT,
if you
though.
took almonds,
I
literally
know I can make DMT. It's super easy.
DMT super
It's
easy.
so easy to do. You just get acacia confusa root bark or mimosa hostilis root bark. It's legal because you can use it as dye, purple dye. Purple dye. I'm not kidding. You can use it as purple dye. I've done it before. Isn't that mind blowing? That's why I take almost seriously sometimes, because you can do it. He's right. You know what I mean? But so okay, you can use that purple dye and it's legal for that.
Yeah.
But if you don't use the purple dye, you can add it to hot boiled water,
Mm-hmm.
and you'll see the layers mix up together. You got to add caustic soda. You got to mix it up with caustic soda. Get real hot,
Mm-hmm.
and then the layers start to separate.
Mm-hmm.
Shake it up real good. Shake good. Probably let it sit for in a hot bath. Next day, add the naphtha. The naphtha's in the Bible too. Anyways, naphtha's in the Bible. So you add it with the naphtha. Then you see a thin layer on top that's clear, and a big thick purple layer on the bottom.
Mm.
You extract the thin clear layer with a pipette, something you extract it with.
Mm-hmm.
Get a little Pyrex. This is how easy it is. I'm almost done. You get a little Pyrex dish, a glass Pyrex dish, squirt the extraction in there, put it in the freezer overnight. The next day, when you take it out of the freezer, you'll see all the DMT crystals on the bottom.
Really?
Naphtha does not freeze. So you dump the naphtha out, put it back in your dish or whatever. You can reuse naphtha like 7 times. And then you dry out those crystals, and it's pure DMT. It's that easy.
You smoke it. It's the best way to do it.
Smoke it. You have to vaporize it.
Right.
So
You get fucking.
I just taught your audience how to make it.
You go to heaven for 9-10
I have.
minutes.
I have experiences that I won't even do justice to try to talk about it. It's only just it's just that it's life changing.
I told you about that.
Like you
dude
go
in
into
the
different
podcast.
places and come back. You literally are gone and come back.
I told you about that.
Especially if you close your eyes and do it.
Really?
I used to take a beanie, just put it over my eyes. Is that when your eyes are closed, you go into your head, and you just drift off into outer space. When your eyes are open, you're focusing on your environment, and then you're not focused on. You want to meditate. You want to be like sitting like this. That's why I just put a beanie over my head, and any distraction. I'll even put earplugs in, because any sounds from the outside will wake you up.
Interesting.
You want to be completely distracted from everything. And then whenever I would let someone do it, someone wanted to try it, I would give it to them, show them how to do it, and I would leave. I'm going to go leave for 10 minutes. I'm going to leave you by yourself. I don't want to sit there and bug you and ask, how is it, dude?
Yeah.
Because I would hate that.
Right.
I would literally show them how to do it. Here you go. I'll even do it before you, show you it's safe. I'll do it before them. They'll watch me trip. They'll be like, whoa, dude, you were tripping out bad. Yeah, that was fun. That was amazing. That was ecstasy. Feels amazing. So now you know how to do it. You watch me do it. Here you go. Here's your dosage. I'm going to walk away. I'll be back in 10 minutes because you'll be sober by then. Because that's it. 5 minutes, you're back to normal. There is no come down. There's no.
How often, when in your heyday, how often would you do it?
There was time periods where I would do it every day.
Really?
There was time periods where I did that. I had some DMT phases. Let's say that.
My biggest fear with it is not being able to come back to reality.
It's never happened ever. It's impossible.
Never?
It's impossible. It's impossible.
I mean, not being
because the half-life of DMT is it's physically impossible.
I don't mean like permanently tripping. I mean like it actually
causes something,
rewires your brain permanently to
it
where
does.
you no longer think the way you used to think.
No, it does in a good way. I think it makes people smarter. I think it made me smarter. I used to be a dumbass. I used to never do good in school. I used to not pay attention to anything. Now I think it improved my thinking. I honestly do think that, because ever since when I had that DMT phase, I was kind of just like a loser, pouring concrete and living in a dumpy apartment. And then after that, I got really started wondering about things more, started studying things more, started researching things more. And then I wound up Gnostic informant. There's got to be some connection that way, right?
Yeah, but does that happen to everybody though? Or are there some people that just fucking never leave their apartments and just
maybe that I couldn't tell you.
It's interesting. I told you I had a guy, Andrew Gallimore, on the show about a year ago, who's in Tokyo, and he's studying this stuff full time, and he's doing this extended state DMT research where he gives people like an IV drip of DMT all day, where they keep him in, they pull him out briefly, and it's like, tell me what you're seeing, tell me what's going on, and they're trying to like map this whole DMT realm and figure out what the fuck's really going on and what's there. Like, is there a veil that that drops when you're not?
I wonder how successful that's going to be, because like I said, when you're on it and people are talking to you, it takes away from the experience. It's hard to stay focused because people who've done it are going to understand what I'm saying about this.
Yeah.
There is some sort of you have to kind of daze off for it to work. You have to kind of doze yourself off. If you're focused on the world, if you're focused on all this, you'll stay here. You can hold on to this world if you really wanted to. If you let yourself doze off, you're just kind of, you know how you daydream, and you're just do that, you're gonna go off into another. That's how you blast off from dozing off, letting yourself slip. Like I said, that's why I used the beanie. When you close your eyes and do it, it's the best way to do it, because you're not focusing on the world around you. You're just in your head, and those are the best ones. You're just going in your head, right? You just start seeing anything. Start seeing color. Start seeing shapes. Start seeing crystals. Start seeing all kinds of weird smoke. Sometimes it's all smoky or something. It's really weird, dude. It's hard to explain. And Joe Rogan did a good job explaining it a long time ago. This is from an old clip where Joe Rogan says, it's like, imagine if you had liquid gold in your hands and you're trying to hold on to it and it just slips through your fingers. That's what it's like. You can't hold on to it. You want to hold on to it. You can't take it with you. Can't take it with you. You try to remember things. Like I've always told people, my biggest breakthrough, when I met a god that looked like Brahma. And I tell people this all the time, and I'll never forget it. I remember it like it was yesterday. And I specifically remember having a telepathic conversation with this being on DMT, but I don't remember what it was. When I came back down, I forgot it. I don't remember what the hell we were talking about. Who knows? I have no idea. So how do you not remember that? I just don't remember. Yeah. It's like when you wake up from a dream. Every morning you wake up from a dream and you're like, I had a crazy dream. And then 5 minutes later you get up, walk around, and you forget your dream. Yeah. It's the same exact thing. And I think there's dreams. I think DMT is like
there's a video I watched on YouTube once where this guy was explaining how when he used to take DMT, or I think he was taking mushrooms or DMT. Anyway, when he was young, he got in a car crash and he almost died. And he said he had this near-death experience where he saw all these beings and stuff. People say when you have a near-death experience, there's reports of people going into different realms and seeing crazy shit. He said this happened to him when he was young. And then when he got older, he went with his buddy on top of a mountaintop and he took either DMT, I think it was DMT. And he said he saw the same entity he saw during his near-death experience. And he said the entity said to him, he's like, "You're not supposed to be here."
What did it look like? Do you remember?
I don't know. You have to pull up the video again. But he said,
Interested to know. I think it maps onto our own understanding of things.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like at that time when I was doing that, I don't remember ever researching Hinduism, but there might have been a time where I saw Brahma in a painting, and it just kind of stuck into my deep consciousness. And when I tripped, I saw that. And thought that was like what God should look like for whatever reason. But I don't think I did. I don't remember being big. I remember finding that. I remember seeing images of Brahma later and being like, "That's the guy I saw on DMT." So it's like it is a little weird that played out that way. Just to be honest.
Yeah, it's an interesting correlation.
Like he had multiple hands on one side, and they were all moving. You know how
I remember you telling me this.
Indian gods had that, and it was like this on the other side, and his head was multiple heads spinning. And he was sitting Indian style, and he was wearing robes, like golden, shiny robes, white, golden, shiny robes, and there was like things orbiting him, like space, like planets or something, or stars, something. There was like shapes. It looked like they were orbiting him.
Yeah.
And it was all smoky in the room.
Yeah.
Like white smoke was everywhere. It was weird. And that was one of the biggest breakthroughs I've ever had. And it's stuck with me. Like it's like life changing shit.
Yeah.
And then I had random ones. Like one of the random ones that I had was me and the girlfriend I was with at the time. We went to the park in some like forest somewhere. I don't know where we were. And I was driving the car. There was a lanyard over my with the keys of the car. And she wasn't doing it, but I was. She was just there. I took a rip of it. And all of a sudden, the car keys, this is the car keys, started shooting lightning bolts out. I thought I was going to hit her and kill her. Started shooting, and all of a sudden I was like, I turned around and I looked up and I saw in the sky, it looked like Mickey Mouse. And he was taking clouds. He was in the sky. He was like just sitting in the sky. He was grabbing the clouds and putting them over himself like a blanket. He was trying to like he was like cold. He was taking the blankets and covering himself with them.
Right.
It was just random. So it had no meaning. Just my mind was just gone. And the first time I ever did it, oh my God, I didn't know it was going to work or not. But I made it myself with my friend from Lebanon. Muslim dude was doing it with me. And I haven't talked to that guy in a while. But anyways, so we're at his apartment, we're making it, and we do it. We had what is it called? A volcano that vaporizes.
Yeah.
The best thing you can do for DMT because it just perfectly vaporizes it. Took a rip, got that bitter taste, and I look at my friend, and his face is just like he has an eye on his forehead. He had the third eye growing out of his head, and I go, I gotta go outside. And I went outside, and everything was beautiful. The plants were like had faces on them, and talking and breathing. The sky was beautiful, really perfect sunny day out. But then I looked up and I saw a spaceship fly by, and I'm not kidding. It looked so real. I was like, that is. It was huge. It's like half the sky was a spaceship flying right past me. And I was like, do you see that? My friend just came back down from doing his head. He was just like, whoa. Then we walked around for 5 minutes, and then it was gone. And I was like, do you feel it anymore? He's like, no. I'm like, that's it. And my first time, I remember people saying it takes 10, 15.
Right.
And I remember looking at my friend. I go, how much time has gone by? The third friend we were with didn't do it. He's like 5 minutes. I go, what? I felt like at least 20 minutes. He's like, no, that was 5 minutes. Wow. So it was kind of crazy.
Yeah. What if all that shit's just there all the time?
That's what people think.
All the shit you see on DMT.
The shit you see on
is that DMT is just tearing down your senses.
It like gives you an antenna. So like, you can, all of a sudden now you're locked in like Bluetooth. Like you can hear it and you can see it. You know, it's kind of crazy to think about.
You're getting fucking catapulted right into the fucking world of the muses. That's what this Rosicrucian shit. These people that have all these practices to like connect themselves to this like ethereal consciousness.
Yeah, I've heard about it.
They have like different protocols that they use where like they won't have caffeine, they'll meditate, and they have these things they try at the end of the day where they try to like play their entire day backwards in reverse, like everything they did, and it's supposed to like strengthen their antenna to this other realm or whatever.
Really?
Yeah. Have you never looked
Does
into
anyone swear by it?
Rosicrucianism?
Yeah, I've heard of it. I thought it was like a New Age Christian / spiritual mysticism movement.
Yeah, it's more like spiritual mysticism. Like they're really into UFOs and connecting to. It's like what's the guy's name? The philosopher who wrote about the noosphere, Chardon.
Oh yeah.
Somehow tied into all that stuff.
Yeah, I don't know. Does anyone that's into that?
No,
Neither do
no.
I.
I've had people on the show who are really into it.
Yeah,
but I don't know anyone who like actively practices it. But I've read about it.
I've heard in the Eastern religions of Kundalini, people doing Kundalini meditation and like feeling a serpent crawling up their spine and like letting them have like some sort of psychedelic experience by meditation without any drugs.
Yeah.
So I've heard people say that it works.
Yeah.
I think
Breathing, you can do it by like hyperventilating with your breathing, like the Wim Hof type shit.
Yeah.
You have the same kind of experience.
There's, I guess, it's never been debunked yet, but it's not like proven that like our brains have DMT in it.
Yeah. I think
it's true, right?
They say that there's theories.
And that's what causes us to dream at night.
Causes us for REM, like the REM
That
sleep.
makes perfect sense.
Well, there's
As someone who's done DMT, it's like dreaming.
The pineal gland. I think we have a pineal gland in our brain, which is supposed to secrete DMT. The theory is that that's what secretes the DMT that's responsible
That's
for
the
REM
top
sleep.
of our antenna.
Yeah, but like I think I could be wrong. Certain reptiles have in their pineal gland, they actually have like a retina on it.
Really?
To where it like
It's like an eye.
like an eye.
So we
inside
have an
their
old
forehead.
evolutionary dead eye.
Can you Google that? Can you Google
That would be cool if that's true.
reptile pineal gland retina?
If that's true, and we have an actual eyeball in our brain. That would be mind blowing.
Like one that's been calcified and kind of like
Yeah.
devolved.
You know, people say like, don't drink water from the sink. It's going to calcify decalcify your third eye.
Some reptiles, like the green iguana, have a partial eye, which is a structure that contains a retina and a lens located at the top of the head beneath the skin. The partial eye is similar to the eye in terms of embryological development and as the genes expressed during this process, but it's usually covered by a thick scale that can be only differentiated between light and dark. It's not functional in most reptiles and fades as they mature, but some lizards can use it to detect blue and green light, which helps them tell time of day. The partial eye may also help reptiles sense danger and navigate by detecting shadows and changes in light.
Damn.
Go to images.
So,
see if there's
wait,
any
so are
images.
if we're evolution?
Well, Indians believe in reptile gods too, right?
Oh yeah. So do Greeks.
Parietal
Yeah.
eye. Not a parietal. A parietal.
There's a good picture of it.
Look at that, dude. Look at
That's an eyeball.
There's another one right there.
They're saying there's
Parietal.
a lens and a retina.
So they
in
can
that thing.
see out of that thing, or they just sense
It's a
things.
sensor.
Sensor, right? That's crazy.
And then find a picture of the human pineal gland.
Wait, so do you think that since evolutionary-wise we're connected to reptiles somewhat, maybe that's part of what we have up there?
Maybe. I mean,
Third ventricle.
the third ventricle.
What does ventricle mean?
Didn't you hear Amen tell me about the third ventricle?
Yeah.
It's the water of life.
Yep, because there is a liquid in there.
Yeah.
And he thinks they use it for the drugs. He holds those sources to himself sometimes. I want to see some more Galen from him going forward. But I know dude. I know he's not lying because whenever he does show me that shit, it's there. The purple thing. I didn't know if there was. I remember I've run into sources about purple a lot, especially with like Ezekiel's lexicon, where you have like purple Yap Bacchic chants. There's like the Bacchic chants, but they also can mean purple. And then I was like, okay, what about the burning purple? Well, there is this one source from Dioscordes. It does actually mention burning Cassia porphyra, burnt purple. And it's used it even says it's used for many medical things, including healing. So I'm like, oh shit. He's not lying about this.
Right. You know, after listening, I was listening to a podcast where Jordan Peterson was like elucidating the Bible and Jesus Christ and the whole history of religion and Christianity. And he was basically, you know how Jordan Peterson does it. He like lays out how this philosophical framework for morality is there to help us be a efficient and a structured society. He makes a case for Christianity somehow being a way to make society work in a way that we can all live in harmony, right? And the more you think about, like I was trying to conflate
He
it.
tries to make that argument that
He tries to make-
Judeo-Christianity is the moral ethics behind all Western culture, as if
Yeah,
going against what I've been saying this whole time, right?
yeah. But like when you think about how Amen describes this stuff, he's looking at it from a completely different perspective. He's looking at it from if you take the way Jordan Peterson describes this stuff and describes all the philosophical, ethereal layers to how this is a structure for society, if you excavate through all the layers of stories and myths and philosophy that's been written about Jesus, Amen describes it as he's basically what he's done is taken like the very bottom layer, right? Right now we're like way up here, and there's all these fucking layers of dirt below it. And what he talks about it in a way where he's talking about exactly what this guy was doing. It's like almost like as if he is dug up the fucking base layer, the biological dirt and bones of this guy, and like what he actually was.
He's basically saying that all of this context of what was going on back then, we've lost it now.
Yeah.
We're in a different paradigm, which in a way he's right. That as I was talking about earlier in this podcast, the 18th and 19th century was a paradigm shift away from, church run kingdoms, different kingdoms, all connected to the church, where now all of a sudden it's like liberalism, freedom of speech. All that was a paradigm shift. But before that, there was another paradigm shift, and it was that ancient Greek drug orgiastic world with philosophy,
right?
With people living ethically, with all that stuff, but sort of like mixed together,
right?
And so he's sort of bringing back that culture.
He's bringing back the biology of it, like
bringing it back.
The biology, the fucking nuts and bolts and bones of this thing. Like he's pulled out the fucking skeleton,
right,
of what it actually was,
and that's been one that's been like deeply buried that no one's seen ever for a long time.
And then again, you have to look at it like, is he biased? How biased is he? Because if you think about him and the psychology of Amen and how he was fucked over by the university and basically told they said that the Romans wouldn't do such a thing.
Right.
How that basically get a classicist like him who spent all of his life studying this stuff and wanting to find it out. There's not much more you can do to motivate somebody to fucking shove it in their face about how wrong they are. Like he's dedicated. It's almost like he's driven to basically prove them wrong.
I bet. And I almost don't blame him.
I don't either.
He's got his muse.
Nature.
He's got his muse, and that's what this muse is telling him.
His muse is a dead girl. That's what he says.
It's a dead girl. In fact, what I want to do is when I move down here, and I already talked about this, I want to set up a discussion where we just let him fucking go.
We need to get him move down here too. We need to have him move down.
Well, I'm going to have the part that I looked at. I'm going to have a room for.
What's going on, Apollo 13? How you living, Tim?
Recording and doing videos and working.
What's good in your neck of the woods?
Omaha, Nebraska, right now.
That's where they play the College World Series.
Yeah.
What's good
How
in
you
your
doing, Kim?
living the dream? Every day is a holiday, every meal is a feast. What's good in your neck of the woods?
Nothing. Just, just fucking living life.
Did you ever look into any of those remote work
My truck
positions?
broke down.
No way. What happened?
Fucking, I sat in Des Moines, Iowa for 2 days because my coolant and diesel fuel mixture, they were mixing together, and they had to do a repair on the truck, and it cost like $5,200.
Wow, that's expensive.
Hell yeah! And on top of that, the previous night I had filled up my tanks, bulk tanks, which was $500 worth of fuel that had been thrown away because it was contaminated with the coolant.
Right. How did that happen?
So it's like, when did this happen?
How did
Or
it?
how?
How?
Okay, so you know about injectors
Yeah, to some extent.
in cars?
Yeah.
Okay, so the injectors inject fuel into the combustion chamber, right?
Right.
To the pistons. So what happened was one of the rings, the O-rings that goes on the injector, basically, actually two of them malfunctioned and was creating a leak where the coolant was going. So it was mixing into when it was the fuel was being injected, so that your spark plugs are what ignites your fuel,
Right.
So basically, it made the engine. There's a sensor in the truck which told me that water and fuel was mixed, and I needed to get that repaired ASAP.
Wow.
But it's difficult to know sometimes where it's coming from. And they checked out the fuel tanks. The fuel tanks were good, and then they checked out the fuel filter, because we have a fuel filter in the trucks, and that's where it showed where the coolant and the diesel was mixing. And then there's a reservoir. I wish I could send you photos. I don't even know if I have your number. It's easier to comprehend once I send you photos, because you can actually see the fuel. You can actually see what I'm talking about in the engine bay.
Yeah, you can send it to me in Discord.
I don't know how to use this shit. Either I'm fucking stupid or I'm fucking stupid.
You're
Discord
good.
is so complicated to me. Like, it's just not convenient.
You're good. I mean, I understand what you're saying. So you're.
You gotta say like Telegram. I just click on you and I just use the paperclip and add it and send it. But here, man, you have like 4 different things that says live, and then on top of that you got announcements, and then on top of that you got it's just so fucking much.
Right. I understand. If you don't use Discord a lot, it's confusing. If you do, it's pretty easy. But
Yeah.
I understand.
Click on.
Okay.
I sent it to you in TG. You still have your TG thing?
Yeah, I'm live in there, but again, I've got like a million accounts. Here, I'll send you a message.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I'll send you a message in Discord, and you just reply to the message in Discord.
Okay, that will work.
So you got your vehicle repaired. Did you have to delay your deliveries or anything?
Yeah. So I had a load going to LA. I was supposed to be there today to deliver. Obviously, it got pushed back. Today's Thursday, right?
Today is Thursday all day.
Yeah. See, I picked this load up in Wisconsin on Monday. So literally, I picked up Tuesday morning at 2 a.m. Central Time. That's when my truck malfunctioned. Because I turned it off to take a nap for 4 hours or something. You know what I mean? I was just taking a quick nap. And I was gonna haul ass, and then next thing you know, the truck wasn't. It only idled for like 30 seconds, and then she sent me a message here.
Yep.
Let's see. Yo, okay. see, what do I need to click here? If I click the plus, how many images does it allow you to send?
I think like 10,
10 at a time?
something like that.
Okay, so I'm gonna check that one. Let's see real quick, count on dead homies. They're gonna be a little scattered because I'm driving and I am trying to send you some shit.
That's cool, big dog.
If that makes
Where's my
that
computer?
makes sense.
Sure.
Okay, here you go.
All right, I'm checking
Check
right
them out.
now.
They're a little scattered, like I said. I'm trying to drive, not crack and die.
All right.
I'm in Omaha right now.
Home of the College World Series. I think they're playing it right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm surprised there's not a whole lot of traffic right now. Usually, like, there should be packed.
Do you like going over
These
the?
little towns,
Go ahead.
huh?
You were saying?
No, these little towns, they used to be easier to go across, but now since inflation and COVID, after the post-COVID, like it just made it all congested and shit.
It used to be easier to get around.
Yeah, like it wasn't traffic. Like there was, you know what I'm saying? It was, a lot of people don't like to live in these little towns. I call them towns, but they're kind of capitals, but it's really, to me, it's like Omaha, Des Moines, they're not that big.
Right.
They are no Atlanta, they're no LA, they're just very small. They're no Chicago.
Right. I see your pictures. Do you
You see the bucket? And you see the yellow, like kind of milky shit?
Yeah, so that's the mixture?
Yeah, that's where diesel and the coolant mix, and that's why it's that color. Because usually diesel is like greenish, like pure diesel. It's not like that. It's not milky.
I bet the price of gas just absolutely drives you crazy.
Yeah, right now it's low, but since Israel and Iran shit's popping off, it's I was looking at Brent and crude futures, and that shit's going up. So that means that your fuel is going to go through the roof.
Yeah. Have you
looked at your local fuel prices at all?
Yeah. It's like
I wonder what is your local prices saying about regular gas? Because when I was in Sacramento, I was paying like almost $6, like $5.79 or $5.75, like in Woodland, California.
Yeah.
And that was like a month ago.
Yeah. I'd say last I checked, it was about $5.40 a gallon, but then it fluctuates certainly, and I'm surprised that it hasn't gone up even more because it could go up a lot. I was looking the other day. I was there's this notorious place in LA. It's notorious for having the highest gas. It's in downtown, and it was like $7.80 a gallon. And
holy fuck!
Yeah, and I've filled up there before, and it's like absolute robbery. I've actually filled up there on camera before. It's absolute robbery, but the reason why they get away with it is because there aren't any other gas stations around because it's like right downtown. right by the city, right by City Hall,
Yeah,
and,
right. Yeah.
and it's just ridiculous. Like, I'm surprised that they
I've
allow.
delivered by there.
Yeah, I'm surprised that they
I've
allow.
actually delivered by there.
I'm surprised that they allow. Like, they don't consider it price gouging, but that one is always really high, and then in Malibu, it's always really high. Irvine generally is a little higher than normal. We have like basically in this part of Orange County, gas desert. Like there's gas stations like in Irvine, but like you go to like a little like Newport Coast, like they don't allow gas stations in some areas. Like they do have them, a few of them on like PCH, but then you'll go like I don't know 3, 4, 5 miles, and there isn't one within a radius, which is pretty rare because there are so many people who live here. But like the county and the city governments don't want gas stations because when you have gas stations, then you have like oil leaks and all that other stuff, and so um, the the prices tend to be a little bit higher, uh, but they're not nearly as bad as some of the ones that are in like downtown city areas. But then I imagine, so is diesel more expensive now than regular?
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah, so diesel used to be cheaper because it's a byproduct of gasoline, right?
right,
So it used to be cheaper, but then the fucking oil companies, they just saw like they could make more money because trucking is everywhere, and they just jacked it up. It used to be significantly lower, man.
right.
You know,
It used to
literally, like, huh?
it used to be like, I mean, I know when I was younger, it was like 30% lower than normal gas was. It was always cheaper. It was always cheaper. And then little by
But
little, they'd have these like incidents, and the barrel price would go up, and then all of a sudden it like flipped. And now, like for a while, they were the same price, but now diesel's more expensive than regular gas.
yeah, well, because we mostly use it for the economy.
Right,
So what? It only makes sense. That's why this war that's going on. If it really escalates a lot more, um, it's going to be complete hell because remember, all your trucks deliver all products,
right.
all your food, everything.
So when you when
Literally, it's gonna. I'm leaving. That's why I'm leaving the country. I told you that a while back when I was looking for an AI gig. I'm leaving in a month or so.
you're gonna stop
And
truck
I
driving
don't know.
and you're gonna move
Yeah,
to
man.
the Caribbean,
I'm done. I'm done. This company that I'm working for, they said I can learn how to dispatch from abroad. So I'll be dispatching trucks.
that's baller, dude. And you're
Which
gonna
is more of my it's more of my alley because I understand trucking. I understand all highways, the weather. I understand. You get what I'm saying? I have vast knowledge on.
definitely. So what island are you moving to?
I am moving to an island off the coast of Honduras called Roatan.
Wow, you can just do
You
that
can,
with a passport.
yeah, you gotta live there like 3 months, and then. But if you buy some property or something, look, you can obtain residency.
And how did you choose
So,
How did you choose
because
Roatan?
I've been there before.
And you just really liked it?
Yeah. So on my mother's side, she, she has family in Honduras, so I'm like half Honduran.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean?
So
So
you have like citizenship?
no, I can't apply for citizenship because of my mother's side, But I just never. I don't know. I just never thought it would come to this. Because, like, literally, the standard of living here is gone to shit.
Right. So you're gonna just live on a tropical island
Yeah.
and dispatch vehicles? You're gonna
Yeah.
have like
Yeah.
are you gonna have Starlink?
And, yeah. Yeah. I think I mentioned to you, right? That I was going to get Starlink? Or
Yeah.
I don't know if I did.
We've talked about it.
But, yeah. But literally, that's all I'm going to do. And I plan on traveling Central America and Peru and shit. So if I can dispatch from wherever and I can take my Starlink, I'll just fucking do that. And I'll get paid in US dollars, so it's awesome.
That's amazing. So you're gonna sell the truck?
No, I lease this thing. So I'm just going to turn it back in.
Very cool. And you're just gonna move there by yourself?
Yeah.
Are you taking Romeo?
I talked to my mom, and she's okay with keeping Romy because she was falling in love with him.
Right.
And I'll be honest, like, if I plan on traveling a lot, I don't want Romeo to get sick or get robbed. Like, people kill you for fucking your shoes and cell phone in other countries. Literally, like, you can watch like two guys on a motorcycle just pull up and demand shit from you, you know?
Right. So the
And I don't know if Romeo would hang there, man. It's hot. Romeo's accustomed to, my mom treats him like royalty. He eats, you know, table scraps and fucking, he eats his fancy food and he has a great life.
Right, I get it. No big deal. Are you like gonna live in an apartment in Roatan or?
Yeah. Yeah, actually, one of my mom's family members, they offered me to give me free boarding, so. And even on top of that, even if I wanted to pay, it's only like $50 a month.
Oh, it's really cheap.
Yeah.
That's
what I'm saying, Rabbi. If I have a good life over there, man, I recommend you come and just bring your own Starlink and fucking join me, man.
Live stream from a tropical island.
Because the healthcare is a lot cheaper. You're not going to be paying astronomical fucking money for just basic shit. Literally, like, this is the only place where they, like, 1,000x fucking whatever medication you need.
Right. Are there babes there?
It's ridiculous. Oh, there's hot babes. If you love Latinas, they got nice big booties. They're very friendly, and they like to cook and clean for you. They're not like American women where they're absolute fucking shit.
Do you get hurricanes?
Yeah, that's the only downfall. But if you have Starlink and you have all the weather app stuff, and if you know ahead of time, you can always just jump on a plane and then come back when the hurricane comes. Or you can go on a mainland and go on vacation for a week somewhere where the hurricane won't hit.
Right.
There's options, you know what I mean? Like, the only reason why people stay during a hurricane is because they have a bunch of shit inside their house. And you get what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, I understand.
They just, you know, they want to protect their property, but if you live on an island like me, the way I'm thinking is like, you don't want to own too much. You just want to own, like, you can drive there like a golf cart. You know, you can literally get around the island on a golf cart.
So you're not even gonna have a car there?
Huh?
You're not gonna have a car there?
I don't think so. I think I'll just have a golf cart.
That's baller.
When I went there, yeah, because like, to be honest, I even though I drive trucks and all that, I don't like polluting.
Right.
You know, I think planet should be clean, and we should have clean water and clean food and clean medicine. I
Definitely.
love clean shit, you know? Like, I try to live as clean as possible.
Right. Well,
But the only thing is, like,
you've got it
the
all.
people have,
You've got it all figured out. That's great.
kind of, I still have to worry about price gouging. I speak Spanish, so I'm able to communicate, but that doesn't mean when I went there, people wanted a price gouge me on everything.
Because you were American.
Because they think you're a gringo, you know. So that's the only thing. But if you're savvy, you can just fucking tell them amigo, you know. Pull out your pocket and show them like you got a bunch of land.
Yeah. And what
You'd
part?
be like, hey,
Is there like
I'm on a budget.
is there like a city, or is it just all the tropical island?
No, this island's massive though. It's like 30 miles long.
Okay, does it
Something like that.
like what's the population of the biggest city?
In the mainland? Are you talking, or on the island?
On the island.
To be honest, I'll be 100% honest with you. I don't know. Connex Hole. Look, if you type it on Google Maps, if you pull up Google Maps and you type in Roatan, it's spelled Roatan.
Yep. I'm gonna look at it. We're gonna learn all about it.
You can just
It's
look
the
like
largest.
Connex Hole.
It's the largest island of Honduras. It looks absolutely stunning. I mean, absolutely. All right. The island was formerly known as Roatan and Ratan. It is. There are 7 total islands. It has a special economic zone. That's good. The charter city of Prospera, which seems like it has 2,000 people. No way. There's got to be more people on this island than that. Roatan, largest.
No, it's a very touristic, but not a lot of people live there, I believe. Like there's guardifuras, like black people, but they have like Caribbean, like Caribbean black people because of the slavery when they brought them over.
Yeah.
But I'll be 100% honest with you, they're not like niggers,
Yeah. Don't
Excuse my
use that.
language, but
Don't
like here
use
in
that
the
word.
States, like they're very, they're like ghetto and like over there, it's like actual people, like they're just like.
Yeah. You don't want to use that word. It's not going to make you sound very intelligent.
Well, I mean,
All right. So it's
I
got
don't really care.
8,000 people total in Cox and Hole. So that's small. I mean that's like that's cool.
Yeah, so you can actually build friendships and like they have a lot of past paths, like a lot of Canadians, a lot of Americans, a lot of Europeans come because they'll come and work because they have like Roatan has like that island has one of the biggest coral reefs in the world. I think next to Australia. Like if you look at Roatan coral reefs, it should give you so there's a lot of diving. They have PETA and PADI, like training and shit. You can become an instructor.
You mean scuba?
Yeah, PADI, scuba. Certified, PADI certified.
Is that something in which you're interested?
Oh, I would love to do that, man. The only thing is I need to build my health up because of my diabetes. I don't really move so much. So if I started working out and started going to the gym, I plan on doing that so I can build my health back up. Does that make sense?
Yeah, are you going to be able to get your insulin there and everything?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure they have people on the island that have diabetes, so you just do what they do.
Yeah, like a lot of Latinos have diabetes. It's just it's like Latinos are more prevalent to having diabetes.
Wow, so you really figured things out. You're going to be able to work remotely, which was always your dream.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to be able to use your experience, which was also a goal, and you're going to be able to live on an island. That's baller.
Yeah.
Can't beat that. And your cost of living will be way down. You won't have any transportation costs. Healthcare will be down. Food will probably be
Yeah,
down.
because you have to understand, like, you only live once.
Right. Why not live on an island?
This whole system is going to shit right now.
Right.
And then Donald Trump is cutting Medicaid because he wants to pass this big, beautiful fucking bill. So there's cutting a lot of stuff. I don't know how you feel about being like Republican Party or all that. I don't jive with that stuff.
Yeah, I do my best not to get political.
Me personally, like I really.
And
because I think the American people deserves more benefits than what we actually currently get.
would you be interested in going on boats when you're in Roatan?
Yeah, I wanted to trade one of my Rolexes for a sailboat, but I don't know anybody. I haven't posted on Craigslist, but I'm willing to trade one of my Rolexes that I have.
Look at you, multiple Rolexes.
Yeah, you want to see them? Fucking nice.
No, I'm okay, but that's ballers. Just sell one of them and be able to. I don't know if you want to buy a boat, but at least to.
A sailboat. I just want to do a clean trade where I can get a sailboat.
You don't want to do that. You don't want to do that.
No,
you don't want.
I do.
You don't want a boat.
That's how you take women out and have a romantic fucking.
Okay,
life,
so then what you do? What you do is you take them out on a rented boat, and then you have a house or something like that. Dude, boats are a pain in the ass, especially if you're going to be in like a hurricane. Then you got to worry about it sinking.
Yeah.
So just like.
I mean, you can pull it up on shore. I mean, they have boat ramps. So if you pull it up on shore, just tarp it up.
Yeah, but I mean, why not just rent? Why not just rent one?
I mean, I can't just do that too.
Yeah.
No, but I've always wanted to live on a sailboat.
Oh, you want to live?
Like during COVID, I was gonna do that, but then COVID hit, and I was gonna buy a Formosa, 45 or 47 foot long fucking sailboat. And I was just gonna live in the Caribbean. So this plan, like I have been dreaming of doing this for a long time. Except COVID ruined it for me. And then there was like, you couldn't live on the harbor. They wouldn't let people fucking, it was just miserable. You had to just dock your boat and shit. So I kind of let that go, and then I continued just building my business or whatever.
Right.
But one of the biggest reasons why I gotta make a change is because I can't drive my whole life because of my type 1 diabetes.
Right.
I have to be thinking about my health, and I have to be thinking about at least having a girl. Well, I'm not just gonna have one girlfriend. I plan on having multiple girlfriends. So. Because I do love women, but I don't want to love them. I just want to have a good time.
There you go. You're gonna end up knocking one of them up, though. You know that, right?
I don't give a fuck. I just want to be a deadbeat dad, so that's all that matters.
You don't want to be a deadbeat dad.
Yeah, I do.
You don't want to be a good father?
No, I don't want to be a fuck. No.
All
There's
right.
no such thing as that, man.
There's no such thing as being a good dad?
Well, yeah, being a good dad, but I mean, I'm talking about like holding a long-term relationship with a woman these days.
I
It
mean,
doesn't work out.
it happens, but I understand what you're saying.
It happens, but that's like I don't like having a kid out of wedlock. Like I think that whole traditional law and stuff, I think it's cute, but does it really apply to modern day life? I don't think so.
I gotcha.
You know, nowadays women have jobs, women have multiple like plethora of fucking options on dating apps.
Right.
Like if you're really thinking like you're just gonna get one and you're gonna settle, like you're gonna have a miserable life because these women are just constantly draining. They don't really add a lot.
I gotcha. Are you
You know
gonna?
what I mean?
Yeah, definitely. Are you?
Well,
When you move to Riancon, are you just planning on like taking what you can fit in your luggage and just going there, or are you gonna like ship a bunch of stuff?
both.
Okay.
I gotta figure out a shipping person, company or whatever. But it's probably gonna be out of like Atlanta or something off the Gulf, you know?
Yeah, I gotcha. Well,
Because you can't really do it traditionally. See, when you do that, then what they do is you load up stuff on a cargo, fucking trailer, you know, and it's like multiple people's stuff. And then when the cargo, the shipping container arrives, that's when you go and collect your stuff.
that makes sense. So,
Yeah, but you can't ship heavy shit through, your regular fucking mail. You're not gonna make it. You're gonna be spending thousands of dollars just to fucking ship little shit.
I gotcha. And you just want to retire there?
Yeah, if I can, I'll just do that, man. Because there's no point, man. I've traveled the whole country. I know the country in and out.
Right. And
You know,
if anybody who knows
literally,
it,
I was there.
if anybody who knows the United States, it's you.
Yeah, like I was fortunate enough to travel the United States for over a decade.
Right. And make an excellent living.
You know, not a whole lot of people. Remember, every week I traveled from coast to coast. When I was at FedEx, not every year, but you know, I've had a long journey in trucking. I know the whole Central Valley of California. I mean, I've spent all my time driving, like, you know, the past half a year driving through Los Angeles, Pasadena, OC, you know, Carson, Riverside, San Bernardino, Compton, Long Beach,
Well, I'm glad
up
that
north in Hollywood area. You know?
I'm glad that you're gonna be safer. It seems like.
Well, we don't know. I mean, I don't know. You know, I'm hoping for the best, but all I want is just to fucking not get ripped off from governments.
I get
It
that.
sucks, man, because a lot of people don't fight. A lot of people don't fight back. They don't fight back, and then you can't really go out and protest because of Palantir. If you heard Donald Trump passed Palantir, where they're going to be collecting data, FBI, CIA, all these fucking groups,
Right. That's freaky.
and they're going to be labeling you. Yeah, because you can't go out there and protest anymore. They can do facial recognition, all that stuff. So, what's the real right? Your First Amendment, all the other amendments that you have, they're just getting thrown to the wayside.
Right.
And I don't see anybody out there really. The lawyers aren't doing shit. They're just complying. You know, you don't see lawyers out there really fucking asking for law enforcement and for government agencies to uphold the Constitution. Nobody really is. Not even your judges. Your judges just get paid to hear cases, but they know what the law is, and they still don't go out and fucking tell police chiefs and sheriffs to uphold the law. They don't do anything.
Yeah.
They just let cops. In my opinion, right? That's what I'm looking at, because obviously all cases have to go through court, and they just allow these cops to do whatever they want, and these sheriff deputies to do, search and seizures and fucking go to your home without a warrant and all that. Like, there is multiple shit happening, and nobody's abiding by the Constitution. So does it really matter? No.
Right. Are you gonna be able to, like, just you give back your truck? Are you gonna take any time in California to just like vacation or relax, or are you going straight to the Caribbean?
I don't know. I might take like 30 days or 40 days, or I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, is there really much? I've seen all of California. So.
Right. So
I've been to the Redwoods. The only thing I've never got to do is go to two things: to the sand dunes in fucking San Luis Obispo, and to catch the surfing off Long Beach.
Oh, you mean Huntington
Like,
Beach?
I've always wanted. Is it Huntington?
Yeah, Huntington Beach.
Is that where? I thought it was in Long Beach.
Well,
Where they have the actual
the world
surfing every year.
the World Series of surfing is in Huntington Beach.
In Huntington?
Yeah, and Huntington Beach is known as Surf City, USA.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I thought it was in Long Beach.
That's okay.
Because
I mean,
everybody goes, hits the swells, I guess. Like, those a lot of people.
yeah, there are two cities in California that vie for the term Surf City, USA. They are Huntington Beach and Santa Clara, I believe. Let me check that.
Santa Clara?
Yeah,
Santa Clara is
up north. Yeah.
Santa Clara is by Oakland.
Oh, Santa Cruz.
Yeah, I've gone to Santa Cruz.
Yeah, so they're like
I was just there last summer.
they both
vie for who has that term. Yo, what's going on? Are you sure? How you living, fam?
Doing good.
How'd you find out about me, son?
I was in this other chat that you're in, and I accidentally clicked on this profile, and now I'm here.
Excellent. What Discord did you find me in?
I don't know.
That's okay. What's good in your neck of the woods, son?
I'm just hanging out, man.
Excellent.
I'm on Marvel Rivals, bro.
Oh, how's that going?
Terrible, man. I'm losing every match.
Oh, that sucks. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Sure, dog.
I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. I have more data archived on the internet than any person in global history. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
No.
Okay, that's all right. Basically, it's a concept of just always having a camera on you. I've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. You can basically go back to any minute of any hour of any day for the last almost 4 years and find out not just what I was doing, but what was going on in the world. And I do so, again, for world peace. No, let him go. That's fine. So, Apollo 13, are you thinking?
Yes, sir.
Are you thinking like are you excited to retire from? Oh, we're back. What up? Are you sure?
The wrong button again. I'm back.
You're good. So that's what I do. I stream my life all the time. So I'm always available here if you ever need anything. I'm here to be a positive person. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future and just give people hope.
All right. How do we solve the Ukrainian and Russia issue?
Great question.
I'm so confused how to do this.
Yeah, I mean, if I had it my way, we would sit both sides at a table, live stream it, give them a big map and a crayon, and say, you draw the borders, and since it's being archived and live streamed, you have to stick to this. And if you want, we can readdress this in 5 years or 10 years or 100 years, whatever you want it to be. But basically, what you decide here is being recorded and the whole world is seeing it. And so we don't want you to violate those types of agreements. I would say the same thing in the Middle East.
I see.
So that's what I would do.
All right.
What do you like to do aside from play Marvel Rivals?
I like to go to the movies. The last movie I watched, it was the new Mission Impossible.
How was that?
I fell asleep. I didn't like it.
All right. What are your thoughts on Tom Cruise getting an honorary Oscar?
Honorary? What does that mean, honorary?
Well, he's never won one, and so they're giving him like a Lifetime Achievement Award, Oscar, along with Dolly Parton and some other people.
I mean, this man has consistently been giving us good action films
I'm agreeing
that
with you.
people typically like. Just because critics don't like it, I think that he should get some type of an award.
I'm in agreement with you.
I will take it away because the last movie he made was not good.
Yeah, I understand. Everybody's allowed. I mean, he's made like 7 of them, so everybody's allowed a flop here or there. But he's made so many different movies. When you think of Rain Man, and you think of Born on the 4th of July, and you think of Jerry Maguire and Mission Impossible and The Bourne Identity, and he's just Vanilla Sky. He's just done a lot. He's like one of the, if not the highest grossing actors of all time. And it's kind of a shock to a lot of people I know that, you know, he's never won an Oscar, but he's always been seen kind of as someone who is a good actor, but never so good that they deserve that top award. But now I guess they're going to give it to him, which I don't have an issue with. I think that if you're going to have a Lifetime Achievement Award, it should be in a case where you have someone who's dedicated their entire life to film, who's been a major generator of profits for studios and just never had the opportunity to hit that level. And, you know, I think it's good, too, that they don't take it away from someone as well. Like, oh, we have to give Tom Cruise an Oscar, let's just say next year, even though he put out maybe not the best movie or whatever, just because he's getting older and we have to give him one. So that means that somebody who is more deserving of it, perhaps, for their role doesn't get it just because they have to give it to someone. So I don't want that situation either. So I think it's cool. The Dolly Parton one, she's not really like a movie actor that much. I mean, she was in like 9 to 5 in like the 80s, but like she's like a country singer. But that's cool if they want to give it to her.
One's at my front door. So
All right.
I gotta go to see the door, but it was nice chatting with you. I'll be back later.
Absolutely. Take care,
Guess what,
buddy.
man?
Peace. Apollo 13, do you watch movies often?
No, not really.
I
I've been
imagine.
watching a few movies while I was driving, like The Godfather and shit like that.
What are your thoughts on The Godfather?
I loved it.
Is it the first?
Absolutely a masterpiece.
It's the first time you ever saw it?
No, I watched parts of it before, but I've never really fully watched it. But I always wanted it to be a gangster movie.
Yeah, dude. Those are the first lines from Goodfellas, which is probably my favorite gangster movie.
Yeah,
Ever since I can
Well,
remember,
Goodfellas, like,
I've wanted to be a gangster.
this was more of how organized crime and how to get payback and how to really control,
Yeah, I mean,
basically what world politics is right now.
I like Goodfellas. It's got a great soundtrack. It's got a great story. It's based on a true story, and I feel it's a little more realistic than Godfather. Frankly, Godfather is kind of a long movie, and
No, but Godfather is more realistic, I feel.
I mean, it's not based on a true story. It's just kind of it's a fictional story that Mario Puzo wrote in a book that they made into a movie. But I could see how those types of figures existed. But Goodfellas is a story of Henry Hill, who really did have like the Lufthansa uh, um, airplane heist and did all those kinds of things. So that's a good one. Casino. Have you seen Casino?
Yeah.
That's a great one. Um, Heat's a good one. Another good one that's
Yeah, he.
like
Pacino.
yeah. Have you seen The Sopranos?
No, I've never watched The Sopranos. Never. Not even one episode, I think.
You know, I
I
have.
probably caught a glimpse, but I'll be honest, I don't think I've ever watched the full episode. But people always say they love The Sopranos, like the whole series.
And
Just loved it.
I'm like you. I hadn't seen it. I didn't watch it when it was on HBO. But a couple years ago, I was just live streaming my life, and I felt like, well, I should do reactions to this show and see how it is. And it's very good. It's a very good show. And I can see how people really get into the character and all of that. Um, and then they made a movie that is a prequel of that called The Many Saints of Newark, which came out during the pandemic. And I normally wouldn't have seen, even though it was like a prequel to The Sopranos, but I did see it because it had the comedian Joey Diaz on it, and I think Joey Diaz is really funny, even though he's not a good role model. He's funny. He's on the Joe Rogan Experience a lot, and a lot of people like that movie, but I thought it was okay. I didn't think it was too bad. I like those kind of gangster movies as well. Trying to think of any other. There's Once Upon a Time in America. That's a good one. There's
The
a
Bronx Tale.
Bronx Tale, Carlito's Way. There.
Is My Cousin Benny's considered a mob?
I know what you're saying because it has Joe Pesci in it and Marissa Tomei.
I don't think he was a lawyer. Then.
Yeah, it's more legal movie, but I get what you're saying. Yeah, I mean all those guys. Oh, there's came out. It's The Departed, which is kind of like Irish Mob, and then there's The Irishman, which came out as well. Those are
My dream.
Martin
My dream
Scorsese
was always
movies.
to be a real gangster in real life.
Well, you're kind of going to be doing it. You're going to be selling everything, and
It's not gangster.
dude, it's gangster as
That's not
fuck,
gangster. I'm
man.
talking about-
Dude, it's gangster as fuck. Because you're going to get down there, and somebody's going to say, hey, you got a boat? What are your thoughts on running this shipment to the mainland? I'll pay you
Yeah.
$5,000. I'll pay you five.
Cauliflower.
Yeah, exactly. I'll pay you $5,000 every time you make it, and you're going there anyway. So, and you just drop this package off to the guy on the pier.
I was planning to go to Colombia, man. You should come down with me, Rabbi.
Well, I'll tell you what. Once I
I
go
was planning
viral,
to go to Colombia.
I'll snort all of Colombia. Don't you worry. But yeah, I mean, you basically can. I mean, did you ever see Narcos?
Yeah.
Narcos.
I didn't finish it all. But
Okay, well, did you see the first 2 seasons?
I think I only saw the first season, but I don't remember much. It's been years, man. It's been like over 10 years since I watched it.
All right, well, it's very good.
Right? It came out like 10 years ago, right?
That's correct.
Over 10 years ago?
About 10.
Yeah.
About 10. It's an excellent depiction of life in the 1980s Colombia.
Medellin.
Exactly. And I'm sure Honduras has its own form of that. And you're going to be a high net worth individual. And I'm sure you're going to get really nice opportunities there. So, you know, is that the theme?
Huh?
Is that the theme?
Yeah. Remember the intro?
Yeah, I love it. It's
To
like
Narcos?
it's called like
I don't know the fucking words.
it's
I just
called
know it is. Like,
it's called like the devil or something like something devil. Yeah, it's,
te quiero.
yeah, exactly.
I don't know. I just remember a few words of it. That was it.
And you know they did that show. They did the Mexico one. I did not see those ones. I should probably check them out. But that show
What Mexico one?
they did Narcos Mexico.
Really?
Yeah, dude. They did like a bunch of.
I don't know.
They did a bunch of seasons of it. I only watched the first 2 seasons. That show's kind of hard for me to watch because I don't know Spanish
What?
like that well, so I have to read the subtitles, and so I have to be watching it. It's not like something I can just watch and like just listen to it and do other things. But I do that, but even though I have to check out the
We
subtitles,
should watch it. Hey, if you ever want to watch it with me,
yeah,
I'll sit here and watch it with you.
yeah.
And I can kind of tell you, like, what the fuck.
Well, I mean, I've
But
got
I
the
just don't
sub.
want to talk a lot.
I understand. I've got the subtitles, so I could just check them out. But you know, I'd say that show was at least like 30% in English, so there was that aspect. But yeah, that's kind of the I don't want to say the life you're going to be living, but to some extent, there's if
I
you
don't mind being a gangster.
yeah, that's if you wanted to be, I'm sure somebody's got to get coke to
I
that
just don't
island.
want to do the prison time. And the fucking.
Yeah, I
See,
mean,
I want to be a gangster, but I don't want to do all this shit.
yeah, exactly. You're gonna have you're gonna be like a retired American on this island. You don't want to screw that up.
Nah, that's what I'm saying. Like, especially nowadays, you know, like I feel sad for people that go to prison for a long time because if you really think about it, like they end up getting themselves into situations, and then they end up doing this like Vitali that he went to the Philippines.
Exactly.
He's getting like 23 years or something.
Have you seen
for just doing a bunch of stupid shit?
Right? Have you seen the pictures of him?
Yeah, like he's become skinny or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, it was bound to happen because he can't go to the gym. He's not.
Well,
you
he
know,
can't get the steroids he was on.
whatever it is, but he's fucking stupid though, man. Like I'm telling you, like people will like see, and this is what social media has done to people. Like they have people. There's a bunch of YouTubers, not only him, that have gone to prison just because they keep doing these stupid ass.
You're right. Johnny,
little YouTube skits.
Exactly. Johnny Somali's in Korean prison right now for that. You know,
I don't know who that is, but what did he do?
Same kind of shit. We was just fucking with people. Let me find
That's
out.
what I'm saying. Like these people, they're not that funny, and you could do so much in Korea. Like, let's go and taste a bunch of food and pay people to eat weird fucking turtles and shit like that. You know?
Right. So
like,
here's
you
what.
could do that. Like,
Right. So here's what he did. He would just disruptive and offensive behavior, which led to detention in several countries, including Japan in 2023, Israel in 2024, South Korea in late 2024, In South Korea, he faced multiple charges stemming from various incidents. Notably, he was involved in a controversy for creating and distributing deepfake videos depicting himself engaging in sexual acts with female South Korean streamers without their consent. These actions have led to serious legal repercussions, where he faces 31 years in prison due to the severity of the charges. So, I mean, like that stupid ass thing to do. 31 years.
Do you have an image of this guy?
I mean, just type Johnny
I'm
Somali.
driving, so I wish.
Yeah, I mean, it's just Johnny. He's not even that important. Vitali, I've always, he did a shout out for me once on his stream, a couple of them actually.
Really?
Yeah. So is Johnny Somali too. Basically, these guys would be on Kick, and they would, I would spam them, and so they'd read my name and they'd do a shout out to me. And I started streaming on Kick again starting today, and so I hadn't been on Kick. I haven't been streaming on Kick in like a year, and the reason why is I took a self-imposed, how would I call it, like a sabbatical, and the reason why. So here's how my life with Kick went. I used to have somebody would come into the Harry Potter Bomber Sonic 10 email Telegram, and they'd be like, "Hey, there's this thing called Kick," and I'd be like, "What is that?" And they're like, "It's like YouTube, or Twitch. You should get on it." And so I would start to stream on it, but it's just like no one ever came in my stream, and I wasn't that big of an advocate for it because it doesn't save your streams for more than 30 days. And when I stream, I like it to be saved for years, like indefinitely. Like I want people to go back and see my stuff as an archive, not like, oh, what have you done for me lately? And then last year, I started streaming on Kick. I started up again on Kick, and when I stream, I don't like to stream from just one device. I stream from like 33 different devices simultaneously, and I do multi-streaming. And Kick does not really like that. They like you to stream from one account, one device, and that's just not how it was. And the fact that they didn't save my streams, I figured, you know what? I'm just gonna try to get well known on Kick, and so I did. So for like 8 months, all I did was create bots and spam the people on it. And everybody knows about me on Kick. From the owner of Kick, who's a billionaire, his name's Eddie Craven. He and I are friends on Discord, actually, to their biggest streamers. They all know who I am, but because of my bots. Well, that was great, but I couldn't stream on there because, I was the most notorious spammer that they ever had. So they had to put in all kinds of protocols to stop people like me from spamming. And I told them what they needed to do, and they eventually did it, which is like have it so that if you're streaming and you don't want people to chat in your chat, like make sure that their account is over a few days old. Or like you can change it to be like older than 1 day old, older than 1 hour old, older than 1 week old, older than 1 month old, whatever. And just some other things, like be able to ban words, et cetera, et cetera. So then 2025 rolled around, and I had spammed on Kick for like 8 months straight, just notorious, to the point where like if you even mention my name on the platform, a lot of people will just ban you because I've left a bad taste in a lot of people's mouths. Well, then I said to myself, I'm going to not spam anybody on there for like 6 months. Well, actually, I said a year. And then I figured, okay, if a year goes by and I haven't spammed anybody, maybe they'll let me back on and not cause any issues. And then today, a friend of mine who's a big streamer on there came into my Discord, and he's like, why don't you consider streaming on there again? Like, I've seen a lot of people do bad things on Kick, and they get unbanned. So I don't really see what you did to be that bad. I mean, all you did was just spam people, but it's not like you hacked someone, and it's not like you showed nudity, or anything like all the other reasons why you can get banned. Um, and so I'm like, all right. And I had a choice of like trying to get back my old account or just creating a new account. And I was just like, it's easier to create a new account. I'll see how it goes. And so I started this afternoon, just put a new account together and started streaming. And so I'm back on Kick, and we'll see how that goes. It's just another platform, but I'm well known on it.
Can you generate revenue somehow?
Yeah, they can pay you up to like $24 an hour.
For what?
Just streaming.
Well, how do you get paid up to $24 an hour?
So they have
What do you have to do?
they have something. It used to be known as the Kick Creator Incentive Program, KCIP. Now it's just known as Kick Partners. But basically, so long as you meet their metrics, they pay you an hourly rate to stream. So what are the metrics? You need to have like now they could have changed since I last looked at them, but at the time it was like 75 followers, and you had to stream like at least 30 hours a week or something like that, or 30 hours a month. So 30 hours a month, I think it was. And you had to stream. Like you needed your chat to be. You needed to have like a certain number of unique chatters. But basically, so long as you meet their criteria, then and you just connect your bank account, they pay you an hourly rate to stream. So like my friend who was in here earlier today, he gets an hourly rate from them to just sit on his ass and listen to music and talk with his chat. And now I don't want that program because that means I can't stream on other platforms. The thing is, if you're going to do that program, that's cool, but you can't stream on different platforms. It's like against their terms. So if you're going to do it, you have to just stream on Kick. And my bread and butter is YouTube. And I don't and the reason why is because YouTube archives my stuff. So
are you monetized on YouTube?
no, I've tried, but my content is not
I'm monetized.
Are you?
I'm monetized on YouTube. Yeah.
Very cool. I tried, but my content was not deemed as advertiser friendly, and I understand because I show copyrighted material and stuff. But since you have
So I think the kick is way better for you then, because you can actually make money.
Yeah, but I don't.
And if they let you,
I don't really care about that. I care about archiving of the footage. That's what matters to me.
right? But I don't know. See, I think just business. So I would actually leave YouTube and go to Kick and.
Yeah, but then I become like any other streamer. My thing is then I become like any other streamer, and that's not important to me. What's important to me is creating essentially a digital journal or a digital diary over the course of years. That's what's important to me, and archiving it so that it's available to people in the future.
Okay, so how do I put this? So you can actually archive your life, but you can just do it in YouTube Shorts and get paid. And just do like one YouTube short a day, and you're basically like, this is what happened today.
No, that's not what I want, though. That's not what I want. I want the full day, 24 hours worth of footage.
I get it, but I'm just thinking like how you can see. I've always believed, because I drive trucks, right? I've always been an advocate to getting the most bang for your buck for your time, because time is everything. So if you were able to, at least the way I think, I know you have your way. So I'm not telling you what to do, but I would just think on how I can be more profitable and how I can shorten up a lot of time and get the same result.
I get it. I don't do it to be profitable. If I did, I would just quit streaming and work a 9-to-5 job and make 6 figures like I was. I recognize that I could potentially have a major amount of influence on the world if I gave up all of that and just streamed and lived within my means. And that's what I do. And I'm okay with not monetizing it. If I need to work,
Right.
I can always take projects, and that allows me to have additional income and allows me to
And I'm on your live stream right now, right?
100%.
Like, this thing's being archived?
Absolutely.
Yeah, you know how many times I've been on your live stream?
Yeah. So, I mean, every time, you're like basically part of, you've got like a role on the live stream. All of that's really important to me. And what I don't want to do is just be someone who becomes like a normal influencer where hey, I'm going to just try to get as many likes as I can get or as many subscribers as I can get. That doesn't appeal to me at all. That's not the kind of streamer that I wanted to be. I wanted to be someone who creates the most amount of content of any person ever. And the reason why is content is king. And I want to ensure that I have the most amount of data archive. That's really important to me. So, everybody's got their own motivations, but at least from a Kick perspective, if Kick was paying even $1,000 an hour, that's still not that attractive to me. And yeah, that's like huge money,
I
but
would do it. Fuck, I would do it in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
$1,000 an hour?
that's not
Shit.
that's not why I do it though. They only save your data for 30 days. And if they say
Yeah,
that
but
you can only stream on their platform, that's not attractive to me. What is attractive to me is the fact that in 100 years, somebody can go and see what I was doing on a given day. That's what's important to me.
But you could do that about like an ant farm. You could do that with anything though.
And that's cool to
You
me.
could just like put a camera and live stream 24/7 an ant farm, and
And people
I
do
think
that
you
kind
would
of
get a
stuff.
ton of views.
And people do that kind of stuff. But if you do that, you can't live stream on Kick.
Mhm.
Basically, Kick has it in their terms. If you're going to be a part of the creator program or the Kick partner program, you cannot multi-stream. So that means I can't live stream on YouTube. I can't live stream on Twitch. I can't live stream on Trovo or DLive or any of the other ones. And I don't want them to take that away from me. There's a lot of freedom that I enjoy of being able to multi-stream. And so, if I needed the money to be able to, and I didn't have another way to provide for myself, well, then I would have to perhaps just be with Kick. But I'm not in that position. So I just basically have Kick as an afterthought. It's on there and people chat with me, but if anything, I have like a big, um, almost like billboard, but a big graphic that says just come to my Discord if you want to talk. And because I'd rather just be able to talk with people. And, it'll grow. All I have to do is just keep it going and I'll get random people in there. This Discord isn't yet a year old and it has 1,700 people in it. And that's just basically, just random people coming in here, finding it and joining. So the same will kind of happen with Kick. Do you think you would want to live stream or become a streamer in the Caribbean?
Mhm.
Well, that's cool. There's this guy.
The only thing.
Go ahead.
Uh-huh.
The only thing.
The only thing I need help is understanding how Starlink works and how I can buy here at Best Buy and take it over there, because when you set it up, it says like residential or business, but it doesn't say anything about you taking it overseas.
Right. I know.
And I don't know.
I know it works. There's this guy. He's like one of my favorite, or first, or probably my second favorite streamer. And what he does is his name is W Vagabond, and he live streams from the Caribbean on a boat. He lives his life on a boat and just sails around like the world basically using Starlink. And um, I just think that's super cool that he's able to do that. And his streams are absolutely beautiful. They're just like, it's just like a tropical paradise. Though sometimes he gets caught in storms and stuff, and he's got to like maneuver his way away from, bad weather. But so long as he's able to do that, it's a really cool stream. So if you ever could, that would be certainly something that's cool. Um, and then they have with Starlink. I know this other guy. I saw this when they were doing the No King's Day, and like even before then, when they were doing all the ICE protests, people were in downtown LA live streaming with um, Starlink, and it works very well, but it does have some issues. But these guys are really mobile, so I mean, I imagine if you're like at least you could be on an island, but so long as you're not like moving it around a lot, you'd be just fine. So I don't anticipate an issue with that. And the fact that you're able to work remotely, that's your dream. So, and you know the language, that's going to be baller. It doesn't seem like a lot of people live there, so it's not like you're going to get overrun with people. You find a place to live or live with your family or whatever, you're going to have it made. And yeah, I mean, do you have a car?
Yeah.
Okay,
You're
so
gonna have to sell it.
yeah, I was just going to say you'll be able to sell that, and that'll give you some extra funds, and basically go down there with a fat wallet and then just buy what you need. Don't spend outside your uh, limitations, and you're going to have a nice life there. And then come back to California and visit us and visit your family, and just, you know, like basically vacation here whenever you're bored.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that sounds great.
But I'm actually thinking about visiting Italy, Thailand,
Well,
just different places.
Yeah,
I
definitely.
want to go to Argentina.
Definitely. Well, you have the opportunity. And when's the last time you were on the island?
Oh, like over a decade ago.
Okay, but not that long ago. I mean, you've been there as an adult.
Yeah, but it's been a while.
Yeah. Well,
But I'm the king of not wanting to live a traditional life.
you've got that right. I mean, I've always been worried about you. You're like a modern day cowboy, and you get stuck in, or you don't, but you can get stuck in the mountains and in the snow and on ice, and with how they may be replacing a lot of positions with robots and like AI drivers and um, autonomous vehicles. That's always been a concern of mine for you. But being a dispatcher, you're going to have a really great opportunity to be able to help people. There's something about what you're passionate. You have a lot of experience. So all power to you, my man.
Hell yeah, brother.
All right, dog. Well, I'm going to turn this podcast back on. Feel free to enjoy it. And I'm also watching The Office. So,
I'm gonna jump off.
all right, man. Well, you know you're welcome here anytime. Thank you for the update and safe travels, okay?
Okay, we'll talk later.
Absolutely. Peace out, Apollo.
Working at an office room and an extra bedroom for people to come in, so I can have people visit. And
Yeah, that's
you
a
know, I
Pablo.
just have guests come in.
Sounds like
Let
a
me
great
guest
gig.
them. And that way, you know, I can get on one down here, get whoever else down here.
I emailed probably 24 classicists from Harvard and other universities
to talk to them. None of them want to do it.
None of them want to do it. In fact,
Does anyone respond?
one of them responded. One of them, who actually I can't remember his name right now. Probably better we don't tell his name.
Yeah.
But he actually he's a Bible scholar, and he's actually studied Greek. He probably knows more Greek than any Bible scholar. And
I wonder if I know him.
he responded. You probably do. I'll go look it up after we're finished recording. He actually responded to me, and he said he doesn't want to give Amen that platform. He's like, it doesn't deserve the platform. He doesn't deserve the oxygen.
If you're saying it's that bad,
He says that Amen's so far off, like he doesn't deserve the time. Like it's not worth his time to even talk to him because the guy he doesn't want to give him any more attention.
well, why not? You could have made yourself famous. That doesn't make any sense.
Are people just
because-
afraid of him?
I don't know. The reason why it doesn't make any sense to me is because you can be the next Flynn Dibble and have like your moment of fame debunking how horrible. If it's so bad and so wrong,
Right.
you should be able to come in here, sit down, and show with the sources why this is nonsense, and then you'll get fame from
Well,
that.
here's the hard part about that is you can't just look at the like. It's easy for him to say the sources say this, but you can't fact check him because no one else can read the fucking sources.
But these guys supposedly both can.
And unless you have somebody who's really fluent in Greek, who's read all the same shit that he has.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
And if they could both come in here and
So
he
if
can
this
pull
guy-
up
but
these
if
sources
that's-
and say, what does this say?
That's what I'm saying. If this guy's so confident that Amon's so bad that he doesn't deserve the platform for that,
Right.
it doesn't follow.
No.
If it's so bad, I'm coming in there right now and I'm shutting that shit down because he already has a platform. That ship's already sailed.
Yeah.
So you're just letting him. Now you're letting him rock out without checking it.
Yes.
So you are platforming him by not debunking him. So that way that guy can't be that smart for me to just think about that right now.
Yeah.
That doesn't even follow. This just logically made no sense.
Right.
I'm not giving him a platform. No, we're giving you a platform to show why he's so wrong.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yeah, and the fact that he's so dedicated to this, like he's so rare, and the fact like he refuses to monetize his YouTube channel.
Did you see that article from Medium from
Somebody
somebody?
sent it to me last night. I
Yeah.
read it last night.
That was a long article. It mentions my name in it too.
Yeah. You know, it's interesting too. When I brought up to him, I'm like, "What do you think about the Anunnaki and the Nephilim?"
Yeah, I saw that part.
He's like, he like laughed at it. He's like, "That's such bullshit."
Right.
I'm like, "Do you believe all that shit, but you don't believe aliens? You don't believe Anunnaki were aliens?" No, he thinks I think he said the giants meant like they were intellectual.
If it ain't a Greek source, you don't believe it.
Right.
You know, it's funny
Where did the
because
Anunnaki alien concept come from? That came from who's the guy who was a
Zechariah Sitchin. I was
Sitchin.
thinking I drew a blank too.
yeah.
But yeah, I always drew a blank on his name for some reason.
When were those texts, those tablets? When were those made?
When it was discovered?
Yeah. Or no, when
Oh.
was that? When was the Sumerian?
When were they written?
When was the Sumerian civilization?
3000 BC.
3000 BC.
I think
Okay.
I think they start in 3500 BC, and then they replaced by the Babylonians at 2500 BC.
Oh, okay.
So it's like 3,000 years.
Right.
Or I mean 1,000 years.
Yeah, the Sitchin shit's crazy. Like he said, they were trying to mine gold so they could put gold particles in the atmosphere. And now there's actually a science or an article.
Is that true?
Well, that's what Sitchin writes about. It says the
Yeah.
Anunnaki were trying to use gold to put in the atmosphere for something. And now, I think recently, climate scientists came out to say they can put gold particles in our atmosphere to stop climate change.
Wow.
Can you find that? See if that's real?
If that's true, then you got to give Precision a point there for that.
Type in like climate scientist gold particles in atmosphere. See if that's real. I saw that. I heard that somewhere. That could have just been some fucking crazy conspiracy theory I saw on Twitter. Sometimes that shit comes
I think I heard Joe Rogan say it before.
exploring how gold might be used to
No,
help
it's
define
going to be an
climate change.
article, not a YouTube video. That's World Gold Council.
Not a YouTube video. It's an article. Okay, well, just scroll down. Yeah. NASA's gold finds surprising shapes in the atmosphere.
Going for atmospheric gold, NASA?
A startup says it's begun releasing particles. Click on that one.
What about the NASA one?
A startup says it's begun releasing particles into the atmosphere in an effort to tweak the climate. Go down.
Goldfinger.
Is this the same article?
Those are the only mentions of gold in this article.
Go back.
Something else.
What's that one?
What's that? Yeah, atmospheric gold, 2018. For the first time, punch in on that. Global scale observations of the limb and disc gold instrument was launched into space broadly commercializing gold in all 2 ways. I don't think this is it. Is it?
I mean,
I saw some science. I've heard about this. I saw an article
heard
about this.
Gold,
Particles. You don't have particles in there, yeah.
science.
Okay,
There it
tiny
is.
gold. Okay, there we go. You found it. Click on that.
Phys.org.
Yeah, physics.org. Tiny gold particles can help harness energy from the sun to break down pollution.
Wonder what the technology is.
When organic pollutants such as dyes, agricultural chemicals, and pharmaceuticals enter waterways all around the world, they can harm the environment and human health, and removing them can be incredibly difficult. Substances that absorb energy from light can be used to accelerate the rate of chemical reaction. Blah, 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 blah. Solve the problem, the researchers say, having their sights set on finding photocatalysts that can harness much more of the solar spectrum. If you can use solar light, it's cheaper and much more available than UV light.
Gold nanoparticles key.
Dude, yeah, no, you're not lying. They're definitely talking about that.
That's kind of crazy, huh?
That's nuts. The question is, was something like this going on before Sitchin wrote that? Or did Sitchin just guess right?
No, this came out way after. This came out in 2023, last year.
2023, yep.
Right. So, what do you say about that? I mean, all the Sitchin haters at least admit that he was, guessing some good things on that one, right?
Yeah.
Or maybe his translation's right. I couldn't tell you that.
Yeah.
I go with Samuel Noah Kramer when I go for Sumerian translations because I love he's translated like tons of text. That's where I found the story about Inanna.
Is he still alive or no?
I think he might have just recently died. He's an older scholar. Mm-hmm. I don't know if he's alive or dead or not, but that's a good question. But he translated the descent of Inanna, the catabasis of Inanna, where she dies for 3 days and then resurrects and brings the dead up with her. So that's like a clear example of a dying and rising God all the way back in the Sumerians.
Yeah.
Just like when we're talking about the
dying and rising gods.
There's something with that 3-day thing that shows up in a lot of different sources.
So when Dan McClellan came on the show, he was saying something about there was one Bible that he says is complete bullshit.
How are you?
King James Bible.
Yeah. Why did he say that King James Bible was bullshit?
Good, man.
What's new?
I found some new stuff that I think you might be kind of interested in. You might not be too interested in it, but I think it's kind of interesting.
Absolutely. I want you to tell me all about it, but just give me 1 minute. I'm going to use the restroom, okay?
All right.
Shout out to Tony Montana. All right, Tony Montana, hit me with it.
All right. How do I share my screen?
Are you on a phone or are you on a computer?
I'll just send it to you, actually.
Okay.
All right. I sent it to you.
All right.
So this video was made only using pictures If that makes sense. It's very simple.
Hold on.
It's just a
Hold
test
on.
video, but you can make a
Hold
lot
on.
better.
To what account did you send it?
Rabbi Rothschild, 003. I mean, yeah, the 3 zeros.
Yeah. I just sent you a message. Send it to that account.
All right.
Dude, I've been looking at some of this AI stuff. The Midjourney one is incredible.
No, yeah, I need to start using VO. But I found this one interesting for what I'm doing. It's very simple, but I only took 2 pictures. And it was able to make my hand move. And the product move. It looks kind of realistic.
Looks totally realistic. That's
Yeah.
AI?
And if you see the text on the right, that one the actual bottle was all the way in the back, but you can't see it from that angle, the real life. But it moved the text to the side when I moved it. It's kind of cool.
That's
It
amazing.
looks super real.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, I
really
thought this was interesting.
that's really cool, man. Body wise, pure Himalayan Shilajit gold gummies. That's baller.
Yeah.
Well, that's really cool, man.
The product goes. Yeah, I want to start using VO too, man. VO is it's a little pricey, but I think it's worth it.
Dude, the Midjourney one. Let me see if I can find it.
Is there something? Is there something new in Midjourney?
Yeah, Midjourney before was just image, but now they're doing video, and it's better than anybody's.
Yeah.
Let me
a lot of
find
people
this
are
one.
competing with VO.
Let me find this
They
one
have to.
that. Oh yeah, here it is. The first video model. So this is their first video model from. Welcome, Zoot. How you living, pimp? Okay, so all right. Tony Montani, look at the link I just sent you. This is the first video of Midjourney's video, and tell me that's not the best AI you've ever seen.
Let me see. This is all AI.
It's all AI.
Oh my gosh.
It's so good. It's so good. It's way better than.
Oh my gosh.
It's way better than any other one.
Game changer.
Isn't that crazy?
This is gonna change. It's gonna change business.
Yes, it is.
Oh my gosh, this is kind of scary.
Dude, how good is that? It's to the point where you can't really tell anymore.
This one you can't tell. It looks like a movie.
Yeah, it does. Zoot, you have an
This just
invitation.
came out 5 days ago.
Yeah,
What the fuck, man?
it's brand new.
Crap.
And
No,
that's
I knew someone had to compete with VO.
and that's their first video. That's the first one they ever did. So if that's the first one they ever did, I mean, imagine what it'll be after a month. But the way the food looks, and it's like,
That's what I was impressed about.
yeah,
The first clip of the food was impressive.
exactly. I mean, I can't tell the difference. You could show me this, and I'd be like, yeah, that's a real kid, or that's a real lady, or that's real food, or that's a real dog on a skateboard. It all look
Oh, this is crazy.
it looks too. It all looks 100% real now. Like, and then they have the one with a war, like in the background, and it's like, dude, you could trick me that that's a real war. It's
Is it available yet for the public or no?
I think it is.
How about it? No.
Alrighty, dude. Thank you.
Oh, really? Are you ready for Boba?
Yeah, I'm ready for Bullseye Zoo. Tony Montana, if you're wondering what we're doing, we're playing darts. That's right. That's what you're doing in the background. But yeah, you should check out and see if you can get that Mid-Journey
Yeah.
to
I
do.
think it is available.
I do too. Previously, it was like available within Discord. Mid-Journey has like the biggest Discord of any Discord server. It has like 2.5 million
They're gonna
people.
have an unlimited. They're gonna beat Neil's price. They're gonna have an unlimited version for $120 a month.
Right.
That's actually insane. Unlimited for $120 is actually like too good.
And just the quality of it is, I mean, you can make
no, never mind. That's for the basic.
you could make a whole
I don't
movie.
think the video is out yet.
You could make a whole movie of that.
Yeah. Oh my fucking god, dude. How are people making this? Like, I'm sure someone that already has something super good that's just not produced.
Right.
You're not sure. Problem is, I was talking to someone from like a big investment firm the other day, and they said they're just done with AI.
No, not with that.
They're done with AI investments. They keep on getting wrecked.
Well, they've got the wrong ones.
No, they just said, no, they got into things early, but they're getting wrecked at the bubble now. Why? Because it's an oversaturated industry. Why? There's too much going on. Yeah.
Dog, it's still new. I don't think it's oversaturated at all.
There's too much going. Too much going on for winning the brain interest.
All right, so who are the winners?
I'm not running a company. I'm just worried about using it.
Yeah, exactly.
OpenAI and Grok.
Grok sucks dick, though.
It's going to create something better. You know? You tell me that you're OpenAI.
I mean,
Competing with OpenAI and ChatGPT is like competing with Google.
well,
It's not going to happen.
Google Gemini is pretty good in comparison to ChatGPT.
Yeah, but no one. That's like people using fucking Yahoo Mail. Well, I mean, who knows? But AI is not just about writing. I mean, it's a big part of it.
Oh, fuck.
Well, Trump just keeps extending the deadline for TikTok.
Right, another 90 days, big dog. I thought of you.
Dude, he's done it like 3 times already. He's gonna do this for his whole the next 4 years. 40 to 100. What? $109 what he did. Dude, it's over enough when I buy a house. Just do nothing forever. We're not what I was going to get on the house. What? That's just what I was going to get on the house. I barely hear you, bro.
Dude, speak into your microphone, big man.
You can hear me. Okay, yeah,
Now you can.
Sorry, I broke my phone 2 days ago. Yeah,
Tell him how you did it, Zoot.
I'm lifting weights. Nice, man.
So it could have been worse. I mean, he was working on himself, so that's not bad.
Yeah. What do you do, Zoo? What do you mean? What do you do with your life? Right now? In general? Like for a job. That's good.
No, he said like for a job. What did you think he said?
Wait, did you say looking for a job? Yeah, go. Go.
What's your new job, Zoot?
Advocacy in neurodivergency and advocacy for neurodivergent people and with policies with government budget policies for neurodivergency.
And they pay you to do that?
They will.
Zoot, tell him what you're really going to do.
Well,
Do you want me to tell him what you're really going to do?
oh yeah, you're gonna be a male stripper? Yeah.
Living the dream.
What the fuck?
I have been listening to this motherfucker talk about getting a six-pack for the last 6 months. And he's, whatever. And he's almost
Has he
there.
gotten the 6-pack?
Yeah, he's pretty close.
The law adds a comment, but I have that fucking awful. You gotta get shredded for the ladies, man. Yeah, it's hard. Yeah, it's like, it's harder to be a man than it is to be a woman in that industry. Oh, of course. You have to be a good dancer, man. We'll have to fuck some old ladies, man.
He has no issue with that.
I'm sure he knows what he's getting himself into.
Zoot, are you going to accept my invitation or are you going to continue beating yourself off raw?
Invitation.
Yeah, he's got to. All right, go call your friend.
because the King James, King James had all these different like bishops or whatever they're called, and they got together and they had convened that they were gonna create a English Bible that was in uniform, that had no contradictions, and wants it to say what they want to say. So they made little changes in certain parts that they wanted to censor. They tweaked. They went with manuscripts that they agreed with. They went with they used certain Latin manuscripts that aren't in Greek. For example, I'll give you the verse 1 John 7 has like 10 words at the end that doesn't show up in any of the ancient manuscripts, and it's a Trinity. It happens to be a Trinity verse that says that God is the Father and the Son are one. And that doesn't show up in any of the original manuscripts. It's only in Latin. And they choose that one. But so basically they're making a Bible that's perfect, has no contradictions, completely in uniform, and it's in English. And it's the first time it's ever been done like that. They also start the numbering system at that time. So that's why when you find newer Bibles, NIV for example, that says verse omitted. So let's say you're reading Mark, and all of a sudden it says Mark, verse 8 says Jesus went to the waterfall, and verse 9 says verse omitted, and then verse 10 back to
right.
People will go, what's going on? These scholars are evil. They're deleting verses. The King James has the verse. That's because the King James has added verses, and it's not that the NIV is deleting verses. They're going back to the original manuscripts, and they don't have that verse, so they have to omit the verse because they're using the same numbering system that the King James started.
Right.
That they have to have the same numbering system in order to be able to compare Bibles. So, because they use the same numbering system, they have to omit verses, and it's not that they're secret satanic scholars trying to delete Bible verses. It's because they're using the original manuscripts, and the King James Bible is actually the secret evil ones. I'm just kidding. No, but they're the ones that added the verses.
Okay, I see.
So somebody broke it down on the internet. They answered a core question. This guy gives a great example where Jesus was placed in the Tanakh, whatever that is, and
so they're making it.
Where all of the past tense and present tense words changed to future tense, yet all the other uses of that word were kept in. Weren't tampered with
because they want to make it more Christianized. The Old Testament has to have Jesus in it,
right?
So here's another prime example.
The Old Testament has to have Jesus.
They want to have the Old Testament point to Jesus more obviously.
Okay,
so they can't add Jesus there,
right?
But they want to make it look like Jesus is there. So I'll give you a prime example. In I think it's Daniel, in the book of Daniel, where it talks about the sons of God. It says a son of God. It is Daniel. In Daniel, it says that the three men in the fire were saved by someone who looked like one of the sons of God. Sons of God in Hebrew is Beni Elohim, and it translates into Greek as angelos. It just means angel.
Wow.
So in Hebrew, Beni Elohim is angels.
Right.
They call it sons of God, but that's what they always call it. In Greek, it's angelos, angels. So basically what the verse says, and something like an angel saved them. In the King James Bible, they take the plural away and they say, and something that looked like the Son of God came and saved them. So it's like, there's Jesus in Daniel, he's the Son of God. So what they're doing is they're unifying the Bible so that it all is harmonized. They're harmonizing it. That's the best word to use. You're not unifying. Right. They harmonize the Old Testament with the New Testament, and they harmonize all the Gospels, and they basically chose their translation that it becomes the perfect Bible in their opinion.
Okay.
So it's a good Bible to read if you're looking for a nice poetic Shakespearean Bible.
Yeah, it seems like Dan was very, very, it seems like he's pretty nuanced in a lot of the things that he talks about. Like he doesn't just go by the book when it comes to some of the stuff, like some of the...
No, yeah, he's very critical. He's
super critical.
Yeah.
And even with the stuff that he does online.
I was just talking to Derek about this because Derek wanted to interview me about my deep beef with Dan yesterday. And he's like, what's up? Dan's a good dude. Like, what's up? And it's like, no, I agree with you guys. I think he's a good scholar. He's very smart, knows what he's talking about. But he steps out of his element when he starts talking about Greek and Roman classic stuff. He doesn't know any of that shit. Like, he doesn't even know how to pronounce Dionysus' name right. Semele. He says Samil. Like, if you don't even know how to pronounce Dionysus' name, mother's name right, why are you even talking about this stuff? And it's so obvious that he's out of his element. He's like when you showed him the Hilaria, his face was like this.
Yeah.
He never even heard of Hilaria before.
Yeah.
So why would you have an opinion on it if you never heard of it? And by the way, you said something in that interview, or you brought up the Hilaria. All you did was show him what was on Britannica. You didn't even say anything about Easter. And then he's the one who brought up Easter. He goes, the idea that Easter has anything to do with this is nonsense. You didn't even say anything yet. So he was getting defensive already before you even said you think this influence is Easter. You didn't even say that. He just jumped to that conclusion before you had finished talking about Hilaria.
Yeah.
What does that tell you? So he's out of his element sometimes. He talks about things he doesn't understand because he got a PhD. And he is very smart, but what it does is he's puffed up in one, because he knows a lot about one area, he gets puffed up in other areas that he doesn't actually know.
Right.
That's my criticism of him.
And what do you think about, what is your current stance on the idea that the Old Testament was originally Greek?
I don't have the ability to test out which one came first. If I had to guess, I think the most convincing is that the Torah was written first. The Septuagint was translated around exactly the same time, like within decades. It was translated
After it was written.
I think the original text was not even all of it though. I think there are original Greek compositions of the Bible. For example, is it not Maccabees? Some of the Old Testament texts are written in Greek first. There's parts of Daniel that were written in Greek first. There are parts of Songs of Solomon that could have been written in Greek first. There are Psalms that were written in Greek first, back into Hebrew. Some of it was Greek. But I'm saying the Genesis, Leviticus, those books probably were written in Hebrew and then very quickly translated. They're all Hellenistic.
Yeah.
They're all written in the Hellenistic period. Yeah. That's my stance on it.
Right. Who's the guy you recently talked to that was explaining this? The guy you did a Zoom with the speaker.
Gad Barnea and Jonathan Adler after that too.
Yeah.
They both talked about it. Jonathan Adler went even farther. Jonathan Adler was like, yeah, it was probably written around that time, but they don't start practicing it until 150 BC. That's what he says. He says that they probably started writing it around the 3rd century BC, and they don't start practicing until 150 BC. Gad Barnea was like, it's so clear. Before 300 BCE, there's no mention of the Bible. There's no sources of the Bible. There's no evidence of the Bible. After 300 BC, all of a sudden the Bible's everywhere. So he says it's so clear the evidence points this way.
Right.
So that's if you had to ask me what came first, there's probably Hebrew scrolls first, or individual Hebrew scrolls of Genesis next to Leviticus, next to Chronicles and Kings and the Prophets. They're all individual scrolls. They're probably all there. But then they get brought to Alexandria and then translated into Greek, and then it all gets compiled together at the same time.
Right.
That makes the most sense to me.
Right. Wild shit, bro. It is. We just did it for 3 hours. That was fantastic.
It's fantastic. I'm getting hungry now.
Oh, you want to do Patreon? All right, we're gonna do a Patreon. We got some juicy questions from the Patreon, so we're gonna do a Patreon Q&A with you. But tell people where they can follow your podcast or YouTube channel, all that stuff.
Gnostic Informant on YouTube. That's it. And I'm also on Twitter /X at Gnostic. Look up Gnostic Informant on there. I have a second channel that I upload clips on. You can find links to that through the main channel. But just look up Gnostic Informant on YouTube. It comes right up.
Fuck yeah. We'll link it all below.
Thanks, man.
Hail Satan, everybody.
Hail Satan.
Over the last 48 hours, I read your entire book, The Extra Tempestrial Model. Blew my mind. I think it makes so much sense, and you do such a good job of laying out probably the most reasonable explanation I've ever heard to these alien abduction accounts and these UFO experiences that people have with beings. Can you sort of just like lay out how you got into this whole thing and how you got interested in this?
Yeah, no, it's kind of a long and winding road, to say the least. It started similar to a lot of people's experience with the cover of Willie Strieber's book. As
Right.
you have displayed on your shelf. It was sitting out just like that on in the house I grew up in. It was sitting on a living room shelf, faced out just like that. Maybe it's a conversational piece, I don't know. Because my biological father saw a UFO late at night with another individual. He was a veterinarian in rural Ohio, kind of northeast Amish country. And he described it as this ball of light. It wasn't emitting rays, like you look at a street light and it's kind of got the rays coming out. But he said him and this colleague crested a hill. They could see it off in the distance, not too far, maybe 500-600 meters or so. And then all of a sudden it shot toward their truck, hovered there above them for a little bit, shot back across the horizon, maybe another 5 or 6 seconds, and straight up into the sky at tremendous speed. And I overheard him telling this story to some friends at our house. I was kind of sneaking downstairs late at night, so there's stuff going on. I was like an 8-year-old kid, so I was curious what was happening. It was right around that time that Willie's book came out. He got it. It was on the living room shelf. And there were a number of things about that, just hearing the account to start with. Like, hey, it's Amish country. There's no lights. Amish don't use lights. B, it's not moving like any conventional craft. C, he's talking about UFOs. Never heard of that. That's my interest. But even beyond that, when I walked into the living room and saw that book on the shelf, it sort of triggered this image in my head. And I described this in both my first 2 books because it was the origin point for this rabbit hole that I've spent my entire life going down pretty much, where I imagined or saw in my mind's eye an early hominin form of a chimpanzee. In the middle was this modern human form. I put it on the TV too. And then on the right was this quintessential alien, like on the cover of Whitley's book. And you know, obviously that's kind of a cheeky caricature of what I saw, but it gets the point across, and it got the point across to me. That's all it took. And I had this sort of awareness or this thought, what if we're all related? What if we look like we do because we came from this early primitive form? And what if we go on to look like them in our future? And it sort of shaped the rest of my life from that point. I chose the majors I did in college to look into this further. I did the research that I did as part of my graduate work, and even after graduate school in my normal anthropological career, looking at craniofacial anatomy, human evolution, how the eye interacts with the brain and the face in a functional sense, in a biomedical sense, but also just how all these things change together, and what if we project that forward, these same dominant trends that characterize the last 6 to 8 million years, project those forward, are we going to look like them? And then obviously went a lot further into other fields, but that was sort of the impetus for it. It's what got me started.
So how long did you study biological anthropology? I don't know how to say it.
Yeah, biological anthropology. It used to be called physical anthropology, which is way
it's
easier
just
to pronounce.
anthropology.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
anthropology.
Biological anthropology. Easy for you to say.
Yeah. Well, physical is easier, but actually it was just about 4 or 5 years ago that we changed from the APAA to the ABAA, the American Biological. It's a long. It doesn't really matter, but we. I don't know why we did that, honestly. So it's been physical anthropology for a century, and all of a sudden we're the American Association of Biological Anthropologists, ABAA. So
And how long did you study it for? You have like what kind of degree do you have in there?
I got a PhD.
PhD.
I started out in physics and astronomy because I was interested in the are these time machines question, and I was going to pursue that. And then my sophomore year, I remember it vividly. I was standing behind Morton Hall, which is the physics and astronomy lecture hall. The actual apartment was located elsewhere. And yeah, I was just standing back there by myself, and all of a sudden it's like, kind of drive to switch. Like, what if we looked at the biological side? What if we looked at the beings instead of the craft? And from that point on, I switched my major, and it's been great. I've got to travel the world, work at archaeological sites, 3.5 million year old site in Makapansgat, South Africa, for 2 seasons. A site in Chépinois-Jonzac in the Bordeaux region of southern France, and go all over the world and study skulls and it's been fun even outside of this underlying question of could they be us? Where are we going morphologically? But it's a really interesting field in general. I find it fascinating.
To you, what is the most compelling evidence that these typical alien beings that we see, like for instance on the cover with this book, are us?
Well, I mean, perhaps I'm biased in the sense that this is what I've been looking at since I was 8 or 9. Like I wasn't going and digging up bones and measuring them or anything back then, but I had sort of been thinking about this, and obviously switched my major to study this, and it was more about. It's hard because we're at a place now where we say, well, we have cockpit videos of the craft. We've acknowledged those. There's still debates about what they might be. Is it lens flares, seagulls, swamp gas has been a common one throughout history. But the question of who's inside is still kind of on the fringe. But to me, I don't see it that way. I think, at least as far as what I've been looking at, that's the best evidence of future humans. The craft themselves, and we can talk about this as well if you want, do seem to have a form consistent with the function of manipulating space-time and creating closed time curves. I do want to talk about that. So there's a technological continuity aspect too. But for me in my research, it's the extremely ubiquitous description of a humanoid form. And I've said a million times, if what got out of these craft was 8-legged squid spider type of creature, never would have done. Yes. But they're so consistently described in very hominin terms. Bilateral symmetry, 2 gut openings, eyes, nose, mouth in the same location, pentadactyly having 5 digits at the end of each one, 4 limbs in general, tetrapods going back 400 million years. And then characteristics indicative of the continuation of long-standing trends on this planet. Going back 6 to 8 million years ago since we stood upright, bigger heads, larger eyes, smaller faces, less hair, thin bodies, less pigmentation to their skin. It's this incredible suite of characteristics that seem to indicate that they're not just related to us phylogenetically, but they are part of the hominin clade and specifically toward the future of where we are now. With that said, there is obviously variation. There's a lot of variation in what people describe.
Yeah, some people describe 4 fingers, right? Like Whitley, I think so.
Yeah, and that could be very much an atrophy of our 5th digit. The 5th phalanges just maybe shrinks down. I don't know. It's pretty small. Unless maybe especially small pinky.
My pinky toe is like almost not there. It's so tiny. It's like
you're the future, man.
Yeah,
you got to get out there and reproduce.
I could be like
you're
really
what's going to get us into there.
Yeah, I'm saying I could be like maybe a hybrid or something.
I wouldn't doubt it. Some look into for sure. And there's variation not just in the physical form like we were talking about in us, but there's variation in what's described, what people see. So I don't think this theory explains all of it, but I do think it explains the humanoid forms with the extenuation of traits indicative of our hominin past. And I also point out, I wasn't aware of this when I published my first book, unfortunately, but the Dr. Edgar Mitchell free study at the time surveyed something like 3,200 contactees and abductees as well. So individuals who have been on the ships. And they asked them specifically if they had observed a non-human intelligence. And they used that term, NHI, non-human intelligence, which biases the question. So they should have used a different one, something less leading, I guess you should say. And it's hard with surveys, because you're trying to get people to think about, well, what was it, and put in those terms, and that's the common term. But much like extraterrestrial, we should kind of pull back from that and use terminology that is less leading. I with Whitley, I use visitor, traveler, things like that more recently to advocate for that as well. So anyway, what they found is individuals who were taken on these ships, the majority saw humans. They described them as human, even though the question specifically asked non-human intelligence. So just like us. After that, the next most common was the short grays, and then the tall grays, and then hybrids rounded it out. About 5% were non-hominin forms, something like apparitions or these mantis type beings. Right. And I always point out too, with the mantids, if they have 4 limbs, there's still more in the hominin clade than they would be in an insect, which has 6 limbs. So that's an important distinction too. But my point is that based on the definition of a hominid, an upright walking primate, or in the primate order, we stand up on 2 limbs. We're not only the only primate that does that, we're the only mammal on this planet that habitually walks on 2 limbs.
Right.
We're the only biped.
I think there's a compelling point in your book. You mentioned that there's 2 million catalog species on Earth, and 20 of them are hominids, and one of those 20 are upright walking hominids. And it was like 0.001% are the upright walking hominids, and then like we are the ones who generated the technology that could get off the planet.
Yeah, and even ask these questions.
So just looking at how rare, or how we don't know, it could be non-existent, life is in the universe, apart from us, just how rare we are on this planet that is so packed with life. Like, how would we know that life would be anything resembling what we are anywhere else in the world? Especially if, a lot of the other worlds that are out there in Goldilocks zones that are habitable for life are mostly water worlds. Like, what would animals look like in water worlds?
Yeah,
not like us.
No, that's a great point. And there's so many other variables too. The distance from their sun. Are they in a singular binary star system? Are they nitrogen-based or carbon-based like we are? Do they have anything even closely resembling DNA? Like, what are the chances they would get a GCT and the same nucleotide linkages that we have that structures all life on this planet? Some viruses have RNA, but they're not living because they need something else to replicate in a host. But every other living organism on this planet, I'll get in trouble for that because some people think viruses are alive.
Do they really?
Yeah. That and free will. If I say viruses aren't alive or they're not living organisms, and I say something about free will, I get email, but I'm used to it at this point. Anyway, it's not just all of the our solar system. Outside of that, I did a study looking at all of the planets that have been found as part of the Kepler mission, and based on the stats of planetary size, their mass, only 2.2% of them were the same size or smaller than Earth. I redid it in 2022 with new data, because we're up to over 5,000. We're probably close to 6 or 7 now, based on the planetary habitability study from the University of Puerto Rico, Arecibo, one with the big dish that collapsed a couple years ago.
Right. Yeah, what was the story with that Arecibo? It was a signal that we sent out.
Yeah, we sent. I think it was in the 70s, maybe. Right. It was our first big broadcast. There was some debate that should we be broadcasting our existence here because we could, bring in all of these evil extraterrestrials that want to treat us like we treated people, and we discovered other civilizations on this planet. I think Hawking was one of the big components of that. But the point of doing this study was to show, in concert with what Dr. Latimer, who used to be the director of the Cleveland Museum of Natural History, called the perils of being bipedal. We suffer from all kinds of problems: our necks, our backs, difficulty in childbirth, blown out knees, hernias, varicose veins, hemorrhoids. All of these problems we suffer from are the direct result of standing upright. But the benefits that we get from standing upright outweigh the costs that come with bipedalism. But it is rare here, like you said. We're the only ones that do it habitually. And if it's rare here, based on the fact that between 2 and 4.5% of all other planets that we've identified so far, which is a decent sample, are much, much larger than Earth. And it's hard to do here on our very small planet, relatively speaking, with only 9.8 meters per second squared of gravity, the acceleration pulling down on us. It's going to be very, very unlikely on any other planet based on the limited sample that we have. But if we can extrapolate that out, it's not likely that you're going to get bipedalism on other planets. So even in addition to all these other factors that you've mentioned, and I threw in some on top of, just the fact that they're bipedal, they're reported as being bipedal in almost every case, I think is an indication that we have a phylogenetic relationship.
Is the idea that gravity would be way stronger on those planets that are larger?
Yeah, it's all about mass. They're many of them are super Earths. They're many thousands of times larger than Earth. Some are close, but even a little bit of mass increase, even going to 1 point. And I did, in doing this study, I went up to 1.5 the mass of Earth, just to have a little cushion, you know, saying, well, what if we went up 0.15 the size of Earth more, which is a little generous, I think, because bipedalism is almost non-existent here. But I did allow for that, and it was still in between 2 and 4%.
So, you think that, I mean, obviously you've studied the evolution of our species extensively, and you seem to think, you believe that if you go really way back, millions of years ago, to our early ancestors and where we are now, you can project out what we're going to look like in a million years, in a couple 100,000 years, and you think that that would be what these aliens look like, with huge eyes, big heads, no muscles, skinny, small bodies. And what makes you think that we would look like that? And what would be the environmental conditions that would make us evolve that way?
Right. Well, yeah, there's a couple things to unpack there. I don't want to get too technical, or maybe I can. But it's good to have it out there, I guess, if people want the information. But so, in looking at the specifics of our evolution, okay, but a lot of people would write to me and be like, yeah, this makes sense. You know, we'll blow up this planet, we'll have to live in space or go underground, so that's why our eyes would get bigger, because we have to see in the dark or whatever. Maybe, I don't know. But that's speculation. And I try to avoid speculating in these books and instead focus on long-term trends that are understandable in the context of the length of those trends and what happens. And we might be able to extrapolate those a little bit, and I do that, but extrapolation isn't necessarily the same thing as speculation, because we have data that can back up that trend and then see how that will move forward in the future. So a couple of important ones are obviously brain size. Going back to the time of Australopithecus africanus, right between when we stood upright and where we are.
Their brains were bigger, right?
Much, much smaller.
Oh, really? I thought they were bigger.
3.5 million years ago, they were a third the size of ours. They were about 420 cubic centimeters. On average, the modern human brain's between 1,400 and 1,600 cubic centimeters. So about the third the size of our own, about the same size as a chimpanzee, a little bit bigger than a chimpanzee. It wasn't until we get beyond the Australopithecines, Homo habilis, you see a little jump, and then with Homo erectus, throughout the time of Homo erectus, we start to see an accelerating curve where it gets bigger and bigger. By the time you get to Heidelbergensis, Rudolfensis, Bovensis, all of those, it's getting to the point where they look more modern. Their postcranial skeleton's almost the same as ours. It's a little more robust based on where they lived and what they did, but their cranial-facial anatomy is still pretty primitive. They have a prognaathic face, a low sloping forehead, big brow ridges, simply because their brain hasn't grown out over the top of the eyes yet. And in addition to us being the only biped, we're also the only mammal with a brain that sits right on top of the eyes. And it's interesting. Yeah, it's something that I took this study of craniofacial evolution and applied it in a biomedical context to see if the two main changes throughout hominin evolution are an increase in brain size, moves forward and expands mediolaterally. One of the characteristics that defines anatomically modern Homo sapiens is we have neurocranioglobullarity. Our brains expanded to the extent that we have like bobbleheads, basically. And our faces are shrunk back. So we have this trade-off between the brain and the face. Brain grows out, expands, face gets smaller, teeth get smaller, and we have a chin. As that happens, we have what's called a mental eminence, where our teeth and our masticatory muscles retract and recess so much that we have a little chin that sticks out.
Right. This has a lot to do, from what I understand, this has a lot to do with the way we ate in our diets back then, like chewing meat all the time.
Yeah, and tool use too. We started to be able to cut our meat, we could cook our meat, which was a big one. Going back 1.8 million years ago, we started using fire. And we can also process our food. We can cut it into smaller strips, we can cook it, we can pound up fibrous plant materials. There was an offshoot here, if you pull out on that, Oh, no, they're there. Boisei, Garhi, and Robustus. There's ones in the middle there. Those are all called robust Australopithecines because
Can you punch in on that, Steve?
they did the opposite. What they have, and you can even see on the Australopithecus boisei, this little ridge running from around the top, that's called a sagittal crest. You see that in gorillas too. And gorillas are vegetarians. They mostly feed on nettle, and they have these big bellies because they have to break down that fibrous plant material. They have to spend a lot of time chewing it. And these guys went that route. They went the vegetarian route like gorillas. We went the omnivore route, started eating meat, and that helped our brains get bigger. And likely we killed them off, maybe even ate them.
The meat made our brains get bigger?
Yeah, it's called the expensive tissue hypothesis, where because of the way we can break down the meat, proteins in meat, and turn it into the sugars that we need for our brain, we see not just a decrease in our gastrointestinal system around this time, but also that's when our brains start to get bigger. So Leslie Aiello in South Africa proposed that, I think back in the 90s, called the expensive tissue hypothesis. But you can see it here, like they were a dead end. They have no living descendants.
Who? Which
the,
ones?
the robust Australopithecine, Boisei, Robustus, and Garhi up just to the top right of that. I'm getting off track a little bit.
No, this is interesting. I love this stuff. So what was the explanation for that thing across the top of their head, that gray part?
Chewing. Yeah, so they have these big, massive faces, and you can see it just looking between Robustus there and Africanus to the right. Robustus was a dead end. They went veggie. Their faces got huge, but their brain couldn't get any bigger because it was all face. We went the opposite direction. Africanus, Afarensis, all of the Homo that came after that, we were able to shrink our faces back, especially with Homo erectus. That's why we see this accelerating trend, what we call biocultural evolution, because we started using tools, we started using fire, that allowed our face to get out of the way of our brain. Because the brain grows first, and it leaves less time and space for the face to grow out. It's just an aspect of the modularity, the way the different parts of our craniofacial anatomy grow. But when we needed a face, when we were constantly chewing on fibrous plant material, the face had to be there. There was selection for that. Once we relax that selective pressure, teeth get smaller, masticatory muscles get smaller. Our temporalis muscles are the ones that will come up and attach to that sagittal crest in the robust Australopithecines.
Right.
Now they attach right here, all the way down here. We have very thin skulls. Our brain can grow out over our eyes. And like I started to say earlier, one of the things I look at in a biomedical sense is how that impacts vision. If juvenile onset myopia, astigmatism, which what you see with a highly myopic eye is it's elongated. And
myopic meaning short-term distance.
We call it farsighted, but you can't see things at a distance. Nearsighted, it's sort of weird how they phrased it. We say nearsighted, but you can't see things at a distance. I'm very nearsighted, like -5 diopters. But what happens is the eye is expanded, or not medial, but from front to back. And what it does is it changes the focal length, where the image focuses in front of the retina instead of on it. And what I proposed in a paper, I think in 2012, is that may just be a function of our massive brains growing up over top of the eyes, and our face is shrinking back underneath them, and the eye becomes sandwiched in between. And the only place for it to go is out. It can't go up because the brain's there. It can't go down because the face is there. So it's being squeezed almost like a tennis ball. You squeeze it from top to bottom, it has the same shape as a myopic eye. So I proposed that in 2012, and it's gotten some traction. In any case, sorry, I went down a little rabbit hole there.
So where does that go, though, if you extrapolate out into the future?
Right, and that's why it's extrapolation and not speculation, because this is a 6 to potentially 8 million year old trend. This has been happening regardless of where we lived on this planet, what our political system, group size, economic system was like. This has just happened.
Right.
So if you project that into the future, and it is an acceleration, and this doesn't even take into account how they might be manipulating us in some way. We could get into the hybrid program if you want to. This is just strictly what's been happening over the course of the entirety of hominin evolution. To add another little side angle here, I also, and there's some images in that second book where I show, based on some geometric morphometric analyses I did, how the shape of our skulls is likely to change with another dominant trend called craniofacial feminization, which is where we're basically our skull shape is turning more female. And what happens there, this is largely as a result of self-domestication. We've been domesticating ourselves for about the last 30,000 years.
Can you explain that? What does that mean, domesticating?
Well, in the same way that we see morphological changes in cows and sheep and foxes was one of the first studies that
See, it's called cranial facial feminization. Cranial facial.
So in the same way that when we domesticate foxes, very quickly they go from having pointy ears to saggy ears, and from a tail that comes up to a tail that comes down, has a little curve. They start barking. They do all these things that we see in domesticated dogs. Similar things happen to us. There's this suite of characteristics that change in us simply because we've been domesticating ourselves. With agriculture, about 12,000 years ago, that ramped up tremendously. We started to be more domesticated. And a lot of the reason for it is because we're selecting for what are called pro-social behaviors. When we were hunter-gatherers, if somebody pissed us off, we would just leave and go somewhere else. We'd take our clan and we'd move to a different area. As space fills up, it gets harder to do that. One of the main reasons space fills up is because of agriculture. People just don't have the ability to move, and why would you? If you spend all of this time tending to the soil and weeding and removing bugs from your fields, you're going to stay there. You're going to reap what you sow. So we stay in the same place. We're forced to get along with people. And what that does is it creates for more pro-social behaviors. We get along, and that exacerbates these trends toward craniofacial feminization. So what I did, and again, sorry if this is getting too technical, but I did a geometric morphometric analysis, which factors out size. So we can just look at the shape of a male and female skull. And so I projected what the extreme female shape would be. So if this trend continued, if this craniofacial feminization trend continued, what would all of our skulls look like?
Right.
And what was really interesting about it is it looked just like one of these gray aliens. You had a forehead that was higher, you had a more forward brain, and you had even more mediolateral expansion of the parietal lobes in the back. If you look at these classic images, or even like Skinny Bob or any of these videos where they depict these things, they have that big round area back here. And the parietal lobes are actually what has been expanding the most throughout the last 200,000, 300,000 years. So it doesn't say this is what is going to happen, but it shows if this trend continues,
So wait,
we would have more of these characteristics consistent with that of these gray aliens. Another interesting thing too, and I show this in a video at lectures sometimes, so I did a video of how we go from extreme male to extreme female, is that the orbits go up and around. And that's what people so often describe in these cases of close contact, that the eyes are bigger, and that would likely be another rabbit hole. It's very technical. But I'll give you maybe a brief example.
Let's go down that one.
But the eyes are described as being larger and wrap around.
Okay.
If they come up and around, you can see that in this animation from this geometric morphometric analysis, going from extreme male to extreme female.
Is this something we can find online?
No, I have it. I could send it to you if you want to look at it later. But
Just type in, let's pull up the picture of Whitley's alien on the communion. That's a great example of the wraparound eyes, I think.
yeah, and it's classic. Every single person describes it. And they're these haunting eyes. Like you see, the windows are the eyes to the soul, and it's like they're mesmerized by the soul of these highly intelligent, highly conscious, empathetic creatures. And it just sucks people in. Some people can't even look at them because it's too intense. Have you ever gotten your eyes dilated? The eye doctor?
Yeah.
Sometimes I don't even need them to. I just want them to do it. I'll go home and just like stare at my children, and they can't look at me because it just freaks them out too much, you know?
Really?
Yeah, and they don't know, so I'll have sunglasses on. So start screaming. Because it's freaky. You know, even like someone on acid, they're
or Adderall. I've seen people come in. Like I've talked to people like
people's pupils
jacked on Adderall,
and those are just normal sized eyes. Those are modern human eyes. We're talking about these great aliens with these massive pupils already, even bigger. People really struggle to look in those. It's crazy.
So okay, you explained earlier though, like how the brain would grow like forward and take up all this space and like crush the eyes. But then how do you explain the eyes getting huge and wrapping around like that?
Yeah, no, it's a great question. The main thing, and I pointed this out in that 2012 medical hypotheses paper too. One of the main reasons why the eye would grow larger is because our brains have grown larger throughout hominin evolution.
And the eye is part of the brain.
The eye is part of the brain, yeah. So it grows out of the telencephalon of the brain, the forebrain, basically, during early fetal ontogeny.
Mm-hmm.
So it is part of the brain. It grows out from the brain. And more importantly, they appear to be linked because of something called pleiotropy, where you can have the same gene or set of genes controlling seemingly different anatomical parts. So we see the eye and brain as being different, but because it grows out of the brain and it's governed by the same genes, it is essentially the same thing. So as the brain gets larger, we would also expect the eye to get larger. And then, couple that with and again, this isn't necessarily going to happen. It's just a model based on this dominant trend of craniofacial feminization over the last 30,000 years. But couple that with the fact that we do see this expansion and posterior rotation of the upper part of the eye orbits, I find to be really interesting.
Yeah, it makes so much sense. What there's a bunch of other compelling reasons for these creatures to be time travelers. But to me, another interesting thing was how there's the SETI researchers who say there's no evidence of like traffic or superhighways of any kind of ships or any kind of crafts coming in and out of our atmosphere. There's nothing going on in space. It's super quiet. But there's all these electromagnetic anomalies that are happening around the world, and especially in the places where a lot of these experiences or a lot of these sightings of UFOs have happened. How do you explain the electromagnetic anomalies?
Yeah, before we get into that, I forgot one key bit of evidence related to the morphological thing. So for the people fast forwarding through this, just hit port.
They're not. I
listen
promise
to the
you,
whole show.
They're not fast forwarding.
You might miss an ad. You might miss an ad. So stay with us. But I did just want to bookend this with one other thing that I think is pretty compelling, which is also technical. So I want to just squish them together before we move on.
Okay.
And that's called paedomorphosis, which is an aspect of neoteny. It's a very common thing in evolutionary biology, where as an adult, you have characteristics more indicative of the juveniles of your ancestors. So let me say that another way. That when you have the descendants of, say, group A, when they've reached full maturity, when they've finished ontogeny, as we call it, in life history cycle, they look more like the kids of their ancestors. So that is interesting to me because it's yet another, I would argue, line of evidence to suggest that they are us, because that's a trend that also characterizes hominin evolution. We look more like the kids of our ancestors. And that is also described in a number of cases of close encounters. You have Terry Lovelace turn into his friend Toby, saying, what are those kids doing out there in the field under this craft? I mentioned Travis Walton often too, where he described them as overgrown fetuses. That's exactly what we'd expect to see because of this other evolutionary trend. So there's just so many little things characteristic of our morphological evolution, paedomorphosis being another one of those. You can see it really well with dogs. I make the comparison in my first book with dogs.
Is there an example in nature we can think of paedomorphosis?
Yeah, if you pulled up, that's actually in my book, the one with the two chimps there.
On the bottom right?
Bottom right, yeah. So if you look at the baby chimp, it has a larger, more projecting forehead, smaller, more recessed and retracted mid and lower facial anatomy. But as an adult, once it reaches full maturity, its face is all the way shrunk down. It's got the low sloping forehead and the brow ridge. So that's just another example over a long period since we split with them, since the bifurcation of the chimp line and the modern human line.
You look much more like baby chimps.
Yeah, they look like, I think I said in my book, they look like somebody's hairy grandma or something. But that's another important one too, and especially because, and honestly, in Steven Spielberg's Close Encounters of the Third Kind, he sort of threw a little bone to people when these childlike beings come out of the craft and lands on the top of Devil's Tower. There's the World War II pilots who hadn't aged.
They don't age.
They don't age. That's a little shout out to time travel right there. Yeah. But they're very kid-like. They're small. They're very, petite, childlike. And we do this. Spielberg, his genius, did this intentionally. That's what he did with E.T. to make an alien that was cute and cuddly that Drew Barrymore would want to give Reese's Pieces, hide in her closet or other stuffed animals, that also make to be more paedomorphic and lovable. It's something called Kindenshima. This guy Lorenz, I think he was Austrian, first wrote about, I believe, the 40s and 50s, what Walt Disney used to launch his franchise. Mickey Mouse used to just be a little mouse. After the study, realized if I make Mickey Mouse look cute and paedomorphic, people are going to like him. They did this all their Disney characters, and it's a big part of why Disney was so successful. Give them the big ears, oversized hands and feet, big eyes. It's why you'll see cheetahs raising gazelles, because they see this little baby, they chase off the mom, they don't want to eat it because it's cute, and they end up raising it as their own. And it's this drive that we have to take care of cute things. It's just innate within us and all mammals, apparently. We all do it because it's cute. We just want to take care of it. I had a little baby fawn come into my yard about a month and a half ago. It was all cut up. Coyote got it. And, I'm patching it up, wiping off its wounds and stuff. And it's just, they're adorable. You can't not take care of them. Right. It's just this intuitive, sort of ingrained aspect of our physiology. But it's all related to that paedomorphosis.
Yes.
We want to have cute babies, so when they're crying and they're pissing us off, we don't just throw them out the window.
Right, exactly. Yes, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, so let me see if I got this right. My takeaway from this whole thing, and I think the way you summed it up towards the end of the book, is that we have tons of evidence of UFOs around schools, showing themselves to children, and then around like military bases, activating and deactivating nukes. These children they get these telepathic communications about saving the planet, about nuclear destruction. You had the one lady who was brought to like a hilltop where they showed a bunch of like rockets and stuff like that. And they said, we're not going to make you forget this, or make sure you don't forget this. It seems like whatever this phenomena that's happening, that people are experiencing there's a very unique correlation between all of them, where it's like keep the planet safe from destruction, and don't annihilate the planet, right? And save, don't kill other species. Even in some of them talk about like even like I forget who's, I think Chris Bledsoe was in here saying they had an experience where they were like, don't kill other animals or anything like that. But it's like preservation of the planet and the species, it seems like. And if this was an extraterrestrial race coming to our planet, it wouldn't make a lot of sense that they would, why would they care that we preserve ourselves? But if it was a future human race, you would see how they would be very invested in preaching that message to us to protect the planet. And I've talked about this at nauseum, but I had a lady on here recently, Annie Jacobson, who wrote a book called Nuclear War, and she talks about after the nuclear war, after the nuclear winter, 89% of the human race will be wiped out, and people who do live will have to live underground because it'll be blacked out. It'll be just plague infesting the earth. And then when the atmosphere, or when the clouds, the nuclear ash finally clears, there will be no atmosphere, and exposure to the ultraviolet radiation from the sun for even like 5 minutes will just kill you. That combined with like the rotting corpses that have been outside for I think she said like 7 to 14 years before it clears up. Those frozen corpses will now be like getting baked by the sun, causing even more plague and disease and like nasty shit. So no one would want to be outside. You'd want to be living underground. And people would be forced to breed with each other, and it would be incest. So we would lose the genetic diversity that we have now on Earth. And if that happened far in the future, it would make sense that we would want to travel back in time and diversify our species by breeding with them.
Yeah.
That's basically, that seems like it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Yet another compelling little morsel to chew on. Maybe actually not a delicious morsel. That sounds horrible. Yeah. All of that sounds nightmarish. But yeah, and you couple that with how commonly, like you said, experiencers speak of something coming, some sort of cataclysm, something transformational, earth-shattering, whether that be a shift in consciousness, a sort of mass awakening, or something that really has to spur that into existence, or the dark night of the soul, novel where you hit rock bottom, everything's bad, but then you emerge from it with this new insight, this new way of perceiving not just what's happening now, but who you were before. Maybe we look back on humanity and say, well, yeah, that was dumb. What were we doing? In so many capacities, war, just overuse of fossil fuels, over consumption. There's so many things. But yeah, in a biological sense, what would that do to our genome? What would that do to our genetic diversity? And in my first book, I mention the case of Jim Peniston, who completely independently, and in fact, I only learned of his account or his interaction at Rendlesham maybe a month or two before my first book came out. But he specifically remembers being told that they were having problems with reproduction in the future, and they're coming back to get genetic material to help diversify their gene pool. I had already written a whole section about that in my first book, just based on past trends and how previously we used to have gene flow between isolated populations, interbreeding groups, and you do have incest on islands, and all kinds of weird stuff happens. But if you interject new genes into that population, you get around that problem. It's what we do with panda bears and gorillas at zoos. We're constantly switching them around and switching up, adding new genetic variation to help diversify those gene pools. So I argued that maybe that's what they're doing too. Even outside of any sort of cataclysm or bottleneck, as we call it in genetics. But in addition to that, in my second book, I also list a number of other things that could help account for why it's so ubiquitous that they do come back and get genetic material. Sperm from males, eggs from females. In many cases, that woman, Terry, that John Mack interviewed, was one of his patients who was the one talking about being shown the missiles, war scenarios. She was also subjected to a number of pregnancies, fetuses being implanted, extracted. Linda Jones was another one also in that book. So what are they doing? Why are they doing this? It's one of the most common features of these abductions. So even outside of this potential homogenization of our gene pool or interbreeding, incest that happens after a bottleneck.
What is homogenization?
Just all the same. And that's where the incest comes from, because all your genes start to have what we call alleles identical by descent. They're not similar, they're the same, because you got the same ancestors.
Right.
So even outside of that, we see problems with the reduction in sperm count, for instance, in males. 50% I think it's actually 60% in the Western world, 50% globally, reduction in sperm counts. Women are having a harder time giving birth. In vitro fertilization, which is great for helping individuals, also helps their genes, which weren't ideal for reproduction on their own, to get into future populations. So you're taking genes that would otherwise be selected against and allowing them to propagate through the future. There's also the risk that we run if we start to manipulate our own DNA. I listed a number of cases in the second book where we've already run into problems. Because if you start modifying even somatic cells, you're trying to help with some congenital disease so someone's not affected. But if those modifications get into our heritable genome, to our gametes, not just our somatic cells, like you can cut off your arm, go make a baby, your baby's going to come out with 2 arms. Because that's your somatic cells. Right, but if you stand in front of a microwave or dip your testicles in toxic sludge every day for years, that's going to affect your babies, you know? So seemingly, if we do things to try to help alleviate problems, genetic conditions, and that modifies our heritable traits, who knows what's going to happen. So that could contribute to different problems. Designer babies would be a big one, because we are actually changing the way those genes are expressed.
People are having designer babies?
Okay. No, I believe it's still illegal. But it seems like it'll start with trying to cure disease. Even that could cause these same problems. It's a good idea. It may have negative latent outcomes that we can't account for. I'm just saying there's a lot of things that we can do now that go outside of just the fact that we live in one island of Earth, an incestuous island of Earth, that we are homogenizing our genome because of our culture, which we've always used to help our biology. It could actually hurt. Anyway, there's just a lot of reasons why they might want to come back and get our genes. So yeah, what's going on with that? If we start looking at the hybridization program, if we take that seriously, that adds a number of other questions. You have people like Whitley Strieber, Terry Lovelace, who describe seeing these different forms all working together on the same ship, some of whom are in modern military uniforms. Are we already working with them? Are we aware of what they're doing? Was there some sort of contract that was made, like Grush pointed out, and a number of other staff as well?
How many abduction cases have you read through personally? Thousands? We know John Mack did what? How many?
It was probably about 20. Well, he wrote about probably 15 or 20 in abduction, but he references others.
I think he interviewed over 1,000, right?
I can't tell you the exact number, but it was a lot.
What percentage of them say they're future humans, and what percentage of them tell the people that they're aliens from another galaxy?
That's a great question. Honestly, I would feel a little disingenuous giving an answer because I haven't really sat down and crunched those numbers.
But this is split. There is a split.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. A lot of them are told they're future humans. Absolutely.
And why do you think that some of them would say they're from like Zeta Reticuli or some other like star system?
Well, this would actually be a great study for a graduate student, especially with all of the supercomputing capabilities we have. And if we can enter all of these cases into a database that's searchable, you could easily answer that question. And it would also be interesting, and this would be the hypothesis that you could test, is there a temporal relationship there? Are there more that are told they're from outer space farther into the past because we didn't think about time, you know? And it's probably easier for them with some farmer from South Dakota to say, oh, we're from that star. Which star? Oh, that one up there. Don't worry about it.
Well, Betty and Barney Bill was in the 70s.
Yeah.
Early 70s.
Mm-hmm.
And there's accounts of them telling
60s
abductees that they're future humans. Oh, in the 60s, early 60s. Okay.
I'm not exactly sure, but I know it was the 60s. I think it was early 60s.
Yeah, a database of all these things with like all like a breakdown of all the communication and all the experience would be great. I had this dude Sam. I'll text this to you, Steve. Oh, well, that's weird. He just texted me.
Oh, that is weird.
Pull this up. TheUFOtimeline.com.
UFO time.
So Sam put together this incredible database with like amazing graphics and visuals of every UFO sighting, and I think it's like any UFO encounter in history, but it like includes abductions. I don't know how deep he goes into the details of the abductions. Interactive map. Yeah, there you go. No, go to the timeline. There you go.
So this hypothesis I'm proposing.
Interactive map on the right.
One
interactive map. One more. That says timeline.
Oh shit. God.
No, that's not it. Click on early access. Oh, son of a bitch.
Maybe this is just like a...
He sent it to me. Whatever. Go to the Twitter link I sent you. It'll show you it'll show you a little demonstration of it and what it looks like.
Oh, wow. That is so awesome.
Yeah, that's it. So yeah, so you can like scroll through. That's the timeline on the top. It shows you like the year that everything happens. Shows you like, look at, he has a breakdown of craft type, shape, entity type.
Yeah, this is exactly what we need.
This is insane. He's been working on this for years.
If you could have the details of each of these cases, the hypothesis I'm proposing is that more recent time, we have more of them saying we're from the future. Whereas farther back, they say, or like Betty Hill, where she was supposedly shown the star map. This woman, I think Fisher was her last name, tried to even reconstruct it. Carl Sagan and other astrophysicists look at it, eventually rejected it because it didn't fit, and it's data mining. Of course, if you throw 5 or 6 stars up there, you're going to find something that matches. It looks like monkeys on typewriters are eventually going to type out Shakespeare's works.
Yeah, so she claimed that they showed her some sort of 3D star map that had like 12 stars in it, and they like tried to put her in a trance and put her in a flow state to figure out what it looked like. And
exactly. And what's interesting is this guy, Michael Swartz, who wrote this critique against this time travel theory back in the 80s and 90s, actually made more of a case for it than he did against it. And I talk about him a lot in my second book as well. But he was like, you can't argue that the time travel theory is real without also accounting for Betty Hill and her star map, because that proves that they're from outer space. I'm like, bro, that's one data point. You know, I have much respect for this guy, tons of respect. That's one data point. You also can't base all of your arguments against a theory on one singular data point that eventually was gone on to be shown it wasn't true. And even more interestingly, the video I just sent you to send Steve shows Betty Hill holding this 3D model of the being that she interacted with, that she took to biological anthropologists who told her, oh, that's what we're going to look like in your future. Betty Hill's team time travel. A lot of people don't realize that. They get off at the star map and they're like, oh, she must think that they're extraterrestrial. They told her they were. She's team time travel now.
Really?
Yeah, man, she's dead. But toward the end of her life, she was squarely on this side because she saw in this form that that's exactly what we're going to look like. And she was told that by experts in the field.
Steve, you get that video I just sent you? The YouTube video? Pull it up.
It just popped up.
I think
Small orifice for a mouth. And actually, instead of white, it's actually yellow eyes and eyes.
Well,
That's the
we-
irises and pupil.
We put yellow in
Okay.
to emphasize.
I was going to say he needs Visine or he looks like he has malaria. But, okay. But
Okay, now, Junior has been evaluated by, I don't know how many physical
We
anthropologists.
used to call it
But
physical.
what he looks like now, if we continue along the path of evolution, this is what we're going to look like in 25,000 years.
And would we be mammalian, reptilian, or insectoid, or a combination of the three? I mean, because if you look at the way we're on our way with the nuclear, there was a nuclear exposure in Japan, for instance, and radiation causes mutation. And if you look along the lines of evolution, we lost our appendix, for instance. People say we'll lose our little toe because we don't need it.
Yeah.
The brain capacity gets larger. We become more spindly because we don't need muscles because it's mind over matter. Correct? Is that the?
No,
Okay.
we're gonna be like we are now, except, I mean, look at mankind. It's been around for, what, 2.6 million years?
Depends on who you talk to, I guess. It's so subjective.
So
Well,
it's not.
they've got the
That's
bodies.
bullshit. It's not
So
bullshit.
that's
I like this
basically
guy.
what the astronaut looked like.
Right.
Can I ask you something? When they put that needle back on board the craft, they put the needle into your navel. Some have speculated that perhaps they were taking eggs or ovae, or no, you don't think so?
No.
Because some have projected that. Isn't it interesting if you correlate that with test tube babies years on?
Yeah. Well, of course, at the time this happened, doctors said, oh, it's absolutely impossible to put a needle in someone's navel. It would probably kill them. Well, they get infections. And then I think the process was developed in a hospital down in Houston, Texas.
Shortly after.
Yeah.
Did they do a performance?
So,
like
Steve,
that with Barney?
see when this video was published. Hit escape. You see it.
99.
Oh, 99.
At
Wow.
least that's what's dated here.
Interesting.
Isn't that cool though? I think
That's
it's a
super
fun little
interesting.
nuance because we got stuck on the
Lost 108-minute interview.
we got stuck on the star map. You know, it dominated the conversation. But
But she thinks they're future humans.
Yeah.
And she doesn't think that they were trying to extract her eggs, though.
no, I think originally she thought that was a pregnancy test or something. It's been pointed out to me by a gynecologist since that it's a dumb way to take a pregnancy test. It's probably not what they were doing. So I don't know why they were doing what they were doing there, but and so much of what they do is mysterious to us because we don't have the technology, we don't have the knowledge of human anatomy that they have, diseases, parasites. There's just so much. So who knows?
Have you noticed any biological correlation between all the people that have gone through these experiments or been a part of these breeding programs? Like, what do they have anything in common?
Me personally, no. But I mean, there's the Kadi Putamen study that Gary Nolan did, where they seemingly have more connections between the Kadi and Putamen in their brain,
Which can be an effect of trauma, right?
and you know there may be some relationship with disassociation, with intuition, empathy, just sensing other people, and if that's the case, then, and this has been argued too, that there's the case to be made that maybe it's an antenna, that we're ramping up those connections to be more connected to this thing. And in my first book, I look at this question: what's with the telepathy? Basically, is it a brain-to-brain communication with some third-party medium, with some technology, or is it direct brain-to-brain communication through consciousness? And I came out on the side of consciousness. That there seems to be the capacity to do this, and people who have a first-time experience, nothing has been put in their brain. It's just our minds connecting, so to speak. So, yeah, I don't know, and maybe there's some biophysical marker that would indicate that. Maybe it is the cardiac routine or something else that we haven't yet identified. But we're just scratching the surface. We haven't been allowed to talk about this stuff yet. We haven't been able, and we still can't get grants to study this stuff. And it's going to take money to get everybody in MRIs to do all these blood tests, genetic tests, and markers. And
Do you think it's true that any of these stories that the government has captured beings?
I don't
like
know.
Roswell or
I'm on
anything
the
like
fence
that?
about that because you have these videos and those can be faked. The alien autopsy, like that one was faked, but it was allegedly based on real footage. They just recreated it. You have people like Dan Burrish, who claims to have been a part of these. He was, I guess, sampling this J-Rod individual from some, and who claimed to have been future human from some 45 or 55,000 years in our future. I forget which specifically. So yeah, you look at all of this, even going back 10 years, that would sound like nonsense. Right. Now with Grush and his testimony and everything else, you kind of have to start putting all of these pieces together and looking at them holistically. Like maybe there's something to this.
Are you familiar with James Fox's Varginha documentary?
Yeah.
The aliens that were
I
captured.
watched it with them in a screening at
Really?
the International UFO Congress in Phoenix, 2022.
So I think that case happened, that crash in Varginha, Brazil was like 1992, I believe. I could be off by a couple of years. 92 or 96, maybe. Maybe I'm getting them conflated between that one and Roosevelt.
Yeah, I think it was the 90s.
It was early 90s.
Yeah.
And one of the beings was captured, brought to a hospital. They said it reeked of sulfur.
Or ammonia or something.
It was sulfur. They said the hospital smelled like sulfur for weeks afterwards. He interviewed their X-ray technician, and he said the things had cloven feet and red eyes. And then apparently the U.S. Air Force came in and took the thing and left. And there was like tons of military activity. Somebody, if this story is real, which it seems like there is, they interviewed so many witnesses around the town and the doctors.
The girls who saw it initially, I think they found footprints in that yard where they encountered it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that's a.
Can you pull up a picture? Case. Can you pull a picture of the Varginha, Brazil? There you go. You got her. Steve's on it today. Like, that's a new one right there. I haven't seen that one, but that's close. That's close to what he explained. The red eyes, the brown, oily skin.
And the fingers were different.
And the finger, I think it had 3 fingers, maybe. Like, this one seems a little off.
Yeah,
it seems a little off from the. This doesn't seem to fit the abduction encounters.
No, but it's a data point, so we got to take it into account. We can't throw anything out at this point.
Right, and he said there was 3 horns on the head too. Like that one on the top left kind of shows those 3 horns. That one looks like 3 like bubbles or something.
One thing I often wonder too is if the contacts that are so commonly seen on these are some sort of like night vision or protective shield, or maybe even technology of some sort that allows like a $6 million man to like focus in and change the amount of light.
Right. And then another thing you talk about in your book too. So if we were us in a million years from now, or let's even say 100,000 years from now, we can travel backwards in time. Are we going to send ourselves backwards in time, or are we going to send like some AI robots back in time?
I think both. And there's evidence for both too. I think what an interesting case is the Pascagoula, Calvin Parker and Charles Hickson, and that was also in I'm really bad at dates, so I'm not restoring. But they were taken by a robot, straight up, no doubt about it, robot.
How do they describe it?
Elephant-like skin, hovering, club feet, antennas, 3 antennas, not like that, but like antennas. And made beep, boop, bop type of sounds. Picked them up, carried them into the ship where they saw fully modern looking humans. And that's interesting for a couple of reasons. One, the humans, looked like nerdy scientists. And you're not going to go out there and pick up 2 big dudes that are fishing who are scared shitless of what's happening to them, you're going to send a big burly robot. You know, the one that came into Whitley's room initially had like a shield on. He describes being small, but like he mentioned them as being like the transporters or kind of the muscle of the operation.
Yeah,
but
so
the
there's
woman
a little like ogre looking.
yeah, whose job may be just that, like little abduction droids, I think they call her in that book. But then there was also the small grays, and then the woman, the tall gray woman, who seemingly have traits indicative of a more distant point in our future, a more evolved consciousness, and the ability to control these other forms. It's almost like they're using their mind to control what's happening, to orchestrate this thing, and to keep people calm to the best of their abilities in these moments. So I absolutely think they're not just going to use robots like in the Pascagoula case, but that we would eventually bioengineer robots. We get past moving parts and things that can break down and need oil, but we will.
Yeah, we could 3D print a biological being, right?
Yeah, or even just hybridize using genetic manipulation the same way we went from teosinte, the corn of cob used to be about 3 inches tall, to the big, delicious ear of corn we have now, simply through the manipulation of genetics and selective hybridization, selective breeding. So we might be able to do that to create kind of a robot-like thing. Yeah, you know, the ones without genitals, maybe they don't need genitals because we're just making them. Maybe it helps explain that aspect of
Right.
it, because we can just create them. They're not reproducing themselves, but they serve some specific function with regard to the abduction itself, or they're carrying out, they're the worker bees, essentially, of these future humans.
Right. Yeah. Those are the things that he describes. Is that what they are? Is that was in the movie where he said the little beings that moved him around?
I think this is a joke.
Yeah,
It is a joke,
but it's
it
probably
looks
based
like
on that.
it looks like the ones from the movie, I think.
Yeah.
So okay, so yeah, the ones like the Varginii alien is super strange because it seems to echo like biblical depictions of demons. In ancient texts and like biblical texts, there's recollections of demons smelling like sulfur and having cloven feet.
Yeah.
And you know, what's to say if these things can travel back in time? They could probably travel back to biblical times.
Oh, absolutely. And I wouldn't be surprised if much of our religious lore and various folkways and mores throughout history are the direct result of contact.
Mm-hmm.
Why wouldn't they be?
Right.
These seemingly magical beings come down from the sky. They have the ability to levitate. They know the future. Like you think of the Archangel Gabriel, who told Mary that this is going to happen. You're going to have this. He knew the future. He warned her about what's going to happen. It started with a dream, and then, you know, clearly she was impregnated. If, you know, the situation, I'm playing devil's advocate here, if that situation played out the way it was described, there's a lot of overlap with abduction encounters where there'll be dreams about this. It sort of normalizes it to some extent, and then you're brought into this very strange world. Jesus had paranormal powers. He could heal the sick. He could levitate. He could make fish rain down from the sky. You could easily pull off all of those tricks with the technology that is on display in these cases of close contact. And it's a big part of the storyline in that book too, which is.
Let's talk about this for a minute. Your book Revelation, with a beautiful artistry depiction of Jesus
and Dan. I had that commissioned. And
Jesus Christ is being sucked up into a spaceship, a flying saucer, throwing us the double bird.
Double bird, yeah. That is correct.
That's gorgeous.
And there's actually, it's really, really funny how that happened, because one of the artists I commissioned to do that piece, I just did a sketch of Jesus doing this underneath the UFO, like your classic little peace sign or whatever it was he did. He thought he was flipping the bird, and then went even bigger and did the double bird. I was talking to him at this conference in New York City, like, man, I totally respect that you just took that and ran with it, because they gave me that as the final proof.
Yeah.
Not even like, hey, do you mind if we had Jesus throwing up a middle finger, let alone two of them? And I was like, I can't believe you guys did this. He's like, didn't you draw that in a sketch? He's like, no. But there's actually a scene in the book where after Jesus, I don't want to give away too much, but after Jesus is brought back to life after the crucifixion, that there's this scene where he's shouting Tupac lyrics, you know, going around Jerusalem, flipping everybody off, you know, like it gets a little weird. So the fact that they just took that and ran with it, mistaking a sketch I had done, and then there's actually a scene in the book where Jesus is doing that, I was like, well, we got to keep that. It'll probably piss people off, but it's kind of funny.
Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, no, if I had a time machine, I would go back. There's 2 points I'd go back to. I would want to see where how the pyramids were built. I want to see what Jesus was doing.
Totally. There was actually in Kurt Vonnegut's Slaughterhouse-Five. That was one of the things they did too, to go back and see if Jesus actually died during the crucifixion, or if it was sort of just a dramatic thing to help spur. I mean, that's one of the main parts of the faith. You see the crosses, Jesus on it everywhere. It's kind of the main element of that faith is the crucifixion, sacrificing himself for humanity.
Yeah. I mean, it's a huge mystery, right? People want to believe it, but the truth is about the Gospels is that they were written, most of them, hundreds of years later, and they were written not by people who witnessed stuff, but they were basically the people who wrote them were writing them based on testimony of people who told them that things happened.
Yeah.
And it was hundreds of years later. So,
And there's so many books that were taken out too that tell a very interesting story that maybe adds a lot of depth and breadth to what happened, because these things, many of them were historical events, but they were just left out. So most people have a very slimmed down version. I saw you had Jeff Krapel on your show not too long ago. He's written extensively about many of these other texts, Gnostic texts, and kind of what we can learn from those, and many religious scholars have as well. But I really like his approach because he also focuses on many of the things we're not supposed to talk about, or that we'd like to pretend weren't characteristics of Jesus' life, and him lying with prostitutes and hanging out with the
children,
the women of the night, children, and a lot of that stuff was more common back then. But Christians don't want to think about Jesus in that way, so we paint this picture of what this was, and a big part of this book too is calling out the hypocrisy in that. A lot of people have a mouthful of scripture, but a heart full of hate. And that's not the teachings of Jesus. It was about love and empathy and kindness and taking care of the poor and the weak and the sick. So this book kind of bolsters those ideas while calling out the rampant hypocrisy that's growing up around it.
Yeah. There's a lot to talk about there. One of the things that's really interesting to me about that whole era of human history is that you have like the Bible that's based on the Gospels of those guys, Mark, John, I forget the rest of them. Anyways, there's so much more text and history in that area that is not included and it's purposefully ignored. There's comedians that existed from 100 BC to 100 AD. There's physicians and doctors that existed, and poets that existed, and all these people wrote extensively about what was going on. That gives you a lot of context to what was happening in those times. And when you talk to like classicists or linguists, that's how they figure out what words mean. So there's like this thing called semantic drift. Like if you take the timeline of history, one word can mean something totally different in 1500 BC than what it means in 1500 AD. Right? So that's why they take every single bit of writing and art or whatever it is that they can find, drawings on temple ceilings, to figure out what things meant, to figure out the context of what was really happening in that part of history.
Yeah, I'd never heard that term before, but it makes a lot of sense. Semantic drift.
Semantic drift.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
Similar to genetic drift.
So one of the examples that guy Amon Hillman brought up on the show is the word leistes is an ancient Greek word. It's experienced a lot of semantic drift over time. And in the Bible, it's used to describe when Jesus was arrested in the park. He says, "I'm not a leistes." Biblical scholars like to say that leistes means a revolutionary. But Caesar was captured by child traffickers. And when he was captured by them, and when he eventually got set free, I think they paid a bounty for the captors, the pirates or the traffickers that caught him. And he eventually got set free. He crucified them, and he called them, this is like documented, he called them leistes. So they were child kidnappers, traffickers, and he crucified them. And that's this guy saying that Caesar used the word laestace as a child trafficker, and Jesus said he was not a laestace when he was arrested in the park. This is less than 100 years apart.
As a child's running away and he has barely any clothes on.
Exactly, with a naked kid running away.
Yeah.
So take for that. That's interesting context.
An important context that's left out of the narrative because it doesn't fit.
Not only left out, but biblical scholars go out of their way to basically change the meaning of shit.
Yeah. I know it's there's some muddy waters.
Yeah.
Even I tweeted recently about I don't want this to get political because I'm largely apolitical. I'm giving up on all that shit. It's hopeless. But in the first, the other two that you were talking about, Matthew and Luke, I think were the other ones. But in the first book, Matthew, the very first section of it, there's all this stuff about sex and adultery and violence, and it's like, this is the text. This is what you're reading. Growing up, is beaten into my head as a kid. I was raised in a fundamentalist Christian household, and being taught that women belong in the kitchen and all of these things about racial superiority and stuff. That can't be in this book. Is this really what we're being taught? I started to reflect on as I got older. Jesus Christ, a lot of that is in the book.
Yeah.
But there's also crazy shit about proustitudes and children
and slaughtering children.
Yeah.
Like literally going in and slaughtering women and keeping. Like I've been reading the Bible on and off like the last few months because I've really been getting into it recently from the guests that I've had in. And there's a part that I just listened to. I'm listening to audio Bible that talks about how they would go in, kill all the women and children and boys, but they would keep like the prepubescent girls that were virgins because they could breed with them.
And that's Darfur. That's what happened in the genocide in Darfur and many other conflicts throughout the world. It's weird, and
it's also full of contradictions too. Like there's tons of timeline contradictions, especially when it comes to Noah and some of the things that happened.
Yeah, and I'm not here to bash the Bible or any religion per se. I only bring it up because there is something to be said for the original teachings of this one individual, this historical figure, Jesus. And I did hold on to those parts. It's more religious than I am apolitical these days. But I do remember
definitely
those
a moral
parts.
framework.
And I think there's something to that, and especially in the context of where we're going as a species. And maybe the intent was to introduce those ideas of empathy and love for others and taking care of others into this time 2,000 plus years ago, and that was supposed to take off and resonate. Failed experiment, if that was the case, because everybody just took out swords and started fighting each other over these different prophets and ideas, and who's a prophet, who's not a prophet. Right. But what if that is the future of humanity? What if they sent back this highly evolved, highly conscious, highly empathetic individual to carry out this mission that would help move us in that direction to become more like them, to evolve our consciousness even more? Did it work? No. But you could see how that might be something they would try to do. But then it gets into questions like, are we just in some kind of simulation? Are we an experiment? Are they just throwing things in here and there? Can we even change the past? Did they already know what was going to happen if we're in a block universe model? I'm not saying that's the case. It's just a fun thought experiment. And that's a big part of what this book was, is to sort of think about a lot of religious lore in the context of real contact with future humans and what the intention behind that might have been and what the ramifications of those interjections might have been as well.
Right. And there's also a point in the extra tempestrial model book where the two brothers they basically came across a flying saucer that was just had these two dudes who didn't look like gray aliens. They looked like humans, like exercising outside the ship. And they brought it, like, they came back a bunch of times, like weeks apart. And they eventually brought them in and showed them stuff, answered all their questions, gave them a tour.
Except one question.
They asked them about Jesus, right?
Yeah. And that was the one question they could not answer. I find that fascinating. Jeff Crapo, actually, I was at a conference with them at the Esalen Institute in 2022, and he had a little PowerPoint introducing the main things we were going to talk about in this group of PhDs at this really iconic place in the cliff sides outside of Big Sur, and he brought that up in his little slide. He brought up Aston Walton, I forget his name, but the guy who interviewed Leo Dvorak about this interaction. But he brought that up specifically. Like this was the one question. They answered all those questions about electromagnetism, language, travel through space and time, but they wouldn't talk about Jesus. And Jeff was like, we all need to think about that. What does that mean? Whether they're extraterrestrial, time travelers, whatever. What does that mean? He pulled out the importance of that too, and I'm glad you did, because I think it is really telling and ties into what I was just talking about. Like, how do these things relate if they are future humans and they are coming back? They must be aware.
If they can go back from hundreds of thousands of years in the future to now, they could certainly go back to.
And they must be aware that it's influencing our cultures tremendously. Cranial morphine, the cranial boarding, intentional cranial modification is the technical term for it.
Yes.
We see this across the world and through time. In almost every major civilization throughout the world, and a lot of small ones, even Neanderthals might have done it. But why? Why are they forcing their children's head, which must have been tremendously painful? Why are they doing this unless there's some huge reason for it? And even there was a study, Geertz and Geertz, in 1995, where they interviewed people. Why are you doing this? Because our ancestors were instructed by the gods to do it, is what they said. Who are these gods? The gods, if they're future humans, if they're aliens, whether they're future human or not, have big round heads. How do you get that shape? You squish your head from front to back. So, yeah, there's so many things. The cave paintings with there's so many. And if they're doing that and it's influencing these cultures, if it's influencing and creating the major religions of the world, how do they see that? How do they see what they're doing? That ain't your Star Trek non-interference prime direct shit. They're clearly influencing the past and present and potentially their own future in ways. There's so many questions. I don't have an answer. It's something I've been thinking about lately. And it kind of makes me think.
So if they asked him, I don't know what they asked him. Is Jesus real, or is religion, is all this stuff real? I mean, I would guess that would be the
I forget the
question.
exact phrasing. It was something like that, though. Yeah.
If it was real, and they knew it was real, why would they not answer? However, if it was not real, and they told the kids it was not real, you would seem that would affect us more. If somebody
they just played the fifth and moved on. Yeah.
Right.
No, that's a good point. They break it down even more. Like, yeah, how does that aversion factor in both cases, real or not real? Yeah.
I had Eric Wargo in here, and he was explaining
Love
to me.
Eric.
Yeah, he's great. He has the whole time loops theory, which is amazing. He was explaining to me, and I don't remember it perfectly, but there's like a time travel paradox, basically, or a paradox to if we go back in time and we affect ourselves, it's going to basically affect them in the future so they can't exist. And that all ties into the block universe versus the multiverse.
Yeah, Eric is big time team block universe for sure. And I am too for the most part, only because it is the dominant paradigm to explain time and time travel.
And can you, for people for the
can
you explain the basic differences between the block universe and the multiverse?
Right, sure. So in the block universe model, and I always recommend an article. I think her name's Dr. Christy Miller at the University of Adelaide, maybe. It's in Australia, but she wrote this great, concise article, very layman's terms, that helps explain it. People want to look that up. I'll do a short one here. The block universe is basically the idea that all moments, from the very beginning of the Big Bang to the very last bit of matter leaving this universe, might be going back to start the Big Bang, cyclic. All of those moments are structured as sort of static, stationary, in a four-dimensional block. So if you move between those, you're not changing anything. You're just connecting different parts of that block. It's also called landscape time occasionally because it's easier for us to factor out one dimension. So think of all of time and all of the moments throughout history, past, present, and future, as being on a static sheet. You can jump to another part within that, but it's not going to affect anything about where you came from. What you're doing if you go into the past is basically just interacting in the way you always have. And there's not going to be a change because when you get back, you find that you had just done what you were always going to do. So there's no paradox in the block universe because there's no change. You're interjecting yourself. You're doing the things. I think in her article, she's talking about you're walking around, petting donkeys and eating lunch and interacting with people, but you're not changing anything. You're just doing what you'd always done in that period. It just took you to go back to do it. Another thing that helps people sometimes is to think about meeting yourself. So if you go back, say you're 40 years old, you go back to when you were 10, you get out of this disc-shaped time machine and you go up and say, hey, I'm you from the future. Oh, cool, nice to meet you. Got any advice? Don't date Rose. She was bad for you.
Dale, don't race today, Dale.
Don't race today. What was that from?
I'd go back and tell Dale Earnhardt not to race that day.
Right. Yeah, but see, that's the thing, is you can't change anything in the block universe. And one of the saddest things for me when I started doing this and writing about it and talking publicly in 2018 or 19, I never thought in my life I would have people writing me, asking me how to save their dead child or their lost father, relative or something. It was tremendously sad. Like, that was not on my radar at all. I thought I'd lose my job and people would hate me for other things related to this, but I never thought I would have to try to help people who were suffering tremendous loss from something they wanted to change. Unfortunately, in the block universe, you can't change those things. Those moments are structured that way.
So everything's predetermined. Nothing can be changed.
Yeah, here's a good way of looking at it. I don't want to say that, but that is one of, because of the hate mail, man. They come after me. They come after me hard.
Just delete it. You don't have to read it.
Yeah, that's one of the implications of this. Some people see that as an issue. I don't. I actually kind of like it. I call it feel will, because it feels like we have free will. Who cares if we do or we don't?
Right.
And there's all these studies, like the Libet study, showing we don't even know what we're doing until we do it. We don't have conscious awareness of our actions until milliseconds after it actually happens. Another thing, this is the big hang up for people, and I think this helps folks wrap their head around the block universe, is that if you look to the past, you can see all these things that might have happened in your life, but there's just one timeline. There's one world line for you and everybody else. We look to the future and we say, oh, there's all these infinite possibilities. Anything could happen. Mm-hmm. But if you're looking back from 100 years in that future, they see the one line. They see the only one thing actually happened.
Yes.
All of those possibilities converged into one world line for the universe. And that's essentially what this is. It's looking back at the end of the universe and seeing that one line that played out in this universe. There's one history. You can move around within it. It's not changing anything. It's not like you come back and it rains donuts and cats are dogs and dogs are cats. It's that everything is still the same. You just went and did it. Versus the multiverse. Many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics is one of the more dominant models here, where if you go back into the past, it creates this quantum decoherence, and now you have two different timelines. It bifurcates the timeline. And there's issues with the law of conservation of mass. How can you just double this huge universe and all of the mass within it into two different things? There's other issues too, but those are the big ones. So in that model, you have different timelines. And I've often said that I think the interdimensional theory and the intertemporal theory, this extra-tempestural, are essentially one and the same. But basically this interdimensional, one of the versions focuses more on jumping timelines.
Yes.
Whereas this extra-tempestural model, because it is the most dominant paradigm that we understand in philosophy and physics, looks at it in the context of the Nabokov self-consistency principle, that all things remain the same. There is no change. You're just interacting with the block universe in all of these different ways. It's not creating new timelines. It's not creating change. There is no paradox. So I mostly focused on that because it's what we know. Is it wrong? We'll find out in the future. I don't know. But I can only base the things I write about on our current knowledge of physics and philosophy.
Right. Yeah, that was a super compelling piece of your book when you talk about interstellar travel. So like the time dilation that occurs when you travel at the speed of light. So like if we eventually figure out light speed travel, and I think you made the case in your book that it takes like 22 years to travel from like the edge of the universe to the center of the universe or something like that in rocket time.
Rocket time, 11 years to the center years. From the edge, 22.
22 from edge to edge of the universe.
Yeah. Or to the center and back.
Is that traveling at like light speed or what speed is that?
Yeah, like 99.9%. Okay. But yeah, so
that's 100,000 years on Earth time.
Right.
Or something like, or no, from like edge to edge, it was like 2 million years, right?
No, it was 100,000. Yeah, so a 22 year round trip. And this is based on, I'm spacing his name. But yeah, a well-known physicist, did these calculations. I don't have the capacity to do that math, but yeah, he said that 22-year round trip in your ship, very doable. You could survive that. Would be 100,000 years on Earth, based on the basic time dilation. Einstein's 1905.
Right.
I think it was called the electrodynamics of moving bodies or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, which is it's displayed nicely in Interstellar how he goes off and he comes back and his daughter is like 90 years old.
Exactly. Yeah, and the argument I made is that if we're going to do interstellar travel, we're going to need to also conquer backward time travel.
Right.
So you don't want to just get back to your planet and have everybody be dead. You want to get back to your time too.
It's hilarious how you explained that if we sent a crew of astronauts out to explore the edge of the galaxy and they were 25 years into their trip, and then all of a sudden like a set of astronauts pulled up next to them in like 10 minutes with their belly full of
breakfast. That wasn't mine. I pulled that. A guy was writing about my book on Medium. And those were his words. Yeah, I was quoting him in there. I can't remember his name, Trevor something.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, because he put that so well. I love that.
They're in a 25-year trip to the edge of the galaxy, but that's really like 100,000 years on Earth, which we could easily develop technology that's so much more advanced by then, and they could travel probably 10 times the
speed. And it was a great point, one that I hadn't even thought of.
Yeah.
As soon as I read that, I was like, damn, that's a really good point, because... Yeah, if things are speeding up on Earth, what's the point of even trying to send somebody out? Because they're going to get all this way and this very fancy technology, and then you just catch right up to them. Because everything's going so fast back on Earth. And I'd never even thought about that, but Trevor Mahoney, I think was his name. But he phrases it really well, too, and the implications of that.
It would be pointless.
People catch up, shit, I'm doing this this is my life's work, and they're just whizzing by me.
Yeah, that's such a paradox because it would render it pointless. Yeah, right. You spend your whole life traveling, and then Earth just catches up, and you're here like in this primitive spaceship. Mm-hmm. What's the point?
Yeah, but at what point do you do it with that in mind? Where do you draw the line? Because at some point you're going to want to do it.
Right. Well, it would make sense that we would want to figure out time travel first. We could go back and get back.
True. Yeah,
get back to that time in our life.
Yeah, because then you already know. You can go forward.
Yeah.
And actually, a friend of mine, Hussein Ali Agrama, he's a professor of anthropology as well at the University of Chicago, but he made a little cameo in that book. He's the guy that I had in there proposing the super technological singularity, like people talk about singularity in AI.
Yeah.
But he's saying, if these are future humans, at some point, if we know who they are and we have access to all of the knowledge of the future, we instantly become part of that. It's the singularity where all of the information, all of the technology is available to us. And we could solve so many problems. We could cure all these diseases. We would be them instantly. That's pretty wild to think about. I think he makes a solid point.
That is pretty wild to think about. Are there people that think that I think a lot of people speculate that the singularity is going to happen in the 2030, 2040s. Do people ever talk about when we might be able to figure out time travel or actually experiment with time travel?
Well, what's interesting is that if time travel exists, we have time travel at all points in the past that can reach. So there really is no point where time travel becomes new, essentially. Because think about it. We say we don't have time travel yet, but it exists 100 years in our future. Someone from 100 years in our future can come back and pick us up now and take us to whatever point in the past they want to. We didn't have it now, but because it's accessible to the people in the future that do, it's also accessible to us. It's kind of the same thing as that super technological singularity, where all of these things and these capabilities become available to us at whatever point they decide to let us know. And that may be a part of what this disclosure movement is too, is shifting us toward that, because finally we're not the humans trying to have a conversation with ants. We're the humans trying to have a conversation with more advanced humans.
So do you think these government programs where they have these crashed vehicles or these reverse engineering programs, these are time machines that they have?
Yeah. And I think about it too, if they are, say this time machine crashed in Roswell, let's just use the Roswell example. It's people see this as a paradox too, even though it's also not paradoxical in the Black universe. But if you go back in time and crash this thing outside the desert of Roswell in 1947, those people didn't create that thing. It crashed into there, but they're reverse engineering it. They're figuring out how to use it, how to make it, how to fly it, how it manipulates space-time. And eventually, you develop that same machine that goes back and crashes in 1947, starts it over, goes back. It's this infinite time loop of self-consistent events that are connected across two different points in the block universe. But where the paradox comes from, it's called the bootstrap paradox, is because people think there has to be an origin point. There has to be a creator. They say, who created it? It must be a paradox. It doesn't matter. That thing's always existed in those bookended, connected points in space-time. The people in the past didn't create it because it crashed into their time. People in the future didn't create it because it took the reverse engineering of the people who had it initially to create that thing. So it's like, I always say it's like looking for a corner on a rounded ball. There is no corner because it's not a block, it's a ball. It doesn't matter. It's just always existed. But it violates our fragile sensibilities about linear time and cause and effect. One of the first things we do in kindergarten is we're given these little things we got to cut out the paper and then put them in order. We're taught from a very young age, brainwashed almost, that linear time is all there is. Not the case when you have backward time travel capabilities.
And why do you think these things technically and physically can work as time machines? Because I mean, there's been cases made from guys who were given. There was one guy who saw the thing hovering above a lake or a river or something like that, and he basically showed him the schematics and how the thing operated, and you claim that that's how a time machine would work.
Udo Artena. Yeah, well, what they told him is that they were extracting hydrogen from the water in order to power it, I guess. Or it had something to do with the power system. Which
again, these were human-looking things.
Entirely human.
Entirely human.
They spoke to him verbally. They said they spoke 500 languages. I make an interesting correlation in that book because the case study right before it was Mike and Leo Dvorak in South Dakota. The one with Udo Ortena was in outside of Helena, Montana, not far from where I live. And they both claimed to have spoken 500 languages, came out of ships that looked very similar, had very similar appearances and clothing. I wonder if maybe they were the same, if there was the same group. It just happened to come across these two different groups of individuals. But that makes sense. You could use the oxygen to breathe. You could use the hydrogen for power. I kind of feel that maybe they're using something more, like they've cracked the case on 0-point energy, cold fusion, perhaps, because they're going to need a lot of energy to do this. In any case, so it seems that the craft themselves, as I mentioned earlier, we have this expression in biology that form follows function. And you can use this with anything. You can look at the form of a fork and think, well, that probably stabs something to eat. You can watch people use it, obviously, and get more information. But the form of these crafts seem to indicate the function of backward time travel. So what I did, because I don't understand how to backward time travel, I'm an anthropologist, nobody understands how to do that. What I did is I started with Einstein's 1915 paper on general relativity. His first one in 1905 was on special relativity. We just talked about the twin paradox, also paradox. But how time and space are relative. That was the point of the electrodynamics of moving bodies paper. 1915, he talked about how there's a curvature of space-time, which was largely developed in association with his mentor, Minkowski. Minkowski space-time is our four-dimensional. The same understanding that we have today. So it's relative. When you travel at a high rate of speed, like we were talking about right before we started back up, everything's compressed. You're going away from the Earth, and it looks like everything stops. You look back, and everything's just frozen because you're moving at the same speed as the light that left Earth at that same time. As you turn around and come back, you're now blasting through all of those moments that you had missed as you were traveling, and then a whole bunch more because you compress space and time. So by the time you get back, everybody's much older, as we had just talked about. So with the curvature of space-time, his 1915 paper, very soon after he published that, there were solutions to the field equations he published that showed with the rotation of a highly massive and or energetic, at first it was a universe, or the Earth initially, just any sort of massive spinning body. Lenz theory, I think in 1918, demonstrated, and it's pretty common if you put like a bowling ball in oil or molasses and spin it, the oil and molasses start spinning with it. So it's that rotational energy that can create what's called closed time-like curves. It can bend over light cones. And a good way of thinking of light cones is if you turn on a flashlight, okay, just flip it on real fast, turn it off. The light can only move out in this direction. Nothing can move faster than light, so anything within that light cone is moving with it. So it's always going from past to future. However, with this rotational energy, which Lenz and Thuring showed in 1918, and Gödel showed with a rotating universe, essentially, that creates the same tipping over of light cones. So when you tip over the light cones and they go far enough, now the past is also at play. Like you're still moving forward, you're still obeying the laws of physics, but you're able to move into the past. Carry that forward, Van Stockham in the 1950s, I think, and then importantly, Frank Tipler in the 1970s showed that if you shrink down this galaxy of essentially, but an infinite galaxy is what Van Stockham and Gödel had argued, that you need this infinite mass. Tipler showed if you shrink that down to a ring, sphere, or importantly a disk of finite size, you can create that same warpage of space-time and the same bending over of light cones in order to travel into the past. And this is why I say that form follows function, because that's essentially what a UFO looks like, the cylindrical, disc-shaped UFO. It's this rapidly spinning disk that seemingly can manipulate space-time. So even beyond that, in my second book, I tie in a number of cases where space and time is manipulated. You have Corporal Armando Valdez in 1977. He walks in the proximity of this craft. He's gone for 15 minutes. Based on what his men see, this is different reference frames. When he emerges, he's weak, he's got a beard, and his watch reads 5 days in the future. So for him, he was gone 5 days. To his men, he was gone 15 minutes. And there's case after case like that. And I try to highlight a number of them in the extra tempestral model because it demonstrates that what is happening, these things might be time machines themselves, but they're able to manipulate space-time. If things like that are happening and they're in control of it, what's keeping them from going back into the past? And, you know, based on the Fermi paradox, he famously said, if there's all these aliens, where are they? And this potentially helps explain it, that we are seeing future humans. That if they are going into the past, why don't we see them? I think we are, and I think they're inside the UFOs.
Whoa. So if the people that go on board these crafts, they can somehow, who's ever manipulating them, they can somehow make time stand still, or they can no, they don't make time stand still, but I don't understand why time would move faster. Like, where are they going?
I think what's happening is that inside the craft, everything is extremely normal. Everything feels normal.
Right.
Time moves as you would experience now, at the speed of light, you could say. But there's this, what Jim Peniston called a sphere of influence around it. When he went and approached the craft in the Rendlesham Forest in 1980, all of a sudden he's described it as walking through water. Like everything was different. He felt like his movements were more labored and time was moving differently. It's seemingly what's happening is that there is this sphere of influence, and Corporal Armando Valdez crossed it. He walked into that sphere of influence. Time disappeared because if you, I think in my, that was my first book, so I think once he crossed that, you would expect him to disappear. In the same way that these UFOs pop in and out of existence, they appear and disappear. And if we go back to something that I accidentally skipped over earlier, when we were talking about the superhighway, how NASA says it's incredibly quiet in space.
Yeah.
Steve Mera, a UFO researcher in the UK, pointed out, why is that? You know, what does that mean? We would expect to see the superhighway that constantly coming and going from outer space, if they're from outer space. But what we actually see is them popping in and out of our four-dimensional frame of reference, which is exactly what you'd expect to see with a time machine. It would appear and disappear as it moves into the future or past. And that's the same thing that seems to be happening here. And as it was pointed out to me after I published my first book by someone who claimed to be an intelligence agent, who was really concerned that I understand what he was saying. He wrote me the first time, I was like, oh, that's cool. And he could tell I didn't understand what he was talking about. Wrote me again, like, no, I really think you need to hear what I'm saying. But what he pointed out, which seemed very obvious once he said it, is that when we see these craft doing these right angle turns, tens of thousands of miles an hour. The G forces would be 5 to 10,000 Gs. Nothing could survive that.
Right.
But what he pointed out to me is that the way in which they're manipulating space-time just creates the illusion of them moving that fast, and that they use the speed to mask themselves. They slow everything down, speed up their frame of reference as we perceive it, in order to do these things. So that 90-degree turn may be 1 G to them, but because of the manipulation of space-time and these different reference frames inside that sphere of influence for them versus outside of it for us, we see this as some incredible maneuver that would squash anything inside, when in fact that's just a perception differential. It's a difference in the way we perceive what's happening versus how they perceive it, because they manipulate space-time in and around this craft.
Okay.
That's not my information. That was given to me by someone who claims to be an ex-intelligence officer.
Something that just emailed you out of the blue?
Yeah, but it makes a lot of damn sense. It makes perfect sense. And if we slow, there's so many cases where something will zip across the sky. You slow it down and you can see the craft doing this. And they might use it. They might use it to protect themselves too. If we start shooting at them, these bullets, which seemingly are going, 700 miles an hour, 1,000 miles an hour to us, they're like, oh, we should probably move over here because they're shooting at us again. So it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, that's also, it was described, I think, with Fravor, right? He said that like the thing showed up at his cat point, or whatever.
They knew the future. Yeah, that's an interesting one too.
Is it kind of like that one Quicksilver scene in X-Men? That kitchen scene.
I haven't seen that either. More
you want to let's watch it and get this episode copywritten. Just don't show it on the screen.
Is it the same with video? If you show less than 15 seconds, and you don't have to get the rights.
I don't know. Usually, if you show anything,
exactly. Or like the Matrix too. When he's dodging the bullets, he just slows time down. Yes.
Yeah, that's
a perfect metaphor, Steve. Exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
So that's what he's claiming, and as soon as he said that, I was like, Jesus, yeah, that makes so much sense. And I included that in my second book because I thought it was highly relevant to this conversation. Right. And if they're time travelers, they absolutely have the ability to do this, in whatever capacity they want. And I list the case of Linda Jones, where she's running and the grass is growing at like 4-6 feet around her as she's running. You have a study that was done where Travis Walton was abducted, and the trees in the vicinity of where he was taken grew 20 times faster than the trees just outside of that circle. So again, inside the craft, once you cross over that threshold, I think everything is how they perceive time. But there's this disconnect between their reference frame and their own.
And Travis Walton also, when he finally got found out, he came back. It was a couple of days later. He had like a beard grown out, and his watch showed.
That one could be that he was just gone that one. It was also about 5 days, I think.
On Earth, or Earth time.
Yeah, because he was in a bad state. Like he sees it as an ambulance call, basically. Like they zapped him good, unintentionally. And interestingly, the case with Mike and Leo Dvorak in South Dakota, they specifically said we need to ground the ship before you touch it, because they're little boys. They want to be like, "Ooh, what's this? Can I touch it?" And they were like, "All right, but yeah, we need to ground it first."
Really?
Yeah. And then Travis was wrong. He's like, "Cool, UFO." So he ran up on it and got zapped by this electromagnetic discharge. And when he woke up, there were these trays around him, and he's all this medical equipment. So seemingly, he had sort of an emergency visit based on what happened. It would take time to heal. So I don't know if that was a manipulation space-time. I think he was just gone that long. But one of the last cases in the book, which you'll probably remember if you just read it, was the one of Amy Rylance in Gundia, Australia.
Oh, yeah.
Where she was gone for what she claims was a week, 7 days in the presence of this man. She doesn't call him an alien, she calls him a man. And
there was a witness to this one, though,
There was a witness. Her friend Petra came out because there was a storm. It woke her up. She sees Amy being taken out through the window into this large cylindrical disc-shaped craft and disappears, freaks out. Husband wakes up, freaks out, starts running around. Where'd she go? Abducted by aliens. Whatever. Not the case. Eventually, he's like, seriously, where'd she go? And they call the cops. And this is an interesting one for a couple of reasons. I'll finish the story and then I'll try to backtrack into why I find it fascinating. But she ended up about 790 kilometers away in McKay, an hour and a half after she was taken. So what that indicates to me is that, and they told her, we're going to drop you off somewhere different. We're going to put you somewhere else because we can't go back to the original place we took you. There's comps everywhere.
Right.
But they did drop her off closer to the time at which she was taken. And I think because her husband and friend were freaking out. Like, it almost seems like an empathetic, nice thing to do. You know, if she was gone for 7 days, they have the ability to travel back in time. They didn't drop her off 7 days after they were done hanging out with her, doing whatever they were doing. They took her back to an hour and a half after she was taken to drop her off closer to that moment in time.
Yeah, that's wild, man. This it seems like the most compelling explanation for what these things are. And you know, the other weird thing is, like, why I asked Whitley this too, but like, it seems like this stuff stopped happening after the 90s. Like, nobody else, like, people stopped reporting these encounters.
The hybrid stuff for sure. And I think he even says that it's part of their sort of gene harvesting program, and maybe that's part of some contract. I used to think it sounded crazy, and then after Rush came out, and people talking about Eisenhower meetings and this stuff, if you get enough of these in your brain, you can't not think about them or try to put the pieces together, try to find patterns.
Yes.
And essentially with that one, and hearing Whitley talk about it too, there seems to have been some sort of agreement. I understand it sounds insane, but there seems to have been some sort of agreement where they needed our genetic material. Maybe because of the things we talked about earlier, who knows? But there was a period of time in which they did it, seemingly from like the 70s to the early 90s, maybe even to the
early 2000s.
Yeah, that's what Willie says.
Okay.
He thinks it ended. I mean, who knows?
Right.
But he thinks it ended in the early 80s. But one has to also wonder, if you take that little bit of evidence, if we can count it as that. Obviously, the standards of evidence don't apply to anything that we're talking about. But if we can take that data point, let's say, and look at it in the context of what people also feel is an impending cataclysm or some sort of massive shift that will affect all of humanity, are they trying to get as much genetic material as they can while it still exists before that bottleneck occurs? That scares the shit out of me, to tell you the truth. Because why focus on that period? What is it about our genes now? And a lot of Native Americans too. A ton of Native Americans have these sorts of interactions, and they have more wild type genes than a lot of people from other parts of the world have been sailing around and breeding with other groups.
Yeah, they're like wolves compared to us.
And Australian Aborigines too. If you look at a lateral radiograph of an Australian Aborigine,
what's a lateral radiograph?
A side view of an X-ray.
Okay.
If you look at their skulls from the side in an X-ray, they're very, very similar to Homo erectus, which makes sense. Genetic isolation on that island. They didn't go on to interbreed with a lot of other groups and places that were developing derived characteristics. That's why we have Magellanian mammals on that side of the Wallace zone.
Yeah.
And it's interesting because those genes would naturally be more important in the context of diversity, because they're untouched. They're more pure, I guess, in the sense that if you're coming back through time to get genetic material to help diversify your gene pool in the future, solve genetic problems, those indigenous populations all throughout the Americas and other places, sub-Saharan Africa, Australia, New Zealand, those may be of even greater import. And you do find story after story in the cultural lore of these various groups.
Yes. And how do we also not know that they continue to do this in the future too? Like, just because they stopped in the 2000s, maybe they took like a 20-year break and then started doing it again in the 2030s.
Maybe. I mean, you definitely don't hear about it as much anymore.
You definitely don't hear about it
and
as
that's
much
all
anymore.
we have. I mean, it's not like someone's out there with a video camera recording me. So all we really have is people's accounts. And honestly, it does seem like it fell off in the zeros.
The whole narrative in the UFO community or the government or whatever it is, it seems to be like a very big push to people want to conflate these things with angels and demons and the
Yeah.
Bible. I seem to agree with what Giorgiani said about that, is that if we were to make this, whatever it is, publicly known, society, or who's ever in charge of society, the United States government, would want to put something in place that would bolster Christianity or sort of reinforce Christianity. In the case that if some sort of crazy technological thing would become known to the world, that it could have the potential to destroy religion.
Yeah. Well, maybe not destroy it so much as reshape it, or allow people different avenues which they can use to think about it. I mean, that again was probably the biggest theme in this most recent book I wrote. And the reason I did it as a science fiction novel, satirical one at that, is to explore some of these things you just can't talk about in a grounded scientific publication. But I feel like that's going to be the next big issue, is religion. It shapes so much of the day-to-day life of so many people. It structures life. It structures their behaviors, activities on a regular basis, the way they see themselves in this world, interacting with others, where you come from, where you go when you die. All these big questions are answered by that. If you have something come out that indicates that much of what you believe grew out of these very tangible things that existed in the past and potentially came from the future, how is that going to force you to reshape your conceptualization of reality? For a lot of people, it won't matter, because religion is a belief. That's all it is. It doesn't matter. You can say, yeah, your religion, everything you believe in, Jesus was a time traveler who was paranormal because he had the ability to do these things technologically and consciously and spiritually. Well, it won't matter, because faith is faith. It will bend, but it won't break. However, with a lot of people, especially the younger generations that have more open minds to science and different explanations for things, it may eliminate a lot of those worldviews that over time will eliminate the entire religion, simply because those that ardently adhere to it die out. And we see this all the time. It's a very normal process, but it might be a line in the sand that helps reshape the way we have historically looked at our place in the universe in spiritual terms.
Yeah. Did any of the guys who experienced these things ever see any like crosses on the spaceships or inside the spaceships, or any like pictures of Jesus?
Not that I'm aware of. No. That would be interesting though, if there were different factions.
Do you think
like the ones that created Jesus were like real big into like their achievements and what they did?
Do you think that the human timeline has been linear as far as evolution goes, or do you think it's potential that there was a more advanced human civilization that got wiped out by a cataclysm?
No, there's no evidence for that, and it wouldn't make sense in the fossil record. It wouldn't make sense with the process of evolutionary change. You go back 6 million years into the past, our earliest ancestors, they were just starting to stand upright. They didn't have any of the same traits we had and wouldn't for another 4 million years. Just nothing really happened in that period. What we were mostly doing was adapting to becoming bipedal. We stood upright around the time of Lucy, 3.5 million years ago, Australopithecus afarensis. We see her pelvic morphology looks pretty normal. The head still looks like a chimpanzee. And it would be like that all the way up until about 800,000 years ago, when really our brains started taking off, the faces started shrinking back, the fire, the biocultural evolution, the tools like I was talking about earlier. So if there was any sort of chance that could happen, it would have to be within that window, 800,000 years to present. But it's still one life. And people talk about, well, what if there was, like the Silurian hypothesis, what if there was some advanced civilization that wiped out? Where would they have come from? We were the only ones that can even talk about this stuff. We're the only ones that would have done that. And we didn't even have the capacity to until the last 100 or 200 years. It's happening a lot faster, but it's all very recent. There's no physiological evidence in the hominid lineage, and more importantly, there's no archaeological evidence that anything ever existed that would suggest a civilization had that capability. And look at what we did. Look at how successful we are. We exist on every part of this planet. we erect these massive structures, skyscrapers, these monuments. Once you have civilization, you get this. You get public works projects. You get these features, as we call them. Those would appear and be highly prolific throughout the world with any advanced civilization. Because we don't see those, there's no indication that they ever existed, or there's a population that could ever leave Earth in our hominin past up until the 1960s.
What about the evidence that has been, I think, I've had a few people talking about this recently on the podcast, but there was newspaper articles that were coming out in like I want to say it was like the late 1800s, early 1900s, of giants that were discovered, that were dug up in like New Mexico area. And there's actually, I think this was in like the New York Times. Steve, can you pull up the newspaper articles of giant skeletons? The stuff that Praveen was talking about. Yeah, like click on any one of these. Like giant skeletons, 10 to 12 feet tall, found in Mexican caves, Mexico City, June. Does it say the year this was?
Indians are rising out of the ledge. Strange skeletons found.
And that's, so zoom in on that. It says New York Times, and it says like the April 5th. What? What's the date? Punch in. Son of a bitch. What does that say?
1886.
1886. Okay, zoom.
7 foot, 8's pretty big.
They declare they have found bones of giant 32 feet. Bones of giant.
32 feet high in Mexico City.
Mexico City.
Yeah, I mean, there's just like we according to this, there are evidence of like giants that, you know, maybe could explain building the pyramids, but were they intelligent enough? And like how would people 4,000 or 5,000 years ago be able to create some of the things like that we do have evidence for, like these? I don't know if you've ever seen these, but there's these dynastic Egyptian vases. These are made of like, this is a 3D print of one. But I had a guy who come in who brought in like 40 of them, and they're made of granite. And they brought them into an aerospace, the aerospace division of Rolls-Royce, I believe, where they have these light scanning machines, where they can essentially like measure them down to like the 1/1,000,000th of a centimeter. And they found out that they are perfectly symmetrical within one, like the variation of the width of a human hair. And they're made out of one of the hardest stones on Earth. And these not only that, but these handles are built into them. And today, if we wanted to recreate that, it would have to be created on like a CNC machine, like a very advanced computer modeling machine. And the hundreds of them, thousands of these have been found. And there's no explanation. Like it's absolutely impossible for this to be done with chisels, you know, copper chisels and pounding stones.
Is there a date associated with them?
What is the date?
I think it was 2400 BC.
Yeah, it's hard. Like I went on Ancient Aliens a few times, reluctantly.
Did you really?
Yeah. I've been on 5 different episodes, maybe 3 different shoots. But I was reluctant because they're sort of your quintessential aliens built everything, and we really pull back from that as anthropologists because it's also innately racist, because it's never European sites that we say that about. We assume the Europeans at that time could build those things, but these browner people must have had help in Egypt or Central America or wherever. But even beyond that, we do have a good sense of how they would make these things. And once you relieve people of the burdens of agriculture, because the agricultural surplus allows people to do things that doesn't mean they have to toil in the field all day, then they have the ability to spend their day doing whatever it is. If you're enslaving thousands of people because your agricultural society is able to take over theirs and force them into slavery, you can use those people to do the manual labor to build these things. So we can understand how they did it. We don't need to alien the gaps the same way we got the gaps with everything else. ET in the gaps. We don't have to do that, so we can see how they did it and understand these massive public works projects as being a latent effect of agriculture.
That's what I'm saying. Wouldn't it be possible that instead of dating the creation of these and the pyramids to 4000 BC, wouldn't it be
more reasonable than claiming it aliens, saying that maybe it was like advanced humans before some sort of cataclysm that maybe like wiped them out and had to force us to reset.
No, that's something I can get on board with. In fact, I made that argument at a lecture I gave in Phoenix last May and a half. The May before this one, the previous May. I don't know. I'm giving you 7 different versions of which May this was.
Yeah.
That makes no, it's not relevant. Maybe we could edit that part out too. In any case, I looked at this in the context of kind of what we're talking about, the Silurian hypothesis, that there are out-of-place artifacts that seemingly indicate that this thing was produced by a more advanced species than was alive at that time. Not that they built the pyramids or anything, but what I argued is that you could have the same line of evolution in our technology, from simple to complex, where it goes on into the future, and we start making things that, if found in our past, would confuse the hell out of us. But that would only happen with backward time travel technology. So it's the same process of descent modification. In culture, we talk about how it's cumulative. It's always built on what came before. Even our languages that we speak, like that semantic drift thing.
Yeah.
It's built on the evolution of language, and we can look at what came before and how it changed. Same thing with technology. We go from simple to complex in this evolution of compounding cultural complexity. But with a backward time machine, if you jump over, now you take that more advanced technology and the artifacts that you produce, and they exist in the past. And even things like Atlantis. If you can imagine that we do nuke this planet, or it's inhospitable, but we go on to exist in the future, and we have the ability to go back in the past and set up shop at a time that predates, not just that, we could hide underwater, we could hide in mountains, or we could hide in plain sight if it's before 70,000 years ago, because humans didn't invent boats until 70,000 years ago. You could have this island all to yourself and know nobody's going to find it because they don't have the technology to do so. So I think that could even help explain like these ideas of Atlantis, these lost civilizations. It wasn't some offshoot, but it was potentially humans from the future, and this is a reoccurring theme in the Revelation book too, humans from the future that have the option to live in whatever pristine Garden of Eden they would like on this planet, in a place prior to humans having the ability to discover it at that time.
Right. Like right now, they could live in Antarctica if they wanted to.
Yeah, I mean, we're there. We check it out occasionally, but there's so much left. And yeah, maybe they're doing it in our time. And maybe these USOs, the underwater bases, these crypto-terrestrials.
We've explored more of the moon than we have of our own oceans.
Yeah.
So they could
far side of the moon would be a good opportunity, too, up until the 1960s when we started going there. So it's kind of the same thing as I was saying 70,000 years ago before boats. Moon would have been the perfect option up until the late 1960s. And even then, it's really weird what happened with the moon. Like us and the Russians are working together, which is weird unto itself during the Cold War. No, back in the 60s. Like they had their missions, we had our missions. And there were these ideas about populating it. We're going to go there and make these bases. And all of a sudden, we're like, we don't want to go there. Why is that? You know, what's happening on the moon? And the far side of the moon especially, it could be such a great place to build a base. If you were extraterrestrial, you know, future humans, whatever, nobody's going to find you there. And even if they do, it's a select group of individuals who you could convince to just PR campaign the hell out of that so nobody wants to talk about it anymore. Because that's exactly what happened. All of a sudden, they reversed the direction and nobody's talking about these moon bases anymore. Populating the moon. It was like,
do you think we really went to the moon?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. Me too.
We definitely went to the moon. It's just, what did they find up there?
Yes.
That's what piques my interest. And then you look at Ingo Swan's penetration book, he remote viewed it. Case after case of other abductees. I read one called Abducted in the Latin Quarter by this woman that just sent me this book about her abduction experience. She was standing in this base, crater on the moon, with this woman who was telepathically communicating with her, looking down at this base. Terry Lovelace claims to have seen this. This guy named Jerry Wills was taken up to this moon base and shown it and brought back. He's like, what was the point of that? Oh, I just want to show you that. You see enough of these, you start to ask questions.
There was a guy who I had on the show who said that he was contacted and visited by a guy who worked for NASA for like decades, and he claimed to be like the expert at mapping the moon for the moon missions. That was really old, I think. can't think of his name right now. But he wrote a couple books about the moon. But his job essentially was to basically like map out where they were going to go during those missions, during the Apollo missions, and like how to navigate it and avoid
Seems
certain
important. You don't want to crash into a rock somewhere or crater.
Right, and he allegedly told this guy Chris Bledsoe, who's on my podcast, that there was ancient structures on the moon, like mushroom-shaped structures that were ancient, and he's claimed to know like I think there's so many weird, interesting theories about the moon. You know, it's crazy. Apparently, like the moon, our moon is like the one moon that is perfectly placed, perfectly shaped to keep us in like the perfect gravitational balance to maintain life. And apparently that's the only moon that exists that we know of that's that perfect.
Yeah, what it does for our tides itself, and taking a lot of the brunt of the asteroid impacts.
Yes.
And I've heard it's cheese. Also.
Yeah,
Delicious cheese.
Well, I have heard that it's honeycombed on the inside too.
And there's the hollow moon theory.
Well, yeah, hollow moon honeycomb. It could be the same, but there was actually like a NASA thing that came out recently, which I think I've talked about in like fucking 10 podcasts already in the last month, that said that they found deep caves on the moon.
I've heard that, yeah. That's it. And there's water. We're always told there's no atmosphere, there's no water, as a fleeting atmosphere that will form and deform. And yeah, I was watching on Stephen Colbert one night, the group of people, I forget what they're calling the mission, but they're going to go to the moon, and they're going to use this jumping off point to go to Mars, and water. And it's like, well, they told us for so long there's no water on the moon, there's no atmosphere, it's just this dead nothingness.
Right.
I don't know, like I'm not big into conspiracy theories, but other than the cheese moon thing, I'm kind of starting to ask some questions.
So is that a real photo right there? No, I know the one in the middle is definitely not real, but the one on the right and the left, is that a real lava tube on the moon? It says lunar lava tube, Wikipedia.
Lunar lava tube. Apparently that's what it is.
Click on the actual link so we can see the Wikipedia. Lunar lava tubes are lava tubes on the moon formed during the eruption of basaltic lava flows. When the surface of a lava flow cools. Oh, so there was lava on the moon.
Yeah, it's interesting something that small could have tectonic activity.
100 meters deep.
Lava.
100 meters deep.
That's what this one is. 100 meters.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I don't know. A lot of questions. I did bet some kid at a party one time that we bet $20, had some people notarize it who were watching our insane conversation.
Mm-hmm.
A normie, not into the UFO stuff at all. But I bet him $20 that within 10 years we would know as a society that there is and has been a moon on Mars. That's how convinced
A base on the moon?
Far side of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's like.
I also added an addendum for another $20 that it's the Air Force.
Yeah, it has to be. Air Force or
Space Force.
NRO.
What's that
one? The National Reconnaissance Office. There's we think of the 3-letter agencies. It's funny, Andy Jacobson pointed this out. There's 18 or 20 3-letter agencies, intelligence agencies that we don't even fucking know about.
Speaking of shit that scared the hell out of you, that interview scared the hell out of me.
Which one?
The one with Jacobson?
Annie. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oof. That was intense.
Yeah.
Especially in the context of all the stuff we've been talking about with the warnings that experiencers have. Yeah. No,
yeah, it's all about
I took some preventative action after listening to that one, for sure. It's
Did you buy a bunker?
No, I didn't buy a bunker. I can't afford a bunker. Look at me. Cheap clothes.
No, billionaires dressed just like you. What are you talking about?
I don't know about that. Although the hoodie was in fashion for a while, I've been rocking that one my whole life, so it was cool to see the billionaires wearing it. No, just I live in a place that's already pretty well suited.
Yes, you do.
I feel very fortunate about that. Natural spring in the yard, animals everywhere.
Yes.
No, just
you live in a great place for an apocalypse.
Bring it on.
And a civil war. You actually live in a great place for a civil war too.
Yeah. No, I don't want that for anyone. It scares me, not necessarily for myself, but just what we would all have to suffer through. And honestly, as destructive as this life is, and you multiply it out over the billions of people on this planet, it's relatively comfortable for most people. You don't have to worry about walking outside and getting shot by a sniper up on a hill who's hoping to get whatever little rations you have. We want our children to grow up with the same luxuries and amenities that we had and grew accustomed to. And we don't want people to die. Like, if people started dying by the millions, I think it would just do a lot to our collective psyche as humans, especially empathetic people. It would be horrible, And if there is something coming, and if we do emerge on the other side better and more benevolent, empathetic, highly conscious species, great. But it would still suck to live through that.
Yeah, it totally would. Do you think if these things were future time travelers, do you think they would, if there was like a nuclear war about to happen, or if like Kim Jong-un was about to launch a nuke, they would come stop it?
Yeah, so
where they'd let it happen?
We kind of danced around this earlier when you were like, why would they care? If they're extraterrestrials, why would they care?
Yes.
Just leave them alone.
Yes.
Dance around with their nukes and blow each other up. And actually, J.L.N. Hynek's, one of J.L.N. Hynek's son, Paul Hynek, I heard him say this a few times. Like, how would they find us, and why would they care? Those are two big questions we have to ask. Mm-hmm. If they're extraterrestrial, how would they find us? I talk about that a lot in my first book. Just the difficulties of not just finding us, locating us, but then communicating with us too. Mm-hmm. It'd be much easier to learn the languages of the past than it would of a planet that exists elsewhere, and we're relying on radio transmissions, which are governed by the speed of light and would take potentially light years to reach you. How would they find us? Why would they care? But if they are stakeholders in the future, to your point earlier, why would they care? It's their planet. Of course they would care, because they have to live on. My editor made me take this out of my second book, but I think it's an apt analogy where it's like you're at a 4-day music festival. It's day 4. They're not keeping up with the porta potties, and you're the last guy in line. That's them looking at us right now. We are all the drunk people who have been eating bean burritos the entire festival, drinking Busch Light, and about to destroy that bathroom, And they see themselves at the end of that line looking at us like, I might as well just go off into the woods. Mm-hmm. Or kill them all and then take the bathroom before they destroy it. Mm-hmm. Or let them kill themselves and then take the bathroom after they destroy it. Or some other solution that does involve everybody dying. I don't know. I also don't know if they can save us if we did do that. They certainly can't change the past if we're in a block universe. I got into this in chapter 13, or case study 13 of my second book. Maybe you remember kind of going back and forth between...
Tempestrial was the second book?
Yeah.
Okay.
Going back and forth between the block universe and the many worlds interpretation in the context of this very question, the nukes getting launched. What they did at Malmstrom, I was on a conference call with a number of people, but Robert Salas was one of them, talking to our Senator John Tester's aides about the importance of this UFO question, particularly because of what they did at Malmstrom. And Robert Salas was there. He was...
Is that where they had like an ICBM or something like that?
10 of them go offline. It started with one.
That's near you, right? Where you live?
Yeah. I gave a talk at Lewiston, just outside of Malmstrom, and it was like, there's so many people and they're so interested because they were directly affected by it. They've been touched by the phenomenon, so they know it's real more than a lot of people. But what they did is they shut down, they took offline one of these ICBMs, deactivated it. While this, I think he said it was red, like a red glowing sphere is outside. All of a sudden, boom, 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 the other 9 go offline. So they clearly were doing that for a reason. Was it to send a message to us? Was it to demonstrate that they could, either for us or them? So the only way I could see this playing out, where they would, the scenario specifically is if they were to stop something, is if they did it as a preventative thing. I think if it happens, they can't come back and change it. But if they saw us getting ready to launch, they might be able to intervene, and they've demonstrated at Malmstrom, and we have changed our protocols. Another friend of mine in Butte, he worked at Malmstrom to make everything analog, because they thought if this happened again and nothing was digital, then they wouldn't be able to do it, which I think is interesting. Because
if nothing was digital?
Yeah. So his job was to rewire everything.
Oh,
to
they wouldn't be able to control it.
Yeah, so that they couldn't do whatever it was that they did at Malmstrom initially. So I don't know. I think,
and if you think about that in a time travel, like cause and effect, if they would do it, that would cause us to make everything analog, so we could launch it.
Yeah,
Like in the block universe.
In the block universe. And would they know that? Would they not know that? I don't know. There's so many questions that arise. And I didn't give an answer in that case study where I just, here's what this would look like in the block universe. Here's what it would look like in the multiverse with branching timelines. Both are fundamentally different. This last book, Revelation, I also do that again. But in the context of this story, I call it peri-apocalyptic. It's not pre-apocalyptic, it's not post, it's both, but it's happening mostly at this time where they've got to decide, are they intervening, are they not intervening, and what does that mean for both us and them, since they're set to inherit that earth that we may or may not destroy. And I can't say what happens because it's kind of the big plot twist.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that Annie describes in her nuclear war book, which I don't think anybody knows unless they've read the book, is how fragile that the nuclear protocol is.
Yeah, that was surprising, wasn't it?
Yeah, because we have all those NRO satellites and all the planes and submarines that are tracking everything around the whole
Wasn't it
entire
like
world.
3 minutes or something? Like if one goes up, there's 3 minutes to decide what you're going to do.
Yep, and I think it's 6 minutes until the thing will hit. If it launched in North Korea, I think it's like 6 minutes until it actually hit. Or no, it was like 12 minutes until it hits us.
Yeah.
But it's like 3 minutes to actually make the decision on what to do.
That was the scary part. Yeah.
And it's like,
I mean, even the concept of mutual annihilation is just really.
Yeah, the problem.
have to worry about
the problem is though, if an ICBM launches, we have to immediately empty our nuclear silos, the ICBM silos that we have in the Midwest, because we have to assume that they're going to target those which are going to basically castrate us from having a return attack.
Yeah.
So those have to go up, and then they have to fly over Russia and all these other countries that don't know. We can't get them on the phone quick enough. So it's almost like an inevitable apocalypse if even one rocket launches.
Yeah. It feels very fragile considering what we're dealing with. That's the scariest part.
You described that you were at some conference and something happened to you. You had some sort of like crazy experience.
Yeah, there's been a lot of crazy experiences lately.
Because when you started writing about this, you had never had any kind of like
I'd never even seen a UFO. No, not at all. Actually, well, other than when I walked into my living room at age 8 or 9 and saw that book. Actually, it's funny.
Right,
when
the communion book.
Yeah, when you and Eric were talking, Eric Wargo, you guys were talking about precognition, how a lot of people create things or do things because they feel compelled to do it, but a lot of that might be their information coming from the future.
Right.
And you described a situation that was almost exactly my life, where it's like, well, so, you might do something and then that information's traveling back. And so as a child, like you're compelled to do these things. And that's what I feel happened to me when I was 8 or 9 years old and I walked in. Because it wasn't just those images that popped in my head. It came with something I've since experienced about 3 or 4 times that was sort of like a light, and like I hate the word download, but I don't know what else to use. There was information that came with that in retrospect, I framed it as precognition. I eventually had to explain, because I've had dream precognition my entire life, and I had to find a way to figure out what that was, because it was weird. I knew people before I met them. I knew what was going to happen in certain situations. I knew my wife and my children before I met them. The first time I saw my wife, I was like, wait, who's that? And I knew her already.
Really?
We would go on to spend our lives together and make children together and buy houses together. And that's been a very common thing in my life. But I've also had 5 moments of conscious precognition, and one of them, ironically, was about a week before I was going down to be on a panel with Eric Wargo at the Opening the Archives of the Impossible conference at Rice University, where my wife was taking the kids to the bus stop, big snowstorm, missed the bus, had to follow him to the next bus stop. She goes to turn around in what looks like a flat area, but it was all drifted over by snow, sinks the car straight down in this massive ditch. I didn't know any of this. I pick up my phone, I was like, oh, it's weird my wife hasn't called to pull me out of the ditch yet. Instantly the phone rings. She's never gotten stuck in the snow. She's never gotten stuck anywhere that I could pull her out of. But I knew before she called, she was calling me to do that. I had to go to work too. Normally I probably would have been more pissed. Like, I gotta go. We spent an hour trying to dig that thing out, pull it out of my truck. But it was just like, oh, She hasn't called yet to go. And then the phone rings, telling me the thing that I just thought it's weird she hasn't called me to do. And that's happened 4 or 5 other times. The thing as a kid, I feel was a precognitive moment. It shaped my whole life to go on to do the things that we're talking about right now. Would that have happened without that? Probably not. So there's these connected moments in life. The one behind Morton Hall, when I decided to switch from physics to biological anthropology, it seems like there's these things. And there's actually this cool study being done. I encourage any of your listeners to reach out. I forget what's called, the Destiny Project or something like that. It's Sharon Hewitt Rowlett, who wrote. She was one of the runners-up for the Bigelow Prize.
Oh, okay.
For the $1 million that was allocated to
I had a
give
guy
the
in
best
here.
evidence.
I had a guy in here, I think, who won that.
Jeffrey Mishlove. He's the one that won it.
No, it was a different guy. He said he won it.
There were 3. No, probably not. There were 3 winners.
Oh, okay. He was a near-death experience.
Yeah. A lot of it was based on NDEs.
Yeah.
But yeah, Jeffrey Mishlove won. I think he got $500K, and then there were other prizes too.
Okay.
She's one of the people that wrote this. I just had about an hour and a half long conversation with her last week because she's doing this project looking at people who have seemingly had experiences in their life that shape their life or maybe lead them in one direction over another, where they feel it wasn't necessarily their ego or their individual choice in doing those things. And I've got a ton of those throughout my life. So I saw she was doing this. I know her she was actually at that Esalen conference in 2022 I just referenced. So I got to know her there, spent a lot of time on the phone. We're hashing out all this insane shit that's been happening to me recently that has forced me to look back into my life and see other things that had also been weird that I didn't pay much attention to until I had the 2020 hindsight vision where things started to make sense. The dots were connected, so to speak, but it's only once. A lot of this other weird stuff has been happening. But yeah, I was at the International UFO Congress in 2022, just gave my talk. Took like a 2.5 hour nap, missed the VIP party where we're supposed to go and schmooze with people that want to meet the speakers. Show up a half hour late, groggy-eyed. I'm sorry, never take naps. I don't know why I just slept so long. And then, things just sort of snowballed from there. It took me about a year to be able to talk about it at all. And then finally got up the courage to do so. But it's way too long to go into from start to finish. But the Cliff Notes version is that I was taken up into that same room where where I was late because of the inopportune nap. And I was taken there. I wasn't allowed to leave. These 2 people came in.
What room again?
It was that VIP room that the organizers booked that for as like a common space.
Okay.
And that's where people met. They had some beers and stuff. And people would go back there afterwards. And Travis Walton brings his guitar. People jam out. I was looking forward to do all of that. Didn't get to. But they took me up there. Started by telling me something that I'd only thought and never told anybody else.
Who is they?
Well, I know who it is now. I didn't have any idea who it was at the time. It was a total stranger. But his name's Eric Mitchell, and he's also experienced some crazy stuff, like UFO stuff, and just a lot of sort of classic experiencer things, modifications to his psyche, his worldview. He's an experiencer. We all kind of walk him. Yeah. But at the time, I had no idea who he was. He was a random stranger that came in, pulled up his chair to where his knees in my crotch, like a very imposing sort of body position. His face is right here. And he tells me something that I had never told anyone. A thought in my head, which was very effective, because I was like, what is happening? Why was I kept here so long? Who is this guy? It wasn't him, as it turns out, in the strict sense of who an individual is with their own sense of ego. The best I can explain it is something called deep trance mediumship, where he was him in his body, but there was also something else, some other consciousness that had sort of pushed is to the side and was speaking through him. Initially vocally, most of the conversation, I'd say it was probably over a half-hour period, started out with verbal speech between him and the woman that brought me up there that was keeping me there. And then over the course of the next 10 minutes, it moved to entirely telepathic speech, where it almost felt like it was happening above my head. Like the three of us are communicating, oddly, in our same voices without coming through the vocal cords. I can hear Heidi and Eric's voice in my head. I can hear my own voice when I speak without moving our mouths. None of us were moving our mouths. It's still to this day one of the weirdest things about that. And yeah, it's just that, and then a number of other things. They told me, they asked me, I was allowed to ask them questions about things. And then they got to the main point. The main point was to ask me not to stop doing what I was doing because I was getting really sick of it. And it is taxing, the travel and just talking to people constantly about these things that fortunately I love talking about. I say I've always been easily bored by the banality of reality, and that is very true. Like these conversations we're having are my favorite thing. I get really sick talking about boring shit. With that said,
UFO fatigue is real.
Yeah, big time, big time.
I'm experiencing it too.
Yeah, and it's, yeah, it was hard. It was an especially hard period, and I was just done. I wanted to quit, and I didn't tell anybody that. They asked me not to quit. How could you know that? That's insane. And then there were a number of other things that happened throughout this question and answer session. People are starting to come into the room. People see us out there and are worried about me, as I found out later. Some of them knew me, and at one point 3 women came out, and this individual, Eric, vocal speech, at this point we were speaking telepathically, which is probably why they came out. Like, why are these 3 people just sitting there without moving their mouth? I couldn't even move my head by this point. But he said something like, can you close the door behind you, out loud? And it kind of broke from the telepathic thing that was happening, so it jumped out at me kind of. And then all 3 of them turned, walked back inside, and closed the door behind them. And that was all that was said. Nobody came out the rest of the time. By the time they released me, there's probably 20 people inside, I would guess, that have walked through a crowd of people to get out of there. But what happened between them is that they said they had to put 3 things in my brain that would be important for some future time or times. They told me what would happen. My eyes would go black, even though they'd be wide open, and the information would come in. I wouldn't have access to it. They told me I wouldn't know what it was, but very politely asked if that's okay. They asked for my permission for this to happen. After everything else that had occurred, it was clear to me that they were, I don't know what they are. I don't know who they are. I don't know what they are. A highly advanced non-local consciousness is the best I can do. But I did get the sense that they were familiar, that I had known them my entire life. And then it sort of made me start to think more recently, was that thing that happened when I was 8 or 9 with Whitley's book cover and the download, for lack of a better word, was that my precognition or was it them? They were putting things in my brain at that moment. Could they have also done that when I was 8 or 9 years old? And then other moments too, and a lot of these came up when I was talking to Sharon for this Destiny project. I apologize if I'm getting that name wrong. Because I started to think back, like, wait, now that I have this lived experience, this sense of what happened, and sorry, I'm jumping all over the place, but it's hard to describe all of this as one straightforward narrative. But what they eventually did is exactly what they said. My eyes went black. I'm still staring right at this individual's face is right here. And all of this information comes streaming into my brain at tremendous speed. I was able to see it temporarily in that moment because Heidi, who's standing to my right with her hand now on my shoulder, would say, did you get that? Did you get that? And I would just kind of mumble, So I could clearly see it briefly as it crossed the threshold, but then it completely disappeared. It went into my brain. I have no idea what it was. No access to it. Well, how can they be memories if it's a future memory that I will have? It clearly, time and memories don't work the way we consider them because I have had dream precognition my entire life, as I mentioned. But those future events are in my brain for something that I guess is going to happen. But I have no idea what it is or when it's going to happen or what specifically are the events associated with it. But they politely asked me if they could put it in. I agreed. But it did force me to look back over other things that have occurred in my life with a new conceptualization of what those things might have been and how they might be tied into all of this other shit. But I don't know. I don't know what the hell it is. It really shook me.
Did you ever have a conversation with Eric
Yeah.
or Heidi after this?
Yeah, so Heidi I did know before because I met her in 2019 at that same conference. She was running audio video and we kind of chatted and gave her daughter a sticker. So she was able to get me up there because I knew her. Eric was a complete stranger. In fact, Eric and Heidi prior to this had never been in the same room. They kind of knew each other, but they'd never met face to face. They were both brought here for this thing. They were brought to the balcony of that room for this thing. Her mind, I think, was probably taken over before his, like when we were downstairs and she took me up. I think they saw an opportunity and brought me up there. I was actually pissed. I was like, we went up there just to get beers to take down to some of our friends because she had access to this room and the organizers don't care. And she brought me up there and then wouldn't let me leave. I've got beers in my pockets. We're ready to go back down. Our friends are waiting for us. And she's like, oh, we can't leave. I'm like, why? Oh, Eric's coming. He wants to talk to you. I'm like, who the hell is Eric? Oh, he's a friend of mine. Don't worry about it. She must have said that 10, 12 times. And I'm just getting irritated, So I knew Heidi, but I was so scared about what happened even a year after that I didn't want to talk to her because I didn't know what she was or what we were or what reality is anymore. So I spent a year trying to get all of this. In the sense that I was supposed to talk to it, and that's one of the things they told me in this conversation when I was allowed to ask questions. Like my third question was, can I talk about this? And I said, we want you to talk about this. So between that and feeling like a goddamn hypocrite, because I dedicated my second book that you just read to all of the brave people that are willing to talk about their experiences, recognizing I wasn't one of those brave people. I should be talking about this. They asked me to, but I was scared. I was really scared to talk about something that A, I don't understand. How do you talk about something you don't know about? B, because I don't know what they put in my brain. And that's obviously what people want to know more than anything else is what's in there. I don't know. And C, because I had no sense of like what reality was anymore. Like the things that happened in that moment really kind of forced me to reconceptualize physical reality, consciousness, and just spirit, souls, energy, like all of these things. I'd always been a strict materialist. And now I've kind of been flipped, as Triple says. I had to flip and start thinking about these things that were never on my radar. But to your question, yeah, so I talked about Jesse Michaels first and kind of had a little breakdown the day before I was flying down to LA to speak with him because I knew he would want to talk about it. He was one of the first people I told because I was down in LA with him in December, which was only about a month and a half after it happened. And it kind of came up because I was still losing my shit over it. It really jacked me up for about a month. It was recent after that. It was very recent after it happened. And we wrapped on the shoot. And then it kind of just came up organically and the floodgates opened. Like I hadn't really talked to anybody about it other than my wife and my kids who overheard us talking about it. But I knew he knew and would want to talk about it as I was preparing to go down to finish, the shoot. We did it in 2 different segments. And I just didn't know if I could, and then recognized I was being a hypocrite by thanking other people for their bravery and me being just a little wuss. And so I reached out to Heidi like, hey, do you remember when they said, we want you to talk about this? Did you get any sense of the time frame? And she, this made it even more confusing. She was there. She remembered being there and all of the weird things that happened, but she wasn't allowed to remember the specific things that were said. I eventually learned Eric. So basically, deep trance mediumship, the deep one, your consciousness is completely pushed aside. So you look at people like, the Bashar guy, what's her name, Nora Roberts, the mediums, essentially, people that can channel. There's different levels of that. So hers was completely pushed aside. She was there. She was participating as a physical form, but her mind was completely taken over, essentially. Eric, on the other hand, had some awareness of what was being said through him. not all of it, but he has memories of certain things that were spoken. I didn't know that. I just assumed she was some kind of crazy creature of some sort that could do this shit on her own. I didn't know. But I was afraid to ask until then because I was going down to potentially talk about this for the first time. And she's like, I don't know. I don't remember anything that was said with the conversation I was having.
But she remembered being there.
Oh, yeah.
Not why she was there.
Yeah, exactly. And the next day she was like, Eric's an interesting guy, huh? And I couldn't even deal. Like, I was losing my mind. I was like, yeah, pretty strange. I'm packing up all my stuff to get out of there. And she's I realize now she was wanting to know more about what happened and thought I would know. And I did, because I was conscious throughout 90% of it. But I didn't know that's why she was asking. I thought she was just kind of like, weird stuff last night. And I wasn't ready to deal at that point. It took me a year before I was even ready to reach out. Like, hey, I might have to talk about this. Did you get a sense of when we're supposed to do that? So Jesse's doco comes out. And then I get a message from Eric. I think it was on Thanksgiving. And his face pops up. And I didn't know he was a real person. I didn't know who he was. Suddenly there's just this individual in front of me that knows my thoughts that I've never told anybody else. They know everything about my past. They know about my future. They know about all of our future and can put things in my brain for that future. All of a sudden, his face is on my phone, and I like crumbled as a human.
How long after?
It was, that was October. It was a year later. It was November. So a year and a month.
Okay.
But it still brought back everything, even after that amount of time. And I've since gotten to know Eric. And we chat from time to time. I've learned a lot about his experiences and the things that have happened to him and the way it's changed him physiologically. His brain, his antenna is cranked up really high. It really challenged a lot of my preconceived notions of not just reality, but who I am, like ego, and living a life that may have not necessarily always been based on decisions I felt I was making for me by myself. I still struggle with a lot of that stuff, but I think I don't know. I think we should all be asking questions, and I'm not alone. As I've started talking about this publicly, reluctantly, there's been so many folks who have reached out to me with similar experiences. It's not unique. I think it's just unique that I'm talking about it based on what I've sort of structured my career around, because it's risky. I'm not supposed to be. People thank me for talking about it. But I feel like we should. How are we going to learn? If we don't talk about all of the crazy things that exist around us, how are we ever going to learn about just how crazy this world is that we live in?
What was Eric's specific memory of that moment?
So for him, what he told me is that he knew he was coming up to meet Heidi. He didn't know what was happening. So Heidi when she was co-opted, that's better than taken over.
Sure.
But she was texting Eric to bring him there to perform this thing that apparently took both of them. He didn't know why he was coming, but he saw me out on the balcony sitting in this chair. He saw her standing behind me and said as soon as he walked in and saw Heidi, that's when he was switched over. And from that point on, he was them. He was used as this conduit through which they were doing this thing. But I wasn't talking to Eric at all. I was talking through Eric to whatever this advanced non-local consciousness is, and he was being used for them to talk to me as well.
If the time traveling shit wasn't advanced enough, they got to be able to take over our consciousness and communicate through beings that are on our timeline.
At the
or
time-
in our time frame.
At the time, I just assumed he was something else, you know? I had no idea he was a real person. That almost made it weirder once I found out that he's just like everybody else, but has had experiences, UFO encounters and changes and things. But it was easier when I just didn't know who he was or what he was. It almost conjured up more questions once I learned that he's a person.
It's wild shit, man.
Yeah, no, it's been weird. There's been other things too that have happened, a very similar thing to that. And again, once I experienced that, I know what it is and what it feels like. But they did that to me again about 3 months later. I got the sense that there was something above my house. I can't prove it. And actually, a lot of the things that have happened, can be taken with a grain of salt because I don't have proof.
Yeah.
This one that they did in Phoenix, I feel like they did intentionally and made sure there were other people involved and there were people watching. Whether they manipulated them too, it seemed that they did. There was one individual inside that remembers feeling concern and seeing what was happening out there, but not a sense of like who was there. Can't put faces on the other people, which seems to indicate they were sort of being altered as well. Or the three people that came out and turned in unison and walked back inside, like that even out of my periphery. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know exactly how deep or how far those threads expand outside of what was happening on that balcony, but there were other people that can corroborate this. That's important. The other ones you could write off as just schizophrenia or just me experiencing something I don't understand, which is fine. I don't. It's hard when people talk about these things. It's hard to find the right words. It's hard to convey it to people who haven't experienced the same types of things. And it also just sounds insane. I'll be the first to admit that. All I can do is tell people honestly and with sincerity what happened and allow them to take other data points and form their own opinion about what it is and what it might mean, And I'm not lying. It would be really difficult to lie. I've never been a liar because it seems impossible to keep a lie going. You have to remember everything you said before. So
you gotta remember the lies.
Yeah, I could never do that. It would stress me the hell out. So I'm just saying what happened. But one thing that did occur that there weren't other witnesses to, I told my wife about it the next morning, is I was in bed. I got the sense there was something above my house. And I woke up and I was like, oh shit, it's the same thing that happened in Phoenix. I felt the information, saw the color lights coming into my brain the same way I did when they blacked out my eyes and put the information in my brain on that balcony in Phoenix. And I sat up. I was like, oh, that's weird. It's happening again. But there's no Eric right here. There's no Heidi right here. What's going on? And so I lay back down, instantly asleep. And that never happens to me. Always up. I'm always ruminating on everything that could ever happen to anybody I know and love. Just, anxiety. I never just lay down and go back to sleep. Half hour later, on the dot, sit up. Same thing. Like, oh shit. There's the lights and the information again. Lay back down, instantly asleep. This happened 6 different times. Every half hour on the mark. But it's slower. When they did this to me in Phoenix, there was this stream of information coming in at a tremendous speed. And when I got up and I was allowed to leave, I walked through this room of people. A woman put her hand on my arm and said, "Are you okay?" And I couldn't even lift my head. My head felt like it was 50 pounds. And I kind of tried to look my eyes. I was like, I was in such a mesmerized zombie-like state. I just walked down about 4 doors, laid down on the bed with my feet still on the floor, passed out for 13 hours, woke up, same position, feet still on the floor. I also never did not sleep like that. I gotta be like that. But there were elements to this that was happening to me at night where they woke me up every half hour that were just like that. The only thing that was different is the speed at which it was happening. It was coming in slowly, and I can't help but wonder if that's because I was asleep. If there's a subconscious element to where it's easier to do that. Whereas at that time on the balcony, we were running out of time. People were coming in. This is where the after party was going to be. So people were coming in. I got the sense of urgency in what they were doing. Not just putting it in there for some future thing that seemed urgent in itself, but some urgency because of the way people were coming in. They were like, we got to do this fast. And they just shot that shit into my brain, and it hurt, my head felt heavy. And there was a physiological response. I cried the whole next day, or at least until they showed up again and took it from me. Eric just showed up in the hallway. They apparently realized I wasn't dealing very well with what they just did to me. He shows up in this empty hallway, puts his hand on my shoulder, and says, "Are you okay?"
Yeah.
Like, just seeing him again freaked me out to start with. And then them knowing where I would be, knowing I was struggling, but they helped, like some kind of Reiki thing, I don't know what word to put with it, helped alleviate some of that trauma, for lack of a better word. And I was able to finish the conference and then got home, and it all just came flooding back. But there was clearly a physiological response to whatever they did in putting that information in my brain that was much less taxing when they did it while I was asleep.
Yeah, it's very interesting. The crazy thing about this whole thing is that everyone who has these experiences, they seem to be like, not all of them clearly, but a vast majority of the ones that I've heard and spoken to, they seem to be like super traumatic and like in some cases destroys them.
Yeah, I've met those people too. Yeah. And then some people, what's interesting is some people have reached out saying it was too much for them. They asked it to stop, and it did.
Really?
Yeah, and it did. And then later, once they were able to process things, they were like, "Oh, I'd like that back." And they were asking me, like, "How do I get that back?" I'm going to take some mushrooms or something. Rebuild the bridge. I don't know. But I've heard that from a lot of people. That was just too much. It was too much for me, honestly.
Yeah.
Like I was a mess for a solid 3 weeks, and then lingeringly on and off. And then I had sort of another spell about 6 months after, where I was just, I really wanted to know what physical reality is. What is this existence? Because when this happened to me and other things since, I really got the sense that this isn't the primary reality that we're a part of.
Not base reality?
Not base reality. Not source.
Like we're in some sort of a simulation or something?
Kind of, but I don't know. I don't know. Maybe. But more just like, the whole thing Bigelow was trying to do with best evidence for whether the we survive bodily death. And it gets into where do we come from, where do we go when we die, all of those questions. I feel like there's some sort of base reality rooted in consciousness and energy, and we are manifested forms of that in this physical plane, given different bodies in a different mode of perception in order to feel individual variations in this physical experience, in this plane of existence, that maybe contributes in some way to what is happening in this more transcendental, fundamental plane of source consciousness. If that made any sense. But I struggle, and I don't know. I still don't know. I didn't answer the damn question, but I was pissed about it for a while. Like, I was really angry. Like, what are dreams? How does it connect to this? And I was just really jacked up for a while about that too. And since it's gotten better, but yeah, they're on and off for a period of 6 months to a year. And so yeah, I definitely empathize with people that it did mess up more long term. I've kind of come to grips with it and formed a baseline of understanding. I still don't know what it is or how it relates to any of this, but it's at least become somewhat normalized.
Yeah, I mean the main feeling you get from reading your book, from the people that have these experiences, whether they be sort of non-effective on the rest of their lives, or if they actually negatively affect the rest of their lives, is that what was going on in that time frame from the 70s to the 2000s was, it needed to be done. Like, it doesn't seem like it was good or bad, but it was something that was just necessary for the survival of us, or something bigger than all of us.
Yeah, I think Jerry even says that specifically, that she came to grips with it because she recognized that she was a part of something much bigger and more important than she was. And it's kind of, sacrifice the individual for the greater good.
Yeah.
I think that's the sense that she got after a while. And then became more okay with it, even though arguably horrific things happened to her entire life since she was a small child.
And then if we were to figure out backwards time travel, would that be the same as forwards time travel, or is that technologically different, or is it more difficult, or do you know anything about this?
Yeah. Forward time travel is easy. That's happening all the time. You have what Mark and Scott Kelly went into space. Mark was already the older brother, but I think Scott Kelly was the one.
The two astronaut twins?
Yeah. Scott Kelly was the one, I think, that was in space for like just over a year.
Right.
And so Mark Kelly, as the older brother, aged another like 5 milliseconds compared to his younger brother Scott because of time dilation, because of slowing down time.
Yeah.
So that's time travel into the future. Essentially, Mark Kelly time traveled into the future of his twin brother Scott. But yeah, time dilation, the twin paradox, that's future time travel. All you have to do to travel into the future is go really fast relative to the speed of light. The physics of backward time travel and the philosophy of it and how we understand it is different. It comes with a different set of conundrums. But I cited a paper by Ehrman et al., 2 separate papers, in, I think, the extratempestrial model, where they looked at every criticism of backward time travel they could find in the literature. It's massive literature.
Yeah.
And the title of the paper was, is time travel to the past prohibited? And they said their conclusion was no, there's nothing in the laws of physics that would prevent backward time travel. And if that's the case, given human ingenuity and our ability to solve so many different problems, our ability to advance technology, if there's nothing that prohibits backward time travel, I think it's only a matter of time until we do it. We'll figure it out. We don't know how to do it now. We don't even know what time is. Speaking of like just physical reality versus some conscious reality that may exist outside of it, and these two may be related, we don't know what time is. We know it's emergent. It's called an emergent phenomenon. That means it comes from something more fundamental that we haven't yet discovered. It's one of few things that physicists will actually agree on. So until we know what that fundamental thing is, we can't know what time is because we can't see the whole picture. There's a big part of this puzzle that's missing.
Yeah.
There's a huge part of the picture that's just pixelated and outside of our ability to focus on it. But that doesn't mean it's impossible, you know? And if it's not impossible, then we're going to figure it out eventually. And I think we already have. And I think what we're seeing in the form of these craft and the beings that pilot them is exactly that. It's an indication that we do figure it out in the future and use it to go back to whatever point in the past they can reach.
Has anyone ever talked to you or reached out to you that could corroborate the fact that the government has these crafts and they are in fact time machines that they're trying to figure out how to work? Whether they be, depending on how credible they are, maybe they're credible, maybe they're not. Has anyone ever claimed it?
Yeah, quite a few people actually.
Really?
Yeah. I'm not gonna, pick and choose because I don't know whose names I could use and whose I couldn't. But
yeah, we don't have to say their names.
Yeah, some are people other people would know.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's been mentioned to me many times.
Yeah, because if we had the technology and we were able to go back to the past, like you would have to be very careful, and there would have to be, I would imagine you'd have to put regulations in place.
Yeah, for sure.
And rules on A, who could go, and B, like what are the rules? How much are you allowed to interact?
Non-interference. Yeah.
Right.
And honestly, I think that bolsters the case for this theory, because an argument could be made if these extraterrestrials are traveling, light years to get here, millions of miles. Why wouldn't they introduce themselves upon arrival, or kill us and take all of our stuff and slave us?
Yes.
But
right, exactly.
If they are coming from the future, you don't want a Back to the Future 2 scenario where Biff gets rich off of sports betting and just starts an empire, Or maybe you would.
Right, yeah. You'd imagine sports bettors would be making a killing off of it.
Or like how you
talk about is the tourist idea of like,
Yeah,
it's
time
like,
tourists.
like let's
Sure.
get fucked up and go check out these crazy
Yeah.
apes, you know, in Las Vegas.
Yeah,
You know,
absolutely. I mean, or to go back and, you know, see Jesus' crucifixion or how they built the pyramids and all these different landmarks. And I mentioned too in that same section of the book that the most visited sites are these ancient historic and prehistoric sites. That's where tourists want to go. So we go there and we imagine what it would look like. If you could actually go to the time that was like the period that they were making these things, you could see how they lived, interacted with each other, and understand there were poets and writers at the time of Jesus, and see what people are doing in their day-to-day lives. You pay a ton of money for that opportunity. So outside of us inventing backward time travel to mitigate the twin paradox effect, where you want to go home, not just to your planet, but to your time, to see when your family's still alive.
right.
You would probably also invent it. There would be a motivation to invent it to fill that demand side economic
Yes.
aspect of going back in time. One other thing related to this, just this conversation just made me think of it, is another line of evidence too, is based on what we would do in a longitudinal study of an individual is very similar to what those individuals who are lifelong abductees describe in these cases, where they're picked up as a small child throughout their teens, 20s, 30s, whenever. As an aged adult, they know these people. They've been interacting with them their entire life, but case after case, they say they don't age. And that's exactly what you expect if they're using time travel in order to do that. You could do a whole longitudinal study on that one individual that for them, the abductee would be a lifetime, but for the researchers might be 1 or 2 days.
Yeah.
They just
Whitley,
pop in and out and get them when they want.
Whitley said the being that he asked, that he thought was a female, he asked how old she was, and she said ancient.
Yeah.
Her answer.
She's probably right. Ancient and wise, I would add that too. Another pattern that emerged from this book is oftentimes these lifelong abductees, they're the opposite gender of the person that's taken.
Yeah, it's so like,
I don't know why. It's just a pattern that emerged in case after case. Willie had sex with his too.
I know.
It's a pretty wild account. And
so David Huggins.
Yeah.
That's another thing. Like, they're so advanced. Why can't they just reproduce or like figure out how to crossbreed us with them in a better way than like primitive?
I mean, have you ever had sex? It's super fun.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, yeah, no, I guess,
the
right?
primitive is even more fun too sometimes. It depends on your mood. And, you know,
yeah, if you're some billionaire living in, you know, a million years from now, like, would you want to go back and have sex with a primitive ape or a primitive human?
Yes.
I don't know.
Yes, we would.
Yeah.
Actually, so
I mean, I wouldn't want to go back in Australopithecus.
I think, well, I'm a horny guy, so I'm sorry, I just gotta put that out there. But
sick fuck,
a part of my sick fuckedness needs to be acknowledged right now, because this book, we've touched on a number of interesting aspects of the storyline, but the main character, it's a female protagonist in this book. The main character is an intertemporal sex researcher. That's her job. She goes back.
Which book
in
are we
time.
talking about? This one?
This one right here.
Okay, Revelation.
Yeah, Revelation, the future, human past. She is an anthropologist from the future whose job is to go back and pick everybody from these different times to learn about sex, because they don't have sex in the future. I sort of took that atrophy genitals thing and ran with it. They stopped having sex. Her job is to go back and study it in order to learn about it, so she can teach people of the future about the primitive penis, you said. It's a very important thing. Actually, a buddy of mine, he's he as soon as this came out, he was like, sex, drugs, and UFOs, baby. Because that's what this book is. It's like sort of an exploration of basic human drives and instincts in the context of war, violence, religion, but also very much sex. It's a wild ride.
Wow, man. Well, we just did a little bit over 3 hours.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. I had no idea. That was fun.
Yeah, that was great. What is in your future as far as work, books? Is there anything else new you're looking at that you're going to talk about soon, or?
Yeah, I've kind of had to pull back a little bit. Not quitting. That's what got me in trouble in Phoenix.
Yeah. Don't fucking tell them to portal through me. I don't want none of that.
No, I recently became chair of our department at the university where I teach, and I had no idea what kind of time suck that was going to be until recently. So I've kind of had to pull back a little bit. I started writing a new book in May after spring semester let out, which was going to, it doesn't matter. I don't even know if I'll be able to write it anymore. But then some things happened. We had a crypto terrestrial paper come out, and sort of had to do a lot of public relations with that and some other things. And so yeah, long story short, I'm basically trying to focus on getting my legs beneath me, being the chair of our department, and focus on university, jobs, family, just being home more, being present in my children's lives, but still obviously engaged in this topic. I can't not be. Like I said, it's one of the few things that I could talk about endlessly for 3 hours and feeling like it was 20 minutes. I had no idea 3 hours had gone by. But I don't have any big projects right now. Well, with that said, some of the researchers that I've been collaborating with some researchers at various institutions on some academic papers. We had one come out in June about the crypto terrestrial theory, and it got a lot of attention globally.
What is that theory?
It's the idea that there's an advanced civilization sequestering themselves in Earth's environs, whether it be far side of the moon, under the water, a lot of things we talked about, honestly.
Right.
We published a pretty vast paper, I think it's something like 35,000 words, and it kind of went viral. I had to do a ton of interviews with pretty respectable news outlets. It was kind of mainstream media in some of the cases. We always criticized them for not getting involved in this, and they took it seriously. It was amazing. It was so cool to see. I had something similar happen in 2019. It's also that, which is crazy into itself, as well. So yeah, it's been kind of fun doing that, but there's only so many hours in the day. But we are continuing to publish a couple of papers. We're working on one right now that's likely to come out in December that kind of also touches on a lot of things we've been discussing in the context of, the UFO phenomenon, but also the angels and demons thing, different perceptions, but also maybe some literal translations of various events that have occurred and how we might understand them in the context of this phenomenon. So we're still putting papers out. One's actually kind of interesting that looks at a way we might be able to statistically model the relevance and validity of different cases. So applying a standard means with which to take a new case and apply this method to it, and then it graphs in physical space different important elements to it. It's a lot like what J. Allen Hynek did in UFO Experience, I think is what it was called. Is like reliability metric and what were they called? Like oddness and reliability or something.
Right.
I think a lot of your
cataloging everything and trying to find like the timeline with UFO timeline.
Kind of, but it applies a matrix to it.
Okay.
It's like a matrix that plots out these things, and then also what we want to do is give it to different subgroups. So like give it to skeptics and see where that same case would plot based on that demographic group. Give it to believers, skeptics, scientists, people in Congress, and have visual representation that we can make open source, where we can get a big sample size and then tease apart that data. There's a number of studies that come from that unto itself, but we want to have this standardized measure. So I'm working with these other PhDs at institutions in the UK, US, Brazil as well, to try to add more legitimacy to this by publishing peer-reviewed academic papers. It's funny, I just said I'm not doing anything to focus on my union job and forgot about all this other stuff, but it's a juggling act. I mean, it's easy to get UFO burnout, but it's important. I feel like it is important because it might be one of the biggest questions of our time. So I appreciate you doing this and this show, this beautiful space. And I think the more we can just keep talking, the more we're going to hopefully chip away at the reality of this and maybe eventually figure out what it is.
I agree, man. And like I said, that book is probably one of the most compelling cases I've ever witnessed to this thing. I think it makes a ton of sense. Tell people where they can find your work, Follow you, you have social media, all that stuff.
Yeah, for better or worse, I'm on all the socials, the Twitter, the Facebook, the Instagram. I've got a website too, which has links to all of those and to the books and some upcoming events. I'll be in Denver next month at their MUFON, Colorado MUFON. I guess they're one of the biggest MUFON groups.
Oh, really? Colorado?
Yeah, Colorado and Phoenix. I think those are the two biggest ones. So this will be the kind of a fun talk. I believe it's in Centennial, just south of Denver, September 14th or something. Other than that, I don't do a lot of talks anymore. It's just that's a lot of work, but I do love these conversations, so I appreciate you inviting me down for this.
This was very fun.
It's been a ton of fun.
Thank you for coming down. Steve, do we have any Patreon stuff?
Yes, we do.
Okay. All right. We're going to go do these Patreon questions, talk more to the patrons. Thanks for watching, folks. Good night. Back lover is back. What's going on, back?
Danny, it's always a pleasure and an honor to be back on the Danny Jones podcast. We got a lot to talk about, bro. A lot to talk about since the last episode where we spoke about the aliens and demons, but that's not what we're going to talk about today. We're going to talk about the double standards that exist, in my opinion, when it comes to Muslims versus every other religion. And I can clearly point them out. So I want to cover some of that in this episode. I also want to talk about what's going on with migrants in Europe and here in the US, and clearly another double standard. And I'm going to point these things out and let your audience decide. Just before we get into this, I just want to clarify my stance on a few things. Number one, I don't believe in open borders. Not for America, not for Europe. That's number one. Number two, this guy, Dominic Tarczynski, the MP, part of the Ministry of Poland, who was just on Value Tame and Patrick Bet-David's podcast, basically putting all Muslims into one box. I want to address some of those things that he does and his hypocrisy and his double standards. And I do actually, in principle, agree with 90% of what he's fighting for, and what he believes in. I actually agree with his policies and protecting Poland's sovereignty and protecting the borders and putting up walls. And that's what he did. He literally built the wall, right, to protect his country. But we're going to get into why he's a hypocrite. And then lastly, I want to talk about, marriage and these slanderous accusations that are made against a religious figure of what is soon to be the world's largest religion. And that is the marriage of the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, to his wife, Aisha. And the misperception people have and why it's important to address that issue publicly. And on top of that, just for the record, if someone tried to marry my daughter at 6 or 9 or 12, they would be hanging off a tree. So I want to clarify that stance. But I do want to show why anyone that wants to attack that really doesn't have a right. And I don't care what part of the world you come from, because you better start talking about your great-grandfathers first, especially you Europeans. And I'm European. You guys, before you want to attack the ancient Arabs of the 6th century and 7th century, you better look in the mirror to your uncles and your grandfathers from not even 80 years ago. Yeah, I know. We're gonna, and I got receipts there. So, how do you want me to take this thing?
Wherever you want to go, brother. I'm ready for this ride.
Did you see?
I'm buckled up. I got my seatbelt strapped in.
We're doing very important work. I don't know if you realize it at the time. Huh? I don't know if you realize it. I mean, all of your work is important, but as far as interfaith understanding between Christians and Muslims, which I think is very important to push back to not allow what I believe will be one of the main instigators of World War III, is an interreligious battle between Christians and Muslims. That's not something I want. And I don't think that's what Muslims want. I don't think that's what Christians want. But I feel like there's a lot of agitators in the background that's what they want. They want.
Why do you think it'll be between Christians and Muslims?
Because just look at the animosity they try to build between these two communities, right?
Yeah, but Christian, I mean, the Muslim world is not a threat to America, right?
There's
It's not.
plenty of Americans that feel it, that they are.
I mean, it is to an extent, right? Like you have side bombers and you have terrorist attacks and stuff like that. But if it was an all-out war, I mean, the United States could flatten the whole Middle East if they wanted. The problem is Russia and China, Iran, however
Russia is aligning itself with certain parts of the Muslim world, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, and what's funny is that even in Muslim prophecy, they believe towards the end of time there will be an alliance between a certain group of Christians and a certain group of Muslims who will fight against the Antichrist and his army. So there's actually a Christian-Muslim alliance. We believe in our end of time signs where they join forces to fight against the forces of the Antichrist, which is not what this episode's about.
Who's the Antichrist?
The Antichrist will be, and again, that's not the word for it in Islam. The word in Islam is the Dajjal. Dajjal means the false one. Al-Dajjal. Al-Masih al-Dajjal, the false Messiah. Based on Christian and Muslim perspectives, that figure will be someone who rules from Jerusalem, who will be a physical being. You can see them. There will be a human being who is instead of the real Christ, instead of the real Messiah, meaning Jesus, or Isa, as they say in Arabic. There will be a human being who acts like he's the Messiah, who promises to save the world at a time when the world is in complete and utter chaos. And this person, this is also based on the Christian perspective, this person who will come to deceive humanity, to worship him instead of God, will be in place of the real Messiah. And the only place that he can fool the world that he's the chosen one is from Jerusalem itself. Because he has to occupy the third temple. He has to deceive humanity that he is the Messiah, not Jesus Christ himself. And that is in the Christian perspective and the Muslim perspective. Revelations, end of the world, mark of the beast, that's more the Christian, look on it. But they both have the same concept of a false Messiah who will have supernatural power that will deceive the masses of humanity, except for those that either, depending on what denomination of Christianity, get raptured before that happens, or, are present during his time but don't fall into his deception. He's the great deceiver. In Islam, the symbol for the Antichrist is the one eye. The one eye that you see even on the back of the US dollar. And what's interesting is when you look at that, it says Annuitas Conceptus. Conceptus, I can't pronounce Latin that great. Novus Ordo Seclorum. It's a symbol of the house of Pharaoh. Pharaoh was the last human being on earth, right, who says, I am God. The Pharaoh of Egypt was, I am God, right? But he wasn't God because he was destroyed by the true God. He was drowned at the bottom of that sea. That eye, which comes down, so my interpretation and many scholars is that the Annuitas Conceptus means he is pleased with our work. Well, who's pleased? Because that's what that means. Annuit Conceptus. Who's pleased?
What does that mean in what language?
Latin. Now the Novus.
Type it in, Steve.
Novus Ordo Seclorum. If I'm not mistaken, that's the translation.
Let's verify. We can pull up the.
I know the Novus Ordo Seclorum means new secular order.
What's the?
So the new secular order meaning when you wipe out religion, what do you wipe out? He favors our undertakings.
Annuit Conceptus.
Annuit Conceptus. He favors our undertaking. He is pleased with our work, is what it means. Well, if you're taking out religion, Novus Ordo Seclorum, meaning a secular order. Secular means you're wiping out religion.
I approve.
When you wipe out religion, who are you wiping out in essence? You're wiping out God. So who could be pleased? It's not God the way they want us to think. Why would God be pleased that we're wiping out religion? Think about that. So who's the who that they're happy about? Who's this person that's pleased that they're creating a secular world? We're seeing what secularization looks like. The breakdown of the nuclear family. These are conservative values.
I've noticed more than anything right now a insane uprising in Christianity. It's more and more
happy about that.
I mean, I just talked about this the other day. Like, I literally watched a podcast where Russell Brand and Alex Jones are praying to Jesus Christ before they start a podcast. It's like a 5-minute prayer.
As a Muslim, and this is why what we're doing, and I thank you so much, man. Like, seriously, forget the impact you've had on my career. I'm serious, bro. Like, I haven't reap the riches from it, but you've helped me really catapult my voice and my message. You know, we've covered these in previous episodes. Man, I lost family in a war. I lost 28 people. They were massacred by the Serbian military during the Kosovo War in 1998. And there's plenty of videos. You can do the research during the Bosnian War, Croatia, Kosovo. You have plenty of videos of Serbian monks, right? Blessing Serb soldiers before they commit atrocities.
Right.
My family was massacred by Christians. I never once in my entire life ever blamed Christianity for what happened to my family. So why am I not given the same respect as a member of what is soon to be the largest faith in the world? And that's what this episode today is about. I'm going to show the double standards. I'm going to show how you have bias in your heart if you're watching this episode and you don't really know why you hate Muslims, except you've seen a few movies on TV and have been programmed to feel this way towards the people, because I feel like all that does is dehumanize the Muslim world, so that when bombs are dropping in places that maybe shouldn't have had bombs dropped on them, you're desensitized and you don't care. They got those Muslims, those pedophiles, those women-hating people, those satanic people.
Well, okay.
But as a Muslim,
Right.
I'm so happy that there's a resurrection of Christianity, of people believing in God. I don't know what it's hitting right now.
That's kidding, right? It's like good.
So it's very good. I do drink a lot of kratom.
White rabbit kratom, baby.
I do drink a lot of kratom here and there, folks, as I don't drink alcohol. These types of drinks, by the way, I'm not sponsored by them, but I would love to be. I've been drinking kratom for over a decade. And I've taken long breaks from it, and I usually drink crushed leaf and all that stuff.
So there's different versions of it, right?
There's a lot of different strands.
Yeah,
there's red, there's green, there's gold, there's white. Some of them spike you up in energy. Some of them make you very sedated.
So
this one definitely has. This one's more up.
If you drink one of these, it gives you super.
This feels like focus. This feels like this has white strand in it. I can tell that. I mean, drink. So yeah, it's very.
If you drink two of them, you're just like,
oh, you're done. Yeah, then it sedates.
Yeah.
So in the beginning, there's initial. You get up and then sedates. So
I do one a day. I take
good stuff.
I very rarely will do two of those in a day.
Getting back to where I was is, it's important that we understand what's real and what's not. I do believe there's a global agenda. I believe there's people behind the scenes that are putting the world on fire to create one secular order for the entire world. This is bigger than the U.S.
What do you mean when you say one secular order?
A world completely without God. The perfect environment for what Christians and Muslims believe to be the Antichrist, the false Messiah. This being that will come to deceive the world, to trick the world into worshiping him instead of the Creator. So that's something that Muslims and Christians have in common. Jews never accepted Christ as the Messiah. But Muslims do believe he's the Messiah. They just don't think he's divine. We don't worship Jesus Christ. We only pray to God. But we love Jesus Christ. We believe in all his miracles. We believe in his miraculous birth. We believe he was born to the Virgin Mary. She's the most important woman in all of Islam. And if we're being fair here, I think it's the Muslim women who kind of dress like her and, kind of cover their modesty like she does. I mean, if we were in the streets and someone stopped a random majority...
How old was she when she had Jesus?
So the Christian scholars say if they all say that unanimously she was probably around the age of 12.
12, right.
When the father, based on Christianity, placed Christ into her womb, which is fine. That's past the age of puberty in 99% of the times, right? So she was of childbearing age at the age of 12. What I have a problem with is the attack of the character of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, because you got to remember, you have the Quran and then you have Hadith. Hadith are what people think the Prophet Muhammad said. I heard him say this. I heard him say that. And some of those Hadith, his wife is the author of most of them. A lot of them. The Prophet's wife that they always accuse him of being underage with her and all that stuff, because I'm avoiding certain words.
Sorry, we can censor it.
So they accuse him of being a pedo. Well, I would say if he's a pedo, then all of Europe, all of America should shut their mouths. And I'll tell you why. Pull it up, Maestro. Pull up marriageable age in the USA, my brother. And I want you to read this now. Go scroll down. Now, this is up on Wikipedia, but you can do your homework because most of you don't. You want Danny to do all the work for you, and he does a phenomenal job, folks.
Thank you.
Scroll down. Okay, I don't know if this is where I told you to pull up. Go back up. Did you read the ones I told you or no? Okay, yeah, go down. Marriage age in the U.S. Here, let's start here.
There we go.
Let's start here.
Colonial
Start at age of
America.
consent. Start at age of consent. Let people go do the homework.
In 1275, in England, as part of a law, the Statute of Westminster, in 1275, it was a misdemeanor to ravish a maiden within age, whether with or without her consent. The phrase "within age" was interpreted by jurist Sir Edward Coke to mean the age of marriage, which at the time was 12 years old.
Okay, 12 years old. Now we're going to go down deeper into this. So 1275 is almost 600 years after the prophet. And they consider this a normal age to have intercourse. But go down and get your
Ravage a maid?
Go down even more. Start right there. Actually, go down a little more. Okay. Age of consent here in the U.S. Go down.
In Delaware, the age of consent was 10.
10 at 1871. Now stop. Pause there for a second. 1871, Danny. Okay. 1,300 years after the life of the prophet, peace be upon him. And they said, no, that's too old. No, 10 is too old. We got to lower that to 7. I don't know if that's because it's Joe Biden's home state. I don't know.
Almost 100 years after America became a thing.
Okay. And they want to go now and try to prejudge. And not in context. So let me give the context.
Wait. Until 1871, when it was lowered to 7 years.
Yes, that's why it's Joe Biden's home state, Delaware.
That's a lot of people's home state. A lot of politicians.
Let's zoom out, Maestro. Continue down. 37 states. 1880. We're talking about 1,300. Almost 1,300 years after the life of the Prophet Muhammad. 37 states set the age of consent at 10 years old. 10 states set the age to 12 and back and forth and so on and so forth. Okay? Hold that now. Let's go to the next one now. Pull up the royals in Europe. Let's pull it. This is America.
Yeah.
Okay, the age of consent was just changed a few years ago in New York. I think it was like 13, and they just officially changed it. Okay?
How long ago did they change it?
If I had a daughter and somebody wanted to marry her at 10, I would bury them alive.
Right.
I'm not defending in that aspect, but we need to put things into historical context. And we can't just point and say, oh, you Arabs, oh, you Middle Easterners, oh, your prophet this and you this. When let's look at Europe, man. These are the royals. People still love the royal
Look at Mary,
family,
bro. Mary was 12. She had, not only was she married, she was impregnated. She was cosmically impregnated
by the father. So was the father a pedo?
Probably.
But they don't have a problem attacking Muslims and creating Islamophobia and creating hatred. If we look at their ancestors, this is all of Europe. 15 years old, 13 years old, 12 years old. They were married. Now, there's a difference between being engaged, Danny, and consummating the marriage. They were consummating these marriages, bro. 8 years old to a 30-year-old. Look at Cecile of France. Okay?
Where's Cecile of France?
Right there, 12th century.
Oh, it's 12th century.
Okay?
8 to 9 was married.
Yeah, okay. All right, so look in the mirror.
Yeah, it's the stuff ubiquitous.
Yes,
stuff ubiquitous.
Yes, because the rule of the world, up until about 100 years ago, really until feminism, right? So their movement, women's movement.
Child was also ubiquitous back then too. Not only was marrying kids really young and then doing stuff with children right after they hit puberty. I think the law in ancient Rome was if there was some sort of abuse of an underage kid, underage defined by prepubescent, it wasn't even you don't even get in trouble. It was only a civil lawsuit. I could, if there was damages, I could sue you or whatever.
These are centuries and centuries of the royals, princes, you name it, throughout all of Europe.
Oh my God.
Throughout of all of Europe, yet most of the people that come from
8 or 9 Elizabeth of Cumin.
Okay, a Christian background here in the U.S. Go look at your grandparents, your great-great-grandparents, man. They were pedos. They were pedos. And you guys want to attack what? Now let me set the background of the prophet's marriage. No one knew her age. She wrote hadith. I was around 6. I was around 8. But she didn't even know her own age. That's a fact. My grandmother, God rest her soul, born in Albania. They didn't keep documents. She didn't even know her own age. That's a fact. I know Albanians that were engaged in the womb. They were engaged. Doesn't mean they consummated the marriage, but they were engaged. That's just the way the world was.
Right.
Families traded. You have a son, I have a daughter. That's how they kept ties. That's how they kept power. That's throughout the world.
Sure.
Asia,
Still happens today.
If we pull up Asia right now, same thing, but we don't have to. You guys go do your homework. So where am I going with all this?
Yeah, where are you going with this?
First of all, anyone that marries a 10-year-old today should be hung. Okay? I'm not saying it's right, but in context, the rule of the whole world was Once a woman had her period, she was of the age she could bear children.
That's just nature.
They didn't keep track with records and this and that.
Yes.
The ancient Arabs, in what is known as the time of ignorance, before the Prophet Muhammad came, it's called Jalaliya, how they say in Arabic. I'm not Arab, but I know some words. It was the time of ignorance. These are people that were burying their daughters alive. They had a rule, the ancient Arabs, before Islam came to them, that if they had a daughter before they had a son, they were not allowed to keep a daughter. They had to have a son first. So they would bury their, literally a couple of days old, they would go to the desert and bury that baby. Okay? If I'm not mistaken, you have what do you have kids-wise?
2 boys.
Okay. So you would have been okay to have a girl now. But if you would have had 2 girls before a boy, you would have buried both of them alive. Literally days after they're born. This is before Islam came to them. Women were objects.
They would have identified as males, so they'd be fine.
But you know what I mean. Well, today's world, they would have got away with it. No, I'm a girl. You know, I'm a boy. But so, you know, people think they know the history. They listen to a couple blips. They have people like Sam Shuman who does these debates, and I find religious debate harmful. The only reason I'm stepping up to the plate is because
you find it harmful.
I find it harmful because my mission is the opposite. I don't want Muslims and Christians going at it. I'm trying to say, yo, you guys have way more in common than you even want to admit. Clearly just proved it to you with receipts before you attack the nature. But then they'll say, well, Jesus did it. Well, his mother was pregnant at 12. Let's start there.
Right.
So if you want to be real, let's be real. But if we're going to debate to be harmful and not reach an understanding, I may never believe what you believe as a Christian. You may never believe what I believe as a Muslim. We even have a verse in the Quran that's called the non-believers.
Or the Antichrists.
And in that verse, God tells us to say to people, hey, you that don't believe as we do, I will never believe what you believe. You will never believe what I believe. To you, your way, and to me, my way. Meaning, God's going to judge us. No Muslim can tell a Christian he's going to hell, or a Jew. We're actually a religion that still promises them salvation. Meaning, if they follow what God sent to Jesus, which I don't think they have, and I don't think they follow, because of the corruption, the way the Bible was constructed 60 to 300 years after his alleged resurrection. It was written by people like Paul, who massacred the first Christians. It was spread by the Romans, who were pagan, which is where I believe the concept of the Trinity comes. But from the Islamic perspective, we believe as long as you follow the original teachings of Christ, like what he said in Mark chapter 10, and a man falls beneath, on his knees in front of Jesus and says, "Oh, good master, how do I seek eternal life?" Jesus responds, "Good. Why do you call me good? Only God is good." So I'll ask the Protestant, you're telling me he's God, right? Okay. So why is God telling you not even to call him good? So how's Jesus God? Or it's either the Bible's wrong and he's God, or he's not God and the Bible's right. You can't have both. We all can read simple English.
This is it.
Okay.
This
yes,
is
brother.
The rich
and I can go on for days with this.
Why do you call me good? Jesus answered, "No one is good except God alone. You know the commandments. You shall not murder. You shall not commit adultery. You shall not steal."
False testimony. It will be harder for a wealthy person to go to heaven than a camel to go through the eye of a needle, correct? Is that down there? Let's see if I'm starting to memorize your book now, too. All I'm saying is this, and it's not to prove who's right or wrong. By debating, all the Muslim and the Christian does is push people away from God, period. The only person that's happy is the devil. There's actually verses in the Quran.
Oh, look at that. Look at that. It's easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for someone who is rich to enter the kingdom of God.
I quoted it, huh? Did I quote it?
That was on point, Beck.
So, because people don't even know anything about my faith, I can quote the Christian's book. They'll take a couple sentences out of context and try to paint this picture. And then the part I love the most is, like, you have all these people online, like, they believe in these, like, the global agenda, which I do believe, right? And they say, well, those buildings that came down on 9/11, I was in those buildings. We spoke about this. I know you've interviewed so many people, but if you go back to the previous 2 episodes, I think even the first one, I discussed how I was there that day underneath the building when it got knocked down, right? So it's not like I didn't experience it.
What were you doing there?
I was going to school, bro. Second year, sophomore year, I'm going to Pace University. Doors open, people screaming, yelling. I'm like, what the? I didn't know what was. I didn't even know the building's on fire above us. It was crazy. But I love how people go, I know that it was the Muslims didn't do it. They just blamed them to start war because there's a lot of people that believe that, right? I'm talking about
What do they believe?
they believe
You're going really fast.
they believe that those buildings were taken down to false flag and take, to do what they've done in the Middle East over the last 25 years.
Right.
There's large swaths of people that believe that.
Right.
Okay, I'm not even getting into that, but I'm talking about even non-Christians. What I find it funny is if you believe that that was a false flag and that those were destroyed by anyone else except the guy with the long beard who miraculously flew 2 jumbo jets into this building and they miraculously found the passport on the floor and they miraculously killed him and then dumped his body because they didn't want to give the American people the right. I, as someone that was in the World Trade Center, I want to see his body. I deserve that justice.
Did you? I just saw this recently. I read something.
They just threw his body over. No
I know,
pictures, no nothing. Come on, man.
Did you read the story about? And Steve, you're gonna have to look this up, find the article. But there was a story that he was flown to Saudi Arabia by the CIA.
Fahrenheit 9/11. The doc had covered some of that.
He went to a hospital because he had some sort of like a thing with his liver or his pancreas.
No, he had diabetes.
Something was going on with him medically where he had an emergency procedure done in Saudi Arabia in a hospital. And this was like a year before 9/11. And he went to the hospital and he was being supervised there by like CIA people.
He definitely existed. I'm not denying his existence. He was a real person.
Who? Osama?
Bin Laden, yeah. Oh. There's people that think he's just a boogeyman. No, he existed. I just don't know if he was really alive. How do we really know, bro? I wanted to see his body.
Yeah.
I think the American people deserve to see his body. As a 9/11 survivor, and I hate to use that word, but as someone that was underneath those buildings that day and watched people die right in front, I thought hundreds of thousands of people were dead. I mean, I cried.
You were there right under the tower before
I was
it collapsed?
on the E train. Last stop is World Trade. I'm underneath it, man. I'm in the sub-levels coming up. I was probably on the last subway that ever went into the World Trade Center, ever. I actually have a clip of that on my it's a reel I have right now on my Instagram.
Steve, did you find anything on that Bin Laden hospital visit?
But what I'm saying is, getting back to the original point, is if you believe that was a false flag and all that, and that they weren't really responsible for it, then why do you hate Muslims so much? That group of people. I'm not saying all that believe that.
Right.
I find it to be a contradiction. If you feel that they use that as an excuse, then why so much animosity?
So,
because there's a lot of people that believe that we don't know the truth about that day. And yes, we're off a tangent here, but that's what happens when we're together.
Are you familiar with like the history of Syria and Iran and how the idea of suicide bombers was started? Like it was called
but you have different sects, right?
The poor man's nuke, I think is what they called it. It was
they gave them keys.
Bashar al-Assad's father was the one who, when I think the Reagan administration went into Syria during his administration, they wanted to try to find a way to push back the Americans, and then I think Assad went to Iran, and they met and they talked about this idea. That's where the whoever the leader of Iran was at the time,
just probably his father, Bashar's father.
Bashar's father went to Iran to meet with whoever the head of Iran was at that time. That's where they
it was Khomeini, man. 89.
Yes, I think so. I think you're right.
Yeah, it had to have been Khomeini.
That's when they came up with the idea of,
because I know Reagan was in power when the hostages were being held, right? He got them released. Like he said, either you release these hostages or we're going to nuke you, basically. And they released them right away under Reagan.
And then that's when they first started using bombers.
It was not a concept of Islam.
And that's how understood. But that's when it first developed. And they started using that against the Americans in Syria. And then eventually Reagan pulled everybody out. They pulled all the Americans out because they didn't know how to deal with this.
But let's give credit to the Japanese first with their kamikazes. They're the first true kamikazers.
Right. Yeah, that's true.
There's even a famous Albanian man who technically did that, but he didn't do a suicide bombing. He learned he's one of the most gangster people you ever read about in your life. Pull up. This is the most gangster thing. You can't classify as a suicide bomber, but it's a guy that basically, which is still forbidden in Islam. I think I've explained this in episodes.
Well, here's
before.
The thing.
You can never, under any circumstance in Islam, commit suicide, even if you know you're going to die.
Right. What I'm getting at is the creation of bombing
started in that time
in the Islamic world.
Was in that time. Between Iraq and Iran also. Those wars is when it really started.
That's when it created a different version of Islam, where somebody in Egypt, I can't remember the name of who it was now. Wahhabi?
I don't know if the Wahhabis were the ones, but to my understanding, Wahhabi movement was to create a version of Islam that has no mercy.
Yes.
And when the whole faith is about mercy.
Right.
It really is.
Right.
The first converts to Islam were really literally prisoners of war.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? The prisoners of war are treated in such a fashion that they were like, this is how you treat your prisoners of war. We want to be like you guys. So they would convert because they're like, this is how you treat your prisoners. Now, you look at what they did over the last 20 years. They're chopping people's heads off in orange jumpsuits and filming it with camcorders. Like, this is not Islam.
Right.
To anyone that studies the religion.
Mm-hmm.
My whole point on this episode is, why are we not given the same respect? And why is there double standards? You want to accuse the prophet about being a pedo. What about all the scandals in the church? What about all the scandals in the church?
This Wahhabism is like a
swept under the rug.
version.
Swept under the rug. One of the largest denominations of Christianity, Catholicism, swept under the fucking rug in our time.
Yeah.
Forget 600. Right now, in our time.
Yeah, they're paying giant settlements.
Thousands and thousands and thousands of victims across the globe in every nation. You want to talk about a scandal? So then you, as a Christian or a Catholic, you really have the audacity to point fingers and say, he was a pedo. Yo, look in the mirror.
Mm-hmm.
Look in the fucking mirror and be real.
Right.
I showed you why what he did is normal. We don't know her exact age. It does not matter what the Hadith wrote about Aisha's marriage. Okay, but it's a tactic to create animosity towards one of the largest faiths in the world. We know for a fact that she was well past the age. She was engaged before the Prophet Muhammad. And if he was such a pedo, then why was his first wife, the love of his life,
so who's out there,
was 25 years older than his first wife that he didn't want to be with anyone else until after she passed? Okay? He was with her, like he went crazy for her. Khadija as his first wife. She was 25 years older than him. His enemies that wrote stuff about him, how come they never accused him of being a pedo? Because it was normal. Whatever was going on at that time, you explain to me why they were doing this 100 years ago in Europe and the US. That you explain to me. Don't talk to me about an ancient Arabian culture that you understand nothing about. The girl was clearly past the age of consummation. That we know. I don't care if it was 12, 13, whatever it was past the age of consummation. Some scholars think she might have been even 19 years old. No one knows for sure. They want to use some hadith in a culture, in a society that was not keeping accurate records. They were more of an oral people before Islam. That's why it's known as the age of ignorance. Before the Prophet came, then what happened after he came? You know a tree by its fruits. Algebra pulled Europe out of the dark ages. That's a fact. Islam was spread by the sword. Really? Yeah, there was battles. There was some wars, but Muslims were never allowed to invade Christian lands. That's a fact. I'll say it here on the record. I don't support what the Ottoman Empire did. Many of the things they did is against the tenements of Islam. You're not allowed to invade and occupy Christians. Christians and Jews have a protected class in Islam. They are known as the people of the book. Anyone that received previous revelation. Now, the Muslims believe those revelations were corrupted, which is why we needed the last testament, which is what we call the Quran. You have the Old Testament, the New Testament, which is the gospel of Christ, and the Quran, in our opinion, is the final testament, the last book that God sent to earth that he protected, because any human being that puts energy into it can memorize the entire book by heart, from the first word to the last word. I will ask the Christian audience, how much Aramaic do you speak? You can't even agree on what language Jesus Christ's book should be in. You have some in Greek. You have some in Conic Greek, by the way. It doesn't even exist anymore. Some of it's in ancient Aramaic. Some of it's in Hebrew. Well, every Muslim, whether they're white, black, whatever they are, they know that the only original version of the Quran is in Arabic. Only in Arabic. We know anything that we read in English is a translation to the best of their ability.
When was the Quran first read?
In the six. Pull it up, brother. It was after the life of the Prophet is when they finally compiled it. But before he died, he had many hafiz. Hafiz are those that can memorize the book by heart. I've witnessed this phenomenon many times in my life. During the month of Ramadan, you can witness this phenomenon. Okay? So that's when it ended, but then they compiled it after. I think it was Omar.
It was revealed by the angel Gabriel to the Prophet Muhammad in western Arabian towns of Mecca and Medina, beginning in 610 and ending with Muhammad's death in 632 CE. Why do they call it CE? Why is it called BC?
I have no idea. But what's important about all this is that we believe that that book was sent.
CE is basically BC, right?
I'm not an expert on that either right now. I'm fried.
What does CE mean?
They've changed it. They used to do.
They always fucking change it.
BC, AD. You know?
BCE. CE
Common
Common
Era,
Era,
Christian
Christian era. So it's
Okay.
so it's
It's
80.
basically AD, bro. Yes, it's AD. You
Yeah.
see, CE and AD both refer
So
to the current.
610 AD. Okay.
Anno Domini, Common Era, BCE, before the Common Era, before Christ our Lord. You like those those accents?
Yeah, that's good.
Danny, so what I'm saying, brother, because this is a lot of information. People have to listen to these types of episodes 3-4 times, and make sure you listen to the whole thing so you hit Danny's algorithm. Now listen, it is very important that I'm not trying to push, but I have to push back. When you just see for 25 years, all I've seen is hatred, lies, propaganda, bullshit. Then people say, I hate what's going on in the Middle East. Well, this is why they justify it, because you guys don't know these simple things I'm trying to point out, and the double standards and the hypocrisy. And you think Muslims are supposed to treat their women like animals. I don't want to hear about what people do in their cultures. There's a difference between culture and faith. Big difference. Religion and culture. Sometimes they're intertwined. We pray in Arabic, brother. I'm a white boy, okay? I speak English, first language, Albanian, second language. I am not fluent in Arabic, but I can recite many verses of the Quran in fluent Arabic. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Ar-Rahmanir-Rahim. Maliki Yawmiddin. Iyaka na'budu wa iyaka nasta'in. Ihdina as-sirat al-mustaqim. In the name of God, the most gracious, to you alone I pray, to you alone I seek guidance. Guide me on the true path, not on the path of those who have incurred your anger or your wrath. You know, so I know what I'm saying in the Arabic language. I know what the words mean. Every Muslim prays in Arabic. Why? To preserve the book. Whether they're white, like I am, or Asian and China, they'd probably be in a camp, though, if they're a Uyghur. Why is it such a threat? It's not because we need to invade. It's because people want to. Look at everyone's becoming Muslim, bro. Who's knocking on their doors? We're not Jehovah's Witnesses. We're not going, hey, you want to be Muslim today? I've had Mormons come to my house like 30 times already. Hey, like,
yeah, these people on there, it's funny how there's these
we just tell people read. Good, we dare you to read.
Yeah. There's people online that are becoming Muslims, you know, like Andrew Tate and other people, and then there's all these other people that are just like joining Christian, like becoming born again Christians like crazy online.
And I'm going back to that point. I'm happy, man. I'd rather have people believe, like, if we had a choice, if we could say everyone believe in Christianity, like, if people actually follow these faiths, any of them, even Buddhism, bro, people, if they follow them, like follow and understand the logic behind it, we would live in a better world. But people say they're this, they say they're that, and they don't follow the rules. You blow yourself up. You're not a Muslim, brother. You're going to hell forever. If you're watching this and you're some, crazy Arab dude somewhere, just want to let you know you'll probably end up going to hell forever. Not probably, you will go to hell forever. You can under no condition ever take your life in that religion. And I'll explain why. There's a concept known as the qadr. Okay, qadr in the Arabic language and the Quran means the wisdom that only God possesses, the divine wisdom. Meaning things happen and we don't know, right? So one verse in the Quran says, it may be a thing you thought was bad for you is actually good for you. And something that you thought was good for you is actually lead you to your destruction. But only God has that wisdom, right? So I'll give this scenario. And I want you to pull this up, brother. Osokuka. He was an Albanian guy that led the army in and basically did a kamikaze move. But it wasn't a bombing per se. He got the enemy. He's one of the most gangster motherfuckers that
Osokuka
ever lived, bro. Okay? Dude, this guy was rugged. Go to images for a second. Just look at this guy's images, bro.
Albanian border dog.
Shout out to my man, Joseph.
Look at this guy's mustache,
Big Joe taught me about this guy's history. No, go like this guy's like a thing of legend, man. Go back to the Wikipedia. Read this guy's story, man. This dude lures in like thousands of soldiers and blows up a whole fucking thing with himself in it to take out the enemy, bro.
Oh shit.
Read this story. This guy should have his own movie, man. Hollywood. You want some crazy movies? We'll give it. The Albanians will give it to you. Go up. What are you doing? Read the story. He was an Albanian border guard on the Ottoman-Montenegrin border, surrounded by Montenegrin soldiers in a tower on the island of Ranina. He blew it up, killing himself and many of the Montenegrin soldiers. In the following decades, he became a rallying figure of the Albanian independence movement. So he basically lured them into this tower and blew it up.
Wow.
Scroll down. He was a straight world. He gave his life. But see, even that technically is
1840.
See, even there, to my understanding, even though you're fighting in war and you're willing to sacrifice your life, which is basically what you're doing when you sign up to fight war, I don't know how God will judge that, because I know we're not allowed to take our own lives. no matter what. Why? Because maybe it was God's wisdom that you would be captured. So let's say I'm surrounded by the enemy. I'm like, I'm a goner. Or if they get me, I'm going to be tortured to death. From the Islamic perspective, it's you don't have God's wisdom. Only that's why Muslims, every time they say something, I just read an article today, which I would actually bring up as a reference point, of a poor man that was killed in New York last night because the car went the wrong way. He's supposed to get married today. He died last night. So he's one day before his wedding, and some one-way driver smashed into his car and killed him. He thought he was going to get married today. His wife thought he's going to be his future. Now she's single again, unfortunately. But that's why the Muslim, every time they say something, they say, Inshallah, by God's will. I have plans, but God can laugh. So the reason why, my understanding, why suicide is forbidden.
Maybe she's the one who killed him. Maybe she got cold feet.
Well, the guy.
She got key man insurance.
It's sad, but to think about that, to go from that point to tragedies, really, my condolences to that family.
Yeah.
But from my understanding, Danny, as a Muslim, someone studied theology most of his life, since 4th grade. On my own. I don't come from a religious family. They hate me talking about religion. You understand? There's a difference between some guy that was spoon-fed his beliefs and someone that went out and sought knowledge. I'm not saying I'm God. And I also want to say I can make mistakes, and please cross-reference everything I tell you, all of you. That's both Christian, Muslim, Jew, atheist, Hindu. I can make mistakes. I can make errors. Only an arrogant person would think they know everything and are smart. So, please cross-reference my dates, things I say, because I have a responsibility to your audience and to you to give you as best as I can my knowledge, my interpretation, my studies. Why is bombing forbidden? Because maybe even if I'm surrounded by the soldier and I think I'm going to get killed, or I think I'm going to be tortured, right, and then killed, which is even worse. The way God would perceive it probably is, it's okay. You're going to get captured. You're going to maybe, as you get captured, 2 days later you get rescued. You don't know. You don't know if you're going to be rescued or not. You don't have God's knowledge of tomorrow. He knows the future. It may be that it was God's will that you get captured by that army and they torture you to death so that he purges you of your sins in this life and grants you paradise. That's how he was going to let you be purified. You don't have God's wisdom. So for anyone to take their own life and try to take other people's lives, especially civilians, you're going straight to fucking hell. I can promise you, in Islam, this is the doctrine. You will burn in hell for the rest of eternity. You never get out. You don't have God's wisdom. To say you have God's wisdom is to say you are God in essence. And that's what people don't understand about this faith. It's not, the Muslims are coming for you. The Muslims are coming for you. This is what they've been telling you for 25. It's orange today. It's green today. The Muslims are coming for you. Why don't we look at it the other way? That guy in Poland, Dominic Czarkowski, whatever his name, pull up his he was just on Patrick Bet-David's podcast. I don't know if you could play the clip. Listen to the bullshit that comes out of his mouth, man.
By the way, Steven, I found that article that I was looking for with Bin Laden and the CIA agents.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
What's it called?
I'll send it to you right now.
Yo, it's White Rabbit.
It's really just fire, right?
Yo, for someone that drinks Kratom, bro, it's good shit.
It's the best, man. I haven't.
Yeah, if you guys are watching, I am an advocate for this industry, and I do have a big following. I even made an episode about what it's like to go to a kava bar and try out drinks, and because a lot of times they serve Kratom with kava.
Right. I've never had kava.
Yeah, kava is great, man, but I'm just allergic to it now.
Really?
Yeah, it sucks. I loved it, but kava led me to this.
What does kava make you feel like?
Kava is very chill, bro. And it's made from this root in Micronesia. They grind it into a fine powder and they mix it with water. It's a ceremonial drink of the, Micro-Polynesian and Polynesian cultures of the Pacific. And they didn't have alcohol until the colonizers came, right? So they would drink this drink, and it's like, I think the legend has it that there was a mice or rats that were chewing on the root of this, and he saw that they were acting dumb. So he's like, hey, let me try it. And then that's how it was discovered, from what I understand. And then they make this drink with it. It tastes like paint. Okay, it literally tastes like if you took Benjamin Moore paint, mixed it with water, and drank it. But you get it. It's like, hey, everything that tastes makes you feel good tastes like shit anyway, right?
Except for this.
This tastes great.
Delicious.
This is mixed. I'm saying in its raw form. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So they take the root, they mix it with water. It's really, really good. So a lot of people that want to give up alcohol, they drink kava.
Right.
People that want to kind of have a crutch to get off of heroin or deeper drugs, they use kratom as a crutch, and it has saved a lot of people's lives. I think. I'm an advocate. I'm an advocate for the industry.
It can be addictive, though.
It can be, but so can anything else.
Yeah.
I've drank it for years. I've gone years, months without touching it. Some people, the problem is, I think what happens with it, Danny, the people that are addicted to drugs, a different type of drug, when they get sober and they use this as a clutch, they use it so much to try to like curb, and that's not healthy.
Right.
Yeah,
not at all.
that's the only time that those people have a problem with this.
Yes.
But they're addicted to anything. But at least they don't die right away.
Right. Yeah.
Heroin, they're playing roulette.
Right. For
Cocaine,
sure.
they're playing roulette.
Even alcohol. Get in that fucking car and drive when you're drunk. All right. Here's the article that I was alluding to with Bin Laden. CIA agent alleged to have met Bin Laden in July. French report claims terrorist leader stayed in Dubai hospital 2 months before September 11th. Osama bin Laden flew to Dubai for 10 days for treatment at an American hospital where he was visited by a local CIA agent, according to a French newspaper, Le Figaro. The disclosures are known to come from French intelligence, which is keen to reveal the ambitious role of CIA and to restrain Washington from extending the war to Iraq and elsewhere. Bin Laden is reported to have arrived in Dubai on July 4th from Quetta in Pakistan with his own personal doctor, nurse, and 4 bodyguards to be treated in the urology department. While there, he was visited by several members of his family and Saudi personalities and CIA. The CIA chief was seen in the lift on his way to see bin Laden, and later, it is alleged, boasted to friends about his contact. He was recalled to Washington soon afterwards. How fucking...
And now he's probably in a ditch at the bottom of the Baltimore River.
This was posted by Anthony Sampson in The Guardian on Wednesday, October 31st, 2001.
Brother, there's just so much shady stuff going on. I'm trying to stop World War III from
Keep
breaking
going down?
out. Okay, maybe it already started.
This is fucking insane. So how do you explain that? How was he in an American hospital 2 months before 9/11 with CIA people there?
I'm not killing myself. I'm not idle. Say it for the record. Say it for the record, Danny Jones.
That Glover's not.
No, say it for yourself, too.
I'm not. No.
Yo, no
Far
matter
from
what,
it.
I don't give a fuck what they show you, ever. Because I just explained why you can't. If you do, you're in trouble. So, how do you explain it, bro? Times don't match up. Story doesn't match up. You don't show me the guy's body. Okay, and this is not what this episode was about, but that's why you watch the Danny Jones podcast. You never know which way it's going to go. Danny, I am trying to reverse some of the damage that was created because of that day, because of that conflict, because of where it led. There's millions of people dead because of that day, man. But now I know why people can be fooled so much. Because during the day when they were showing us the Puff Daddy video where he's railing on that poor woman, Cassie, what's released the same day? They admitted on record that they funded, you know what, overseas is what led to the gain of, you know what, function, which shut our nation down and costed millions of people their lives. We were too distracted watching Puff Daddy on a video he can't even be charged with, that they released, by the way, when they raided his home. It was the feds that got that video. So while they released that video, you have the number 2 guy admitting on the record in our government, the NIH, admitting the number 2 guy.
Who's that?
I forgot. You could pull it up. He admitted to
this happened on the same day as
yes,
the
you didn't know that?
No.
Where the fuck you been, Danny Jones? That same day, they released the Puff Daddy video. Okay? It was on the floor, I think, of either the Congress or the Senate. It was one of the two.
Right.
Hearing on record, yes, taxpayer money funded that lab. Yes, it funded the boom of function of that illness that they used to close the world down. On record, meaning your family that you lost. I lost people during that time period. My cousin, God rest his soul, from the Zherka family. My friend Izzy, who passed away in the first 3 days of COVID. My friend Haziz, his son, may he rest in peace, Rusty. Okay, I talk about this stuff because our family, our friends, they deserve justice. This is bigger than just America. This is bigger than Muslim versus Christian. This is bigger than all this crap that they use to divide us, that they use to fuel hatred, that they use to make an enemy that you can focus on. When these people at the top of these, there you go. There's the video. This is on record, man. Play the fucking sound.
NIH officially admits taxpayers funded gain-of-function research in Wuhan after years of denials.
And only Rand Paul's talking about it, man. Still. Okay, your family died because of this. Your friends died. Your children deserve justice, man. Your marriages ended because of this. People got divorced. People lost their business. People lost their livelihood. They kept you caged in your homes. People are still traumatized. They're wearing masks. They're scared to breathe the air that God gave them. This is the damage done to our world, the fabric of society. You guys were focused on Puffy beating his girl. And it was on record that fucking day, bro. The same day that they released the Puffy video. The same day they released the video. It's on record. Look, and even you, and you're one of the most read I know. You're one of the most in the know people. You didn't know about this, Danny Joe?
No, I didn't.
You think it was an accident that video was released the same day? Because that's all anybody was talking about that day.
Yeah, here we go.
Fund gain of function research at Echo Health.
It depends on your definition of gain of function research. If you're speaking about the generic term, yes, we did, but this is research. The generic term is research that goes on in many, many labs around the country. It is not regulated, and the reason it's not regulated is it poses no threat or harm to anybody.
That doesn't make your blood boil, bro. Huh?
They know how to make.
That doesn't make your blood boil. As an American, seriously.
There's a lot of things that America does that makes my blood boil.
Brother, but that destroyed the whole world.
Yeah.
That, using our money. I know people that lost their children. I know people that are injured from you know what. They have to speak in code here because we're not even a free country. So, to understand what happened there, that's my fucking enemy. That the people that support that you should be forced to take things that you don't want to and you can't speak your mind. These are anti-American.
Did you see the video of Fauci? The video, the recorded phone call?
Can we get one episode that breaks over 500,000? Because the words we're using already mean you. That's not because the
It's
content's
all right. We censor it, but we're fine. We've been good.
Our highlights go crazy.
We've been in.
Our highlights mean you go crazy.
The high
I want
priest,
this episode out there because it's important.
The high priests and church fathers at YouTube have really had us in their high regards lately. We haven't gotten in any trouble recently.
Can you tell them to fucking take it easy on me?
You gotta cut out the inflammatory shit, man.
What is that? Teach me, man. Give me a course. Fuck.
I'll censor it. Censor it.
Okay, so how does the people know what we're talking about then?
That's the game you gotta play, man.
Okay, stop saying this. You're making his job harder.
Can you? Have you seen that? You know, it's even
from now on. You should say from now on we use R to represent.
Yeah, the video of Fauci where he's on the phone. It's a recorded phone call where he's talking to. I forget who he's talking to. Steve, maybe you can find the context for this. But he's basically saying like, no vaccinations, you're getting kicked out of school. No vaccinations, you're gonna lose your job. All this stuff, and he's like,
that video was phenomenal.
He's being arrogant about it.
I just saw it. I won't mention her name. A very good friend of mine. Okay, she works in my community, and I saw she lost her eyesight in one eye, and her arm's like this. And I'm like, hey, what happened to you? She's like, I don't know. About 6 months after I took, you know what? She's like, this is what happened to me. She lost sight. She can't move her arm. She said her brother got massive blood clots in his heart. He survived. Yeah. She's like, I know no matter what they say, she's like, that's what caused it.
They didn't do real trials on it.
They were both healthy. And they thought I was stupid because I'm like, hey, guys, after 9/11, they told me that the air was safe at Pace University. I knew it wasn't safe, so I let her walk out. Then I met with the fucking EPA, who ended up lying to all of us. Christine Todd Whitman's people at the time, former Jersey governor. And she reassured all the people of Southern Manhattan that we were safe. And guess what? Today is a multi-billion-dollar fund open for anyone that lived or worked or went to school in Lower Manhattan. And they said an apology after 10 years, after more people died from that. I promise you, trusting that the air was safe, then that fell in the tower.
Is that the fund that's funded by Saudi Arabia where they have to pay all the victims?
Yeah, I guess it's still open too. I could still sue right now, probably get like 40, 50 grand. I don't want it. I don't got time for that fucking
Play this real quick. So this is the Fauci thing.
You think can be done about it? I have to say that I don't see a big solution other than some sort of mandatory vaccination. I know federal officials don't like to use that term.
Once people feel empowered and protected legally, you are going to have schools, universities, and colleges are going to say, you want to come to this college, buddy? You're going to get vaccinated. Lady, you're going to get vaccinated.
Yeah.
Big corporations like Amazon and Facebook and all of those others are going to say, you want to work for us, you get vaccinated.
So let's not work for any of them.
Prove it that when you make it difficult for people in their lives, They lose their ideological bullshit and they get vaccinated.
Yeah, and you don't lose yours, you piece of shit. But they're gonna give us. Listen, we're
That
gonna
guy
get him.
is the next
We're
coming.
gonna-
That guy is the Antichrist.
Listen, we're gonna get him, but that's not who I want. I want the motherfuckers above him that funded him, that used him as a cover guy. Because there's more to this story than him. They're gonna give us him, but we're gonna get him. Public trial, witch trial.
People live in this illusion now, and it's like it goes back to hyper normalization. People live in
We're
this
living in
illusion.
dystopia.
We're living in it's a hyper normalization thing. It's like the Soviet Union right before it fell. People live in this world where we think that the government and these politicians and these corporations control everything. They run everything. They control us. They have more power than us. But they
realize if they win-
really don't. Because did you see what happened with Theo Vaughn when he was interviewing Dana White a couple months ago? He was talking about, he randomly brought up how he was going to have on Robert Kennedy Jr. on his podcast, or he had Robert Kennedy Jr. on his podcast. And then one of his sponsors, Peloton, called him up and they were like, yo, we don't want to run, we're not running the sponsorship on his podcast, A. B, we want you to take his podcast down, take that episode down. And Dana White's sitting there while they're recording. He's like, what? He's like, these people that sell fucking stationary bikes told you couldn't post a podcast with Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who's an American, who is like a lawyer, who's done all this stuff. Like, they're telling you, first of all, they're going to subvert your free speech. Second of all, you have to silence this guy who's done lots of research and knows a lot about what he's talking about based on ideology.
Fucking exercise bike.
Fucking people who sell exercise bikes are going to tell you to do this. And Dana White, like in the middle of the podcast, like, you know what? He talks to his guy on camera. He's like, what do we have in our UFC gym? What are the stationary bikes? The guy's like, Peloton. Rip them all out tomorrow and throw them in the trash. A week later, the CEO of Peloton literally steps down. He's fucking has to step down from the company. Fucking,
You gotta fight. You gotta push back. Bro.
Everyone online
Push
is
back.
saying "fuck Peloton." It was like the
Billions of
worst.
dollars they lost.
Billions of dollars.
Push back, motherfuckers. Push back.
People don't realize how much power that. I mean, obviously Theo Vaughn's got a huge voice, but
Well, what's crazy to me is that people that are on the left, and I'm not right or left. I've made this clear many times in public record. Do I lean towards the right in principles? What it's supposed to be? Yes, but do I think they're good and the politicians there are doing it good? No. I believe in this country, everyone has the right to pursue their dream, their goals. Do in your bedroom what the fuck you want. Doesn't mean I agree with it. Doesn't mean I endorse it. Do whatever you want. It's not my business what you fuck or how you fuck. I don't care. Don't push your bullshit on me and my kids, and I promise you, we got no problems. No one has a problem, bro.
Yeah.
Because we have to be fair. If we're going to be, everyone gets to be treated the same, cool. But that also means if you can't make kids yourself, then shut the fuck up and stay out of discourse. I will teach my children not to hate anyone. Don't tell me how to reach or teach my kids. If they decide to do something, that's on them later on in their life. I don't need this shit injected into their brains when they're fucking 5 years old, 10 years old. I don't need it. I respect everyone's decision to choose what they want to do. You have that right as an American. Leave me the fuck alone. Leave me and my kids alone. That's it. Leave us the fuck alone. Do your thing, man. You want to two guys at the same time? You want to jump and chop? Go ahead, bro. Knock yourself out. Leave us alone. Do your thing. Go dance around, pull your dinglings out, whatever it is. I don't care. I don't have a problem with it. Just leave me and my kids alone. That's all. If my kids decide that's something they do, I can't stop them. When they turn 18, 19, 20, they feel that they want to do whatever they want to do. Go do it. That's between you and God. I raised you a certain way. You choose your path once you reach a certain age. And I truly believe that, regardless of who you are. There's plenty of people that are the best people in the world and their kids turn out to be garbage. There's people who their parents were complete trash and they turn out to be the most amazing human beings in the world.
yeah, it's mostly goes that way, right?
It's so you only have so much influence even on your own children. I don't need strangers' influence on my children. Let me try to give them some of my ideas.
Yeah.
I don't need strangers trying to enforce and put shit into their heads, regardless of what it is. It's not just that lifestyle. It could be anything. I'm trying to be fair here, and I am. I think I'm very fair for someone who comes from a religious, belief and all that. But it's this animosity that I'm fighting against. There is no reason for us to be at each other's throats, and it only benefits the people like that asshole that you just played clips of, okay, that we're so focused fighting each other that he should be in fucking jail already. He should be executed, bro. He should be tried for crimes against humanity.
Mm-hmm.
And me and you are worried about what you're doing in the bedroom, so your dick is more important than millions of people getting killed. And vice versa. We're arguing over sexual parts. Am I this? Am I that? Like that. We're arguing this shit. and crimes against humanity were just committed that affect all of us. All of our families got killed. All of our businesses got shut down. All of us got affected by this. But because me and you were too busy fighting each other left and right, they're getting away with this shit. And they're probably taking us all with them. So we need to wake up. That's really what my mission is to unite people, man. It's not to divide. And the reason I'm pushing it back is not to do what the Christian did to me. I'm trying to turn the other fucking cheek. Let me turn the other cheek. You've invaded countries on false pretenses. You paint this picture in Hollywood that every person that's from this faith is a fucking animal or they're not a human being. You've been, your complete view of these people. And I'm not even Arab, man. But I feel an obligation when I see something that's just wrong. Like, this is wrong. I don't group anyone. I don't hate anyone. I don't care what anyone. Leave me alone. Live and let live. It's not that hard. It's really not that hard, man. Remember, my family was massacred. I never blamed, not once. I swear to God, not once. And this leads me to my next thing with this Tarcheski guy. Never once, Danny. I've been on your show how many times? Julian's show, this show, that show.
I think it's your third
time, and I feel blessed, man. I feel great. I love being on your show. You're such a great, back and forth person. Like, you're really, man, you put me to shame on that shit. But I'm getting it. Come on, man. Like just watching that clip of him talking and the lies and the this and the that. Yeah. And I lost family, and I don't know if you lost anybody to the 2019 stuff. Did you lose any friends or family? I lost, man.
I know some people. I have friends of friends I know who.
Okay, I lost a cousin. I lost a cousin. May he rest in peace. My other cousin lost her husband. May he rest in peace. Okay, so it's like our dead deserve justice.
Even the statistics, if you look at it, look at the actual statistics if you really believe this shit, right? We had, I think, 16% of the COVID deaths across the world. And we are what percentage? Can you find the stats? What percentage of the world population the U.S. is? And if you adjust it per capita, basically by the amount of people we have in the country and how many deaths there were, we had 10 times more deaths in our country compared to the next country in line as far as deaths. We have
Do you think that's also caused by as long as we stayed down, as long as we did? How much we were closed and
not just that, no.
Depressed and drinking.
We have the highest comorbidities of any country. We have the highest percentage of obese people, obese young people, people with diabetes.
I was this close to dying.
Any other fucking country.
If I didn't lose weight, I've lost about 70 since the last time I was on this.
Yeah, bro, you look great.
Okay, I'm telling you now, if you're heavy out there, listen to me closely. You have to get that weight off of you. You are going to die. I was on the verge of death. If you are snoring in your sleep, if you have sleep apnea, until you get rid of that sleep apnea, you're never going to have energy. That's why you don't feel like working out. Please listen to me. Listen to me if you're fat out there.
Yeah.
From Danny Jones Podcast. Please cut out carbs, lose the weight you need to unrestrict your neck and your airflow. Once you stop snoring, you're going to wake up and have energy. It's going to be easier to move. If you got to use a crutch or something, Ozempic, whatever the fuck it is, I'm not a doctor, get medical advice. Use something because you will die. Okay? If you're 50, 60, 70, 80 pounds of weight. But I feel alive again, man. It is worth it. It is worth living your life again. Being heavyweight and staying like that and making excuses for years, it's not fucking worth it. I will never be like that again. Bro, I'm back to life, man. I feel like I was born again. Losing 60 pounds is the best thing that ever happened to me. Please save your life, man. Save your fucking life. Life is worth living. The reason you feel sad and you're depressed, you're tired all the time. You're not getting enough oxygen to your brain. This is a fact because I'm talking from my own experience, man. The minute the weight came off the neck, I'm not snoring. No more snoring. I had to start giving blood because my blood.
Because you lost weight, they got rid of it.
Just because of losing weight, man.
How'd you lose all the weight? What'd you do?
I cut out carbs, man.
Cut out carbs.
Completely.
So keto?
I've done it twice, man.
I just watched you eat a whole motherfucking 5-pound cookie, bro.
It's my birthday.
Happy birthday.
But it comes back quick. It comes back quick if you don't pay. Very quick. So please, man, save your lives, man.
So tell me what your diet's like. Just no carbs, no sugar.
Mostly meat,
what
vegetables,
kind of sugar you
cheese. None, man. That is the worst you've seen me in a while.
I mean, in general, what kind of food are you eating every day?
Usually steak. I'm gonna steak.
Yeah.
Steak, cold cuts, burger without the bun, eggs, omelets, stuff like that. No carbs, veggies, cheese.
That's great.
My numbers are good. My cholesterol's good. Everything's fucking great.
It's crazy how much that can help
And
everything.
people think that's the opposite. You eat too much meat, it can destroy. I mean, talk to your doctor, folks, but my cholesterol, everything got better.
Any fruit? No fruit?
Yeah, fruit is like when I'm really, really like I can't take it and I want something nice. It tastes like dessert, but once you start eating right, you're like,
yes.
Oh my god, it's apple. Like it's fucking immediate. Wow, an apple. The banana. Yo, shout out to fuck them. They gotta pay us.
Who?
There's this company. They make these bowls with coconut, and then they put like fruits on it. It tastes like ice cream, bro.
Like an acai bowl,
but better. They make theirs like they have that too, but they make like coconut. They gotta pay you, bro. Fuck them. I give them too much money. I spend like $100 a week in that place.
Really? In New
It's
York?
called Bowls. I'm not giving them a shout out. Then I'm zero.
Why not?
If you want a shout out, pay Danny Jones podcast.
You don't have
we
to
worked
pay, bro.
10 fucking years, man, to get here. How long have you been podcasting, bro?
How long have I been? Not 10 years. Since like 2020.
Damn, she just put my whole life to shit, bro. I started before all of you fuckers, bro. Before you. It's funny laughing. I know it's funny. I started before you, before Julian. Man, I gotta get my game up, man. My problem's I'm too busy being the guest now.
Yeah, you're great though. You're
when I should
guest.
go back to, but it's weird, man. Everyone's like, I want to hear you and not your guest anymore. So I was like, okay, I'm at the crossroads in my career. Do I go full blown motivational speaker?
Like,
I love
some people are just better at solo. You know, like there's like Tim Dillon. He's great. I don't want to. I don't want to watch.
Follow me, bro.
I don't want to watch.
Follows me.
That's great. I don't want to watch Tim Dillon
the man,
sit there and interview somebody. He's not the same. If I watch him sit there and rant on shit, it's great. Same with Julian. I enjoy listening to Julian sit there and just.
And we always shout you out. So let's shout out
Julian Dory podcast. That's right. I love watching him sit there by himself and just riff on shit for an hour. It is so goddamn entertaining. The dude is a wealth of
right down
information.
the block, bro. We should be shooting this shit back and forth all fucking. I don't know why we're not doing the daily rant. Or at least
I know, right?
I'm right.
You're
I'm literally, but I wanted to strangle him. When I saw you and him in New York together, and the pictures, I'm like,
we went to Jeffrey Epstein's penthouse.
I was gonna fucking call. I was like, find me these guys. Like I swear to God, there's Albanians everywhere, but I would have found you. I swear to God, I would have found you guys in like every superintendent in New York City, there's Albanian. Find these motherfuckers. Every fucking building in New York, I'd have been like this. I'd have sent the double-headed eagle bat signal into the air. I'd be like, find me Julian, Dory, and Danny Jones now. And then I would have got you guys, rounded up.
We were hanging out.
You come to my city and announced.
We were hanging out right in front of Epstein's
and I saw that. It was like that scene in American Gangster. Don't ever come to the city unannounced again. That's what I would have been like. I would have got you too and be like, you ever come to the city again unannounced? I was hurt, man. We were too busy helping him build that wood table.
Yeah, I was helping.
It kind of looks like the same one.
I had to show him how to use his hands. He doesn't know how to use his hands.
I'm not that great anyway. But in any event, man, so there's a few more points I want to finish up, and then I got to fucking go. I hate leaving. Every time I come here, I hate leaving you. And I hate that I have to leave the amazing state of Florida.
Stephen pulled up percentage of the U.S. population deaths versus the world. Okay, now where is this coming from, Steve? Scroll down. This is coming from CIA's website. That's funny as fuck. Stephen pulls up mortality rates of the world. Brought to you by the CIA. Find COVID death rates.
My episodes are fucked. Every time I do an episode with you, we go off the deep end.
And you don't want to use a website like this because this shit's all going to be skewed. You don't want to use CNN. That's going to be fucking.
Listen, I know we were high. That I know. So if you want to.
So the problem with this, look, we're looking for something and we don't know what's real anymore.
No, we don't know what's real.
You can't even you look at websites and you know it's not going to be real. We're living in this crazy world where nothing is real.
Did you pull up that clip with Tartarsky? I say his name differently.
Yeah, I got it.
Tartarsky. So my other point was, man, and again, this whole episode is basically about how there's double standards. The hatred only seems to be pouring it towards Muslims in the media. And that's what makes me angry, man. Why is a terrorist a Muslim terrorist? And they never use the word Christian terrorist when a Christian does the same fucking thing. It means, first of all, I don't think you could be a Muslim or a Christian and do any of that stuff, right? It's contradictory to the, religion to take life and do things that are wrong and blah, blah, blah. My whole point is, you still with this stuff?
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck this is.
Let it go, man.
Fuck
Drop
it,
it.
Steven.
Fuck
We're
it.
over it.
We'll do it live. So my thing is, this guy goes on Patrick Bet David's podcast.
Okay.
Dominic Tachowski.
Okay.
He's like a minister in the Polish parliament. He deals with the European Union, and I gotta say, I agree with almost everything he said. Like, I actually support him.
Okay.
Okay? Play some of it. Let's hear his.
You will be curled.
Yes.
In Poland is the same. We've got Polish Sejm, which is Congress, let's say, and Senate, and then President, right? So, and every country in the European Union has similar system. We have 27 countries in European Union, and from every country we have delegates to the European Parliament. So it's over 700 members of European Parliament, depending on
part
how
where he
big
talks
the
about the
countries,
Muslims?
population. The representatives, the delegations are different.
So yeah, right there. Go back, right there.
Clip.
Here's a
you
clip.
got it? Yeah, go ahead, Kelly, if you can play.
How many refugees has Poland taken?
0.
And you're proud of that?
If you are asking me, if you are asking me about Muslims illegal immigration, none, not even one will come to Poland. Not even one if it's illegal. We took over 2 million Ukrainians who are working, who are peaceful in Poland. We will not receive even one Muslim because this is what we promised.
But I asked not about illegal immigrants. I asked about refugees. And Jean-Claude Juncker, the Commission president, says that you're racist.
So that's actually two separate issues in itself. But he took refugees from Ukraine, but he don't want to take them from the Muslims.
From the Gaza-Israel thing?
I don't know. This is before that, though.
Okay.
But here's my whole thing. Pull up Polish involvement, Iraq war. Just pull it up. Now let's show you why he's a fucking hypocrite. That's my only issue with him. Do I agree he should seal his borders, not just allow anyone in, protect his citizens first, protect Polish people first? Absolutely. I wish our people were doing it. I wish America was doing this. As an American, all the crime being committed in New York right now, the most violent crime. I can't just say just them, because who knows if the media is pushing it more, but it is a lot. It seems every day it's the migrants, bro, and they are a desperate population, right? Pushing people off subway tracks. We have criminals from foreign foreign countries that we don't know who the fuck they are, bro. They're kicking people off subway platforms. They're robbing, they're raping. A 9-year-old was just raped on the Upper East Side. Cops just got shot. Every last one of them was a migrant, okay? So we're letting them come in. They're committing horrible acts against the citizens of New York City and America. You have $5 billion of our resources used by Eric Adams and the last administration, projected to hit $10 billion this year. You want to overtax the hell out of New York. You want to destroy business in New York. Everyone's leaving New York. Even companies have left, just like they're leaving California. So what the fuck are we supposed to do as New York? I love New York. I don't want my city. My city's fallen, man. There's no Batman coming to save us. So when are we going to wake up, left and right, and say there's something wrong here? But they got you an ideology, you fucking moron. They think that you're going to make abortion illegal and that they're going to try to make your kids gay. And they got you two going at it while they fuck all of us. Yeah. That's what the fuck is going on.
That's the crazy thing.
You're scared that you're not going to be able to kill babies in your stomach anymore. You're scared they're going to make your kid gay. You fuckers go at it. That's what's going on right now. That's the ideology that they have the lines drawn. And they play these strings. Meanwhile, these assholes are on Capitol Hill at the best restaurants in D.C., flying on private jets, preaching to you about climate control while they're sipping down bottles of the most expensive wine paid for by their lobbies, while me and you don't even have enough fucking money to feed our families. That 2 packs of Doritos, I couldn't believe what groceries costed last week when I went to go buy groceries. I was looking, I said, yo, we are in Weimar, Germany, man. We are in the end of this nation if we don't wake the fuck up, bro. Our dollar's well on its way out. Well on its way out.
We bought lunch yesterday for the fam, for my
insane,
2 kids. Me and my wife, we bought about a chicken wrap and like a Cuban sandwich and like some tacos for my kid. It was $70.
Oh, Taco Bell. Was that Taco Bell?
No, it was like this.
Bro, Taco Bell's like $40. Taco Bell. Taco Bell, bro. I'm not talking about the movie Demolition Man with Sylvester Stallone.
It's insane, bro.
Okay, $40. It was 2 soft tacos.
Kamala's gonna fix it, bro.
Listen, even if Trump wins, he ain't fixing shit, bro. Because when you have that much corruption beneath you, no one man or woman can save it. No one man or woman can save our nation where it is right now and how much corruption is beneath in each position, each agency. How? Bro, even look at his first term. They didn't even let the guy work. How's he going to fix it this time, bro? Unless he declares some type of martial law and gets everyone out of power. And until we get public servants to be public about their financials before they go into office, just like they like to have us tortured with agencies, they should have to review everything they have publicly. You want to be public, right, motherfucker? You want to be public servant? We need to see who you are before you step in office. Every year while you're in office, an audit. Every year. And lobbying illegal term limits. That's how you begin to fix America. Unless that happens, we're done. We're finished. So, getting back to this guy, he wants to talk about, we will not take one Muslim refugee. But you helped create them, you fucking hypocrite. You helped create them with the rest of your Polak army. Look, Polish president.
Polak army.
It just sounds funny, right?
That's racist.
No, is it? I love them. Hey, they call me a terrorist. I laugh. Strike that from the record.
No, we're leaving that. We're going to expose you.
Hey, they make those jokes themselves. Poland would send about 2,000 troops to the Persian Gulf to take part in the invasion, and the destabilization.
Oh, this is the 2003 invasion.
Okay. Yeah. And he was like, we are proud. We do not take one Muslim refugee. Then why did you help create them? Why did you help destabilize the Middle East? This single action right here is what led to the Arab Spring.
Didn't Russia help too?
They all helped, bro. My point is this. I find it hypocritical. I'm not saying they should open their doors and let these people in, but you fucking made them. You helped create how desperate they are. Because they didn't have this flood of migration until Syria fell, Iraq fell, all these countries fell. Then you had this flood of immigration.
The same way we have to instigate other countries, and even not just
we have
Muslim nations, but superpowers like
South
Russia
America
and China, try to interfere with all of their fucking goals.
But do you ever hear the migrants in America being classified as Christians? Because they're mostly Latino, the majority. They're Christian migrants. No, but
most Latinos are Christians and Catholics.
But they don't use that to reference them as the migrants, right? But the Europeans, they say, no, the Muslims. Like, why can't they just be called migrants?
Well,
you could be a migrant and be from Sudan. So if the majority are from Sudan, let's just say, or from Syria, shouldn't they be called Syrian migrant? Why does it have to be classified by religion? But they don't do it for the other religions.
Yeah.
These are the double standards.
Most people don't know what fucking Syria is.
But these are the double standards.
Yeah.
That I pointed out over and over. No, because they use these methodologies.
Perceptions.
It's the same way when a quote-unquote terrorist takes out people with a bomb, they make sure they put Muslim terrorists. Mm-hmm. When the asshole in New Zealand, it was New Zealand or Australia, went into Christchurch.
Right.
Took out 100 people while they prayed. Crosses all over his rifles. Manifesto talking about Christianity. Playing Serbian nationalist music. Okay? He wasn't Serbian, though. Because he thought they were amazing because they were wiping out Muslims. That's why he looked up to the Serbians, right? The war that they did in Bosnia. This guy takes out 100 Muslims that literally they welcomed them in. Welcome, brother. The first words the Muslim guy said to him, welcome, brother. The guy opened fire on him. Okay? Killed 100 people while they're praying. Clearly a Christian extremist. Never called him a Christian terrorist. Why is that title only reserved for sick people, mentally ill people? Clearly, if I had to bet my life, pharmaceutical grade psychotropic drugs in every one last of these mass shootings, I'll bet my fucking life until the American people demand autopsies and blood work done on these mass shooters, we will never have the truth. But the clues are on your TV. The clues are on your TV. If you're taking such and such and experiencing suicidal thoughts, please contact your daughter immediately and stop, taking the pill.
Yeah.
If that's what's saying it on your television, imagine the shit they're being prescribed. Why aren't the American people demanding blood work on every mass shooter that should be made public? They did a mass shooting on the public. We want the mass fucking results of his blood test. I bet you there's a common denominator. But as long as lobbies have trillions of dollars to conceal their footsteps and what goes wrong, it's like that movie Fight Club where he's like, well, if it's X amount, we only lose as much, then we'll let people die. But remember he's like calculating the insurance in the movie Fight Club?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Ed Norton's character?
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, so then they'll do a recall if it's less than this many people die. Like, we're nothing to these people. They got you focused on your dicks, chopping them on, putting them on, changing them, make your kid gay. He's not gay. They're going to make your kids gay. You can't be gay. Kill your baby. Don't kill your baby.
Right. It's all ideology.
Yeah, and they're destroying us. Mm-hmm. Both of us, you fucking idiots.
Yep. We're easily, like I said, we don't, there's no boundaries between what's real and what's not real anymore. This
It's
ideology it's insane. I had a guy in here recently. He said the best way to describe how far America's gone down this rabbit hole is he was talking to a leader in the Congo. This is a former CIA guy. And he's like, why are you guys so cozy with the Russians? He's like, we don't get it. We're trying to do deals with you. We're trying to do business with you. But you guys keep cozying up to the Russians. What's this all about? And he goes, my brother, you guys, America promises us ideals. The Russians promise us food. So they're practical. It's ideology versus practicality. The rest of the world is practical. America is only ideological.
And we don't even live up to our own ideas. Let's be real. We don't even live up to it. Mm-hmm. I have my cousin that served in Fallujah, down in Texas. And he's definitely still battling PTSD, right? And I was sad to see that he's still, after all this. And he was in those battles in Fallujah. You understand? It was really bad. And when I got down to it with him, because he was having a few and he was a little loose and opened up, and I was like, let me see if there's some way I can help heal this guy a little bit, They do call me Beck Lover for a reason. So I'm talking about healing them like that, so take it easy. So we start, asking him some stuff, and I'm like, man, why are you still carrying these bricks on your conscience, man? Like, what's eating at your soul? And he tells me this story about how he was like, I believe a staff sergeant, and he had a crew, and his job was to train these Iraqi police that actually cared about their country, wanted to help build the new democracy post-Saddam, and he gave them their word that he would never leave them down or, leave them on their own if they get into an attack, right? Because they were a target by all the insurgents from all the neighboring countries in Iraq. It was a fucking war zone of many different countries and agitators, 100%, and foreign intelligence and all that shit. He goes, one night, when they became, you're working with these people every day and you think you're doing the right thing because he signed up young to protect America. You're proud of your nation. You feel like you're actually, taking down a piece of shit, which I thought Saddam was a piece of shit. And helping people get their freedom, and that's why he signed up. He goes, man, I'm on the base one night and just the walkie-talkie start going up. Brian, they're coming for us. Well, the Iraqi police like, we're in trouble, we're being attacked. He's like, hey, we're coming. All of a sudden his commander's up, step down, soldier. He's like, but these are our fucking guys, we trained them, we always told them we're not gonna leave them, like they're under attack. Stand the fuck down. He's hearing these guys begging him, bro, calling his name, begging him. Please, you promised us, we're under trouble. He's like, but I had to sit there. I couldn't take it anymore because I jumped in the fucking Jeep. Me and 3 of my guys, we didn't care if we were going to get court-martialed or anything. We went right for the fucking door. These soldiers pulled guns on them. I guess they get foreign soldiers to kind of guard the bases over there. So they don't have an American soldier guard. They have this is what he was explaining. Right. And they were like, basically, if you don't turn this Jeep around, we're going to open fire on you. Right? Imagine. He's wanted to do what he came there for, to help the Iraqis, to fucking defend them, right? He promised he wouldn't leave them down. He had to make a decision whether he goes for it or not. He decided not to get killed. But he feels so guilty. I said, you didn't do anything wrong. You got to judge yourself sometimes on your intentions and not your actions. Why did you join the military? Did you join it to kill innocent people or protect innocent people? He's like, protect innocent people. Did you do it to help America and defend America or to oppress? He's like, I did it to defend America. So, okay. Those police, weren't you willing to literally risk your life? You jumped into a car. You were willing to drive off that base and try to go help them, right? He's like, yeah. He's like, but I hear their screams. Like, he's still haunted by the sounds of them screaming. Right? I said, my friend, you were willing to give your life for them. You were the one that was betrayed. You didn't betray them. The people above you betrayed you. They betrayed you and so many of our soldiers that they sent all over the world to fight corporate, feudalistic wars that benefit the American people zero. And I have family that, in my opinion, was used for these types of battles that, what the fuck did we accomplish in Afghanistan, bro? What did we get? Cheaper heroin for a while? I mean, what did we get?
Have you heard the stories of Afghanistan? We're sending like a couple $100 million or like $70 million a week to the Taliban.
So like to not grow it, right? To not grow heroin or something.
Is that why?
Or I know originally we did that for a while.
No, a lot of people are like really getting upset. There was a bill that was just passed, or not passed. But
you're talking about now or something?
Right now, there was a bill that was proposed. I think so. One of the congressmen proposed a bill. I think it was Tim Burchett, to stop the funding of the Taliban. For some reason, We are giving the Taliban $70 million a week in taxpayer dollars for some reason. We're funding them. And one of the ideas, a lot of people are getting really upset about this, but one of the reasons that I had another guy on here, he elucidated why he believes they're doing that is because the Taliban are trying to destabilize China's trade routes for like their oil and their food that are coming from that part of the world. So the Taliban are going in there and like sabotaging these Chinese trade routes, and that's the idea is why we're giving it. So look at this.
Yeah,
Taliban
these guys,
controlled Afghanistan.
they still haven't figured out what camouflage looks like. Bro, I don't get it. Like, how do these guys beat America, bro? They don't even know what camouflage is.
Yeah. $80 million in cash
every
infusions every 2 weeks.
I mean, when do people wake up, man?
But they said that we're doing that to destabilize China.
Yeah, well, I remember when George Bush Jr. said, we're going to take out the Taliban. Well, no, you clearly didn't go there.
Now watch this drive.
You clearly didn't take the Taliban out. We left them stronger than we found them.
We're funding them.
And now we're funding them.
We're literally funding them.
And then people think that Muslims are the bad guys. The Muslims are coming for you. The Muslims, yeah, with American money. They're coming for you with American money. Brother, I can go on and on between the hypocrisy. This is my message to the audience. This is just another example of the hypocrisy. If you still have animosity towards Muslims, think a little deeper in your life. See the bullshit. See past the propaganda. See that at the end of the day, especially if you're conservative, we're on the same fucking team, man. We really are.
Well, there definitely is a sect of these Muslims that do believe that this bombing.
There's extremists. There's extremists in Christianity too, though.
Yeah.
And would it be safe to say that there's definitely some in Judaism too? Every religion has
I think
extremists.
that's fair to say.
Every religion has extremists. Every group has. It doesn't mean that represents the whole. I promise you, brother. Every faith has a group. You see, like what's going on with Candace Owens and all that stuff that's been going on. You've seen it, right? We don't need to get into too much, but you see, I don't agree with what they're like. But they're basically trying
Andrew Tate just got arrested again.
Yeah.
They spent the night in jail, him and his brother.
Yeah, but they got released on house arrest or whatever. But my whole point is, you might have a real grievance, Candace, about certain things. But to put the entire group of people, that's where I draw the line always.
Is that what she's doing?
Well, no, but it sounds like it to some people. I would say that there's certain people that do. And I've been on some of these spaces, bro, on X. Like, they basically, every last one of them's evil. I'm like, no, they're not, bro. Some of my best friends, like, I've grown up with them. Like, they're fucking great. Like, amazing.
Yeah. Right. No, it's very different. There's a very big, very, very, very big difference between people who practice Judaism and Jewish people and Netanyahu's war cabinet.
Exactly.
That guy Ben Gvir, who Julian Dory taught me about. Ben Gvir is literally one of the guys who's been in Netanyahu's cabinet forever, and the guy is, by definition, a terrorist. He had a portrait of a guy on the wall in his house who literally went in and like bombed a mosque. By definition, like. The guy
first ones. I mean,
terrorists.
if we're being real, they were the first ones, man. Go learn about the King David Hotel.
What happened there?
They blew up their own shit and made it look like it was, I mean, bro, I'm trying to save your channel, not take it down.
That's okay. We'll be fine.
People need
Don't
to
worry
dig
about
deep.
You worry too much about this. Just let it rip.
Because look at the
By the
shit
way,
that I've
get
had.
this thing off your forehead. There's a piece of my thing. There's a black. There you go. You got it. It's bothering me.
You see, but I'm traumatized because when I try to be open and have real conversations, I've paid the penalty for it, man. I got taken off Clubhouse. I definitely noticed a significant decrease on my channel, but I should have been at 1 million followers a long time ago on YouTube. I've broken the internet 1 million times. And it's not to brag. I'm not saying it from a place of arrogance. I'm saying I put 5 years of my life into this work. I don't have no sponsorship, no help. It's just me, and I don't do it for the money because I would have stopped a long time ago. I know how dangerous hatred is. I know where it can lead. I've lost family in every fucking conflict you can think of.
Yeah.
World War II, my grandmother's 2 brothers were hung by the Nazis. Kosovo War, I lost my family. 9/11, I almost went down. So my point is, like, I understand where all this animosity comes from, and I'm trying to fight back against it. I do believe in the good of humanity.
Yeah.
My faith teaches me only God can judge you. No one can judge you. Only God. I don't hate anybody. It doesn't mean I agree with your thought or your life, but I believe that you have the right to. I'm taught to believe that in my own faith. You have the right to believe whatever you want. Only God can judge you. Doesn't mean I agree. Doesn't mean I think it's right. It means that's between you and God. There's people that don't believe there's one at all. And I don't blame them the way things have been. You got all these people that should really have more in common, killing each other every 2 seconds and debating and going on Patrick Bet David podcast talking about religion and just looking so much full of animosity. That's just pushing people towards not believing in God at all. It's actually hurting faith. And that's really my stance on all this. I feel like I've kind of ranted my brains out here. I mean, you want to keep going? Or?
Yeah, we got plenty of time, man.
Yeah.
Did you see there's the interview? I think it's an old interview that just came out of Waltz, the new VP for Kamala.
And I felt bad about the kid, man. Everyone was making the memes, man. And I didn't know that he had. I made a meme myself. I'm not gonna lie. I made a meme of him, right? Not even watching the debates or nothing. I didn't know that he had certain conditions. As soon as I knew he had some type of physical or mental condition, I immediately took down the meme because I just think it's wrong, regardless of how you feel politically. I can never be a part of a joke making fun of someone that has some type of challenge or disability. I'm just not down with that. And that's the case, right? He has some type of learning.
I don't know. Yeah, he has something. Yeah.
But everyone memed the hell out of that kid. He was memed.
It's ridiculous, dude.
I use the first
it's like
reference.
the Republican versus Democrat is like Shia versus Sunni in this country now. It's insane.
Well, I would say it's further. It's more like, well, I guess you could say that. But the ideology between Sunni and Shia, it's not really that far off. It's just like who should be the ruler. And then there's more deviations of that. But there should have never been the wars between the Sunni and the Shia based on Islam. And I just believe that's the devil at work. Same thing happened in Christianity. Same thing happened in Judaism. Even the Prophet Muhammad, in prophecies of the end of time, he said, what happened to the Christians and the Jews will happen to you also, you Muslims. And they were like, well, what do you mean? Soon you will divide like the branches of a tree. There will be 72 versions of Christians, and only one of the versions is on the true path. This is what the Prophet Muhammad said. There'll be 72 versions of Judaism, only one goes on the true path. He said there'll be 73 versions.
Well, we don't know what anybody
of Islam.
Said. We don't really know what the fuck anybody said.
We weren't there. But
we weren't there. Neither were the people who wrote the fucking Bible.
But he said we would be more divided than those religions themselves. So imagine now, we talk about how this man is supposed to be full of whatever. He said that the Islamic faith would divide, would splinter and fraction off, and that there would be more versions than even the Christians and the Jews have. This is in his tradition. Yeah. And that's happened. He predicted ISIS, by the way. I can give you his prophecy. He said, soon there will be those that come out from us, meaning out from the Muslims. They will grow their hair long like women's hair. But look at the pictures of fucking ISIS, bro. They'll have long hair. He said, soon they will raise black banners, and wherever they go, they will cause fitna, meaning they will cause destruction. And when you wipe out one group, another group will pop up in its place. This is his words. He says, and you will know who they are, for they will name themselves after cities and towns. Who's the leader of ISIS? Al-Baghdadi, right?
Oh, Al-Baghdadi.
This is his prophecy. He said, towards the end of time, there'll be groups that claim to be from us. If you see them praying, you will say these people are righteous. But they're not. He says they're the wood of the fire. This was his prophecy. They will be the wood of the fire. And if you hear of them, don't join their ranks. Imagine now. This is the Prophet Muhammad's words, peace be upon him. He predicted ISIS and terrorism. He said there would be groups that claim to be from us. This is in our prophecy. There's no fucking... you guys are all debating and stuff. The Muslims are like, this is the first time the Muslim scholars are like, it looks like we're probably, we're getting close to the end of time. The Christians have been saying Jesus is coming. We believe he's coming too. But this is the first time, our scholars are like, it's not looking too good. It might actually be the time soon.
Do you think Jesus really was a divine being? Do you think he really was?
I don't think he was God. No, he was sent by the divine. So he was created the same way Adam was, or John the Baptist. God blew his soul into Mary's womb, but he didn't physically, do something with Mary. John the Baptist's parents never had physical relations to make him. They were too old. His father was way past the age, and his mother was barren. She had no eggs. Jesus' cousin. Yeah, he had two parents, but they didn't have physical intercourse to create him. I don't know if a lot of people understand that. So yes, Jesus' birth was miraculous in the fact he had no father and there was no one physically there to get her pregnant. And of course, I do believe that as a Muslim. That sounds crazy. You believe in a fairy tale. You've lost your father.
Right.
Like, that's one thing like Muslims and Christians laugh about. Like, everyone thinks we're fucking crazy that we believe in this woman Mary who got pregnant with no man.
Right.
Muslims and Christians. So, like,
you believe that the fucking sun and the moon stood still because a man on earth commanded them to, or you believe some guy actually stood here on earth and talked face to face with God? You believe these crazy fairy tales? You believe? I mean, something that goes so against nature. Like, if I told you
common sense, not even nature, just common sense.
If I told you I had a conversation with God face to face, came down, sat in my studio yesterday, I literally talked to God yesterday. He was standing right there. Would you believe me?
I probably would.
So why do you believe? So if somebody you know, right? You know me,
and I'm being fair.
You know, I'm
being very fair.
You know, I'm not a liar, for the most part, for as well as you know me. And if I told you this, you probably wouldn't believe me. So why would you?
I might still give you more of a chance, though, for someone that I don't know at all, right? Like, because I at least know you now, kind of. It would be a little easier, maybe, to believe you. So if I didn't know you at all, it'd be almost impossible.
So what if I said, Beck, some guy I know who's anonymous, who I've never met,
it's even harder, right?
Told me that they talked to God.
That's crazy.
And their sources are also anonymous, and they claim that their sources were 500 years before they even fucking wrote it down in the first place.
Which is crazy.
It's all crazy. Noah, the
agree.
first time Noah was ever written about was 1,000 years after he died.
His alleged life. Yes. And I do believe in Noah the Ark. I truly do.
You know, a lot of Bible scholars believe that. Don't even
believe
he
in
ever
Jesus.
existed.
I believe in Moses. I believe they were all. My son's name is Aaron. I named him after Moses' brother. For me, this is
so
way,
how is
way
that,
more complicated to explain. And
how is that reasonable to believe?
It's not. It's not until you look deep.
I think it's the same way people like to quote unquote ET the gaps with things like the pyramids. A lot of people like to believe the pyramids. It's unreasonable to expect human beings were able to, 4,000 years ago, build these crazy structures that we wouldn't be able to do today.
Shout out to Matt Belt.
Oh yeah, look at these fucking things. Create these things, which are made out of granite, which are accurate to within the width of a human hair. They're the deviation in the circumference of these things, right? And they're thin as paper, and they're made out of the hardest stones on earth.
And they were thick as hell.
So we can't in our minds come to a reasonable explanation with reason and logic to how these were created. So what we do is we ET the gaps. We say it was alien. It's something that's completely unexplainable. So that's what we do with God. It is only by the gift of reason that human beings have reason that we can come up, that we are able to believe in God.
Do you believe in a higher power?
Who?
Do you believe there's a God?
I don't know.
You really don't know?
I don't know.
So you don't take a stance. I'm not saying denomination. Do you believe there's thunder up there, right?
There's
Be
thunder
careful
up
for this office.
The last time there was thunder up there was when a guy was in here saying "Hail Satan" to us.
That guy?
Yeah.
So, but there's thunder every 5 minutes. I've been down here all week, man.
Season
and fucking.
So it's only by the gift of reason.
So you don't know for yourself. You don't know personally. You don't know if you really ascribe to a higher power creating this. You think it was by randomness?
I don't know. I definitely don't believe the stories in the Bible. I definitely don't believe that all those are real. There's way too many contradictions.
It does sound crazy. Listen to me.
There's way too many contradictions, and it's like I said. Why am I to reasonably believe an anonymous source of something that was written 1,000 years after it supposedly happened?
Do you know why I accepted Islam? It was because so many scientific miracles that couldn't be explained were in that book. I challenge anyone that's listening to this. Google scientific miracles of the Holy Quran. So for me, the reason I accept those stories of Jesus walking on water and bringing people back from the dead and Moses part of the Red Sea is not using my own logic. It's using X plus Y equals Z. I believe there is a God. There's enough scientific evidence, to me at least, to prove that there's a creator. Leaving denomination out of it all. I just don't find it anything to be random. Meaning, if the sun wasn't where it is, the 7 layers of the atmosphere, trees give us oxygen, we give them what they need, and I can go on and on and on. Like thousands of points that need to be perfect for us to even exist and to be having this conversation.
Right.
Like millions of points that need to be in order for you to even exist, which makes me think of this verse from the Holy Quran, and which of the favors of your Lord do you deny? And it goes through this whole list that God's basically
That's what I'm trying to get at.
Speaking
Is
in
that
first person.
because it is so incredible that we are here and that we exist, that we were the created. When was the first human? How was the first human created? How was the first plant photosynthesis? How does all this shit work?
I believe the Earth was created long before humans. I've spoke about this in our episode when we did aliens and demons. A lot of this subject matter is there, and I don't want people to get bogged down on this episode, but we spoke about this on the last pod. So go back and check it out, folks. But
that was last December.
For me, for example, let's just pull up one of these. Go ahead, scroll down, buddy. Let me just give you an example of what drew me to Islam. Do the Big Bang Theory, number 2.
Big Bang.
Here we go. So in Surah Al-Anbiya, okay, also states, this is what God says in the Quran, chapter 21. What did he do there? Okay, chapter 21 of the Holy Quran, verse 30. What did he do here? So, have those who disbelieved not considered that the heavens and the earth were a joint entity, and we separated them. In 1929, American astronomer Edwin Hubble proposed the Hubble's law, according to which all entities in space are moving away from Earth at speeds proportional to their distance. The greater the distance from Earth, the faster they are moving. Soon after this, he discovered that galaxies are moving away from each other, meaning the universe is still expanding, right? Continue down. The Big Crunch theory, like all these things that are now being proven were in this book. This is the most fascinating one, by the way. This one blew my mind away.
Embryology?
In the Surah Al-Mu'min, which means the chapter of the believer in Islam. It says in chapter 23 of the Quran, verse 12, we created man from an extract of clay. We made him as a drop in a place of settlement firmly fixed.
Yeah.
Then we made the drop into a leech suspended thing. He describes exactly.
Yeah. There's echoes of the Sumerian
the four stages of the human embryo. The first microscope didn't come out until 1,000 years later. How could he have known? A man that couldn't read or write. And it goes on and on. So I see all these scientific miracles. Okay. There was no way to have known. So I'm like, okay, I see this book sung by people without even looking at it, man. Every Ramadan, bro. Every Ramadan, I see people get up in front of the mosque and lead the prayer for the whole month. They're called Hafiz. They literally recite this book without and word for word. And if they make a mistake, there's 100, 500 people that know at least one of those verses. Like everyone knows the verses. Mm-hmm. So I've witnessed many times in the last 42 years of my life where people pray that say the whole book. That's how God protected this book. That's why to me it blew my mind away as a Muslim. And that this religion said that God sent messengers and prophets throughout time all over the world. Throughout time. He didn't just pick one people. And my theory was the demonic realm shifted people away from God, through statues and idols throughout history. That's why a lot of the Anunnaki claims they make sense in some ways. But to me, that's just the deception of the devil using the same trick throughout time to get people away from the Creator. If he types in, I just want people to hear this recitation, just to understand, and I think it's a good place to maybe we can pick it up next time. Type in on YouTube, Omar El-Hishami, The Pen, okay? And just listen to how amazing this is. Most people have never even heard a recitation of this book. You understand? The Quran is not original in English. It is only original in the Arabic language. No, that's not it, brother. You're doing it wrong. Go back. Go just type in O-M-A-R, not you, O-M-A-R, space, Hishabi, H-I, right there, H-I, there you go. Now click down and go down one more. Mm-hmm. Click that and then put the pen.
The pen?
Yeah, space and then the pen.
The pen.
I want the audience to understand the difference. Now click this and let's just listen to a little bit. This is the verse of the pen, the chapter of the Quran, the pen. Look at how it's recited, Danny. This is the miracle of this book. No book is recited like this. I don't speak Arabic. I'm not an Arab. But tell me what you feel, even if you don't know the words.
والقلم وما يسطرون ما أنت بنعمة ربك بمجنون وإن لك لأجرا غير ممنون وإنك لعلى خلق عظيم فستبصر ويبصرون.
Pause. Which of you is afflicted with madness? So in this chapter of the Quran, a couple of things I just want to point out here. A, that's the Quran, brother. It's only original and it's Arabic. Do you see how it's sung? We believe that every other book God sent to earth was corrupted. And we can prove it. I can historically prove it whenever you want. They were corrupted. They were altered. There are contradictions in there that don't make sense to the original 10 Commandments. How can you tell me Jesus is God and then in one verse he tells you, I'm not even good? Why are you calling me good? Only God's good. So which one is it? 10 Commandments said don't make pictures, don't make images, don't worship anything but God. But you guys are making pictures, statues, crosses, idols. Like, forget Muhammad. Explain. And I love how Christians go, well, what do the Muslims know? Because Muhammad came 600 years after Jesus. Well, how about Jesus came how many thousands of years after Moses? Who was he then to give a new rule or a new book? Your logic for that already, you cancel yourself out. They have no argument against that. For you to argue, well, why did Muhammad come after Jesus? Then who was Jesus after Moses? And that's why I love Islam. Islam says that all of these prophets work for the same boss. You're not allowed to make images. You're not allowed to pray to anything but God. You don't pray to Saint Peter or Saint anyone. You pray to God. He doesn't share his power with anyone. And I say he's saying because he's a man. We can't even comprehend this being. I find scientific miracles in a book written by some guy in a cave that couldn't read and write. And even if he could, how the hell? There's like 100 to 200 scientific facts in that book that no one could have known. Like, for example, that the Dead Sea is the lowest point above sea level in the entire world. There was no way Muhammad could have known this. It's impossible. That's the same area that Sodom and Gomorrah, we believe, was smashed into the earth. That's why it's called the Dead Sea. And it turned out in the last century, we found out it is the lowest surface point on earth. How could the Prophet Muhammad have known that back then? There was no way to have measured that or known. Anywhere in the world, no one could have known that. So when I see scientific facts, I know algebra came from Islam. The science and the technology, where would we be without algebra right now? But we would be as advanced as we are?
I mean, is it possible that humanity, different parts of humanity and civilizations were more advanced mathematically or technically?
I agree.
Than we are today?
There was some fusion.
And we lost knowledge?
Absolutely. It's either that or there was civilizations or different species that were on this planet that were locked into another dimension. One of my theories of the pyramids, I just came up with this recently because I was been looking for ways to describe it for a long time. And I kind of covered this on our episode, but there was one theory that I never said on your episode when we discussed, is it aliens or demons? And that was a really big episode that I had with you. I think it was one of three things. Either A, they had knowledge that we no longer have. B, it was the demonic realm, the same way Solomon had the power to command the demonic realm. We know that Pharaoh was doing black magic. We can see that in the movie 10 Commandments when he throws his rod and Moses throws their rods and he has sorcerers and magicians. And I do believe black magic is real, 100%. I believe you can summon and work with that dimension. I believe we're in an interdimensional war in the aspect of the demonic realm versus humanity. They want to destroy us since before we were even created, the devil species, but not all of them, because the Muslims don't believe that all of them are evil. So what I think is going on is that maybe the ancient Egyptians worked with the jinn, they worshipped them, they did sacrifices, whatever they did, and they got knowledge from that demonic realm. The same way I proved to you on your show that Jack Parsons was doing all this crazy shit with Aleister Crowley. He's the reason we went to space, brother. How did Jack Parsons get to space? He tells you himself. We were doing all these rituals, and I was contacted by a being named Belial Dajjal. So just like we may have hypothetically advanced our technology today through demonic means, it's in Jack Parsons' autobiography. So for those of you that believe in that story, because I've seen your comments on my episode with Danny, if it worked now, imagine why wouldn't it work in the time of the Egyptians? To get knowledge that we don't possess, because that's what black magic is. You sell your soul to get knowledge or a power that you're not supposed to have. But you lose the hereafter. When you perform these rituals, you no longer have any shot of going to paradise. And I do believe there's groups of people that have sold their souls.
Where do you think this paradise is? Where do you think heaven is?
It's in a different dimension, I think. I think God is outside of the physical universe. Just like I'm outside of this pot. And God can see it. And that's why time doesn't apply, because they say time is circular once you're outside of it. So we're kind of like DVD players for God, probably. Who knows how many more species and creations he's made? We're like DVD collections that you could watch at any time. They all seen, they all known. So for me, it's I agree with everything you said. Like I've made these jokes with people. I'm like, I know you think I'm fucking crazy. It sounds, for someone, I'm very analytical, man. Like extremely. Even I go, man, I sound like a fucking idiot. I believe some guy walked on water. I really do believe Jesus Christ walked on water. I believe he brought people back from the dead. But it wasn't his power. It was God that gave him that power. I know that there's a God, Danny. I've studied for 30 years of my life. I don't care if people believe in what I believe in. I am telling you, please look. Most people follow their religion like a tradition and not a true faith. Not something that they truly believe. My dad was Catholic, so I'm Catholic. My dad was Muslim, so I'm Muslim. But like, they don't know anything about their own faiths, let alone to judge other faiths. And that's the whole point of this entire episode. Seek knowledge. Stop getting your information from biased places. Like, if you want to know about Islam, ask a Muslim. Let them explain it to you. Stop asking some guy in your church whose only mission is to keep you in his church. Get your donation. Like, be fair to your discourse. Be fair to your search for knowledge. Be fair to the people you're learning about. Learn from them. Ask them. They're not going to bite you, I promise you. Some of the greatest people we look up to as Americans were Muslims. Malcolm X, who was full of hatred. He became a Muslim. That's why he died. And he actually became a true Muslim. He went from preaching hatred, the white man's the devil, to no, we're all brothers and sisters. Now imagine the switch on this guy. He sees the real Islam when he goes to Mecca. He comes back and gives his lecture. As soon as he gets off the airplane, he's like, I don't think all white people are the devil. I think we can actually live together if we all learn Islam. Bang, bang. Get your hand out your pocket. Game over for him. The minute he started preaching the word, the true word of Islam, which is that all people are brothers and sisters, regardless of their color, their creed, or where they come from. To have racism is to be against God, for God made all creation in all color. So for me to say one is good or the other, that was another problem I had with Christianity. So what was he? Was he white? Was he Arab? They have these debates amongst themselves. They can't even agree on his skin color, which is why God, in my opinion, would never take the shape of a man. He would never lower himself to his creation. A God prays. God gets prayed to. A God doesn't pray. Why did Jesus pray like the Muslims? Matthew chapter 26, verse 36, and we end it right here. We end it right here, right now, Danny Jones, before I miss my flight.
You got time, bro.
Yeah.
Do you think there's other worlds out there with life?
I think that there may be. I would never go to say yes or no, because only God has all knowledge. I know there's definitely life on this earth in a parallel dimension. 100%.
Yeah, but do you think there's other worlds in the universe or in the galaxy?
There may be. I don't know. I know for one thing for certain, there is other things alive, Danny, in dimensions, even on this planet. The demonic realm lives on a parallel dimension to this earth. I believe there's even a crossing coming soon. I think science has figured out a way, kind of like your picture in a way, man. Like a portal. I feel like they figured out a way to allow that. There's a way to get that dimension into this dimension, which is why they're releasing all the alien shit.
I think they're future humans coming back.
I've heard that theory.
I recently had a guy on here to tell me to explain that thing to me, and I think I believe that. An anthropologist came here and explained it to me, and I think it makes the most sense out of everything.
I want to go and dig into that episode. You have encyclopedias, man, of theory. Like your work is phenomenal, man. It's like anyone that just wants to really go deep into any subject of life, religion, politics, like the work you've done, Julian, all of you, it's just phenomenal stuff, man. I've done a little bit, nothing like that. Not even close.
Because we are so rare, human beings, the way we look and the way we walk upright. We're so rare on this planet alone. It's astonishing. There's over 2 million cataloged species of animals on this earth.
Yeah.
20 of them are hominids. And then we are a subcategory of those 20 hominids.
And what happens if you take
We're the only one of the 20 that walk upright and that have figured out how to create technology to get off the planet.
What happens if you take out the ants, though?
What do you mean?
If we just wipe out the ant species, what happens?
No more ants?
No, we're all fucking dead. So as arrogant as we can be that we can walk and make spaceships, we're still relying upon the insects to be alive. We need flies and fucking fleas, and because it's called what, man? An ecosystem.
Yes.
I'm breathing oxygen, releasing what kills me, dioxide, carbon dioxide. The tree breathes it. There's too many things in order for this to happen, right? Too many things, too many perfect dots connecting for us to exist, which is why I know it was designed. It is a simulation created by the creator to try those of us that have been best in character. The game board of life is rigged, but how you respond is your salvation. How you respond is your free will. You couldn't control to what family you were born. Your timeline was set for you. You couldn't say, I'm going to be Danny Jones. I'm going to be some white boy in Tampa. Be me and Scotty. Like, no, God said you're going to be born to that family. I couldn't choose. You're going to be born to a family that's going to escape communism, get massacred. Like, my timeline was set. I can't control the things that happened to me in my life. I couldn't control that my brother died in a car accident. I say my mom's brother, but still, he was my brother. He destroyed my life when he left me. Tomorrow's a very sad day for me because I always celebrated my birthdays with him. I haven't celebrated my birthday since he passed. Tomorrow I'm going to try.
I never
I'm in a
celebrate
new relationship. I just don't either. It's a moment of reflection for me. I just really feel the passing of time. I know how precious every moment is. Every second. That's why when someone gives you their time, man, you can't get mad at the guy honking the horn on you if you're sleeping at the wheel. I need to go. Every minute fucking counts. If I keep missing these fucking lights because some asshole's checking their Facebook, I just lost 5 minutes of my life because I have to stay there for 5 minutes. But I also believe in the concept you're exactly where you should be through divine wisdom, which I explained earlier. My point is, Danny, I don't know what the fuck I'm going on this round. All I'm trying to say is I don't believe there's a God, man. And I can't explain this all in 2 hours together. I know there's a God, man. And it's not because I have a hunch or a feeling. It's like too many dots connect, man. I understand these stories sound crazy. That's why I said earlier, X plus Y equals Z. I know the Quran has never changed. In the Arabic. I don't want to hear about translations. In the Arabic. Muslims pray in the Arabic. Christians can't even speak Aramaic. The majority can't even say 10 words in his language. Don't compare the two. And it's not to be arrogant. The reason we pray in Arabic is to preserve the book. That's why me, a white boy, I pray in Arabic. A Chinese Muslim prays in Arabic, not to glorify the Arab culture. Sometimes there's a lot I disagree about it. It's to preserve what we believe to be the final book of God, which is why it has miracles that I can show you. There's no way this guy could have known. There's just no way. How did this guy that couldn't read and write, and even if he could read and write, how could he have known these things? That fresh water and salt water don't mix. You have to know how to calculate density. It's to the invisible eye. You can't tell they're not mixing because it kind of goes like layers, like pancakes on top of each other. You have to know how to calculate density. So to me, there's like 200-300 scientific miracles. That's what drew me. I was like, wow, okay, so scientifically, this guy, like, how the hell did he know? But then there's things that you are even more crazy, like the signs at the end of the world. The Prophet Muhammad said that towards the end of time, the buildings of Mecca would reach for the skies. If you look at Saudi Arabia today, they even built a massive clock tower. He even said, soon the time will come where the shadow of time covers the Kaaba. Kaaba is that black box that the Muslims pray towards. They don't worship it for your tools in the comments. Black box. You know, the box in Mecca that all the Muslims paint. Pull up Kaaba, man. How do you spell it? Kaaba. Kaaba, black box. The black cube that the Muslims pray towards. Pull up an image of that. So now, pull up that picture towards the right. You got these guys out there trying to say, the Muslims, they worship the box. No, we don't worship the box because during the time of the Prophet Muhammad, they used to get on top of the box and call prayer. You're not going to stand on top of your own idol. Could you imagine a Hindu standing on top of a statue of Shiva? Or a Christian standing on top of a statue of Jesus? Oh, they worship the black stone. No, we don't. There's a concept in Islam known as Niyya. Niyya means the intention. Where is this thing? This is in the heart of Saudi Arabia. Okay. We believe that this is where Abraham constructed the temple to worship the one God. He left his wife in the wilderness. Now, you see that clock tower? Yeah. That's one of the signs of the end of the world in Islam. The Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, please double research this stuff. Please double check my references because if I make an error, I'm responsible for the information that I give you as a human being to God. I'm responsible to God, not to Danny Jones, not to Google, to God. If I give you information that's incorrect or that can manipulate your opinion without giving you facts. His prophecy towards the end of time is that soon the buildings of Mecca will reach for the sky. The mountains will be pierced, which they just did. They built tunnels right through the mountains. Okay, he said this during his life. And he said, this is well recorded. He said that soon the shadow of time will cover that black box. At the time, they were looking at the shadow of time. How can time have a shadow? You can't see time, right?
You think he was talking about a clock tower?
Look, when that sun goes behind that tower, it casts its shadow over the box. They call it the Saha, which literally means the watch. They, the locals, call it time, the time tower. How could he have known, man? How did he know 1,400 years ago? How did he know that he said, soon the Bedouins of our people? Look at the deserts of Arabia 67 years ago. There's this fucking sand there. And a bunch of camel riders, literally. Milking the camels and drinking the milk and eating dates. And hee-haw, motherfucker. That's what they were doing out there, okay? Today, the biggest skyscrapers in the world, where are they? Dubai. That's right. He said, soon the time will come where the Bedouins of our people will compete with one another to build buildings that touch the sky. These are his exact fucking words. Not, oh, I'm guessing. He says one will build one, and then the other one will say, I can build one bigger than you.
What year was this again? 600?
This is in the 600s.
Yeah.
We're talking, this started 40 years ago over there. How did the Prophet Muhammad know if he wasn't from divine influence? I dare people to research the signs of the end of the world in Islam. I fucking dare you to. How did he know about this?
I mean, do you think it's that much of a stretch to be able to predict that people would build skyscraper towers?
Yeah, but think about it. He said from their people, not anyone else. They were a fucking joke before he came. They were like a forgotten civilization.
Well, maybe he was just talking about people in general.
And he said the Bedouins, and he described how they're going to boast. And think about it. That's what they're doing. They're having a race between each other to build skyscrapers. I'm going to build it. Oh, yeah, Saudi Arabia. We're going to build one bigger than you. It's exactly what he said. He said soon the time will come where a man becomes a woman and a woman becomes a man. And they will dress like one another. The family unit will be destroyed and the bastards will take over. Bastard children. Children born out of wedlock, they will be so full of rage, they will destroy all those that are around them. That's the fucking country we're in right now. The bastard generation. You said that my first time with you, but I was right about it. The bastard generation, 90% out of wedlock. These children are full of rage. They commit 90% of violent crime because they don't have a father. Because their mother didn't want them. They were conceived with no love. Therefore, they show no love to the world. They were conceived out of deadly sins, and that's why all we have from them is death and chaos. This is the bastard generation. He predicted that also. He said that the war of all wars would start over the Euphrates River. Now, it hasn't happened yet, but that's the footwork. Syria, Iraq, Iran, Turkey. That's the Euphrates. He said a war will start there that will engulf the whole entire world. It will be basically Armageddon. Basically Armageddon, that supposedly there's something under that river, under the Euphrates River, that the whole entire world's going to fight over. Maybe they already know, man. Maybe that's what this is all about. Maybe these powers that be already know. Maybe they read the prophecy and they went to go see what's under that river. What is under that river of the Euphrates? This is also in the Bible, by the way. That when the Euphrates River runs dry, there's end of the world stuff. But in any event, this is an episode on its own where we can go over prophecy of the end of the world in Islam. And I'd like to pick it up maybe the next time around. It will be an amazing episode. Just talk about the signs of the end of the world and maybe the correlations to Christian doctrine.
Let's do it.
In any event, brother, I got to get to that airport.
Go get to the airport, bro.
Danny,
back to New York
I love
City.
you.
I love you, brother.
There's a lot going on. As far as the migrants are concerned, I think I made my stance clear. I'm against open borders. I am for letting some people in with screening. Protect your sovereignty of your nation, but stop putting all people in one box and talking in disgusting terms, because it's not fair, and we could do it to any group if we really want to. I've shown you the contradictions between what they want you to think about Muslims and their figures, and then when you look at your own, you guys are even worse, like I showed earlier in this episode. I think I gave receipts, did I not? So all I'm saying is please be fair. Stop hating people. Look in the mirror first, and it gets real hard to throw that first stone. This is Beck Lover. You can check me out at BEK Lover NYC on Instagram. BEK, that's boy, BEKlover.com. Continue following Danny Jones for the best podcast episodes.
Thanks for listening, everybody.
Shalom, salam alaikum. God bless America. Love you. Tedua, konnichiwa, adios.
Siyet, mirapavshim.
Siyet, mirapavshim. Tunjatieta.
Adios.
Ciao, ciao.
Try to keep the aliens on their toes.
There's a typical close encounter witness. They move around a lot. They all do. I'm not alone.
Right.
But I've got the visitors living, not the visitors, but people who are connected to them directly, living just a short distance from where I am in Santa Monica. And
the people connected to them, who's them?
The visitors, the Grays.
Oh, you know people that are connected to them.
Of course.
Oh.
I am. An implant. That's what it is.
That's why what?
The implant in my ear is my. It'll turn on during the interview, and you'll be talking to me and to them.
You don't have an implant. You pull my leg.
No, I'm not telling you the truth. You don't know that? You never read the book?
I read Communion.
Oh, okay. You've only read Communion?
I've only read Communion.
Okay. Well, let's talk about.
You got 40 books. I mean, I don't have time.
I understand.
I record like 3 of these a week.
I understand that. I understand that. Okay. Yeah, I have this. Well, I'll tell you the story. I'll just give you a brief preface now.
Perfect.
It was put in 1989. I was wide awake when it was done. It was done by 2 people. There's a whole lot of people who were connected with the visitors. And these were 2 of them. I couldn't use it for years, but after my wife died, it began to become useful, and it now is my absolute go-to. It's like having an unbelievable AI, only whatever's on the other side of it is not artificial, but brilliant. And it works with me when I'm writing. At 3 o'clock every morning, I get up and there's a dialogue that goes on. It's not like channeling. It's much more direct than that. It's very direct. And during interviews, it will be working most of the time. And sometimes it'll turn off in the middle of an interview.
Turn off?
Mm-hmm, yeah. Then it's like my mind becomes much smaller. What it feels like is your mind gets very large. You have a very large, complex, and all kinds of things are available to your memory that aren't normally there. And then when it turns off, you're back to being your normal self.
Can you see it behind your ear?
Feel it, yeah.
You can feel it.
It's right here, yeah.
Have you ever had a doctor look at it?
Absolutely. I've got an MRI scan of it. In fact, I'll send it to you on my phone. I mean, a CT scan of it.
Is it online? We can look at it.
Let me.
You don't have to show it right now. You can send it to us after and we can look at it.
Yeah. I'll give it to you afterwards. I can just send it to you. It's right here. I have it.
And what does it look like on the?
A little white dot, because it's metal. And on the CT scan, it looks like a round white dot. You want to see it now?
Yeah, sure. Let me see it. Yeah, I'd love to see it.
It's just, being connected to this doesn't mean I love them. I'm their friend. It does mean that I don't know exactly who I am connected to, but whoever I am connected to is let me see if I can find it easily.
And what made you decide to leave it in your ear? And
my wife,
your wife,
my wife, at the beginning, when I realized the next morning, I'll tell you the whole story on the air, I think.
Oh, well, we're rolling. We're up.
Oh, we're up now?
We're not live, but we're recording it. Yeah. We're
good.
recording this. This is great.
All right,
is great
because after the day after it was put in, I felt it, and I could feel it back in there. It hurt, and I knew something had happened the night before. I remember it vividly. I remember every detail. But let me. Oh, here it is. Good. Take a look. Okay, you can see it. That's the left side. That's reversed on a CT scan. See that little white dot on the left side?
Yeah.
That's the implant.
And what did your doctors or whoever did the MRI say about it?
The CT scan?
CT scan.
That CT scan was done by someone in the CIA.
What?
Who wanted it very badly to be taken out, but I wouldn't let him. Yeah.
How did you get a CT scan done by somebody in the CIA?
No, it was done. The CT scan was done privately at his request by a doctor who he called and set up.
Okay. How did you How did a CIA person get to find out about your implant?
I'm known to them, I see, to be a legitimate close encounter witness, and they are interested in that.
Why do you think the CIA is so interested in people who have had close encounters?
Well, I think they kind of backed into it because their brief is foreign intelligence. And this is about as foreign as foreign intelligence can get. And when the CIA was first founded, the Roswell incident occurred. The Army Air Corps became the Air Force, and the CIA was founded, and the National Security Act was passed, all in the same few months. And
this was like July
47, July to October of 47. And so all the infrastructure was then in place. And I think it was just a very natural thing that CIA would be the go-to agency to study this. And that's what happened. Who was it who was the first guy who worked on it? He became the Russia desk later.
Yeah, I think I know who you're talking about.
Yeah.
Is this the weird desk guy?
No. The Russia desk was, anyway, I met him in college before I knew anything about any of this. I had breakfast with him without knowing why. So he already knew that this probably would happen to me when I was in college in the 60s.
You randomly met him at breakfast?
No, I didn't randomly meet him. He called me and said that he wanted to meet me. And I said, I have classes. And he said, well, why don't we have breakfast? And so we went to breakfast together at the Commons at the University of Texas. And I remember now. I had told my father, who was not a member of the intelligence community, but his brother was, and he knew a lot of people in it, that I was interested in possibly joining the Central Intelligence Agency because I knew a little bit about my uncle's work in Air Force intelligence, and it sounded exciting. I was an innocent young kid. And Dad said, as usual, closed-mouthed way, okay, well, you'd have to fill out an application, wouldn't you? And I said, yeah, I would. He said, well, good. Well, go ahead and see if they send you an application and fill it out. He sounded real cheerful about it. So I went about finding out how to apply, and a few days before I even applied, this call comes from this man whose name is still blocking me on this. Being 79 years old, you have these things with these name blockers. Anyway, this guy calls out of the blue at my dorm.
Is it Ron Pandolfi?
No. Ron Pandolfi was much younger. This was a serious member of the organization. I'm going to look. He was eventually drummed out because he became obsessed with moles.
A lot of moles during the Cold War.
Yeah. Well, I don't know why I can't remember his name.
That's okay. It doesn't matter. We can keep going.
Yeah. It's
probably best not to say too many CIA folks' names on this podcast, anyways.
Oh no, it's okay. He's dead and he's well known. He's nothing.
Okay.
He's nothing new.
Oh, okay. Got it.
It's nothing. I don't say that. I don't want to say anything. Names of living CIA agents, except the ones who are out, like
Semivan.
Jim Semivan. I mean, everybody knows he's in CIA. Makes no secret of it. It was. Well, I can't remember his name.
Do you want to put your headphones on, or do you prefer not to have them? Does it bother your ear?
Well, yeah. It bothers this.
Okay, no worries.
Yeah, because this gets very hot.
Okay.
While I'm working, and with the headphone, it gets really hot.
So, what did the CIA? So the CIA, this guy we're talking about, he told you needed to get
he said to me that I was too patriotic, and that the CIA was infiltrated with Russian moles, and I would get killed if I became an officer.
You would be killed by a mole?
That's what he said, yeah.
Because you were too patriotic.
Too patriotic. And I don't know if that was true or not, but it scared the hell out of me. because suddenly I was talking to this little gnomic man in a black suit, and he's telling me that I'm too patriotic and I should not join the CIA because it's full of Russian moles.
Right.
And I thought, holy God. Eventually, he was fired because of his obsession with Russian moles, forced to retire.
A little bit of schizophrenia.
Well, something was wrong with him. But at the time, he was a major guy in the Central Intelligence Agency.
In the 50s, 60s?
50s and 60s. I know how to find it. I'm going to look on ChatGPT.
Okay.
It's just right on the tip of my tongue.
Probably heard of his name. I had a guy in the podcast named John Newman who wrote a book called Popov's Mole, all about Russian moles in the CIA leading up to the Kennedy assassination. There was moles. We were infiltrated with moles, and they were infiltrated with moles. It was crazy. I think they probably had more Russian moles inside the CIA than we had the other way around.
And I'm sure.
Find it?
No, it won't tell me.
It's okay.
Some of the bullshit about declassified documents.
What specific words?
Yeah, he can look it up.
He was the CIA Russia desk in the 50s and 60s and early 60s, and he was eventually drummed out because of his
CIA officer in charge of Russia desk, 1950s, 1960s.
Yes.
Harold James.
It was Jim Angleton.
James Jesus Angleton.
Yeah. Anyway,
yes.
Jim Angleton.
Oh, yeah. I know a lot about that guy. His son actually lives here in Tampa.
He did.
He doesn't anymore.
What?
I think his son lives here in Tampa.
Well, anyway, Jim Angleton told me that the CIA had Russian moles in it, and that I would be likely killed because I was too patriotic if I joined. Wow. And so, yeah, there he is.
Wow, man.
He smoked like a chimney. I never understand anything like it. Anyway, he was apparently my dad knew him, or somehow my name got to him.
How was your dad involved in all this?
I don't know.
Your dad was in the Air Force?
No, my dad was in the Army during World War II in the Judge Advocate General's Corps, and he said a number of things about what he did. He said he found rental housing for war widows, women whose husbands were at war. And he also said he picked up cigarette butts on the streets of Fort Sam Houston, and that was his war work. In other words, he wasn't telling the truth.
Right.
We think.
You say he was friends with LBJ?
Dad was, that was also, Dad was so secretive. You couldn't tell. He seemed to be, his brother-in-law was Attorney General of Texas all through the 1950s, and he used to go out to Odessa to his brother-in-law's house where they would meet with LBJ. And once the whole family went out and took a big family picture, so I know it's real. But Dad just never said much of anything about anything.
Right.
He had a very successful career as an oil operator and a lawyer. He was apparently fluent in Spanish, although I never heard him speak a word of it, because he was an expert at finding Spanish Empire land titles, which is a very important issue in Texas, probably is in Florida too.
What's it called?
Spanish, from the Spanish Empire.
Right.
The land titles that go back, because the titles can be valid all the way back. They weren't ever. The titles, at least in Texas, weren't ever vacated.
Right. All of Texas used to be Mexico, right?
Right, exactly. And when the Republic of Texas came along, they didn't want to vacate all of the Hispanic people's titles because
the USA just swallowed up like a ton of Mexico, right?
Yeah,
and
right.
Those people, they couldn't just kick those people out.
The Republic of Texas, and then And then when it came into the USA, the titles just stayed intact.
Got it. Okay.
So Dad was an expert at that, meaning he must have known Spanish very well, but he never spoke it in my presence in my life.
Interesting.
He, as far as this stuff is concerned, I remember him taking me out to the country house to meet these visitors a couple times.
Your dad taking you to the country house?
Absolutely.
To meet what visitors?
I don't have any. My memories stop. But I'll tell you one of the stories. All of a sudden, one evening, he said, "We're gonna go out to the country house to meet," and we left. It was. I don't know what time it was, but it felt pretty late to me. I was a little boy. I was probably 8, 9, maybe at most. And I was pretty confused, but I didn't say anything because, I didn't want to contradict my dad. He was just told me we were going there. We got there and we went up onto it had a big wraparound double porch upstairs and downstairs. A beautiful old house. It's still in the family. And unfortunately for me, I'm the distaff side, so it's in my cousin's side, the actual ownership, but I still am allowed to go there anytime I want. Any case, we went there and we went onto the porch and then out into the front yard. It was a beautiful night, and this thing that was square looking and very brightly lit came flying over the house, tumbling over and over, and went down into the pasture behind the house, and I could see a glow back there. Dad became completely silent. He was just standing there like he was turned off. And I knew I had to go down there when this car came up to the driveway, moving very fast, faster than a normal car could, and it had 2 lights, but they were not bright. They didn't shine. They were kind of dull, glowing. They glowed dully. They didn't shine like regular car lights. And it moved very fast and stopped very suddenly. And I immediately knew I had to walk down into the back pasture and where that glow was. And I did it, but I don't remember anything about what happened there. And that's the last of that memory. I don't remember being taken home or anything, but I guess I was. Another thing that happened was, and this one I remember pretty vividly. All of a sudden, after dinner, my father announced that the family was going to the country house, but I was going to stay in San Antonio. And I was 11. And so they all pack up in the car and go driving off 50 miles north of San Antonio, leaving their 11-year-old boy alone in the house by myself. And, I have my dog and I watch a little TV. I get a little nervous and scared, because I've never really done that before. And finally I go up the stairs to go to bed, and my bedroom had a window air conditioner in it with the window above the sash, this upper sash, was filled in so that it couldn't be pulled down. It had been pulled down and all the insulation was hanging out. And I could see on the roof of the house outside that I was on the second story, and there was a first story roof wing beside my room. There was a man standing there. I could see him in the dark, and that scared the living daylights out of me. So I ran downstairs and called the country house, and my mother answered, and I told her that there was a man on the roof. And she said, "Well, call the police." And I said I would call the police, but there was no 911 in those days, and I didn't know how to call the police. So I was looking in the phone book for a number for our local police department, Terrell Hills, Texas, and finally found it. And I called them and I said, "I'm home alone and there's a man on our roof." And so they sent a police officer, and the following thing happens. Now, this is a little Texas one-horse town in those days. So maybe he wasn't the best police officer in the world, and maybe that's why this happened. But he pulls up to the front of the house, and he gets out,
He's got this huge gun in his hand, and he's stalking up to the house, looks terrified. And I think, what is going on? Why is he already scared? And so he comes into the house, and I said, you can see him standing up on the roof. And if you go in the bedroom, and I pointed him out, he goes up the stairs and immediately comes running down again, yells as he's passing, there's nobody there, runs back to his car and drives away. And there I am.
And this was when you were how old?
11.
11.
And then my next memory is getting my breakfast the next morning and having them come in before noon. And I don't think anything was ever said about it.
Now, all these memories that you have of your childhood and all these experiences that you have from your young childhood, those didn't surface until, correct me if I'm wrong, but those seem to surface around in the 80s. Is that right?
No, these two have always been with me.
These two have always been
the ones that surfaced later, and I wrote a book about this called The Secret School, I'm very iffy about. Because memory, I've studied memory a lot.
Right.
And memory is not marble, it's not even plastic. Memory is a liquid. It's a liquid. And so if you've got something fixed in your memory, that's a special kind of memory. Most memories are very malleable and very changeable. And, witness testimony is not reliable testimony. It never has been.
Right.
And unfortunately, still in our courts, we put people in jail all the time, all over the Western world. In fact, all over the world, based on bad memories.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm very wary of my memory and very careful.
So
I don't talk about, like in a situation like this, I don't talk about things that aren't direct fixed memory. I don't, like the other memories from childhood, you can read The Secret School and decide for yourself whether or not you think they're true.
I didn't read The Secret School.
Okay, well, The Secret School's, it's about my childhood.
So let me ask you, sorry to interrupt, but real quick. Yeah. So was Communion your very first book?
About this, yes.
About this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And Communion is arguably like one of the most popular books on this topic.
Yeah, it's, as far as I know, it is the most popular.
It is the most popular book on alien abductions and this phenomenon in modern history.
Yeah, well, it initiated, if contact is real, the book initiated contact. Because it woke up millions of people up to that face with those big black eyes on the cover.
Now, when you wrote about these creatures with the typical gray aliens with the big heads and the big black eyes, were you the first one to bring this into the public sphere, or were there already like films being made about this?
Not
I remember Betty and Barney Hill.
Betty and Barney Hill's descriptions weren't like mine exactly.
Were they prior to you though?
Yeah.
Okay.
I knew about, I think I'd seen an article in Look magazine about Betty and Barney Hill years before. Mm-hmm. But my interest in this was zero. By the time I was in high school, I had those funny memories, but they didn't really, they just hung there because they made no sense.
Right.
And I didn't think about it. I had a period of time when I became very depressed in my early teens, because I think now it was because I used to have a lot of contact with the visitors when I was a boy, and they quit contacting me after I reached puberty. But here's the peculiar part of this. I was so depressed that my parents were afraid for my life, and they decided for me to see a psychiatrist. And there was a period of time when there was a lot of discussion about who should he see. I end up with an Army general who has a security clearance and who is a big psychiatrist in the U.S. Army. Now, why would they choose that person? And he says to me, Whitty, you can say anything you want to me. You can tell me anything. I didn't know what to think, because by that time, I just had those two memories, but they weren't important, and they didn't feel like why I was feeling so sad.
Right.
So
is this around the time where they put you on in Randolph Air Force Base or something like
No,
that?
that happened earlier.
Okay.
Now, that's another case where I thought for a long time that maybe that never happened.
Maybe it never happened.
But here is what proceeded to occur a few years ago. My closest friend in the world is a very prominent in his field. He lives in Texas. Now, I don't say his name because people would be very surprised if the two of us know that two of us were such close friends, but each of us is the closest friend the other has. And I was telling him about this and his wife, and I was saying, and we were talking about it, and I had talked about it, and I was saying, how I was talking about memory, actually, is how it came up, and saying how dubious I was about memory. And he suddenly says to me, well, I remember that.
What specifically was he talking about?
Well, I'll tell you. He says, I said, you remember? He said, yes. I was recruited. I was in the living room when they came and recruited me, 2 Air Force officers. They recruited me, asked my parents if I could join this program for bright children, which was a special education program at Randolph. And I was amazed. And I said, and they didn't let you join? I said, no. He said, no, when they mentioned a Skinner box, my parents said they didn't want me involved because they didn't think that was a good idea. And the idea as it must have been told to my parents, I was not present when I was recruited. And therefore, I don't know what was said to them, that the child would be placed in this box that would use repetitive teaching for high-speed learning of advanced subjects. That was probably what they were told, because that was what the other parents were told. And so this boy did not get into this program, but I did get into it. I got into it in July of 1952. I thought for a while it was earlier, but it was not earlier. It was July of 1952, and I'll tell you why I know that. It was extremely stressful. I went on Thursdays, and I was, I don't remember anything about it except being confined and there being a very loud noise involved. That's all I remember.
Confined.
I was like, I guess I was in the Skinner box. That's what they said. The parents of the other boy.
Skinner box?
Skinner. B.F. Skinner was a psychologist who practiced in the 1950s, who came up with an idea of a high-speed learning system where the person was placed in this box and was fed repetitive learning, as I understand it. But I don't remember any repetitive learning. I remember really loud noise. And in any case, I was in the Skinner box. I guess that being in the Skinner box must have been very stressful, because when I was going to school in that fall, I began to get all kinds of illnesses. I couldn't go to school for a few days without coming down with another cold. And they took me to the doctor, and the doctor said, he has no white blood cells. He's under tremendous stress of some kind. And they took me out of that. And where did I end up being treated for this lack of an immune system? Was at Burke General Hospital, again, a military hospital. And they gave me shots of gamma globulin, and I remember very vividly, because the needles were huge, and I was a little boy, and these were doctors who were only used to dealing with adults. And one time, and maybe more than one, the needle went all the way through my arm, and gamma globulin went down my chest. So, and I was there for a few days and very scared because I was alone, and I was in isolation. And there was a sheet over the door, as I recall, and no one would come in. And when they did come in, they had masks on, and it was very scary. In fact, it scares me now thinking back on it. Anyway, soon I was sent home, and I was isolated. I couldn't go, I could get my food only in my bedroom. And then during the day, when my sister was gone, I could go downstairs and go in the backyard and stay in the backyard. And so I was out of school from October through January, until January. Interestingly enough, when my mother died, I found one thing she had saved from all of my school years, which was my report card from that year with all of the nuns' neat handwriting, absent due to illness for all of those months. And I showed it to my sister, and she said, "How did you get this?" My sister was 18 months older than me. She's deceased now. And I said, "Well, it's in Mother's box, her keepsakes." She said she should never have kept this. And I said, "Well, I'm going to keep it." The next thing I knew, it had disappeared. My sister told me she didn't know where it was. She took it and hid it or threw it out. For some reason, she did not want that known.
That you missed school?
No, she didn't want the evidence. And I don't know whether she was programmed to do it or she knew more about it than I did or not. I don't know. Because maybe Mother had talked to her about it. I think Mother felt very guilty about it. That's why she would save that all those years.
What do you think was going on? What do you think they were doing to kids like you at this military base that was this progressive learning that was stressing you out so much that
it wasn't progressive learning? I have theorized about it. I can't remember anything except the loud noise. This is my living memory.
Mm-hmm.
I even have started a novel about it called The Changeling, which I'm never going to finish because nobody will buy my fiction, only my nonfiction. And I want to eat. So I just anyway. Maybe I will finish it, and my kids can publish it after I die. It'll tell the whole story, the novel, as fiction. But what I will say now is that I think they might have been trying to get me to leave my body, and or something like that. It was not.
So some sort of like MK Ultra spinoff or something.
It was right before MK Ultra started, and I think it had something to do with that sort of thing. But that's just a wild guess, really. There could be any number of things they were trying to do. I mean, who knows? God, one thing I do know, whatever they were trying to do, it was total BS. And it just hurt a little boy terribly. They should pay me for that, but they never will. The records, they're always looking for these records in this disclosure. Congress is demanding that the records be brought forward. And then the DOD says, we don't have any records. And they're not lying because they've offloaded them to the defense industry. So they don't have to be. FOIA doesn't matter. Right? The records aren't there. In any case, as General Arthur Exon told me long ago, he was a close friend of my uncle's. They were both at Wright Field at the Air Materiel Command when the debris and bodies were brought in.
From Roswell?
From Roswell, yeah, in July of 1947. So no one can tell me it didn't happen because it did. As I didn't get lied to by my own family and and a good friend like General Exon, who was a very distinguished officer and also was commandant of Wright Pat for a long time. So
what do you think that was at Roswell? What do you think crashed?
Oh, I can tell you precisely what crashed. Why it crashed, I can't tell you. It was a device containing 3 entities, which were part of the device, essentially. They were biological entities. And supposedly one of them was still alive when it was brought to Wright, but General Exon didn't say anything about that. The only thing, and he didn't tell me this directly, he told one of my relatives this, that he had held one in his arms, and it was like a big insect. That was his precise description. My uncle said that he didn't refer to the bodies. He referred only to the debris and the object, which he said was somewhat intact. And so they had from Roswell, partially intact object and some debris and bodies. Three bodies. And Walter Haut, who was the press officer at the Army Air Base in Roswell, left an affidavit which was published by his family after he died, describing all of this, the bodies and so forth, in great detail. And he said to me, I went out to Roswell to talk to him. He said he wouldn't talk about the bodies. I asked him point blank, were there bodies? And he was simply silent. He wouldn't say yes, he wouldn't say no, because he didn't like to lie. He was a very straight up guy, straight ahead guy, Paul was. And so he left this is as much as he could do. And Colonel Jesse Marcel left a videotape with, thanks to Stanton Friedman, where he describes in detail the debris that he found and brought in to his home in his station wagon with his little boy, who Dr. Marcel passed away just a couple of years ago, who attested to this story also.
Right.
So it happened.
Have you ever heard Andy Jacobson's account of this crash?
I don't think it's correct. Yes, I do know it very well.
It seems really compelling. I know I know a lot of people aren't a fan of that theory, but it's interesting that she's the only one that talks about it, and no one else seems to appreciate it or take it seriously at all. You think the guy who told her that, essentially, for people that are listening, there's Annie Jacobson wrote in her book Area 51 that there was an engineer of a private aerospace company or something like that who was working in Arizona or Nevada who told Annie under anonymity that the device that crashed in Roswell was a Wright brothers or something engineered craft, like some sort of human-made flying saucer with children that were surgically manipulated to look like aliens from the Nazi Mengele, his name was.
Yeah, I know the story, but go ahead and tell it, because
just so people who aren't familiar with it.
Yeah.
And essentially, Stalin sent the craft over here, remote controlled it over here, and crashed it with these children, these Russian children that were deformed by this Nazi, to sow chaos within the United States.
Okay, I can tell you a lot about that and where that comes from.
And let me just finish the end of it. She asked this guy, Stephen, you could probably find his name if you just Google Annie Jacobson, engineer Roswell. I find out who his name actually was. She actually talked about it on Lex Friedman podcast recently. And she asked him later, she goes, why wouldn't you make this public? Why is this such a big secret? Why are you waiting until you're essentially on your deathbed to tell me this? Why didn't you guys sit? Because if you guys would have let the public know when this happened, it would not hurt the image of America. It would hurt the image of Russia, because it makes them look like, sickos. It makes them look like sinister people. The fact that they would do something like this. And his response to Annie was, because we started doing the same thing as soon as we found what they did. As soon as we found out that they were altering children and doing this stuff in Roswell or in Russia, we started experimenting with the same thing. And we know that I think it was the 70s and 80s, that there was projects going on the East Coast of the United States where they were injecting children with plutonium and all kinds of nuclear material to test on them. I think Bill Clinton shut it down in the early 90s.
I don't know anything about that, and therefore I can't speak of it. But what I can speak of it is what I do know. I'll circle back for a moment to General Exon and my uncle. Before I published Communion, I knew nothing about General Exon, and I knew nothing about my uncle's work in the Air Force. Nothing. Nobody in the family did. I knew one thing about it. One thing, which was that he had seen when they blew off a gigantic hydrogen bomb, the Russians did, in 1959, I think. And I happened to be staying at an aunt and uncle's house in Washington at the time with a friend, and suddenly my uncle shows up. The aunt and uncle were on vacation in Spain, and he told me, I asked him, because I knew he was an intelligence officer. I just didn't know what he did. And I said, what do you think of this massive H-bomb that went off, they blew off in Russia? He said, oh, I saw it. It's the size of a football field. And I thought, he saw it? How did he see it? And I said, when did you see it? He just laughed and didn't say anything more. So he was in other words, he was deep in this in Air Force intelligence, apparently.
Right.
Now, after Communion was published, he suddenly telephones me. At this point, he's in retirement at Retirement Village in Lackland, at Lackland Air Force Base in San Antonio. Says, Whitty, I want you to come down. I've got some things I would like to talk about that have to do with your book. And I hung up and I said to Ann, my wife, I said, Mickey's going to talk to me about my book. Can you believe this? And so I go down, and he and his wife and me and Ann have a lunch. And he talks about the debris and the object, as he put it. I didn't ask him directly about bodies because it didn't occur to me at the time. I hadn't done much. I hadn't been to Roswell yet, for example.
Right.
And no, I had been to Roswell, but I had. In any case, the bodies didn't come up. He may have alluded to him. I've never been sure. I'm trying to remember if I always say that he didn't say anything about the bodies, and I don't think I asked him anything about them directly. I did ask General Exon about them, and he said that he and General Exon had worked on this project at Wright Field at the time, and Air Materiel under General Twining, and who was the head of Air Materiel at the time. And he told me about the debris, and as I say, I think he alluded to the bodies, may not have. And he introduced me to General Exon, who I talked to on the phone a number of times, who told me a great deal about the whole thing, much more than Mickey did, because he'd been a higher level officer at the time. I think Mickey was a major and he was a colonel at the time. And General Exon said, and I'm quoting him, and he's been quoted in a unfortunate public interview that's in a book by Don Schmidt and Randles and Schmidt, that everyone from Truman on down, as he put it, knew that what we'd found was not of this world within 24 hours of our finding it. Now, let's go back to the story of the altered children.
Yes. And by the way, just a quick aside, the guy's name is Alfred O'Donnell. That's the E, and he was an EG&G engineer. This is the guy who told me.
EG&G Rotron.
So can you copy and paste his name into a new tab so we can get some more background on that guy? Sorry, go ahead.
Okay. So this is where I think that story comes from. Immediately, here is the situation, the world situation as it stood at that time. Stalin has 4.5 million soldiers, fully equipped, largely with top-notch American equipment, on what is now beginning to be called the Iron Curtain line. NATO, or rather the Allies, are telling Churchill and I guess de Gaulle and Truman that this army can move across Western Europe in 6 weeks, and in all probability will be able to successfully invade England, because the West has demobilized and they have not. So what is preventing them? Why don't they do it? There's one thing on the planet that's preventing them. It is the 509th Bomb Wing at Roswell, which is believed to be equipped with nuclear weapons.
Right.
And can deliver them to Russia. And Stalin knows that his radars and his anti-aircraft systems are not sufficiently robust to guarantee that all of the planes will be destroyed. So the biggest secret on the planet upon which the door of history is hinged is that bomb wing right there at Roswell.
Right.
Do they really have the bombs or not? What is the situation? Now, I was told by somebody it was at the base, and he was an older man, and I don't remember his name. I'm not in the business of not saying names, by the way. I try to say all the names I can remember. Okay. But this is a guy who he told me that they did not have all of the planes. Only a couple of the planes were actually operational at that time. And the result of this was the immediate thought when they found the debris and wreckage 30 miles north of Roswell, an apparent balloon. The fear was that he had sensitive equipment on there that could have detected the level of radiation coming from the base if he'd gotten near enough, and determined from that whether or not there were really bombs on the base. And this caused a tremendous upset. That's why when the disk story was being disseminated by Walter Haut, it was suddenly killed by the Pentagon, because they weren't afraid of aliens. They never even understand, in those days, that idea was not something people thought about. People from another planet, we don't hardly even, maybe they'd think we were from Mars or something. They had no information, nothing like what we have now about outer space. So their immediate thought was these were Russians. And because they were small, the assumption was they were children. And then the cover story was the story that they were altered children.
Yeah, but that was never the story about them being altered children was never released into the public officially.
No, but it went all over the Air Force. It went all over the Air Force because my uncle mentioned it. He said that was the story that was told in the Air Force. That was what was told.
Okay.
And because he was definite, Art was definite about the bodies. He said they were not human at all. And in fact, well, I know they weren't human. I'm quite certain of it. And
you know for a fact.
Pretty much.
Okay.
It'll all come out. It's not.
You think?
I know so.
How do you know?
This has to do with time, and it's like an onion being peeled. You peel one layer and another layer and another layer, and the deeper you get, the closer you get to the heart of the matter, and the worse it smells. So that's where we are.
Do you think that the government has played out some sort of simulated, like war games, but for society, on what happens if this sort of stuff comes out? And
I don't think the government has much to do with the decision-making process here. I think the decision-making process is elsewhere, and it's with these non-human presences, and not directly with us. I'm pretty sure that's the case, and I think they probably manipulate the Defense Departments quite extensively in order to be sure that exactly what they want done is done at the right time.
Who manipulates the Defense Departments? These creatures?
The off-world visitors. Yeah, the visitors. Yeah, and as to how they do it, there could be direct interface very easily. If it's not direct interface, then I have experienced fluent telepathy with them, and with human beings who look human but also have these abilities. And therefore, I think that could be used to affect the minds of people, and especially people who are not familiar with that and do not have any experience of it. They may be easily deluded into thinking that it's their own thoughts. Now, another thing though that has happened is that is regarding the secrecy and the reason that the defense industry is so determined to, excuse me, another thing that's happened and the reason the defense industry is so determined to keep this under wraps is the following. And Hal Puthoff has now talked about this publicly. At the Soul Foundation conference. And it was that in October of the last year of W's presidency, a group of committees actually were convened by the White House in Washington and told everyone who was involved were people who had worked on this extensively and their companies, representatives of their companies, go out and consult with each other in groups, in separate groups, and provide us with a report as to whether or not you think we should make this public. And everyone went into the thing thinking, wonderful, we're going to do this right now, and maybe win back the presidency in November. But they all came back with the same recommendation: do not release this. And the reason is this: you have to understand how patents work. You can't find something in the ground like a stone or a mineral that's an unknown mineral and patent it. You have to create a process that is patentable. A natural object is not patentable. So all of this debris, all of these objects that are in a gray area. And what's the most complex part of it is not all companies that have an interest in the development of processes and other materials based on what's been found have had access to it, because the access was given to the companies that already had the correct track in terms of security clearances into the company, because they didn't. The Defense Department made a decision a long time ago, I think, that they would not be going to a company and saying, you need to get this and this and this type of classification or security clearance in order for us to do this. Because they were afraid that would open the door, would leak. And the result is some companies have profited immensely from these processes and have patented things that are not actually patentable. The found material specifically is not patentable.
Okay. Not legally patentable.
Not legally patentable. And they know this, and they also know that there would be not only is there possible criminal activity involved,
right,
but all of the companies that have been left out of the picture have a massive grievance and us to sue the other companies. And this is why these committees recommended that this not be disclosed, and why also when the Schumer amendment was gutted by the House, that was led by congressmen who are dependent on the defense industry for contributions.
What were the specific companies that were basically lobbying or funding this?
Well, I wasn't told directly, but I can certainly guess that Boeing and Lockheed Martin, and a few others would be highly concerned about this.
Right. And it's also convenient that these companies would have all this information because they can't be FOIA'd, right? Private companies can't be FOIA'd.
Exactly. And that's why the information was, in my opinion, a lot of the paperwork was taken to Woodstock, New York, and placed in the Iron Mountain facility in spaces that are owned by EG&G Rotron.
Do you think people in the Pentagon or deep in the government somewhere have simulated what would happen if this stuff did get out to the public?
I would assume so. But
what do you think their conclusion would be?
Well, their conclusion,
or what do you think their plan would be?
I think that I think that's a really complex question, and on one level, their conclusion would be, we've got to protect our industry, and therefore we can't allow this to get out because it's going to cause economic turmoil for all of our suppliers. That would be one level of it. Another level of it, and this gets to whether or not there is an interface of some kind with these entities, and that is cultural colonization. When Europeans moved out into the Americas and the Far East, they did so with superior technology, and this is a terribly critical point, so I'm going to hit it hard. Okay? Moved out with superior technologies and devastated these other cultures, because the other cultures saw the ships, the cannons, the guns, the armor, the wonderful knives and metal pots and things, and they wanted that too. And their own cultural significance greatly diminished. And if you go to India, you see that kind of culture shock is still there everywhere. It's still part of the Indian soul. It was a real bruising they took by cultural colonization. And God, an even worse bruising in the Americas, where 90% of the people in Mexico were dead within 10 years of the arrival of the Spaniards. I mean, that's cultural colonization out the wazoo.
Right.
Now, someone who is aware of that and wishes to leave the society intact would be very careful about exposing the society to what would in fact be, I'm sure, an extraordinarily dramatic amount of new processes and capabilities and materials that would seem to us almost to be magic.
Yeah, it would almost kick the legs out from under society.
Right. And there's possibly another reason, and it's very interesting. In April of 1977, D.B.H. Kuiper and Mark Morris, two astrophysicists, one of them is an astronomer and the other an astrophysicist. The astronomer Kuiper discovered the Kuiper belt. They were very prestigious guys. Published an article in the magazine Science, which was about what if aliens came here, why they would remain hidden. And you understand, these are guys who might have known they were here. They could easily have known that. And their conclusion was that the only thing they would be interested in here would be what we had and had discovered that they had not, what was new to them. And as soon as they revealed themselves, the whole culture would reform itself and refocus itself toward them, and all of that potential innovation that they might be looking for would be disappeared.
Yeah, it would poison the well of humanity.
Poison the well. And I think that is a major issue with the visitors.
It seems, that makes perfect sense.
Well, it gets darker though. That's not, this is the good part. There's all kinds of stuff as well as this. There are all kinds of other reasons for the secrecy. But I think the secrecy, and I think it's important to always understand this. When we are going after the Defense Department, it's the little dog biting the boot that's kicking it. It ain't the man the dog never sees the man. He's only worried about the boot. You got to look up, and there you see who's really behind it, and that's not us. That's them.
So you think somehow this advanced species, or whatever you want to call it, is controlling and manipulating our society in a way that benefits them or benefits us too?
I would assume so. I would assume that it must be, or things would not be like they are. Well, look at the Roswell incident. What's going on here has two sides to it. Mm-hmm. One is controlling and manipulating the society and its governments in such a way that they will not reveal to the public the bits and pieces that fall into their hands. and two, making sure that enough falls into their hands and into the public's hands, that we're all getting used to this, and that we are building toward something closer to parity. That we were nowhere near parity in 1947, but we're much closer now. And as we become more sophisticated.
When you say parity, what do you mean?
I mean technological parity.
With them.
With them. Because remember, I said a few minutes ago that this is terribly important. And I brought up the story of the Europeans, especially the Spaniards.
Right.
The fact that they're technologically more proficient than we are does not mean that they're ethically and morally more proficient than we are.
Right, exactly.
That's really important to remember, because remember, I know these people well, a lot of them quite well, not on a sit down across the table
People.
well.
What do you mean people?
The visitors.
Okay.
I've had a lot. They're in my life, and I communicate with them a lot, and they are not.
Can you do this whenever you want?
No, they do it. It's when they want. It happens between 3 and 4 in the morning, and it involves working on my books. The most extensive communication, more direct communication I've had with them in recent years was when I was writing a book called A New World. And I wrote it at the country house, which was now then owned by my aunt, who is recently deceased. And I loved dearly. She was really a wonderful woman. And she also the other member of the family who had a close encounter. And she didn't talk.
Really?
Oh yeah, she didn't talk about it much, but we discussed it pretty extensively, of course. And I have to find out from her daughters whether or not what she mentioned to them, because I would like to tell them what she told me if they don't know.
Mm-hmm.
And we never have talked about it. That's down the road in my life.
Okay.
In any case, we're at the country house. I'm downstairs, and I've been going. She's just come up. I've been there for about 4 days, and I've been sitting in the living room with all the lights out, and the visitors, presumably the little gray people, have been coming onto the porch right beside me, just a couple feet away. And so very close like that, the telepathic communication is very clear. And we are literally working together on the book directly. Now, what happens, my aunt comes, and she is upstairs in the bedroom, and there's another porch, the sleeping porch, outside her room. And this is all floor-to-ceiling windows. This is an old house. And suddenly I hear her say, "Whitty, is that you?" And I say, "What do you mean?" She says, "Well, someone just talked to me on the porch." And I said, "No, I'm down here." And she said, "Well, someone," and I went upstairs. I said, "What's going on?" And she said, "Well, I think it's your friends," because they had that shuffling walk, this sort of scraping along walk she could hear that on the porch. And it said to me, "Why aren't you asleep?" And I thought to myself, this is not good, because people they will say, I say, "How do you feel?" He said, "Are you all right?" She said, "Sure, I'm all right, but I guess they're here." I said, "Yes, I guess they are." And it was interesting. She wanted to see them. She would go up to the house with me, just the two of us alone, often in hopes of seeing them, even though her relationship with them was very hard. She'd had some hard things happen to her. And so I said, "Well, I guess they are here." I mean, I knew they were there because I'd been with them, and they were downstairs that moment. But they had apparently, I was going to go up to my room, which is the far room in the back, the farthest away, darkest room in the house.
Right.
And they were going to probably come up to that area. And when they realized she was awake, they thought they couldn't come up. They're very shy, and I have a number of theories about that, but I don't really know why. In any case, I thought to myself, I had better be careful here, because I think this is extremely stressful for my aunt. Mm-hmm. The next afternoon, she became ill, and she said, "I feel very nauseous and lightheaded, and I put my fingers on her wrist, and her heart was not beating correctly. And I thought to myself, it's stress, and she's having a heart attack. And so I called a lifelong friend who is also a doctor, not the one I talked about earlier, who happens to have his country house is 10 minutes away by car. And I said to him, you need to get over here. I think she's having a heart attack. And he came rushing over, diagnosed her. He's a cardiologist, diagnosed her, and got an ambulance to take her into town, got a pacemaker into her, and saved her life. Because I knew she would get stressed, and she always disagreed that the stress was because of what happened the night before, but I'm sorry, that is not the case. It's tremendously stressful, and I can tell you precisely why, and also a reason for the secrecy. They had, and this gets back to my mention of time a little while ago, they haven't got the same relationship to time as we do. If you can visualize it, we are inside the stream of time, and the stream of time is always coming toward us. Everything in your life and my life is always new. We never experience time any other way. Now, time is not, and I hear people all the time, even physicists, talking about time as if it was a sort of force or presence like gravity. It's not. Time is it's a side effect of quantum entanglement. And there's just one paper I know of that's, I think, being prepared now that discusses this, but it is the case. In any case, that's almost neither here nor there with what I'm about to say. What I want to say here is, visualize them as like fishermen on the shores of the river of time, and us as trout swimming in the river, and all experiences coming in, and we're devouring the little bits of experience that we get, and they're making us stronger. If you take us out of the stream of time, it's devastating for two reasons. One is we can't function outside of the stream of time, and the second and most important one is we see the stream of time from the outside. And if you do this, believe me, it's horribly hard, because for a while after that, your life is all known to you, and you are like running on rails. It's like automatic. It's horrible, and you can't get the energy of the experience that you have paid dearly to get by being locked up in a physical body. They are not locked in their bodies. They can come and go and leave and enter their bodies. That's why they have left bodies here in the first place, because they can leave the bodies behind. When they left that craft at Roswell with bodies in it, they weren't in the bodies. They'd left except for one that remained, apparently. I say apparently. I've never had any direct proof of this, but that's what General Exon implied that, and General Twining's son said that General Twining had spoken to this individual, who had told the first lie of many when he said General Exon asked if they were, General Twining got an answer to a question, and the answer was, we're not interested in human beings. Of course, that's absolutely false. So almost the first thing that was ever said to anybody was a lie. And that shouldn't surprise us, because there are going to be a lot more of those.
Can you expand a little bit more on what you mean about looking at time from the outside, being outside the time stream?
Yes, I can. Let me give you an example of how that experience works for somebody. Jeff Kripal, who is my dear friend and my co-author of Supernatural, has been on your show and so forth, had an experience with me at the Esalen Institute. When I'm up there, there's a house called the Murphy House, where there's a certain room that looks right out over the Pacific, and it's an ideal room that makes it very easy for them to come in. And when they're active in my life, in the physical life and coming, if I go and stay in that room, they will often show up there. And so Jeff wanted to stay in the room when that would hopes that would happen to him, and it did.
What?
Oh yes, and
after reading your book, I don't know who in the right mind would want to have that experience. I was terrified reading your book. I was literally petrified in my bed at night when I was reading your book. Like I'm shaking.
Yeah, I noticed your hands shaking now.
It's not an experience I would wish upon my worst enemy.
Well, let's put it this way: human beings are here because we are more curious than afraid, and I am in that boat. Ultimately, after the experience, I became more curious, and I started going out in the woods in the middle of the night to indicate to the visitors that I was ready for more, in spite of the fact that this was clearly an insane act. But going over the next hill, which is how we conquered that we came to the whole planet, was always an act like that. We've been doing that. That's how we have grown and lived. Right. And fooling around with the atom, of course we did it. And now we can completely destroy ourselves at a moment's notice. Curiosity is the primary driving force. It's more powerful than fear. And I can assure you, if you found the chance to have a face-to-face with the visitors, you would say yes, Stanley.
No, I wouldn't.
Yeah, you would.
Nope, I would not.
In the moment, you would say yes.
No.
Okay.
If they're listening right now, the answer is no. I would not, I promise you.
Well, you got to watch out, because sometimes they are listening. You wouldn't be the only podcaster who's ever had an experience with them after having a conversation like this. So
has it ever happened where people that you're around end up having similar experiences?
Oh, God, yes, all the time. Absolutely.
Don't tell me that.
Yeah, absolutely. Anyway, let's go back to Jeff, because it's a wonderful story, and he's told it publicly. It's not a secret.
Okay.
Because I try and never, if I can't remember a name, that's one thing. But I try never to come in a podcast like this and say, well, I had on the authority of or with, I can't say his name. I don't like that.
No, I don't either. I'm not a fan of that.
I'm in the business of telling a story. I'm a storyteller, not a story hider. So anyway, Jeff stays in the room that night. And one of the visitors does show up. And very clever, hits me. Here's the situation. The room is, the end of the room is here. There's a little porch that you can step off and walk down to a cliff, and the Pacific is roaring away on that cliff. Right there.
Okay.
70-foot drop. And I'm in the bed right beside that window. Jeff is across the room in a bed across the room.
Okay, you guys in the same room together.
In the same room, yeah. So they show up. One of them shows up, and it's not a gray. It's one of these dark blue figures that actually I have more contact with physically than the gray.
So the shorter, beefier ones?
Yeah. And he wakes me up by tapping me on this shoulder, causing me to look this way. And then I look back and I see him, and then he disappears. And it's an indication in my mind that I'm supposed to get up and do the meditation I do with them at 3 o'clock every morning, or approximately 3.
Every morning.
Every morning. It's supposed to be an hour and a half before dawn, so it varies a lot. And you can't use like an alarm system, because an alarm clock, because they basically will wake me up at the right moment. And it's a time called, in certain yoga practices, Brahma Muhurta time. And it's an hour and 30 minutes before dawn, hour and 39 minutes before dawn. And it is the time when the mind is most open. And that's when I work with them on my books.
Interesting.
So
it's also the time when you're in REM sleep.
You would be, but if you're sitting in the room doing a meditation to open your mind to this outer, this material coming from the outside, you're not in REM sleep.
But if you were sleeping, typically that would be the part of the night when your brain is the most active. And they say that REM sleep, I don't know if they've proven it, but it is connected to the pineal gland.
But you have to have some control over the functioning of the pineal gland in order to do this and remain sane and healthy. In any case, getting back to Jeff, the visitor disappears. Short time after that, Jeff is awakened. And his description of how it felt is what I was getting at. He said, it felt like I heard glass crashing down, breaking all around me. That was his Weltschauung, his worldview. It was his worldview. His whole vision of reality was collapsing. And it was like glass. To him, it was, his mind interpreted it like glass breaking. And then he heard a voice from inside himself as he was drawn to the edge of the time stream, cry out, his own voice, but from deep inside his body, "Oh my God." And if you're taken out of the time stream, your reason for living is over. And you have to get used to that possibility, and you have to get used to the idea that if you're taken out of the time stream, it'll only be for a while, and your relationship to time will return. But until you do, you're going to be scared to death. And it's a natural fear. It's the fear of a fish being pulled out of the water.
Is it like dying? Would you compare it to dying?
It's worse than death. It's worse than death, because death is when you leave. You were locked into these bodies. There's a place just above the C1 vertebra which we can't unlock, but they can. The Greys can, because they have a way of doing it.
Okay.
And when they do that, you literally feel like things opening all down your spine. Your spine is opening, and you can roll right out of your body. Now, in my case, I would love to be left on my own when I do that, but they always have a job for me, a specific thing, and I don't think that they would care for me to be allowed out on my own to cut up in that state as I might do, because I've learned to do things. I can make myself visible in that state, which I've done a couple times, because there's a movement when you're in that state. You still have what feels like a nervous system, and you can address your attention to it in a certain way that can make you visible. And I don't think they trust me enough to let me fool around with that, and I would have a lot of fun with it. It's quite true.
So how is it worse than death?
Because the soul is here gathering the energy of life. And this is like being in the stream of, once you're out of the stream and you see the next 4 days, say, for those 4 days, your soul can't gather any energy, because it already knows what's going to happen. It is the energy of the new that we are here to receive, to get. That's why we're in these bodies. That's the fundamental reason we're in these bodies. Dying is a natural part of this. It comes to an end at a certain point.
Right. And that's what makes us tick. A lot of people believe.
Yeah, right. And we are here to be born, to live, and to die.
Right.
This is not dying. This is being in a living, breathing body with no reason to be in it. And it's horrible. The first time it happened to me, I just almost went mad, because I didn't know that it would end.
It's almost like the death of the soul.
Not the death of the soul. The soul becomes, it's like being trapped. It's claustrophobic as hell. It's really claustrophobic, because you're suddenly very aware of the fact that you are in this body and you can't get out. It's like being locked in a closet. Believe me, it's hard. And Jeff wasn't prepared, and people aren't prepared, and that's why they don't want it. Every instinct in us says we must not do this. We must not get out of the time stream. This is why we're here. We paid for this in some way. We're here. This is our precious treasure, is being in this time stream. And being pulled out of it? No, that's not supposed to happen. They are outside of it looking in. Why are they like that? This is a great question, because I am quite sure from my own experience. This is experiential. It is not observational, though. And there's a difference in the quality. of something like that because I'm saying what I believe to be true, not what I have seen. Okay? What I believe to be true is that they can enter us, and when they're in us, they can share this constant, unending sense of the new that they don't have anymore. They lost it or gave it up or it was taken from them. My wife, Anne, who knew, she was a little gal from Ann Arbor, Michigan, who grew up in a difficult situation, and there was just nothing mysterious about her. There was nothing mysterious in our life together until, well, once we met, things got weird, but we didn't know why. And, we were a couple of kids basically interested in bed, not in weird stuff. I mean, we didn't care about that. We were interested in each other.
Right.
So she knew, once she knew, when I went through a period after I published Communion, thinking I was going crazy and trying to drive her out of my life because I thought I'm psychotic and anything can happen. If I end up in this state that I was in that night and can't get out of it, I'm going to be in a mental institution maybe for the rest of my life, and she's going to be saddled with me because she's not going to be able to divorce me. And so I was trying to get her to divorce me until finally...
Consciously or unconsciously?
Oh, consciously,
okay.
Very consciously. And so we were fighting a lot, and I kept telling her, why don't you just leave? Why don't you leave? Why don't you get a divorce? And it was killing me inside because I love her so dearly and deeply. But I just thought it was, she had to have a life, and she wouldn't have a life with me very much longer. I was afraid of that. When I finally realized that it had happened, physically happened, when the doctor said to me, or he didn't say that, he said, you have a lesion in your rectum. Because I had been entered in rectally and by a machine that caused an erection and expulsion of semen.
This is the 1986 July or December?
December of 1985.
December 26, 1985, right?
Yeah.
I want you to also keep a pin there because I want you to tell that story.
Okay, surely I will. So, but she, once, I talked to my friend Timothy Greenfield Saunders, a photographer in New York. We're dear friends. I love friends, and I love to have friends in my life. So I keep my friends as long as I can. And Timothy and I have been friends, and she and our families have been friends for a long time. So we were. I told Timothy before I told Anne, and the reason is that members of his wife's family had seen the visitors. They lived just 10 minutes from our house and our cabin in upstate New York, and they'd seen the visitors in their back garden one morning while they were having breakfast. And so, that was
morning outside.
Yeah. Oh, listen, it was because of me. They were shown that because of me, I'm sure. Whether it might have been about a year before in any case, but the visitors, because they're outside of the stream of time, they can stitch things together differently than we can. And so I told him the story. And he said, well, I said, I don't know how to tell Anne. And he says, just tell her. She'll roll with it. And I thought, well, I don't have any choice because I've got to tell her something and explain myself because I've been really bad to her. And so I told her, and she looks at me, and I look back at her, and I was afraid she would say, well, now maybe we should get a divorce. But instead she says, oh, thank God. Now I don't have to get a divorce.
Wow.
That's
ride or die. Wife
She
right there.
was rolling with it immediately, and she took it over. She took over everything. Anne was the one who said you should write a book about it. She was the one who gave the book the title. I was going to call it Body Terror because it was so physically terrifying. And she said, no, Quigley. One night when she was half asleep, she suddenly says, Quigley, call the book Communion. because that's what it's about. And that is the defining reality here. Can we do it? And another part of that reality comes from Colonel Phil Corso, who had an encounter in New Mexico, where he was asked by the visitors to turn off some radars so they could safely leave a cave that they were in, and to turn them off for 10 minutes. And he said, well, in my profession, 10 minutes can be a long time, which is quite an understatement. And what's in it for us? And the answer is the defining reality of this, along with the word communion. Answer was a new world if you can take it. That means if you can wrest it out of our hands, if you can bear it, if you can stand it, if you can understand it, if you can steal it, beg for it, buy it, borrow it. However, there's a new world waiting for us. And that world, that circles back to communion, because it is in that level of relationship that this new world is going to come. Because what will happen to us is that all kinds of abilities that we see the visitors in possession of that look like magic to us will become part of us as well. I'm writing a book about this right now, and it's going to be out hopefully by December. And it's going to lay it all out. It's called The Fourth Mind, of exactly what we need to do and where we are with this. Because it's time, and it gets back to the original statement here that this is about time. And it is about time, too.
Okay, going back to when this December 26th of 1985 experience, this was the first experience I believe that you talk about in communion.
Yes.
Book, right?
Well, yeah.
Okay.
Sort of the first.
So is this experience what sort of kicked off your inspiration to come up with this book? Or did you decide to write about the book? Like, how many years after that experience did you decide to write the book?
Oh, Anne brought it up the night I told her the story.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. She was ready right then. It was time.
Okay. So, first of all, before we go into that story, why do you think they chose you?
I think I've probably been in this all my life. I am a good writer. I can tell a good story. I am willing to do it. My curiosity is stronger than my fear. And there's another thing that's very important. They could have chosen. They could have chosen someone like a prominent scientist they could find one who would do it. I'm sure. Smart people. Well, I'm smart enough to do it. I mean, obviously, I couldn't do it. But they chose a horror novelist, and the reason is this: it gets back to cultural colonization. You don't have to believe me. You can say, no, he's making it up. It's another horror novel. He's just doing it for the cash.
Mm-hmm.
That you can defend yourself. If you feel uncomfortable with this and don't want to go down this road, you can turn away from it with no questions asked and nothing lost. And that's why they chose someone whose situation would be so ambiguous as mine. I write horror novels, and then I come out with this bizarre and terrifying story and say, no, this isn't a horror novel. This really happened to me. And so that level of ambiguity remains intact to this day, and I would never disturb it.
Do you think it had anything to do with the stuff that you recollected when you were a child, being on the Air Force Base?
I think, interestingly enough, yes. And I'll tell you why. There was a book written by Ken Ring called The Omega Project. And Ann and I financed this project. And what it was is he went to a group of about 100, I think, close encounter witnesses, or maybe less. It was a small study. and gave them each a list of questions. And this has been repeated on a larger scale in the close encounter community subsequently, of their asking about their childhood, and most all of them remembered something traumatic in their childhood, something that cracked the cosmic egg. Their expectations were destroyed. And when I was at Randolph, my expectations of life and of what it was and of what I could expect from it were shattered completely. So much so that I still have complete amnesia about it almost. That's why I always say I can only remember this loud noise. And because, at this point, I was hypnotized twice in my life, three times in my life by Tom Klein.
Only 3 times.
The third time did not work. Bud Hopkins tried to hypnotize me.
Bud Hopkins.
He wrote a book called Intruders. He was an artist who was very interested in close encounters and abductions because he'd had one, a close encounter anyway, himself. And, excuse me. Anyway, it did not work because I did not want to be hypnotized by an artist.
I don't blame you.
Dr. Klein was the head, and to Bud's credit, he found Dr. Klein for me.
Okay.
He was the head of the New York State Department of Psychiatry and one of the world's leading forensic hypnotists. And never let it be said that, there's a lot of, the IC puts out a lot of baloney about lie detectors not working and hypnosis not working. But it does, both of these things do work in the hands of experts.
Okay.
Not in the hands of someone who already believes everything, already has a belief system about UFOs and is going to transfer that belief system to the person being hypnotized.
Right.
But a doctor like that, at that level, no idea of any of this, and purposely didn't get into it before hypnotizing me. He had, at that point, solved 72 cases of hit and runs and other crimes using evidence gathered by helping people to remember things like license plate numbers. So it's real and tangible evidence.
Right.
I mean, it wasn't used as evidence in court, but they would go out and find the car and find the evidence on the car, that kind of thing.
Okay.
So
could you use it as evidence in court?
Or no, absolutely not. You can't use lie detectors as evidence in court either. Although I have to say that what I've learned about memory suggests to me they might actually be more accurate than witnesses. In any case, that's the way we have it now. So Dr. Klein, I understand. I had no idea. Bud, I had read a book that my brother sent me called Science and the UFOs by Jenny Randles. He sent it to me for Christmas, that Christmas. And I looked at it and stupid. Why would he send me this? We send each other joke presents a lot, at Christmas and birthdays. He once tried to give me a tarantula, but my wife wouldn't let him take it. They make nice pets, but Ann did not think so. In any case, so I figured it was a joke present and forgot about it. But then after this happened, and I began realizing that I had in fact been, and this needle went in my head, had gone in my head. And the needle mark was there. The doctor saw it. Ann saw it. There was no question about it. And the damage to my rectum actually took more than 20 years to heal. It was significant. So now, but there's a gap here between those crimes and the removal of my own life from my body. Those are crimes. Those are big time crimes. But was what did it these little funny looking creatures, or was it someone who did something to my head
when you were a kid?
No, I'm talking about the community experience.
Okay.
Something to my head, but that maybe went all the way back to 1952. In other words, maybe I was prepped to believe this. You see what I mean?
Right.
From the beginning.
Right. Well, you made it clear that there was a significant amount of trauma you went through when you were a kid.
Well, that's what I was. I'm sorry, I sort of went off the subject, and let me go back to that. That was very traumatic when I was a child. Very traumatic. And Ken Ring, I sort of I got lost in the community experience, excuse me. Ken Ring, studies showed that this was not unusual, that people who had the close encounter experience had shattering experiences in their childhoods. The cosmic egg had been cracked. Their set of assumptions about what was real was shattered. And therefore, they were open to this experience, open to remembering it. And there are a whole lot of reasons why it might happen to people and might never remember.
Yeah, when I asked Jeff Kreipel about like consistencies between people who had these experiences, he said the number one consistency he believes is trauma.
Yeah, I think that's correct. It's trauma.
And also, when you were a child, how did you end up in Monterrey, Mexico?
I don't know. We were taken there by plane.
You were taken in by plane?
Mm-hmm. By my father.
By your father?
Yeah.
And was this after what happened at the Air Force Base?
It was during the same period. Probably in August of 1952 would be my guess, because we would have been in school in September.
Okay. And what was happening in Monterrey, Mexico?
I don't want to talk about it.
You don't want to talk about it? Okay.
I don't want to talk about it. It was awful.
It was awful.
Here's the reason I don't want to talk about it. A, what I recall is awful. And B, I'm not absolutely sure I'm recalling something that really happened. I know the trip happened for sure, because I remember being in the plane. I remember being in the Grand Ancero Hotel in Mexico City, in Monterrey. I remember going up into the hills to a house that was owned by a man who was somehow connected with a company, an American company that operated mines in Mexico.
Operated mines?
Yeah, and that there were a lot of other children there, and it was not a good situation. But here's the problem.
So you know for a fact you were in Monterrey at this house in a specific location doing something?
I looked and looked for that house, and I've never been able to find it. I remember what it looked like in the front, but when you go up into the hills above Monterrey where those nice houses are, they all look like that. You know, you just can't pick one out. I drove all in there with Ann and my son one year, or I think with Ann, and I couldn't find it. So it was a little frustrating, but I also remember the name of the man who was supposedly doing this. His name was Antonio Kraus, K-A-R-U-S-E. But I've never been able to find anything definite about him. Peter Lavenda did some research for me to try to find this guy, and found that there was a man named that who was had a school for German children in Colombia, and that Antonio Kraus, I remember, spoke very strange accent. It was a mixture of a Spanish accent and a German accent. So, you know, that's all very fragmentary, but I think those are probably true memories.
You don't want to talk about...
Yeah, because I don't want to talk about it because it's very incendiary, and I'm not sure it's real. That's the problem.
If it was real, what would the point of it be?
The point of it would have been to traumatize children in such a way that it literally cracked the cosmic egg. I think that's what it was all about. And whatever was being done to me at that Air Force base, if that is also true, and I think it is, was an attempt to engage with whatever I would call up once my worldview had been shattered.
Do you think it had anything to do with these visitors?
Yes, it did.
It did have something to do with
it. Certainly did, yes.
So whoever was involved in this, trying to making you a part of some program, they had the visitors in mind. They were trying to summon these visitors.
And look at it this way. Here's a man, German Spanish, teaching German children in Colombia at a time when a lot of former Nazis had moved to
this Operation Paperclip.
Well, he could have been on Operation Paperclip, sure. That may be why he was. Listen, a lot of the Operation Paperclip people lived on a street right next to ours. In other words, we were on Elizabeth Road in San Antonio, and a number of them were on Tuttle Road.
In Texas.
In Texas.
Yeah.
And my father used to walk over there in those days, in the evenings. And I don't know if that's correct. It could have been they were not paperclip scientists, but I do know that they were something to do with the government and the military. And they were kind of hush-hush. Some of them. Other people were just normal people on that street. But that was all happening there. And it was, I wish I could be more clear about it, but it's not clear because you're talking to, and I was a 7-year-old boy, and, was not prepared to have memories, real, true memories form out of experiences that were so far beyond my expectations and understanding. Just anyone who says that they remember things like that clearly cannot be telling the truth.
Right.
So
I'm
doing my best.
Did these memories stick with you, or were these memories brought back with hypnosis?
No. The only things that stuck with me were the memory of going to the country and the memory of the time they went to the country and left me behind. Now, when I was with Dr. Klein the second time, the first time I was just screaming. That on Unknown Country on my website, you can actually find these tapes. They're all there. And the first tape is just sounds of me screaming away. And I think the Travel Channel did a show that has the tapes as well.
Is that painful for you to listen to?
Oh, yes. The screaming one is agonizing. I can hardly listen. I've listened to it a couple times since it happened, and it's hard. It's very hard to listen to. And then the Travel Channel show starts out with the screaming. Boy, that was hard. I had to
keep the audience hooked, right?
Well, yeah, I guess it hooked the audience, but it certainly unhooked me. In any case, how did you know to bring up Monterey?
Giorgiani. He gave me about a 1-hour debrief on your history. He's been listening to your interviews and reading your books for years.
Yeah, I don't want to go too far down that road because that was the problem. Is what I remember is so bizarre and so horrible that I suspect the memories, but they're also really incendiary.
And what do you mean by what's incendiary? What do you mean?
Well, they're in the sense that if I say them, people are going to really hook onto them. And I think that may be an intentional, in other words, they may have been planted in me in order to deceive people and take them on down a wrong
strategic deception.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why I never refer to them because I don't believe they're real. I think,
he sent me an audio file I listened to where you were talking about it.
What?
There was an audio recording I listened to, which sounded like it was from a long time ago, where you were discussing Monterey.
Yeah, I probably have a few times, and but I remember more now, and I just remember that it was children and it was very ugly, and
there was government involved or intelligence involved.
Well, I don't know, but there were people who were involved who were obviously. I had the impression they were military people, but they weren't in uniform. And but I don't know who they were. You see, when you're talking about my childhood, you're talking about a little boy in a very bizarre situation who had no way of understanding what was happening, and that's why the memories are so. Like one of the memories, I remember seeing my sister holding this hooked saw, but why? I mean, and what was it? What was it about? And
like a surgical saw? Like
no, it was like the kind of saw that you saw tree limbs off with.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, and she looked terribly upset, and there were bits of red material on the saw, and that kind of thing. I mean, I'll tell that much, but I'm not going to go into the whole lurid memory because I just don't know whether it's a terrified little child being confused or if it's something entirely different or I just don't know. And my dad and my sister are passed on, and my sister would never talk about it. I never got to ask my dad about it because I didn't remember that part of it. And I remembered going to Monterey, and I remember there was something wrong, but I didn't remember any details like that until after Don Klein. And what happened, are we recording again?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right. During the second hypnosis session with Don Klein, he suddenly asks me, "How old are you?" And I heard my little Texas boy voice pipe up, 12. And I was shocked. I mean, you're not like out of it when you're on hypnosis. At least I wasn't. You're aware of everything that's going on. And but it's a very different state of mind. Like I was reliving these things when I was with Klein. It was remarkable. The first and second hypnosis sessions were remarkable. After that, the third session we tried, he said, "It's over. We'll never be able to go there again." We tried a third time. It didn't work.
Why would it have been over?
Because I was responding. It's suggestions, and when you are expecting the answer, if you have expectations about what your answers are going to be, you will try to please the hypnotist, and therefore you will answer. You will confabulate without knowing it, and you will build a false memory in yourself.
Okay.
I've been very interested in the work of quite a good memory researcher called Elizabeth Loftus, who has been quite critical of the use of hypnosis. I think more critical than she should have been, because it was used in these child abuse cases, and really people were harmed by children being essentially hypnotized and remembering things that didn't happen.
Right.
And that's a major issue in my life. I do not want to be the victim of my own memory.
Did you ever meet Dr. John Mack?
Of course, I knew him well.
Were you in one of his books?
What, am I in one of his books?
Did he write about you in any of his books?
I don't know. Probably
I'm sure
not.
you would know if he did.
We mostly talked about practical jokes we played together. We were
oh, really?
We were big pranksters when we were kids, both of us.
And he never hypnotized you?
No, he didn't really hypnotize people. He used a breath technique.
Oh, okay.
He didn't. I don't think he did hypnosis. He may have. I'm not sure, but he was a wonderful man and a very brave man. I'll never forget the morning he called me up and told me that he was in danger of losing both his license to practice psychiatry and his tenure. And I thought to myself, my God, what is he going to do? And unfortunately, Harvard saw the head of the department, or whoever was in charge, saw the situation more clearly eventually, and the problem went away. But I remember that, and I remember John vividly, and I remember how I felt the morning someone called me. And John, I remember when he called me up and he said, "There's an incredible case in Africa. I'm going to go over there." And I thought, I should go with him, but I didn't have the money at the time. We were going through the broke period, which happened in the late 90s and early 2000s. So, or I was otherwise occupied, I forget which. In any case.
It was 96, right?
Yeah, well, that would have been the height of the broke period. It was 96. So, I recovered somewhat, fortunately, but it was a long time of having not a lot of money. And so anyway, John, and he came back and he called me again. He said, "Whitley, it is incredible. I've made videos. I'm going to send you the videos." And I got a box of these tapes. I realized it was an extraordinary story, but something that's not in the story, terribly important. It is that that area right near the school is an area where for generations, thousands of years probably, there has been a level of communication with the ancestors, between the living and the dead, in other words. And this is a critically important part of the whole experience that is, we're just now beginning to get our heads around. One day, when Anne was collecting all of the letters that are now at Rice University at the Archives of the Impossible, collected by Jeff Kripal now, she walked out of her office, and there's just thousands of letters were coming in from people who had had experiences after they saw the face on the cover of Communion. And she said, Whitley, this has something to do with what we call death. Because so many people have the dead in their close encounter experiences. And that happened when we had groups of people having experiences with the visitors, with the Greys up at our cabin, which we had a number of times.
How so? How are the dead involved?
Well, that's an excellent question, and let's leave that for the future to answer correctly. I could only theorize. What happens is that, well, I'll give you an example to illustrate it. Lady Lori Barnes is at the cabin. She is Anne's secretary at this point, and she's had a close encounter experience. Anne would invite people like Lori Barnes and Raven Dana, who have all gone out publicly with their experiences, to the cabin. And when she felt like the visitors would show up. And she was uncanny about that. Annie was into this in a very unusual way. I don't know if she knew what she knew. Let me put it that, but she knew a lot. And she seemed to be working with them in some way. In any case, Lori's walking down the road in front of the house in the afternoon, just before dinner. She's taking a walk. And suddenly her brother's standing there in the road. And she says, my God, how wonderful. How did you know I was here? Come down and meet my friends. And he says, I just wanted to tell you that I'm all right. And he drifts back into the woods, glides, and just disappears. And the reason she was so amazed is that he was dead. He had disappeared 20 years before, and the FBI had given him up as dead. And she thought he was dead, and then suddenly there he was. But then when he drifted off into the woods, she realized he wasn't physically there. He only looked physically there, only looked real. And that was, and as soon as Anne heard that story, when Lori came kind of staggering in to dinner and told us this had happened, Annie says to me quietly, the visitors will be here tonight. And they were there. They came in and they first went to Raven Dana. They went to a filmmaker, Drew Cummings, who was in the living room sleeping on the foldable convertible couch with his wife. And they went into the next room where Lori Barnes was, one of them, and a different one in the living room. So she was absolutely right. And there's a connection. I'll give you another story that illustrates this connection in a slightly different way. This was before the internet, in those gloriously quiet days of yore. And I got a call from my agency, Whitley, there is someone desperate to get a hold of you. And he's gotten a hold of the agency. And to find my literary agency in those days and find anything about a private person like me was not easy. So I figured, I'll call this guy because he's trying so hard. So I phone him and he says, Mr. Strieber, I want to tell you a story and I want you to tell me if I have any reason to believe this. My wife and I were sitting in the living room a few nights ago. We had taken the dog out for a walk. And the dog was asleep, and she's an old dog and very much a creature of habit. And suddenly she became extremely nervous and got up and wanted to go out again. So my wife took her out, and as they went out the front door, what looked like a burning plane went overhead and disappeared beyond the trees. And he was an FAA, he was in the FAA. And so she called back to him, "You're going to get a call. I just saw a plane go in on fire." And at that moment, their little 7-year-old boy comes running downstairs saying, "Mommy, Daddy, Mommy, Daddy." Little blue men came into my room with Johnny, his older brother, teenager, with them, and he told me to tell you he was all right. And he wanted to know if this could be true because his teenage son, a couple of weeks before, had been killed in an auto accident. These are the same people I saw with Jeff, with my aunt, I've lived with for years. They're connected to the Grays in some way. And they are connected to our day. They said Lori Barnes had had an experience with them where when she was a young woman pregnant with her first child, she was asleep, lying in bed reading actually at about 11 o'clock at night. They were performers and her husband was out on a gig. She was obviously at home. She was pregnant and she noticed movement in the room. She looked up and there was this terrible, frightening looking little blue man, dark blue troll-like figure that I've now lived with often.
The little short, stocky ones.
Yeah, exactly. And
what do their faces look like?
You know,
has there ever been any illustrations that accurately depict?
Yeah, the ones in the Communion movie are pretty close.
Okay.
They're pretty close. They sort of look like they have almost. They're hard to look at. They're very crushed up faces. They have uniforms that have got a lot of pockets and straps and things on them.
See if you can keep going.
So
that's the big, tall. That's the woman.
The one beside beside Christopher with the round mouth. That's what they look like.
The little stocky. Oh, the one like look like it's blowing. Steve,
yeah,
to the very left.
Yeah, that's
right there, right next to Christopher Walken.
Yeah, that's.
Nope, to the right. Yep, right there. Nope. No. Look at Christopher Walken.
I see the blowing. That's what they look like. Only their eyes are bigger and more insect-like, as I recall. And that's one of their expressions, and another one is their face is just really flat.
By the way, how cool is it that Christopher Walken played you in the movie?
That was pretty cool. I was pretty happy about that.
That's pretty incredible.
Yeah. I wish he hadn't sort of overplayed me because I'm really very sedate and quiet. And he said to me, well, sedate doesn't work in a movie.
What was it like when you met him and he was getting ready to gear up for the movie?
What was it like when I met Christopher Walken?
Yeah.
Well, it was quite interesting. He was into it. He was definitely into it. He'd read the book and he was very aware of it. He'd read my script, which he thought was no good, and said no uncertain terms. And he said, the writer never thinks about the actor and what he has to say. And I said, well, you don't like my script? He said, no, I wouldn't say that. That's close also. He says, no, I wouldn't say I don't like it, but we're still going to make a movie. And so he did make a movie, but not a lot of my script got into it. He had lived most of the movie.
Really?
Yeah, pretty much. I think he did. At least that was my impression.
Zoom out, Steve. Go back to the other picture. Go to the picture of the alien that's like the bottom of his face is ripped off. Yeah, right there. What's going on here?
That's nothing to do with my movies.
They altered the movie.
That's something else. It's nothing to do with my movie, and it's horrible.
And how accurate is go down right there, up, the mean looking face? How accurate is that to what you saw?
Well, I've seen something like that hanging in the window of my house, but it didn't have that sense of menace about it. It was that color and it was just hanging in the window. Okay. But it wasn't menacing. Although when you're face to face with it, it's going to look menacing, believe me.
Right.
So
we were getting ready to go jump down this rabbit hole earlier, but I think we went off on a tangent. But I want to go back to the December 26, 1985 incident.
Yeah, okay.
Was that the most frightening and vivid experience you ever had?
I had blanked out most of the really terrible things that had happened during childhood. So at that time, yes.
At that time.
Right.
And you were in your 40s?
I was 45.
45.
Or was I 40?
Okay. Can you walk me through that?
40. I was 40.
Can you, to your best of your recollection, can you walk me through at least what you experienced during the hypnosis where you got more details from this?
Well, yeah, by the time I went into hypnosis, I had pretty much the whole thing in my head. Only my problem was I didn't believe it could be real. And neither did Dr. Klein, by the way. We both thought. We didn't talk about this with Bud because he was convinced it was real. We were sort of laughing up our sleeves at it, to be honest with you. Because neither of us thought in for a minute this was anything to do with aliens. Okay. I had forgotten it, pretty much everything about my childhood. I remembered the two experiences I talked about earlier, but it's strange experiences. There's a third one I haven't mentioned, by the way, but that I also remembered always, which I will I'll go back. We can go back to it. It's not an important experience.
Okay.
But in any case, I had certainly not thought about flying saucers in years. I thought about them a lot in the 50s because there was a big UFO incident called the Levelland, Texas UFO incident, where the father of one of my closest friends in those days had been a part of it. He had seen the UFO, and it caused cars to stop, and his car had stopped on the highway and everything. So we boys were we were eating this stuff up in those days. But, you get older, you grow up, you become a teenager, you cease to be interested in aliens and become interested in girls.
Exactly.
And I was intensely interested in girls. I couldn't have cared less about aliens, especially ugly aliens. So by the time I went to there, by the time I went to Don Klein,
right,
I was sure something had happened. I was sure I had been injured. And I was also pretty sure that I had been attacked criminally, and that these faces and so forth had something more to do with some kind of drugs or something than they did with the real deal.
Right.
So I was, but when the hypnosis session occurred, the first hypnosis occurred, I hadn't consciously remembered what I remembered in the hypnosis. The conscious memory was of two friends, Jacques Sandalescu and Annie Gottlieb, were at the cabin in October of 1985. And we were asleep in the middle of the night, all of us. We were upstairs in our bedroom. They were downstairs in their bed in the guest room. And our son was in his room, beside their room downstairs. And suddenly this huge light came over the house, and the windows were light was pouring in every window. And it just scared the living daylights out of me because I thought the roof was on fire because the wood stove had been burning. And I jumped out of bed. Then there was this, before I jumped out of bed, there was this big bang. My boy started screaming. I could hear Annie and Jock yelling. I went and looked out the light went out at that moment. So I went running downstairs to get to Andrew, who was still screaming. And I passed Jock and Annie's room and said to Annie, Annie was standing in the door, as I recall. They may have both been there, that it's okay, just go back to bed. And I went and comforted my son.
How old was he?
He would have been 6, I guess, going on 7 at that time. His 7th birthday was a few weeks later. Okay. So, we talked about it a little bit the next day, and they wanted to go home. And so we took them home. And in the hypnosis session, I remembered seeing something standing like the dark blue figures in the corner of my bedroom. And that hypnosis session scared me worse than anything that had happened before. And it was the first time I began to think, maybe this is real. Because I didn't have any memory of this. And remember at that point, I had no idea what they looked like with the big eyes or anything like that. But had been very careful to not let me get in near anything that had any pictures or anything like that.
That all came about after the first hypnosis, the images of them.
The images of them came about during the second hypnosis.
The second hypnosis.
Yeah. The first hypnosis, all I got was the image of that dark blue figure standing in the corner of the room. And it was just terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Then the second hypnosis comes. And at this point, we're not really sure. We were laughing about Bud before the first hypnosis. We're not laughing so much now. But Dr. Klein is still fairly sure that this is some kind of a crime that's been committed. Which it was. I mean, I don't think it was committed by human beings anymore, but I did then. I'm not absolutely sure about that, though, to this day. Believe me. I'm never going to say that this is alien contact until I have proof, physical proof. And if people say it's imaginal or whatever, or interdimensional and so forth, and we can never get proof, then I'm going to stay where I am now. In any case, midway through the second hypnosis, he suddenly says, Dr. Klein says, "How old are you?" And that's when my voice goes 12, and I suddenly begin to remember things from my childhood. And it was quite amazing. Quite amazing. And afterwards, I said to Dr. Klein, "How did you know to ask me my age?" He said, "Whitley, your voice had changed. And my experience of working with people who have been abused is that they will go back to the period of abuse, and their voice will return to the cadence and tone of that it was when they were being abused. And then if I ask them questions about the abuse, I will get detailed and accurate answers." And that's how it should be done, not how it was done to the poor people who Elizabeth Loftus saved from the Hooskow. That's the real way to do it, and he did it right. But that was when we became rather sure that it was not human, because it had happened in my childhood. And I put the memories together with the memories of those strange memories that had been in my childhood. And the third one I referred to briefly was of being in this dark blue kind of, like a big old-fashioned life raft, with big tubular sides, floating over the neighborhood and hanging over the edge of it, and having these little guys gasping and trying to pull me in because they didn't want me to fall off. And it's just a fragmentary memory, and it meant nothing. I thought it was probably a dream, and I never thought about it. But then after all this happened, I thought maybe it wasn't a dream. And so that's where that kind of sits in my mind. It's one of the little memories that's always been in my mind. Now, so we had a situation then where it had apparently been in my life. My dad had already passed away. My mother said she didn't remember anything about this, but my brother said two things about when he told her about communion. The first time he told me that she had told her, I said, "What did she say?" And she said, "Oh my God, Whitley's written about the little men." Yeah. Now he says, "I never said that. She just said Whitley's written about little men." So which is true? I don't remember. I don't know.
So there is one moment when you explain how these things carried you out to the forest into a little depression. You felt yourself being elevated above the trees. Yeah, and the next thing you know, you're sitting on a bench with this female entity that you believed it was female, but you didn't know for sure.
It felt female. Later I found out it definitely was.
And this is the image of the being that's on the front of your book. The big eyes, the classical the classical alien.
What happened was, we're moving to December of 1985 from October.
Okay.
Now, this happened. I woke up because there was movement around me, and when I woke up, I was already in the little room when I initially. Over the next few days, or few weeks, I should say, I remembered this figure coming into the bedroom with a funny hat on and this like suit of armor, a shield on its chest, and but initially, when I was struggling with this, I was remembering mostly what had happened inside the room. Under hypnosis, there was added to it the memory of sitting in the woods with these other creatures, and they were like, I perceived them as young people, and they were in these uniforms that were completely body suits, and they had on helmets that had round eye holes and round thing at the mouth. And they did not, in other words, look like Greys. They looked like Greys might look if they were wearing some kind of a mask. But the most vivid thing in the whole hypnosis, in many ways, was the sensation of going up into the air, which I was like being in an elevator with no elevator. I just went right up past the trees and I ended up in the little room. And so you put all of that together and it becomes a single coherent sequence, but it was fragmentary before the hypnosis. Before the hypnosis, I remembered mainly waking up in the little room and being absolutely terrified that I couldn't move, and there were these huge insects in the room, and then thinking it was a nightmare, and then not being able to wake up further from it and panicking. And then this automatic voice came on going, what can we do to help you stop screaming? What can we do to help you stop screaming? The answer was, well, one thing would be not anything you were doing now. But you know, there's an interesting side story here that I don't believe is in any of my books. About a year later, a friend who lived in the same area as we did came over to the cabin after he had read communion, about 2 years later, I guess a year and a half later. Whenever it was about 6 weeks after communion came out in 1988, that's when he was coming. And he said, Whitley, I have something I want to talk to you about, which is not unusual. I mean, you know, we were on the same private road and we often had things to talk about. So he came in and he says, I'm embarrassed to say that I saw this happen to you and I ran. And I said to him, you're lucky you ran. You're alive. And he told me this story. He said he and his wife were coming home from a party at about 2 o'clock in the morning up in Woodstock and coming down to our place, our area. And he was passing down a road, and there's a number of fields, it's very rural on that road. And he saw what he thought was the Goodyear blimp down in front of a row of trees in that field. It was a snowy field. And he was a retired state trooper. And so he felt an immediate need to stop and render aid if he could, because obviously 2 o'clock in the morning, the night after Christmas, the Goodyear blimp does not belong in that field in any way whatsoever. So he stops, he gets out of the car, climbs the fence, and starts trudging into the field in the snow. And he hears screaming inside the thing, and he starts to run toward it then. And lights turn on all over it. It starts to make a growling noise and comes toward it. Behind him in the car, his wife panics, and he panics. He jumps back in the car and comes home, and he says, Whitley, I think it was probably you in there, because it was the same night and everything.
How far from the ground did you say it was?
Hovering above the ground. He didn't say a specific number of feet, but I mean, I would say 10, 15 feet, not far, low enough to where he thought it was the blimp was in trouble. And he said, I think it might have been you in there. And I'm so sorry that I didn't try to help you. And I said, you're here because you didn't try to help me would be
Do you
my
think
best
he would have
guess.
been killed if you
I
were
have no idea what would have happened to him. But whatever it was, it wouldn't have been good. Because they were doing this. And, you know, when they get their mind to do something, they're going to do it. And if someone impedes their actions, they're going to react to that. I mean, you know, they're very passive until they're either threatened or impeded. And
how so? I mean, like,
well, if
did
you
you ever
shoot
threaten-
at them,
did
they're
you ever
going to
threaten them?
shoot back at you. You're darn right. They'll shoot back at you.
Who has shot at them that's been shot
I
back
think
at?
the Air Force has shot at them. In my book, Them, I go into that, and I go into a discussion of a MRI scan that was briefly up on YouTube, on Twitter, and it shows a brain with bad demyelinization in the area of the caudate and the putamen and that part of the brain, the executive area of the brain,
basal ganglia.
Yeah, which is what you would harm if you wanted to make a person unable to light control an airplane. And this man apparently died a few days later, and this MRI was taken of an Air Force officer who had been ordered on combat air patrol to fire missiles at one of these UFOs. It was only up on the internet for a few days, or maybe even a few hours, but I did get a hold of a copy of it. And it's still around. I'm sure I have it myself. And I discuss it extensively in Them because, of course, it's very much like Havana syndrome.
Do you ever have your brain studied by any of these people like Gary Nolan or any of those people that
Oh,
do these
yeah.
brain
It's
studies?
been studied by someone in the Central Intelligence Agency.
Oh, yeah, you mentioned that in the
Yeah.
beginning. That's how they found the implant.
Well, no, he was interested in the implant.
Oh, okay.
No way I'm getting rid of the implant now. I use it every day of my life. It's my go-to tool for writing. It's my best writing tool you could ever imagine. But let's, the brain, my brain is Gary has made studies of the white matter between the caudate and the putamen.
Mm-hmm.
And this white matter that controls communications in the brain, that level of communication in the brain, is very dense in like psychics and people who are involved in the close encounter experience.
People who experience like paranormal stuff too, right?
Right. So they looked at mine, and this individual in the Central Intelligence Agency, who has he's done studies of neurology of unusual brains his whole career, reported that it was high normal in terms of the density of the white matter, but that the way the white matter appeared and the way the connections worked were absolutely unique in his experience. He'd never seen it before like that. I have a copy of that report. And I thought to myself when I read that, I remember that needle going into the side of my head, right in the right place to reach that area. And I thought to myself, maybe they altered me so that I could do this.
Do what?
What I do. I engage with them on many different levels and write books about this engagement with the objective of helping in the process of advancing us to the point where we are used to this enough and knowledgeable enough to where at least critical parts of the culture will not experience cultural colonization if they emerge. That's the purpose of my life, to defeat that problem. And if they do emerge, as I say, it's going to be hard because the difficulty of the different relationship with time is going to be a very significant difficulty. When they're fully invested in a physical body, they're not like that. In other words, they can get into the time stream, but then they have a lot of limitations apparently, and they can't do much inside the time stream, not like they can from the outside.
Inside, they can't do much when they're in here.
When they can go, we are locked into our bodies.
Yes.
As I said, there's a place back here where you can be unlocked.
Yep.
And people like Robert Monroe had methods to unlock you, and there are lots of people who teach you how to do out of body travel.
Yeah.
I've tried them all and failed at all of them. The only way I can get out of my body is if the visitors take me out.
Yeah, I had a guy in here who did a great job of explaining that stuff. David Morehouse, who was shot in the head in the military.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then he did remote viewing as part of the Stargate.
Yeah.
He brought in these extensive documents and like protocols that they would follow to leave their bodies, and they were given coordinates and timelines basically, and they were able to like project to wherever that was in a specific place and time, like even going back to like the Titanic. They could put themselves in like the middle of the Titanic sinking and like tell you what was going on. Anyways, sorry.
That was good.
It's just interesting. Yeah. No, nothing good.
No. Well, that whole program is absolutely fascinating. I knew a fair amount about the program after the fact. I didn't, and of course now I've known Hal for half my life.
Right.
Hal Pudolph and some of the others, but I have no idea whether or not that program is still going on.
It has to be, right?
I would think so, and I think that it almost certainly is effective. And I know that people have talked here on this show about an instance well known on the inside of where a remote viewer identified an incident in the future involving an attempt by terrorists to spread bacteria or viruses or something on the east coast, on the southeastern coast of the United States, that were intercepted by the Coast Guard, and apparently that happened. So if they're not doing it anymore, if the program's really been closed down, somebody needs to go to jail.
Right. Yeah, no, that's definitely worth the money and investment to be able to do that kind of stuff.
Oh, because the investment is negligible.
Right, exactly. Okay, going back to the October incident when you were in this, you imagined yourself being lifted up above the trees.
No, this is December.
This is December, and you're in there, and then you're sitting on a bench, and you see these insect things going around, like moving around fast in the background, and then this one main being that you feel is female is sitting there with its legs up, staring at you.
Yeah.
And is it communicating? It's asking you, how can I help you stop screaming?
No, there was an automatic voice. A machine was saying that.
Oh, so this wasn't inside you. This was
no, it was outside me.
Okay.
It was a voice. I was not in any way prepared to do telepathy at that time. I was too excited and upset to even think about that. I couldn't have done it. I can do it now fairly easily, but no, not at that moment. I didn't even know it existed.
And this is when they're trying to prepare you to, they have this tool and they essentially surprise you with it.
Yeah, well, what they do is, and it's a known thing. It's not a mysterious thing from the beyond. It's it's used to this day in animal husbandry. And in those days, they made these devices that would stimulate the nerve that causes an erection.
Right.
And for people who had erectile dysfunction before Viagra, they would insert this into their rectum and turn this on and create a gentle electrical current. And the result was an erection. And then the person could have sex.
Right.
And as I say, when they're getting semen out of a bull, they do it now. It's a commonplace tool. It's nothing exotic.
So they wanted your semen. They wanted to stick a needle in your brain. And then what else did they do?
Send me the hell home. And I woke up the next morning all upset, not knowing why.
And also during the experience, You said you have no right to do this, and they said we do have a right.
We do have a right, yes. Yes, what did that mean?
Yeah, what do you make of that?
Well, there's a lot of possibilities. Maybe it's on some soul level. I don't know. Higher level. If so, they would have been nice if they'd explained themselves at any level, but in any case, they didn't. Well, the other possibility is, what if we did have contact with them back in the past? What if the Eisenhower meeting actually did take place? What if there was an agreement and they did agree to let a certain number of people be dealt with in this way, and I think hybridized? That would be one of the greatest secrets the United States possessed. And, I think that's a possibility too.
That they are crossbreeding humans in their own.
Oh, I know they are, because they did to me, and I met the child in the woods behind my house.
Your own child.
I guess he was my child. At the time, I didn't know what he was, but I'll tell you the story. I was out walking in the woods one afternoon in August. It was hot, and we would leave. We were losing the house, in the process of losing the house, and because unfortunately for me, the cabin. Yeah, a writer who's controversial, people will buy, but as soon as he becomes a laughingstock, forget it. They're not going to buy that anymore. They're not. And this is before the internet. They're not going to go to a bookstore and put down money on a book where the clerk's going to snicker at. And whoever turned me into a laughingstock basically they turned it into the rectal probe. It shows up on the first episode of South Park as and after that it spread.
That was the genesis of the anal probe, your story?
Yeah.
No one ever talked about that before you?
No. Wow. No. My God. And so I've ended up in the situation for 30 years of being laughed at which is an interesting position to be in, believe me, especially because my publishers felt like that story, as it spread, was destroying my sales, because my sales just absolutely dried up. And I wasn't even writing about this anymore. And I was having good sales with some of my books. And then the next thing you know, they just start to die out. And I ended up with no money and no publisher and nowhere to turn. We had to give up the cabin. It was sold out of bankruptcy. We were just destroyed, absolutely. Ann and I had to borrow money from friends to eat at one point. It was horrible. Yeah. And so in any case, where were we?
You were saying that you were walking through the woods and you had a reason to believe that you saw like a hybrid child of yours.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So I'm walking in the woods, and behind my house, there was a wooded area, then a cleared area going up a hill with a lot of rather rocky, and then beyond that, some pitch pines. And there's this boy sitting under a tree, right, 50 feet from the pitch pines, smoking cigarettes. A boy. He looked like a boy from a distance. And he was a boy, I found out later, but I'll get to that. So I think to myself, what in the world? What's a kid doing out here? And I figured, well, I understand he's out here, so he wants to smoke. And he's not going to be smoking at home. It's it's like a 10-year-old or 12-year-old maybe. So I understood.
Yeah.
So I thought to myself, but he's too close to those pitch pines. If those things catch fire, this whole area is going to go up like a torch, because pitch pines are full of pitch. That's why they're called pitch pines.
Okay.
And you light one on fire and whoosh.
Oh wow!
It just explodes. So I walk over to him, and I start to say, "I'd like you to move," or words to that effect. And I realize as I'm looking down at him, he's like a weathered child. I know that now because he didn't have adequate hydration and he smoked all the time. And I got to know more about him over the next few weeks, you may be sure. And he makes this, he's looking straight ahead. He doesn't look at me, and he goes, and I think to myself, it's more menacing than that. I think to myself, I'm significantly far back in these woods. And I didn't like that sound, and I don't like this kid at all. I'm getting out of here. And I turn around and go back to the house. And I tell Ann that there's this kid out there, and she says, we should call the sheriff. And I think about that, and then I think, I don't want to call the sheriff because people around here are very sensitive. And if I call the sheriff on one of their children, they're not going to like it, whether the child is doing right or wrong, because I've already got a horrible reputation in the area. Some people who had been doing clearing some poison ivy out of our trees had one of the Greys walk across the road in front of them, and then they had these snakes come up around their feet and stuff, and the foreman came up to me and said, Mr. Cheever, we're leaving. Those people of yours are running around out there, and we don't want anything to do with them. And they left. They wouldn't even take any money from me, and they also didn't finish the job. So that kind of story was getting around the neighborhood, and people weren't happy with that. They were not pleased. And so I didn't want to have any trouble with anyone calling the sheriff on their kid.
Okay.
So I let that go. The next thing we know, we're smelling cigarette smoke in the house. And the night, warm nights, and I'm thinking to myself, is that kid out there? We begin to find places where he has been standing, and there'll be hundreds of cigarette butts. If it was 20 years later, we could have taken some of these cigarette butts and gotten them DNA tested. But that wasn't real in those days. You couldn't do that. So I said to Ann, he's out here. And we took a lovely hike. We looked like to hike up to this lake up in the hills. Beautiful. And on the way out in the woods, 3 or 4 miles out in the woods, we're going along and we find one of these places where he's been standing. And we just went home. We realized those woods weren't ours anymore. That we knew by this time that there was something real weird going on. We liked to skinny dip at night, and our pool was very private, so no problem skinny dipping. And we would skinny dip frequently. One night after he started in those woods, we were skinny dipping. Remember, the woods behind the house, there was a deck with a pool in it, and then thick brush. And under that brush, behind that brush were tall trees. So behind the brush, there was a clear area that you couldn't see into from the deck. And suddenly there's a sound of someone running up and down in that clear area, breaking sticks and gasping. He could not speak. He could only gasp and make mouth noises. I found out later. And we realized it's him. And he's upset about the idea that we are in this pool naked. And so we went back in the house. We didn't feel comfortable anymore outside because we obviously weren't alone. And this kid was upset, and it was very weird. And we both knew by this time this is no normal child. Because a normal child, no human being can smoke that much and live. And no normal child is in your woods all the time and never seems to be anywhere else. So we'd lived with him there, coming up to the house, and it was not pleasant. And he came into the house a few times, and he slept a few nights in one of the bedrooms, and we would find the bed unmade, like someone had slept in the morning, and the cigarette smoke everywhere. It was not pleasant. So,
just smoking in your house?
He smoked in the bedroom, yeah, but apparently with the door closed, because we didn't notice it while it was happening.
So who is this kid?
Well, I'll get to that. Give me some time. We got some time, don't we?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. We lose the house. October that year, I guess it was 96 or 97. It was so awful. I can't even, it's hard to remember exactly the year. And we leave for the last time. I'm thinking I will never go back again. It turns out, by the way, there's a sort of semi-happy ending. The house is now owned by a couple who love my work and love me, and I get to go back a lot.
Oh, wow.
And I get to go back, and I am able to connect with the visitors at the cabin, and I can explain why later if you want me to. Better than I can other places, more physically. So we leave. On the way down to Texas, we're going to stay in a condo in Texas. That was the last thing we owned. And my mother lived in it. It's a little condo on a street. It has a screened-in porch, and it's little tiny two-bedroom condo, and a little garden, and then there's the street. That'll be important in a minute. Okay. I noticed this car, this old ratty car, driving behind us a number of times. And the thing about it that made me notice it was it had those lights that glowed without shining. And I thought, geez, could they be following me in a car? Because I know those lights. I've seen them before. I'd seen them as a child, and I knew they were that kind of light indicated the presence of the visitors, that the car, that was no ordinary car. So we get to the house. I don't say anything about it to Anne because she's rather happy to be leaving a place behind, as you may imagine. We get to the condo, move in. A couple nights later, I smell cigarettes. The situation with the condo is there's a screened-in porch that the living room looks out onto, and there's also a French door from the bedroom. It ends, and then there's a cul-de-sac, and the cul-de-sac is right where the head of the bed is, on the other side of that wall. Then there's a small alley, and immediately across the alley is another condo. That's the situation. So I go out on the screened-in porch and notice immediately movement. Someone goes around the corner. It's him. He's followed us. And I find cigarette butts.
What kind of cigarettes?
What brand?
Yeah, what brand?
I have no idea. I don't like cigarettes. I never touched them. They disgusted me.
I'm curious.
Well, I don't blame you. Probably menthol the way he smoked.
Newports.
I don't have any idea. I didn't. I was too fixated on the fact that he was there to think about things like that. Yeah. And then people in the condo can complain about him doing things too. He's a feral child, and they call social services, and social service people come looking for him. And then I become aware of the fact that he seems to be living in the condo immediately behind ours. I installed a motion-sensitive light in the cul-de-sac, and one night he's there, and every time he moves, the motion-sensitive light comes on. He's gasping and going on, and so he's pretty pissed off, obviously. At the same time, though, what's happening is I've noticed that these men were not of this world. I'll tell you why I know that. I was going down to the drugstore one morning to get some stuff. It's right on the street corner. Yeah. And I walked into the drugstore, and it was very quiet. Everyone was just standing there, except for one guy. And this is back in the day when smoking materials were all out. Anyone could pick them up. This guy is putting cartons of cigarettes and tobacco and stuff in a big shopping bag right in front of everybody. The clerks are just standing there. People aren't shopping. They're just standing there. They're all standing there. And the guy turns around and walks past me and gives me this familiar kind of knowing look, like we're both on the same side, and you can see what I'm doing, but they can't, and you're not going to tell anybody, are you? And he leaves, and the whole place comes back to life. The whole place. I saw this with my own eyes. So I thought, screw, I can't remember what I was getting. I get the hell out of there and went back to the house and told Ann. And so then we realized they're living there. They're in the condo behind us. And I called, and it's all this ruckus in the place because this weird kid is there. And so I called the management company. And they say, it's a condo, and so not a co-op, so they don't know who's living where.
Right.
And they say, well, you'll have to talk to the owner. And they gave me the owner of the condo's number in Houston. So I call him, and he says, there's nobody living there. I use that when I come up to San Antonio to do business. I said, well, I'm sorry, there are 3 people living there, 2 men and a boy. And the next thing I know, the condo has a eviction notice on it from the sheriff, and the 2 guys are going from door to door trying to sell a man's furniture to all the rest of us who all know what's going on. And so then they get evicted. In the morning of the eviction, the boy comes blasting around the corner. I'm out in the garden with a cigarette in the center of his mouth like this, stalking off down the middle of the street. And I think to myself, he doesn't even know how to smoke, I think this. And he grabs the cigarette out of his mouth and holds it to his side as if he'd heard it like a voice, which I'm sure he had. Now, I have studied this carefully, this whole business of all this smoking, because this is unusual, and these are human beings. And I believe there are 2 possibilities here. One is, if you will remember, in Native American culture, and to this day in cultures in the Amazon, tobacco was used to communicate with another level of reality, with the spirit world. There's other powerful drugs that do it better, but tobacco was what was used by the Native Americans. And I would suspect that this was wild tobacco and probably extremely strong, as is the tobacco that's still used in the Amazon to do this, extremely strong.
Okay.
So that would explain why he had to smoke so much, because the regular cigarettes are not going to have that level of nicotine in it.
Right.
If that's the correct answer. The other possibility is, if you read about schizophrenia, you find that some schizophrenics smoke a great deal. And they smoke a great deal, not because it quiets the voices in their heads, but because it makes them calmer in relation to the voices. It calms them down so the voices don't bother them as much. Now, what if you had telepathy and you were hearing the voices of the people around you and you couldn't turn it off? That might be a motive for constantly smoking, because you would be like a schizophrenic whose voices were real. The cacophony would be appalling, I'm sure. And that could be another reason for it. But it's real. You understand, we're talking about something real. And this is very hard for people to put their heads around, because you're talking to a guy who's been living with this for years. I'm living in this world and in another world at the same time. And
everybody else saw this kid too.
Well, I don't know who else saw him. But
your wife saw him.
Well, my wife certainly saw him. She sure did. And my wife saw him. I'm guessing people in the condo saw him, or we wouldn't have gotten our door knocked on by social services asking if he was our kid, which happened.
And your theory is that this could have been the hybrid alien child that you had?
I think he was my child, and I think that extraction may have been something to do with him.
So if these beings pulled you up into their ship and extracted your semen to impregnate an alien being and create a hybrid child, why would they just abandon the child?
Because he didn't work out. There was something wrong with him, obviously. And so they just left him to me in my woods without even so much as a by your leave. I think that's exactly what happened.
That's dark.
Well,
that's very dark.
December of 1985, then 1996, 97, he shows up. 11 years later, and he looked like an 11-year-old kid. I mean, what am I supposed to think? And he looked a little bit like me, Ann said. And I was horrified. At the time, I got mad at her. I said, he doesn't look anything like me. And she just didn't say anything. But she was right. He did. And he looked more like one of my grandfathers, one of my Streeter grandfathers. So we got that. And if it's not just me. There's, God knows how many people are having eggs and taken from their bodies.
Right.
And
so the ones that don't work, they just drop them off in the woods. Good luck.
Well, they dropped him off in the woods. I can't say that about others because I don't know.
And what do you think they do with the ones that do work?
I suspect we might find out sooner or later. But right now, I don't know. I can't answer that question. I don't want to answer. I don't like to speculate. I've got enough weird stuff to talk about without speculating.
Do you know you've heard of David Huggins?
Yes.
What do you make of him? Have you ever met him?
No. Well, I don't like to talk. Well, you tell me what you make of David. You asked me a question about David Huggins.
I watched his documentary Love and Saucers, and I found it absolutely fascinating. I don't know what to make. I know Jeffrey Kripal met him. He was in the documentary.
Yeah.
He seems like he truly, genuinely believes what he says about his story of this woman who looks like a half alien, half woman. She has long hair.
Yeah.
He doesn't say that she had looked anything like the 3-foot being with the big head, but she did say it had big eyes, but it was far more human, like a Nordic-looking human woman with blonde hair, I believe.
Yes.
And she had sex with him, and then she came back, and then she showed him the children that she bore from him.
Yeah.
He met the children. He drew these beautiful paintings of this woman with
right.
big
I know
breasts.
the story. Okay.
The story is fantastical, and it sounds like something that you could laugh at, right? Or you could just be like, oh, what a crazy cuckoo guy this is. Well, but it seems to be very similar to a lot of the things you're saying.
Well, the mind becomes, it gets a need to connect the dots. In other words, there may be less to the actual story than he's telling. But I will say this, I know David believes every word of it. And I also would think that the part of the encounter is true. And at least some children are true. And the reason I think that is I turned one of those women down when they tried to have sex with me.
So did you never had any like physical intercourse as
humans?
Oh no,
that's not true.
Beings?
I did have.
Oh, you did?
I certainly did.
When was this?
It was, must have been in 88, 89 maybe.
And how did this happen?
Okay, I'll tell you the whole story. I woke up in a state of full erection, lying on my back with a female who we got to know quite well, and she never sat down in the living room and chatted with her. She's in the house a lot. I'll tell you more stories about her.
Is this the main female entity you normally see?
I don't know if it's the same.
Okay,
I can't
look
tell.
Similar or no?
Yeah, looked similar. Only she was somewhat human. For one thing, she had sexual organs, and the little ones that you usually see don't have sexual organs. No, they're not, because they're grown. They're not born. And at least that's what I would assume. Because if they don't have sexual organs, obviously they're not having sex and not having babies.
Right.
But they're there, therefore they must be grown. So anyway, this is what happened. I wake up and I'm engaged in sex already with this individual. It's well along. I look up and I cannot see the face. The face is blacked out. But the body is a female body, breasts, with very small but existent breasts, thin arms, and legs that were human. But like it's a half human, half alien, half a gray human person. Okay. The room is filled with people, including one of them who I recognize. He's an intelligence officer whom I've known at that point for years. And I have, at that moment, the most extraordinary experience of sex I've ever had in my life, despite the situation. It was brain-bending and terribly upsetting to me because I was a married man and I'm very chaste. I'm not going to be comfortable fooling around. Recently, someone...
What was so good about it?
It was just incredibly intense. It was like a Kundalini experience. It was so intense. It was just my whole body. I climaxed not with but with my entire body. It was brain bending. I'll never forget it. And I told Annie about it immediately because I had to. But the truth was, I came awfully close with her a number of times because one thing about my wife is she knew what she was doing in bed.
Right.
Anyway, The next morning I wake up, I'm back in my bed. I've had sex and Annie hasn't. It's quite clear. The way I look and feel and smell. And I tell her the whole story immediately, of course, because, there's no way. I mean, if I'm going to fool around, I sure as hell, I'm not going to fool around with anyone because I really love my wife.
Right.
And, she's the only woman aside from her that I've ever even had sex with.
This is in the cabin, by the way?
In the cabin, yeah. In the old cabin in
New York.
In New York, yeah. So I think to myself about the guy.
The CIA guy.
No, he was an intelligence officer. He's not in the CIA. He's in another agency. And but as I say, I've known him a long time for other reasons, nothing to do with this. And I thought, did I remember that or not? And I didn't know how to talk to him about it because, I couldn't very well say to someone who knew essentially nothing about this, hey, were you watching me have sex with an alien in my guest room? He
did know about the visitors, though, right?
He may have.
But why would you be involved with intelligence if it wasn't about this?
As a writer in the old days, you were called upon they wanted you to go places where a writer could be going without suspicion during the Cold War and report back on what you saw. And
they were using you as a spy?
Not a spy exactly, but
an agent?
No, no. I guess
you were recruited.
I was recruited, yeah. I was recruited when I was at school in England, and I did a few things. I mean, not much. I did a few things when I was in...
For the MI6?
No, for the CIA in England.
This is an amazing detail you left out.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's not an amazing detail. It just... How many writers did it in those days? Many.
So you woke up, you had this experience of having amazing intercourse with this female hybrid
and
alien.
this guy is there.
And this guy's in the background watching.
Right. Now, as life unfolds, it turns out he's heavily involved in this visitor stuff. And I think to myself, should I ask him about it? So I asked him. I've asked him a few times, have you ever been to my cabin? He always says no. And I didn't know what to make of that because, in fact, people can do things. And I think my father might have been such a person for the visitors that they don't remember. And I probably have that in my life, too. I think everyone who's I think they control the stream of your memory when it comes to them.
Okay.
They don't probably care about the rest of it. That they control that.
Okay.
So, anyway, here is what then happens. Fast forward 30 years. I meet a guy from Romania who seeks me out. It turns out we have mutual friends in California. And the mutual friend says that he wants to meet me. And I say, sure, I'm very available. People want to meet me. If they don't talk too long, if they talk to me too long, I'll turn it off. But okay. But I'm open. I'm not a closed door. I'm not a celebrity. I don't think of myself that way. I'm a guy who's had a lot of weird things happen, and I write about them. That's my life. And so, anyway, I meet the guy. And he's a very nice man and incredibly brilliant. He speaks like 5 languages. Okay. And he is a graduate of MIT. And so, he's obviously way up there mentally. Okay. And he says, this is why I want to meet you. I had an experience when I was a boy. I was in a motel at home in Romania. And it became completely dark. I couldn't see anything. And I know it has something to do with them. The aliens, the graves. And I think he may have added, I'm not sure he did. No, I don't think he said this. And I want to know if you can help me in any way with it. All I remember is being told something. And when I came out of it, I had underlined a name in a detective novel I was reading. And I was told that this man knew something that he had been told he must never tell to anyone. And I said, well, what's the name? It's the name of the intelligence officer who was in there, that room 30 years before. Well, and this man, this gentleman, is totally alive. And, he'll tell you the story himself.
Still alive today?
Absolutely. No, both of them are. And the officer either doesn't remember it or will not say it. I don't know which. But he has been heavily involved in this whole thing for years. And he was there.
That's kind of bizarre. That's kind of hard to process. Like, what do you make? What is your? I know you don't want to speculate on things, but
no.
What do you make of it? What do you make? What do you think? Do you think he is involved with them somehow, or do you think he's a hybrid? Or
no, he's not a hybrid. If he's a hybrid, they got work to do. No, he's a wonderful guy. I think he's a marvelous man, and I like him very much. We've been friends a long time now. And the young man, the Romanian guy, is also a wonderful man, and brilliant. They both are. So, these are all good people. And, people like to hate. And, intelligence officer Whitley Strieber involved CIA. Hate him forever. Forget it. This is a more complex world than that. It's a bigger world and a more complex world. And we have to do better. We have to get away from the believe it or don't believe it, hate, love, all of that, and look at the whole thing in a much more objective way. Yes, I've had entanglement with the intelligence community for a lot of my life. I come from a family that did, so that's quite natural. I have never done anything that I would be ashamed of.
There was another experience you explained in communion about being in Europe. I believe you were in a hotel with a woman, and you guys.
Yeah.
There was what was that?
God!
But you left a part out of communion. There was something you wrote about in a different story where you guys ended up in the Vatican.
Yes, we did. You want that story?
Yeah. What's this one about?
Oh, it's wild. Okay. I'm traveling in Europe. I'm a young guy. I'm basically, like, as I said earlier, I was very interested in girls. I turned out to be very chaste, but that's another story. So I meet a girl on the train in Italy, going to Italy. And we chat. We both decide to get off in Florence. She's going to meet friends in Florence. She's in the arts world. And we have we go to share a pension. And we make out and stuff. We do not make love, but we make out, and we have a lot of fun, actually. I meet her friends, and they're all art students, and there's a lot of stuff being done at the Uffizi because all of the paintings had to be taken upstairs because there had been a flood on the Po, and they're being brought back down, and I'm involved in that. It's really a lot of fun. And so then we go on to Rome, and everything's fine. We get another pensione. We have no money on any, so we're really living very rough, but having loads of fun. And we go to the Vatican. I have no idea who this girl is, basically. I know her name, her first name. I don't even know her last name. Actually, I do. I remember her last name. And so, but I know nothing about her except that she's from Ireland. She's English-Irish. In other words, she's an English person who lives in Ireland. Few, I guess, from Northern Ireland. Okay. And go to the we go to the Vatican, and typical of me, I managed to get myself lost in the catacombs under the Vatican. I'm the only person I know who could make it. And finally, I get out of there, and I'm walking around trying to find her. There's no cell phones or anything in those days. And she's stalking along in the nave of the Vatican, and she's totally crazy. She looks like a vampire. She's just furious about something, and won't talk. And she's glaring straight ahead. Scares the hell out of me, and I think perhaps I don't want to sleep another night with this woman because she's beneath the surface, there's obviously a fantastically crazy person going on. And I'm not up to this. I haven't had any weird experiences yet at all. So, I mean, except my childhood, but I don't remember much of that at that time. So I go back to the pension and I decide I'm gonna skedaddle. Her suitcase is lying there, and I think to myself, maybe I should just look inside that suitcase. I'm curious. I wonder who I am with. And I do open the suitcase. It's not locked. And here is what I remember seeing. Now, understand, I'm still a Catholic boy at this point. I'm not seriously Catholic. I'm, occasional Mass Catholic. But I'm not a non-believer.
Your parents raised you Catholic.
Yeah, right. Parents raised me Catholic. Open the suitcase. And there, on one side, is a nun's habit.
A nun's what?
Habit.
Okay.
A nun's clothing, black, the white thing. And I think, oh no, she's a nun. She's left the nunnery, and she's crazy in the Vatican because of the fact that she's an escaped nun, or a nun who is leaving. And I've been having not sex, but close to it with a nun. Whoa, this is, young Whitley is horrified in himself. Then I notice on the other side what appeared to my mind to be a dried owl, a crushed owl. And I think, okay, I was right. She is completely crazy. I closed the suitcase, and I went up to Rome, the train station of Termini. The Pensione was right near it. Got on literally the next train that was moving out and didn't get off the train until I was in Strasbourg. I just got out of there. Scared the hell out of me. And I still don't know. I know that I'm not sure that what happened there, but obviously there was something way off.
I thought it was something else that you found in her suitcase. I thought it was skin.
No.
The skin of a human.
No, absolutely not. No, anyone who said that to you was blowing smoke in your face. I never said that.
You never said that or read about that?
Absolutely not.
Huh. I wonder how that would have got out there.
Oh, because people like to embellish things.
Have you heard that before? People say that?
No, I haven't.
You've never heard that before?
I don't know who said it either, but somebody probably did. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised.
Interesting. Are you religious now?
No, not really.
You just wrote a book about Jesus.
Yeah, well, it's not a religious book. It's called Jesus: A New Vision for a reason. It's a book that is going to try to re-establish the validity of the teachings of Jesus for people who are not religious people.
And what made you want to do that?
I think the teachings are very valuable and very important. I think there's a lot that's valuable. I could also do the same thing with many of the other religions, but I've just done this with that one so far. And what I did was this. First, nobody understands what caused Christianity to come about, because the religious scholars who write about it are all coming mostly from a religious standpoint.
Yes.
But there's another way of looking at it entirely. Like, people think that some malignant force caused the destruction of the Roman Empire. You know what caused it? The sun caused the destruction of the Roman Empire. And how did this happen? Well, from about 500 BC to 100 AD, there was something in the Mediterranean basin known as the Roman climate optimum. That is to say, the climate of the Mediterranean basin was ideal for the growing of crops, and the seasons were very regular. The result of this is the Roman Empire comes about, its population grows enormously, they build roads, they have sea lanes, they have a number of large cities, including mainly Rome, but others that require very substantial food services, and in a world where the transportation of foodstuffs is very challenging. So this is where we are in 100 AD, when, as we know from stalagmites that have been measured in a cave in Scotland, the solar output increased slightly. And it does that every once in a while. It increases some and decreases some.
Right.
And when that happened, the Mediterranean basin went into a protracted state of drought. And all of a sudden, all of these people couldn't get food. The result is their immune systems become stressed because they are malnourished. We then have the first great Roman plague because these people, they have no germ theory. They have compromised immune systems because they're malnourished because of the solar activity, the change in solar output. They are moving around the area as they did not certainly before even 1 AD. I mean, it's really a going concern at that point.
Mm-hmm.
The first plague occurs, the Aurelian plague, the plague at the time of Marcus Aurelius, which causes such disruption and depopulation that at one point he's got to sell the furniture and the contents of the imperial palace in Rome in order to keep the country's army paid.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a big upset. Now, this is a world in which the religion and the state are it's not just church and state. They're the same thing. If you are a Roman, the Roman gods are Rome. They are Rome. Jupiter and Venus and all of the different Roman gods, Mars, they are Rome. They are the personification of your state. And your state and your gods are essentially the same. So everyone, of course, runs to places like the temples of Asclepius, the healer, to get healed. Now, in those days, you did not, when you did the sacrifice, it had to hurt. You didn't just go in and, throw a couple of coins in. You went in and you took a bullet, or you took something of value to yourself, something that would be a significant sacrifice, and you gave it to the god. And in return, the god was supposed to help you, to heal you. Plague after plague came, and the gods didn't help them. About 300 AD, there hasn't been a plague for a while, but the relationship between the people and the gods has deteriorated to the point that the temples are now starving. No one bothers. They don't hate them yet. They're starting to, but they don't hate them yet. And they are stopping sacrifice. Constantine, who was a political genius, realizes this problem and sees that the social fabric of the empire is declining. There's crime, there's inflation, there's all kinds of problems. He also sees that his mother is a member of one little cult called the Christians, who believe that this Jewish rabbi from Jerusalem was a special representative of God. And they have something called the Didache, which is a rule of life that has enabled them to remain intact through all the plagues, because they have this tight social unit that takes in the orphans, and that they have the Paraboneri who go out and help the people who are sick, even at risk of their own lives. In other words, it's a very powerful social organization, and it's intact. And he brings that into the Roman Empire and announces that Christianity is the new religion of the Roman Empire. But he does it this way. He moves the birthplace of Jesus, which was probably Nazareth, to Bethlehem, and places him in a cave, the birthplace in a cave that was traditionally the cave where Venus gave birth to Adonis. In other words, he replaces the Venus and Adonis story with the story of the Holy Family. And Jesus takes on the trappings of a Roman god, essentially a sun god. He replaces Adonis as I am the way, the truth, and the light, and becomes Christianity. Now, this is good and it's bad. It's good because it preserves the teachings of Jesus, at least some of them. It's bad because the plagues continue, and because of the plagues continuing, the Christian parts of the empire become venomously angry at the gods. Because in those days the gods were the statues. The statue of Apollo in the temple of Apollo was the god, and they were specially treated so that the spirit of the god could come into the statue. It was all very now. So the people start to destroy the gods. They tear down the temples. They break the statues. That's why all those statues from there have broken noses and no arms broken off, because they were being beaten with hammers because the people were trying to kill the gods, because they had decided these plagues were so bad that, for example, at one point, Constantinople was so depopulated, the emperor had to send the army out into the hinterlands to force people to repopulate the city. I mean, it was horrendous. It was unimaginable. It makes COVID look like a picnic. And through all of this, gradually, the entire old religion is destroyed. There are a number of libraries that are destroyed. The one that we always think about, of course, is the library at Alexandria, which went slowly over a period of time. The killing of Hypatia was that's what we should remember is the worst thing that happened there, because the destruction of the library was not an intentional burning in one